Oh. Oh. Anybody else? Ooh. LUS challenged you to debate on YouTube. If he wants to, sure. Hello? Why is Cuddle not loading? What? Come on, bruh. Okay. Okay. Center our brains. Okay. Okay. All right, we got it. I'm just always 3 cents behind. It just always will be. Whatever. Fuck this fucking game. Whatever. My brain can't remember the tones at all. It's an ethnic thing. You wouldn't get it. You're probably white. Unlike me and my people. Skip, season, leap, stir, bound, play, muddle, coil, repeat, sure, pour, fountain, certain, shuffle, garnish, and faded. That's some good hot chocolate. Hell yeah. MP3 player buttons, or CD player buttons, or whatever the fuck you call it. Okay. Okay, skip, bound, leap. That was a bait one. Good one. Okay. Muddle. The fuck is muddle? Sure. Leap. Certain. Oh. Seasoning, garnishing. Pour and stir things with like food. Fuck. Stir, garnish, pour. Muddle? I don't know what the fuck muddle means. Oh my god. Coil? Oh shit. Wait, these... Season, muddle, stir, garnish. And what was the... I had pour on one of these? Muddle and pour both said I was one away though, right? Well, this doesn't sound right. God damn it. Bound, certain, faded, and sure. That's a green one? Okay. Verbs in making a mojito. Garnish, muddle. What does it mean to muddle something? Pour and stir. And what spring might refer to. Coil, fountain, leap, and season. Gee, sheesh. 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 Jesus.
Daily. You got this.
Easy. Wipe it from your mind. Easy. Okay. Flush it out. All right. Flush it out. Flush it out. Flush it out. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 2 more 9-9s. That's what we need, baby. Okay. If I get this, I'm retiring from streaming. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. If I get 9-9 on the next one, I'm retiring. It's over. I'm leaving you suckers behind, okay? Come on. Get me out of here. Get me out of this life. Oh.
Masterful.
Fuck, what's the name of that stupid... It's not Strattera. That's a fucking medication. You know what?
Eritrea, Djibouti, Botswana, Togo, Nigeria, Sao Tome and Principe, Benin,
Okay.
Rwanda, Republic of the Congo, Mali, Central African Republic, Cameroon, Kenya, Somalia, Tunisia, Seychelles, Madagascar, Mauritania,
Is that the islands or the country? Fuck.
Eswatini, Egypt, Cape Verde, Burundi, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, Niger, Ethiopia, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Namibia, Sudan, Chad, Comoros, Angola, Gabon, Tanzania,
Oh my...
Malawi, Guinea,
Guinea guana. Guinea guana. Guinea? Oh
Algeria,
my god.
Democratic Republic of the Congo, Mauritius, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, Senegal, Mozambique, Zimbabwe,
Zimbabwe.
South Sudan, Ghana, Zambia, Lesotho, Uganda, Libya, South Africa, Western Sahara, Comoros, Rwanda, Tanzania, Guinea, Ethiopia,
Okay. Ethnicity. Lots of Africans. And then mixed. Okay. 95.63% literacy. That's pretty good, right? Terrain volcanic and mountainous. Percentage of internet users. Okay, so African makes me think lower. High literacy rate, though, makes me think higher. You can learn to read without the internet. Hell yeah. Purchasing power is right in the middle. Low urban population, lots of rural people. Right in the middle in terms of internet users. Mountains and volcanoes. I don't know any geography of Africa. Where are the mountains? I have no idea. No idea. Fuck it. Oh, not even in Africa. Cool. Fuck me in the ass. Okay. Hydropower and arable land. Okay. Median age, 35.3. They're young-ish. Natural hazards. Hurricanes. Oh, I think hurricanes have to be, is it Western Hemisphere? Because they call them monsoons over here, right? No? Is that not true? La Soufriere volcano on the island of blank blank is a constant threat. Volcanism. Last erupted in 1979. The island blank is part of the volcanic island arc of the Lesser Antilles that extends from Saba in the north to Grenada in the south. Okay, well, that's a lot of information. Grenada. Is it one of these fuckers? I mean, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Typhoons, not monsoons. Oh, is that what they call them? Okay. Tax revenue is a percentage of GDP. High. Lots of taxes. Rural population. High. 56 out of 193. Purchasing power is about in the middle. Constitution birth year. I'm going to guess it was higher than this, meaning it in an older constitution. Younger constitution then? Let's go with Spain. Fuck it. Ooh, okay. GDP per capita, top quarter. Urban population is kind of low. Calling code for the country is 248. I'm going to say they have low reserves than normal, lower USD reserves because they have, well, their GDP is high. They collect a lot of taxes. No, you know what? We'll say higher. Fuck me, I guess. Just fuck me, dude. I don't know. Calling code 248. Where do most people live in? Oh, no. Okay. Driving on the left side of the road. ISO 2 is SC. Military expenditure is basically non-existent. I've guessed all of these wrong. Fuck. SC. But I don't know. Why the fuck would I? They drive on the left side of the road? How many people drive? It's not that many that drive on the left side, right? Fuck, I feel like I looked this up before. Bruh. Bruh, 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 bruh. Oh. I am a fucking god. Okay. Birth rate, very low. Industrial products, complete range of mining and extractive industries producing coal, oil, gas, chemicals, and metals. All forms of machine building, from rolling mills to high-performance aircraft and space vehicles. Defense industries, including radar, missile productions, advanced electronic components, shipbuilding, road and rail transportation equipment, communications equipment, agricultural machinery, tractors and construction equipment, electric power generating, transmitting equipment, medical and scientific instruments, consumer durable. Jesus Christ. Religions, 15 to 20% Orthodox. Muslim, 10 to 15%. Has large populations of non-practicing believers and non-believers, a legacy of over 7 decades of official atheism under Soviet rule. Jesus fuck. Extractive industries. High performance aircraft and space vehicles. Is it? Well, I feel like Russia. Is Russia? I thought they had. Why would they have Christians? Why, for some reason in my mind, I feel like I've heard Putin suck off Christianity a lot, but I guess the Soviets were non-religious, right? This has to be Russia, right? What other satellite has all this shit? Aircraft and space vehicles and defense industries? It has to be. Okay. Like fucking Lithuania is not making aircraft and space vehicles, right? Wait, what is the religious breakdown of the people in Russia? It's only 15 to 20% Russian Orthodox? I thought that number would have been like 50% plus. Non-practicing believers? Bruh. A lot of Russians LARP as Christians, most are atheist. Okay. Okay, last meme. Capital city population over 200K. Flag without red. Dude, I don't know all the flags. I don't. What does the New Zealand flag look like? God damn it. I'm pretty sure every country that's popping in my head has a red flag. Oh my god. 2.4% pull. Hell yeah. Oh, this has red. God damn it. It's fucking losers. 10 Olympic medals. Why do they always do the Olympic medals? Corruption Perception Index. Under 50. What does Honduras's flag look like? Oh my god, legendary pull. Okay. Corruption Perception Index under 50. No red in the flag. No red in the flag. There's got to be, some of those European fuckers have to have no red in their flag, right? What about, what is the Vatican? Is that the, that's not white and red and black or something, right? No. What? What about Luxembourg? That is the bright, that's the bomb pop colored one. What about Switzerland? Do that have red in their flag? God damn it. Fuck this one. Over 50 living languages. What? Does the United States count? We have people that speak? I'm sure we have that many languages here, right? Hell yeah. Fewer than 10 Olympic medals and over 50 living languages. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Corruption index, under 50. Canada. Don't all your indigenous people have different languages? God damn it. Top 20 renewable energy production. Capital city. Okay. The United Kingdom, baby. Is it like an absolute value or? Well, damn. What? Hello? I thought the UK was like capital city population over 200K. Are you saying London's population is less than that? What? Canada's makes a lot. No, but they use a lot of fossil fuels too. Ah, fuck me, dude. Okay, whatever. Fuck me. Don't care. Iceland, baby. Oh, we were still in the top 20th. No. Bottom 20th. Not good. Fewer than 10 living metals pocket that read Bhutan. Who the fuck is thinking of this? Wait, what did I guess Iceland for? Oh, wait, this corruption means... I thought like higher corruption perception would be more corrupt. But it's the other way. Fuck. Well, how... Well, that's wacky. Ah. Oh, that makes me real mad. Oh, God. This reminds me when I found out about periods yesterday. Do you guys know how much women suffer? Oh, it makes me so mad. Oh. I just want to... I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. Hold on. What am I looking for? I got a whole bunch of logistical clips. Apparently he's experiencing maximum cuck rage right now. I don't know what over though. Hold on. I'm going to find out. Jiskel is reviewing his old content archive to prove Wick is lying about Kilo. And in the stream, you jump into the call, and then he acts performatively averse to hearing you two interact.
I see them as cynical.
Hold up. Let's not play the semantic game. I've been on 2 or 3.
Oh, hey, that's the guy.
Join the clown show.
I've been on 2 or 3.
Oh, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to watch this. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to watch me being friendly with Destiny. It might be too much. Oof. I don't know if I can watch this, man. This is like 2 months after I started streaming. I would have been like a fan at this point. I don't want to watch it. It'd make me sick. Fuck!
Wick panels.
Oh, make me sick. Okay. Let's see. Jiskel's reviewing an argument between Connor and Wick versus Queeman and Mindwaves about Wick's disclosure of his PV affiliation from forever ago. He mentions he's going to show DMs of yours where you say their arguments are bad and how to beat them, only for you to end up joining the call and argue the other side.
You know what? I might save this because I've got like logs for what Destiny was telling me at this point. Not like it doesn't make him look like crazy or anything. He was basically just arguing about why these two were like making it look so bad. And he was trying to like give me arguments to make on stream, and then he joined. I think he argued against them. I think that's my recollection. It could be fun to go and check a bunch of this stuff out. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I did think that they handled all that really terribly. I thought those arguments were dog shit. Or it did look really bad. This was way back in the day when I guess PV was paying a bunch of people, but they hadn't disclosed it or something, and so it was weird because there were a bunch of people in the political community, in our political community, where it was like they were getting paid by Progressive Victory and nobody knew about it. I just thought it looked weird. Yeah. Justicle's unhappy with his Discord and began calling dissenting members, plus people who don't watch the stream. Justicle's Discord is easily his biggest, most active platform, or portion of his community, but most don't even watch his streams. It's just a group of people who literally hang out with each other all day long.
And we've talked.
Oh, by the way, discord.gg/jstlk. Join the community. Join the community. Join the community. Join the community. We're relieving ourselves of H3 fans. We're adding new people. Okay. Discord.gg/jstlk. Join the community. Thank you.
Talked about all these things. I get.
Kill off all your active Discorders. Well, I think I've caused something of a riot right now because I'm basically looking to change the model.
I know why he's so mad. I guarantee you. Remember before I said he tries to cover politics now, but like his whole political outlook is literally just is the opposite of whatever I'm on. Like that's it. Like so he has to simp for Taylor Lorenz. He has to simp for Hassan Piker. He has to simp for iDubbbz. Like it's crazy the positions he has to take. So I think a lot of his community, because you know, regardless of how I feel about these people, how they feel about me, a lot of them did come from my stream. You can say what you want about me, but I know what I'm talking about. You can pretend I don't, but that's fine. But there's no way you go from watching me for politics or even as background noise to watching Justicle for politics. You can't do it. So a lot of them aren't even engaged. And then sometimes Justicle will just be fucking like cuck raging in his Discord, and nobody's even like responding to what he's saying. He's just like throwing messages into the Discord in cuck rage. And I think, where's my hardest DGGer? They're fuck, I'm not gonna find it. Black Cat. I think she posted this. She or he, I don't actually know, but they posted this. Actually, you know what? It probably is a they with this picture and that name. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I don't know. But apparently he was up all night just like seething about either me or my chat or whatever, and like no one in this Discord is even responding to him. he's just like cock raging in his Discord.
Yeah, basically, Dung Devil, I didn't like the community that was there. I want it to be like a community around the stream, and so we've discussed a couple different ways to do it. And I basically told people, like, if you don't like the stream or if you don't watch the stream, you should just leave.
True.
So now I'm trying to recruit people who do watch the stream to get people in the Discord. That's basically it. And then I think what we're going to do is probably eventually transition it into a sub-only Discord.
Damn.
And we'll just grandfather in certain people who haven't been there in a long time. Or, sorry, who have been there for a long time. Yeah. I think we're going to go sub-only for it, though. Yep.
And to give my opinion.
He also took the time to directly call to AstroTurf likes on his tweet, or on this tweet by Kilotonics, even locking his community from speaking about things until they go and AstroTurf it. Ironically, this tweet is about obsession. What? Juice this. How long until it stops becoming snark brain to point out that the obsession Ethan has with Anissa and iDubbbz is intensely psychosexual in nature. Oh, they're even copying Hassan's language. Or did Hassan copy their language? Where did the psychosexual term come from? Jesus Christ. Gen chat off, awaiting more juice. Good luck. Damn. Let's see. We've got Justicle Copes about the lawsuit.
Destiny, you know, this entire thing with like his pixie, I mean, it's a complete and utter like disaster for him, right? So it makes sense why he's going to argue some of the points that he has or whatever to try to like get that out there. But if you're someone that's like watching him or following him or whatever, and then you have to argue it, I mean, to the smallest amount of scrutiny, like that kind of the conspiracy, like, you know, stuff about the farms and all this other shit. I mean, it kind of falls apart pretty quickly, I'd say.
You know what? Actually, I will agree with this. Listen, I love all of you, and I cherish each and every one of you so much, but don't go into these spaces and try to argue my case with these people ever, because these guys have all the craziest things that they're ready to kind of like wheel out and debate on, And there's no possible way you're going to know every random weird accusation or thing that these guys have spent 2 years honing in their weirdo fucking Discord servers. There's a reason why Discord won't talk to me, or why a lot of these people will avoid talking to me about it, is because they know that obviously I know my fucking life and I know what's happened. But sometimes I see people who will try to go into these spaces and they end up having to concede almost everything because they just don't know the facts about like the weird accusations they're gonna make. Like it's just not worth it, you know?
All this other shit, I mean, it kind of falls apart pretty quickly. The smallest amount of scrutiny, like that kind of the conspiracy, like, you know, stuff about the farms and all this other shit. I mean, it kind of falls.
Like he says the conspiracy stuff about the farms, but like I've shown you in court filings where their expert witness literally copy pasted. He lifted verbatim an argument from Kiwi Farms, a bad one too, that an expert who works in tech would know is a bad argument. But I don't think he's an expert. I think I've heard about this industry. I don't know how true this is. I would hope it's not true. Bro, I've had so much like lack of faith in the legal system between the Supreme Court shit we read and between my own civil case that I don't even like saying this. I hope it's not true, but I've heard there's like kind of an industry around quote unquote expert witnesses that like I'm an expert witness and basically just collect a fuck ton of inordinate fees in order to, you know, show up and testify for whatever a particular fucking legal team wants you to testify to. I kind of wonder for this Jesus or Jesus Pena guy. I don't know how true that is or not true that is, but Destiny, the guy was saying the expert witness is court appointed. What? Okay. One question. Are you ever allowed? I don't think I would ever do this because I just don't know enough about the process and procedure, but just in case you think I'm planning on doing this. But would you ever be allowed to swap places with your attorneys at points in your trial or in the whole like course of your case? Like if an actual plaintiff or an actual defendant wanted to question somebody, would they be allowed to say like, hey, I want to ask questions and do that? Or would you have to like dismiss your legal team or do something like that? This is the same for everything, though. Qualifications give you an in on doing shit, and people give you immense leeway because your qualification, 70% of shit, is just that we see it in every aspect of every institution, lawyers, PhDs. I would love to question this guy, the Jesus Pena guy. I would love to ask him questions about his expert witness testimony. I know for a fact, as long as I wouldn't fuck up like the procedure, because I don't know what, like, in terms of questions you can ask everything, this guy would look like a fucking idiot in 5 minutes. It's just so annoying that the problem is that the stuff is going to be way above the layman knowledge. And by layman, I mean true layman, not layman like I play computer games 12 hours a day and I know the ins and outs of like, you know, the average Windows operating system and everything else. But like a layman, it is, and like a person whose only interaction with a computer is maybe sending an email and maybe clicking on a browser. But the claims that guy makes are just so... One of the most annoying things that he's trying to make this claim about the continuous disclosure is he keeps saying that links were publicly searchable from Discord's CDN, and they're definitionally not. Like you can look at... you can look at Discord's... I don't even know that technical terms. I have to look it up. But if you look at like this, what do you even call it? The network properties or whatever of like all the Discord things, they like, they're tagged as like not indexable, right? Like Google search engines won't index them. If you try to do like site : and then you try to search for anything on Discord CDN, you can't just search it. One of the arguments they're trying to make is that like if you send a file on Discord, you can just search for it on Google because Google is indexing them. It's like, this has just never been true. But he has this claim over and over again. And to even argue that is just obnoxious because nobody reading these filings, or at least not like a judge or somebody that's not like technically sophisticated, is going to have any idea what they're reading. Yeah, but anyway.
Falls apart pretty quickly, I'd say.
Yeah, I would just be careful to delineate between basically his entire narrative for why this all happened or why he's like a victim versus the strictly the lawsuit only. I do think there are ways you could think he's winning the lawsuit. Not early on when people are talking about it, but now with like, what's changed here? I mean, it was always going to be tough, basically, that they've...
Here, this is my issue, and I'm going to lean into this really hard in the manifesto, okay? My issue is that if you think that I've done really wrong and really horrible and really bad shit, remember when I used to complain about the Trump the all the Trump election cases, how when they were in front of the media, they would say one thing, but when they were in court, their tune would become significantly more reserved. Is if you want to make all these crazy accusations of me, and then you want to back it up by taking me to court, well, one, the thing you're taking me to court for seems to be pulled back a bit from the initial accusation, and then every single thing you bring up in court is either you've brought up an inappropriate law, you've lied about your evidence, you've deleted and hid a whole bunch of shit. Well, fuck you. You don't get to say, it's not fair to say, well, you know, what he actually did was really bad, but, you know, the court case is going to be tough. Bullshit. Fuck you. The court case shouldn't be tough. If there were 15 women whose shit that I'd all sent fucking Pixie stuff to, and if there were all these people saying that my sister got a video from him from Pixie 2 months ago and blah, 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 if all that shit was true that she put in the complaint, unless she fucking lied, unless she lied about every single fucking thing she put in the initial complaint, then fuck you. You don't get to say, well, the lawsuit might be tough, but we know he's a bad person. No, fuck you. You sued me. You wanted to go to court to show the whole world how fucking horrible and bad I am. If you trip and fall over every fucking part of it, then that's on you. Fuck you.
We've got, like, witness test.
Did you consider hiring your own expert witness? For like 4 seconds. No, but the problem is, like, the guy's claims, I'm confident that I can write out, and I did. I wrote out a whole brief on, like, these are the claims he's making. This is what they mean. This is what he says they mean. This is what they don't actually mean. This is why they're fucking retarded. Nothing he's saying is true. We don't need an expert witness to counter anything that guy said. I'm pretty confident that I understand Discord and the tech around this stuff more than he does, unless the guy is just lying and he knows he's lying and he's actually really smart, but he has to lie. Like, everything in that expert witness report was just stupid. Like, he's pointing out, like, when he was linking articles about Discord's vulnerability for their CDN or whatever, what that article was talking about was that you could host malicious files on Discord, and then you could post the links in other places, and then those links that were publicly posted, those links could be crawled by Google Indexer, and then they would be archived, and that could be linking to malware or something else. It wasn't that Google or any of these search engines were natively on their own crawling through Discord CDN. These were links that were already posted in other places. The reason why Discord switched it up so that every day the link would change until it was accessed by the original account was because they didn't want people permanently hosting malware and then posting links in other places and kind of misusing Discord CDN as like an external host. That's what they were avoiding. But it had nothing to do with like being able to search for every video file that had ever been sent in a private Discord message. It was just stupid. But yeah, for me to hire my own expert witness to counter everything he's saying would cost me like $20,000, $30,000. And then we would have to go and depose him and make him available for deposition. Why the fuck would I pay $50K to discredit what's like such obviously stupid shit that I'm confident my lawyers, given an appropriate briefing, would be able to ask him questions and discredit in court, 100%. Can't you see his qualifications on LinkedIn? He said he co-authored 3 books. I don't know if this counts as racist or not. I'm pretty sure he just translated them. That would be my guess. He just translated them. Okay, where was I?
Early on when people were talking about it, but now with like, what's changed here? I mean, it was always going to be tough, basically, that they've got, like, witness testimony that says this stuff was sent out, and it's, like, compelling for certain reasons.
It's not, but okay.
It's basically going to come down to the reliability of the witness on whether or not it'll go to trial.
Oh, the reliability of the witness who submitted an affidavit that was heavily redacted that we were never given, ever, by the way, which is not allowed, by the way. You have to provide everything to opposing counsel that you're submitting to the court for evidence, even if it's filed under seal. Still don't have the unredacted version of it. They gave us a slightly less redacted version of it, I think 2 weeks ago. Still don't have the original unredacted statement or whatever that message was. And then they didn't depose their star witness. They didn't make her available for deposition. She hasn't been to any hearing. You're going to hang your hat on that? Okay, Chief.
And it could be like a difficult case. But in terms of everything he said about how Kiwi Farms was coordinating with all of his haters and all of that whole story he's told, that's all made up. That's all like crazy to try to follow.
Yeah. Except it's all 100% true. Oh, God, I can't wait till this case is over and I can write my whole shit up on this. But it's such an easy case for me to prove, too. Because these fuckers talk about it all the time on Kiwi Farms. And so did Justical and his people, but base. All right. What is this?
Yeah. The only thing because I basically stopped following it, like stopped being interesting to me. Mostly because I thought if I'd stop covering it and like stop covering him, he'd stop like threatening people, and I kind of figured maybe that would stop. It's like maybe if I just but that didn't happen. So I
need to switch that fucking flip in my brain. I have to have somebody try to do something horrible to me or something. I just can't. I feel so fucking cringe playing the victim. I feel so cringe. I can't do it. I have a stack of fucking police cards over here from how many fucking times I've gotten swatted the past few months. I was cringing because I tried to hide it the last time, but I think you could even see the fucking flashlight in the background. And I told the cop, please don't fucking go in the room. I didn't turn my camera off, okay? It happens so much. Nothing has ever happened to these people. Jewstalker has never been swatted before. Nobody's done anything. I'm not, and by the way, just to be clear, I'm not saying anybody should go do anything, but I'm saying these guys are acting like they're getting fucking hounded on a daily basis in real life by assassins and FBI agents and cops. Nobody gives a fuck about you guys. Nobody cares about you. The fact that and it's also, by the way, it's also self-evident based on the behavior, because these guys would complain like, oh my God, Jesse tried to get us killed. And then they would obsessively talk about me, my girlfriend, every part of my family, that making excuses. Was it Doobie that went on Wick's stream and made excuses why you can A-log my minor child? Why you can A-log him to try to get him fired from future jobs or whatever? It's fucking insane. And they're like, oh yeah, Destiny's threatening us so much. Like, holy fuck.
So what can you do? But then I just didn't really care that much anymore. I think it's basically been where I thought it was going to be 4 months. So I haven't really been covering it. I can only assume things have gone a little bit good for him in terms of like what's happened because he spends so much time covering it versus anything else. You know what I mean? Like,
because I just cover some of the filings. I don't think I've covered all my filing. They've talked about my case so much more than I have. What are they talking about? I'll talk to the LUS guy if he wants. There's a guy on my Discord that messages me that's his like connection or friend, but I don't remember the name, so I can't look it up on my Discord. But if he finds a way to message me, he can message me.
That makes me think, but it could be that honestly, he's in a weird enough spot. He's in like a desperate enough place that I do think there's a chance it's like not going that well. Certainly it's never gone as well as he said. Like he was like, oh, it's going to be dismissed in 2 weeks, then dismissed in a month, then like.
Everybody likes to keep bringing up this like, oh, he said it was 2 weeks. Oh, he said it was 2 weeks. Oh, he said it was 2 weeks. Yeah, because I thought the judge would be, I love every judge. Every judge in the world, I love them all. Let me make that clear, especially my judges, okay? But, okay, I thought that the rulings were a bit quicker, okay? I didn't know that you could file things and motions and not have them ruled on for 5 or 6 months. I didn't know that was the case, okay? Technically, my opinion isn't really changed from the beginning. I feel like it should be dismissed almost immediately. But the plaintiff, I didn't expect the plaintiff at the twilight hour to fully fucking fabricate a witness and to make a lie up to survive the preliminary injunction hearing, because they did that with Abby. Like I said, people can accuse me of lying, whatever the fuck, I don't care. Fuck it. If we go to trial, I guess we'll go to trial. I have never sent Abby anything related to Pixie ever. I just haven't. I know I haven't. I checked through all her fucking DMs on every fucking platform. I checked through everything. I've never sent her anything. And they brought that girl on the night before our preliminary injunction hearing in order to save their case so they wouldn't run the risk of getting dropped right there. Oh, by the way, memes, I'll never have the answer to this, by the way, so all I can do is be schizo and speculate. I said that they provided us a slightly more redacted or a slightly less redacted version of that Abby DM like 2 weeks ago. I know the person she was communicating with now, who she was sending those messages to. Spoiler alert, it was one of Jewstalker's mods. So I wonder how that wound up finding its way to Joanne. Kind of weird. Pretty crazy. Now, again, I'm not going to find any of these messages because these motherfuckers are actually deleting shit and actually hiding stuff from me, so I'll never know. But my guess is that guy probably sent it to Jewstalker. Jewstalker probably passed it along to either Pixie or Joanne, and then they probably went to Abby and then bullied her into joining this by who knows what. I don't know at that point. Threatening her, promising her tons of money or whatever the fuck else, but... Anyway, good memes. If you're, actually, I don't think it fucking matters. If you're curious, the guy that she was talking to was that Sognick dude. But good times.
To be dismissed in 2 weeks, then dismissed in a month, then like, I guess we'll see. And now it's like definitely dismissed before going to trial. And now it's like, well, I believe the last thing he said is like, I don't even know, like, technically, like, what happens. Like, I think there's almost no chance, but if I lose, like, it's just completely fucked up. It's like, bro, you think about losing?
Yeah, it's a jury trial. Technically, anything can happen. Well, I mean, yeah, what? OJ won his trial. What do you mean? Like, yeah, what?
Anyway, you know, it's just his progression over time. It's been strange to me to see.
What is this?
Anyway, crazy stuff.
I think at this point, like, even if like,
who's he talking to right now? Shamu. And, oh, and Mrao or whatever. Fuck, I have so much trouble keeping track of these people. The Mrao guy, I think, is an insane anti-fan. It's hard. A lot of these people became, like, I think, Ethan anti-fans, so I can't... Sometimes I say a person is an anti-fan of mine, but they might not actually be an anti-fan of mine. I think they might just be an Ethan anti-fan, so they, like, tweet with each other, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think Mrao tweeted a ton of crazy shit to me, about me, I think.
Like, for some reason tomorrow it comes out that Pixie was just like 100% lying and she's like a malicious bitch or whatever. Like, just nonsensical evidence came out against.
Isn't Mrao the Doomer Media guy from way back when? I think he took the Doomer Media account on X. Wait, is he actually Doomer Media? The guy who made the Vosh as a terrorist video? I think he just took the Doomer Media, or he like changed his name to Doomer Media on Discord, I believe. Hold on. They're about to do the meme. They're about to say the, even if Pixie was lying about every single thing, we still know that Destiny's 100% an evil person and everything else was true.
Reason tomorrow it comes out that Pixie was just like 100% lying and she's like a malicious bitch or whatever. Like, just nonsensical evidence came out against Pixie that was like proven to be true. Like, at this point, even, it's just like, sure, you're innocent of the sex crimes, but like the weird harassment campaigns you've done on people, the doxing shit, the lies
Still
that
wouldn't make
you've
him innocent of sex
told
crimes,
about
just to be
other
clear.
creators. It's like, at this point, like, you're kind of, for a lot of people, I feel like, even if you win this case, it's like people have kind of seen who you are and don't really fuck with you.
It's so fucking crazy, dude. It's so crazy.
I don't think it's just
to be
because of
clear,
the sex
still
shit.
guilty of like many other, sir.
Hundreds
if, like,
of other
the sex crimes disappeared,
sex crimes.
given
Hundreds.
everything
Yeah,
else, he
yeah.
would still
Is
be
what
in
I
trouble.
meant. Sorry, I probably worded that
No,
terribly. Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not even like, I just try to be very clear that, because sometimes if I don't want to talk about it, people are like, they think that's me pulling back and thinking I'm like walking back from a take. It's like, no, I still believe literally every element of the things I was saying like a year and 3 months ago.
Mrao, the lolicon doxer. Like, he doxes lolicons, or he likes lolicon and doxes people? Mrao, the lolicon doxer, comes from the Mystical and Chud Logic community. He hated Ethan before Destiny. Yes, he isn't Doomer Media. Every time he gets an account banned, he creates one impersonating a creator. I feel like a lot of them do that. It's really weird and annoying, but I guess that's part of why they do it. I think that Seba sexual guy does it too, and I think there's another person who does. They always just make new accounts with like other names and shit. I don't know. And then they always accuse me of being obsessed with them. But then whenever I try to fight with them in other Discords, I like mix all of them up, and then they call me retarded. And it's like, I don't know. I don't keep track of all your fucking names. Okay, fuck you guys.
And I will defend like any of those takes essentially. That are, I would say the one thing was, oh no, because I don't think I was really arguing Rose was a minor. I don't think I even really argued that, to be honest with you. So I was gonna say maybe that might be different.
Okay.
Anyway,
What's the deal with that? Was it proven that it was Solo using her account? I saw something about that maybe in a court filing. Is
no,
that true?
no, but also like objectively, he was quite literally acting as a middleman. Like, he was sending all the porn back to her, and then she was getting the requests for bespoke stuff, like custom stuff that she was sending back to him. Like, and he has admitted this, that like she at best he was a middleman. Like, it wasn't that.
Hold on. Okay, wait. Don't want to get banned. Okay. I would say that easily the most disgusting part about this whole thing, that again, nobody gives a fuck about, is the fact that they are so fucking horny to throw me under the bus as a pedophile or whatever the fuck else, that they will make the craziest fucking excuses or stories about anything. And I don't know where they're at for this, but like when the Rose stuff came out and it didn't go the way that they wanted it to, the accusation that they started making was that me and Rose were communicating behind the scenes and that we were secretly collaborating in order to fix up her story to save us both, because we had some fucking pedo adult relationship that we wanted to preserve, and we were just like covering our own asses or whatever. Yeah.
That middleman. At best, he was a middleman. Like it was.
And then keep in mind, remember, the only reason why she ended up being deposed was because that Save a Sexual Guy Justicles community was spam harassing emails to the girl and then her entire family, while the whole Discord server, people like Wicked Supreme included, cheered it on, saying that he was doing a good service.
It wasn't that. Yeah. She said it was. Yes, she said it was solo in the deposition. But ultimately, if she agrees and says anything but I was blackmailed and I had no choice, she's guilty of transmission of child porn.
That's just an insane. Remember, this guy threatened to kill her. First, he threatened to kill himself. Then he threatened to kill her and her family, by the way. While this girl was 17, by the way. But she was actually an insidious, top secret prostitute who's guilty. Okay.
And so,
Yeah,
like,
what a spot to be in. That's some crazy
realistically,
shit.
I do think there's a good chance that she would understand that and not be willing to go there and argue.
Wait, so does he still believe that she's just lying about everything?
But ultimately, if she agrees and says anything but I was blackmailed and I had no choice, she's guilty of transmission of child porn. And so,
Yeah,
like,
what a spot to be in. That's some crazy
realistically,
shit.
I do think there's a good chance that she would understand that and not be willing to go there and argue.
Like, my story has been the exact same from the day this fucking case dropped. Pixie has lied about almost every fucking part of her fucking life to every single person that she fucking knows, okay? And then even when they manage to harass and harangue this girl into giving a deposition, they don't like what she says, so now they accuse her of fucking lying. Bruh, okay?
I don't believe so either in Jade. Like, obviously, she was involved, like, heavily.
That's just crazy.
That can't be right. No, I'm saying if she doesn't say she was blackmailed and she had like no choice and that she wasn't on there, they would punish the child? Yes. Yes. If she was knowingly do it, if it was anything but him blackmailing her and like forcing her to do this stuff, yes. If you're a child selling child porn to people, you are guilty of like transmitting child porn.
Also, they have this meme that they constantly. I've never bought or paid for anything related to the solo guy or Rose. This has never been true. I know they try to make this claim, and my understanding from the deposition is Rose didn't get paid anything for any of the weird shit that he was selling either. He owned and controlled all of those accounts. One of the most blackpilling things about like Israel, Palestine, and politics and everything else. You look at how Ryan Grimm and all these people are playing footsies with fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Jewish space laser lady, and it's like, how can there really be absolutely no political values anywhere? Like, you guys really have no principles at all. It's whoever's on your team is okay. I'd never thought in my entire life that I would see a whole community of people go to bat for fucking child sex traffickers because they are so fucking horny to try to pedo jag at me or whatever. That's just wild to me.
That off. Anyway, so I think she had a lot of reason to lie. She obviously knew who he was. There's pictures of her wearing his merch. There's pictures of her taking a picture from her school to be like, hey, look, this guy looks like you. He's got a blue coat or something along these lines.
Did she ever say that? Was that ever a message? Or are we just writing fan fiction now? What?
Like, look, this guy looks like you. Certainly seemed like the kind of messages you'd send if you were generally like having a back and forth, and probably not.
That's what catfishing is. Yeah, hello.
Like, the idea that this solo guy lives in a different country and you're going to take this picture of a guy who looks like Destiny to send to Destiny?
What? I'm sorry. Wait, did I ever post a message from her like that? That this guy looks like you? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember posting that. Did I? Yes? Oh, okay. Maybe he did.
Because you're being blackmailed to do it?
I know there's a picture she posted from her school.
Because you're...
But I don't remember the attached message saying this guy looks like you.
Being blackmailed to do it? That is like... Do we really think that happened? Do we really
Pretty
think
fantastical. The conspiracy.
Also, and I welcome this type of commentary. I'm okay with that because it is. When everybody, because Kiwi Farms was doing this too, and so were their servers, and they were like, this is impossible. This story is fucking crazy. There's no fucking way. Because I agree. I don't think it's possible. That was fucking crazy. When I landed on the plane and I got back to my apartment and my fucking, my lawyers called me and they're like, bro. And I was like, what's up? It's like, you never talked to this girl ever. And I was like, I know. I checked our logs. We've never had like a call. And they're like, no. You've never, ever communicated with this person. She's never messaged you ever in your entire life. There's no possible way you guys are misunderstanding something.
He gay out, you know, the gay out from the beginning, all that stuff is pretty fantastical. That's what you're talking about, right?
I could see them both having access, or I could see, man, I really can't see.
What? Hold on, what?
That having a back and forth, and probably not like the idea that this solo guy lives in a different country, and you're gonna take this picture of a guy who looks like Destiny to send to Destiny because you're being blackmailed to do it. That is like, do we really think that happened? Do we really
Pretty
think
fantastical. That whole the conspiracy, he gay out, you know, the gay out from the beginning, all that stuff is pretty fantastical. That's what you're talking about, right?
I could.
You know what else is funny that these guys just never fucking dig into? The solo guy, by the way, was a Queeman fan. That's where he spent all of his time in his Discord server, was in Queeman's server, typing a ton. He had messages in there. I think that's where he first started typing about wanting to leak stuff. They never talk about that. They never bring that up. They never mention the things that he was typing in there while he was doing the leaks. They never, for some reason, they just never bring that up. Kind of weird, huh?
Could see them both having access, or I could see, man, I really can't see him.
No, I think they were
access.
both involved. The argument that that she makes in the deposition or whatever is that essentially that he had control of the account the entire time and that he was actually talking to Destiny and transmitting all these things, right? And that's I guess what Destiny is going to go with as well. But yeah, that's
going to go with. Didn't it turn out Solo was your viewer many years ago who basically got mad at you because you didn't let him on stream? No, I've never heard that. I think he must have been a viewer of mine from a long time ago if he knew about me and everything, for sure. But I think he'd migrated over to... Well, all I know is that he was active in Queeman's Discord. I don't know who he was watching frequently, but...
Seems very fantastical and, you know, very complex to, like, run this insane gay op like that from the beginning when I think their communication started first on Twitter because she was selling stuff on Twitter, like pictures and things like that.
Yeah. It's not, like, wholly... I will say it's, like, unbelievable to me just in the details of the story. It's not unbelievable to me that somebody could have, like, someone they were blackmailing who was underage, who was recording these videos, and that they were selling them and owned all the accounts. That's, like, not unfathomable to me. It's the direct engagement from her end that, like, goes beyond what he could really force you to do reasonably.
How? Hey, give me this picture. Hey, send me this thing. Hey, show me a picture of you here. Hey, how is that impossible or unfathomable?
Goes beyond what he could really force you to do reasonably. That's, like, the part that's weird to me. You know what I mean? Like, there's probably just no way that you would be able to, and yeah, there's, it's just, it feels unbelievable.
I mean, I guess, to be fair, there is a world where she is lying about everything, and she's just like a master manipulator, child porn fucking seller, and was running, and the solo guy's actually not real, and she was running all the accounts. And it's fucking Kaiser Sozeki or whatever the fuck from that one movie. Bro. Fuck me, dude. Do you think all of this is a long play long play operation from Queeman and just go like from the very beginning? No, I don't know, bro. No, that would be crazy. Okay, how many more of these? Oh, a few more.
Say, this is fucked up and I don't stand by it.
I'm just like, what order of DMs would I have had to send to her for her not to use this as content? No, I have no problem with her leaking them, by the way. Every DM's plenty of times. But, like, I know when somebody's...
I think for you not to use them as content, you probably could have, like, responded and just gone, yeah, you're right. Oh, I'll cover this. Like, your job? Like, you could have done your job, you stupid fat fuck.
So I know when to...
Oh, so Nicholas Diorio, over the past year-ish, I guess, has basically just become kind of the H3H3 after show. What's the opposite of the waiting room? Oh, yeah, I guess like an after show. So I think Queeman and Jewstalker and all of them like obsessively attack Nicholas Diorio because he's on Ethan's team. So apparently they do a lot of that.
Ethan Klein lawsuit was gonna be in the mail the next day. I think that honestly, it should be make vocal unhinged fans scared again. It should be like a 2025 model.
Can you do me?
Make critics scared to criticize again. Make critics scared to criticize again. From Nicholas fucking Fat Wop Diorio, okay? Are you serious?
That feel when we're reaching for our Italian slurs. Oh man, we're really digging there.
Of all people. Sorry, I got that backwards. Fat fucking wop. Okay, my bad. My bad.
If you have the letter, you just put a video.
Eliminator, thank you for the 5 gifted kick subs.
Maybe Bungie.
Oh my god, fuck, I just clicked. Oh, hold on. Where was I? This one?
Ethan Klein lawsuit.
You serious? It's fat fucking wop. Okay.
Okay, 3 more. What is this?
Maybe Bungie is right about the DGG plug. Dude, I told Queeman could agree with this, okay? Or he would know this. But I
Anonymous. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Now Illuminator gifts 5 subs, but he puts his name on it. But Anonymous. Oh. Anonymous. Doesn't even want the credit. So selfless. I'm just kidding.
But I did talk about this back when the initial split with Destiny happened, and I watched Nicholas just going after all of the same people. I'm like, I understand. I sound.
How do these guys do this shit all day? Is there like secret whale juicers that donate 80% of their income? Like Doobie? I don't know what the. I mean, like I'm saying this genuinely. I don't have the brain for it. You probably just need a certain type of brain for it. But I'm saying this genuinely because like I could understand people looking at my stuff and you're like, how can you do politics all day? Or like, what, isn't this boring to scream at people or whatever else? Like, I just think that certain people's brain, like how do people watch reality TV? I guess for them, this is like their version of that kind of.
Could agree with this, okay? Or he would know this. But I did talk about this back when the initial split with Destiny happened, and I watched Nicholas just going after all of the same people. I'm like, I understand.
mrao is an obese doxer who has well-known lore about fucking around sexually with a minor. Crazy for this guy to be throwing stones as a just co-host at you. Okay. King.
Sounds schizophrenic, but it's all one big corrupt, like disgusting machine.
What is?
And this is like helping like Destiny recover by going after, like, if you're gonna go after all of Destiny's enemies, that's what you're gonna spend all your time doing.
Oh. It's a huge conspiracy that all of us are working together behind the scenes. Do you remember when I was working together behind the scenes with Willie Mack after telling him that him and his wife were being doxxed by Spicy Chat, which is owned by Chud Logic, which was being frequented by Queeman and Jewstalker? Do you remember when Willie Mack helped me behind the scenes by leaking fucking random parts of a text message conversation we were having while making a YouTube video saying he was calling the FBI on me? Remember that super secret coordination? Do you remember when me and Nicholas Diorio were super secretly coordinating together the entire time as he made hit video after hit tweet after whatever, covering all my shit, calling me a pedophile? Do you remember when me and Ethan Klein were collaborating secretly behind the scenes for so long, and then we decided to throw everybody off of our trails by calling each other pedophiles over our video and a response video? Oh, all the secret collaboration. Like, how do you even have the one thing that I don't understand, but again, my brain is just not at all wired on this, and this is with all the politics communities today, and then like this communities, how can people watch your shit and not realize like, okay, bruh, I feel like we gotta have like a little bit of self-awareness here, okay? Like we are the cabal. Like we are literally reposting tweets from accounts on Twitter and then turning off our fucking discords until people juice the tweets up enough that are attacking the correct enemies and being signal boosted by the correct allies who are all in these weirdo fucking discords, all communicating with each other. Like, you understand this is you, right? Like, these are you guys. Like, that's you. Oh, by the way, fuck, does anybody remember the hit piece video I made on Hassan that Ethan retweeted on his account? Ethan was telling all of his fans on Discord, go tweet this Destiny video. Anybody remember that? Oh, fuck. I don't think that ever happened, did it? I don't think that ever happened. How many times has Hassan retweeted Jewstalker and The Substance? How many times has that happened? Like, how you are the cabal, my dude. How do they not know it? And they're so mad because they're not even getting the attention and publicity they would want to off of it.
You are going to help him recover, right? He will be able to lean into that. I think Queeman understood it and agreed. Not that, like, I'm just saying that obviously that's going to be the outcome. And I didn't think Nick even wanted that, because Nick has to understand that if Destiny does ever get, like, fully back, Nicholas Diorio might be the number 1 person on his list that he's going to try to kill, right? Metaphorically. Hopefully. Because Nick tried to put him in the dirt. It's so I don't even think Nick wants to do that, but he was, in effect, helping with that. That's what I fully believe, right? When you just go after all of his enemies, you spend all of your time doing that. Anyway.
It's like he's trying to cause a division in a secret cabal that doesn't exist. I don't even know if I've ever messaged Diorio privately anywhere before. Ever. I mean, have I? I don't even know. I don't know, bro. Yeah. What? Nope. That's right. Definitely. That's definitely going to happen. I'm also like the least grudgy person in the universe. Like even for Willie Mac, I think that fucking video was fucking retarded. But like when I'm done with it, I just don't give a fuck. Like if everything, like if my case ended tomorrow, I don't give a I think Willie Mac, I think that video was fucking stupid, and I'm annoyed by the dumb shit that Diorio has said, because everybody likes to jump to conclusions and everything. But like, what? I'm gonna, all right, guys, time to go after the commentary. Like, what the fuck? I don't give a fuck.
Queeman would be up there. I mean, Queeman's nowhere near the top of that list with me, unfortunately. With that, Destiny's like, bro, Destiny thinks I'm responsible for literally every bad thing in his life. It would be me if he ever gets fully back and is like, you know, let's say he, you know, got an 8-figure net worth like 2 years from now. He could definitely pay somebody to kill me. He would be happy to do that.
Decent memory.
Like we have to invent in hypothetical futures. We have to invent things to be afraid of. Okay.
All right. While making this video, I took a break to live stream for.
What?
I don't know. Listen. I don't know. Do you really think he wants to kill you? Come on.
Oh yeah.
Unto this guy. What have you done? Like, what's the worst thing ever you've done to Destiny?
Let's see. He was probably physically and emotionally abusing a woman that he was secretly dating, who made an accusation against me the same time 2 hit piece videos about me dropped and Pixie made her Substack on me, okay? He kept Cherry on his stream in an abused state for like 6 months to farm and make content, sometimes about me, sometimes not, while obscuring their relationship to the entire world, while telling her, after having her committed to a 72-hour hold for suicidality, after telling her that he would be her Dr. K as long as she would come onto his streams to juice his streams up. I'm pretty sure that he passed off that information to Pixie's team from Sognick for Abby. I'm fairly sure on that. I don't actually know. Actually, I can't say I'm fairly sure. I feel like that's probably the connection there. That'd be my guess. But again, I'll never know because there was no discovery turned over between Pixie and Justical. That's never happened, even though it came out in a court filing that Justical and Pixie were communicating with each other. Remember, they tried to redact his name, but they left the picture there. But I never got any discovery between conversation between her and Justical because they're either all deleted or they communicated on Signal. And then him and his community were involved in attacking me, my girlfriend, my son, of like trying to A-log or repost shit from Kiwi Farms about every single person in my life constantly in their Discord server. I mean, like, I have a lot of reasons to hate Justical, and I do hate Justical, and I'll probably always hate Justical. Like,
I wonder what he thinks the worst thing is. I don't know what the...
Well, I don't think I've done anything.
To be honest, I do feel like I mostly just... There was probably one point in time where I, like, made fun of his dick being ugly. Like, but that's probably the most caustic I've gotten.
His Discord server was reposting, like, disgusting, crazy shit about the girl I was dating at the time because she wouldn't break up with me. Kelly Jean was doing a lot of that. But Jessica and all of them were also, like, thumbs upping and fucking engaging with everything, too. But, like, yeah, we can pretend that, too. All right.
But I don't... like, I do think he's, like, a disgusting sexual predator. Remember,
Justical was begging Cherry after accusing me of only hooking up with mentally ill women, okay, and that dynamic was abusive. Justical pursued Cherry aggressively, flew her out to Canada, had her committed to a 72-hour psych hold for suicidality, and then forced her to show up on his stream over and over and over again while he was farming her for money the entire time until she broke, left Canada, and he begged her to come back and stay. And these are all like just publicly, like Justical won't even deny any of this. This is all true. Like, how could you? I don't know.
Like, I think that's just descriptive. I think that is me describing him accurately.
Of course.
In terms of like below the belt, like unwarranted things I've said, I think I've made fun of his Yeah, I think I've made fun of him down there once.
Does he hate you
or
more
twice.
because you were
I love how obsessed these guys are.
like his orbiter? And then when all
I
this
think-
stuff happened, right? You did coverage,
Well,
and so now he hates you
when
the
I-
most because you were like his orbiter after show or some shit, right?
It's also crazy when people are trying to like. How do you describe this? How do you describe this phenomenon? Like, imagine a mom walks into a room and you have like, this is their child's bed, and then you've got like food over here, and then you've got like some shit is knocked over here. You've got like papers over here. This is like, there's like a fucking gallon of milk was spilled over here on the bed. The pillow is just shredded and there's feathers everywhere. Imagine you've got like a window here and like the glass is like fucking broken because you threw a baseball through it, right? And then the mom comes in and just starts screaming and then leaves. And then imagine you've got like the two siblings are here and they're like, why do you think mom is mad? And it's like, maybe she's on her period today. Oh, maybe mom's just a fucking bitch. Like, I don't know, man. Like, what do you think? Like, do you think maybe she had a rough day at work? And it's like, hello? This kind of like, I guess like the fart sniffing where you just like all start farting in a room and you get high off it and you're like kind of like, oh, what's going on here? It's just like, we're just going to ignore like the fact of every single thing that you've been involved in for the past 2 years. And like, what could it be? Maybe because you were an orbiter.
You did coverage, and so now he hates you the most because you were like his orbiter after show or some shit, right? Is that the thing?
Yeah. I also felt do you remember how the leaks happened? I also felt quite bad for him when the original November leaks happened and it was just the Lord and Southern stuff. It was just like embarrassing. And I was like talking him through it. Like I felt genuinely like really bad for him.
Talking him through it? He messaged me once to tell me that stuff was leaking. It's like, and I was like, okay, LMAO.
He had all of his
So you had like a
embarrassing shit
personal, yeah. So you had like a personal connection. You were like talking to him about this stuff, and then he feels like you betrayed him. Basically, that's
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a crazy. That's it, bro. That's definitely it, bro. Why are you sending me this? Oh my god, guys. Dude. I don't even know what Discord server this is from. If we were to give an academic... Oh, I just outed you, Wilson. Sorry. Hopefully this wasn't super secret. If we were to give an academic test on the history and current structure of Israel, and broadly the Middle East, what online public figure would score the highest? Hassan, unironically. Who didn't even know... Oh, this guy points out, didn't even know what the Western Wall was a couple months ago. What? What? He's doing tricks on it, bro. Holy shit, he's doing tricks on it. Oh my god. Well, okay. Are we done with the schizo posting? Pisco is obsessed.
So,
not a centrist, just a self-described moderate Democrat who is pretty center/center left and would be considered moderate in a blue state. It's funny you're digging through probably hours and hours of footage of me trying to find some kind of gotcha to make me look like an evil centrist ghoul. Touch grass, please. This is so weird of you, LOL. I know this clip is about you, but this dispute has nothing to do with you. I literally think the centrist Dems are based. I'm a Biden bro. Not disparaging you, haha. It's still weird. I'm being snarked, Olivia, so I have to defend myself. But I support your work. Keep it up, and no lie. Chorus is based. Moderate Dems are based. You being snarked has nothing to do with me, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't try to make me the cover for actions or word choices of a man who I literally didn't know and have never talked to. It's weird. Holy fucking gaslighting. Weirdo. What the fuck? Why? Never mind. I don't even need to be involved in that. Fuck that. Jesus. Oh, wait. Hold on. I missed a thing. Listen how upset he gets when Dan calls Taylor Lorenz a liar.
Author. This may get some people mad at me, but I really don't have a big problem with her. I just assume she's like a Hassan D writer and kind of trying to hide it a little bit. But I mean, I don't know. Like, is there a reason why I should outright dislike her? What would you say?
She's a pathological liar. Extremely dishonest.
Okay.
Very weaselly and slippery.
Man, I probably have to listen. I did my time on the Nicholas Diorio stuff. Okay, I did my time. I paid my dues. I promote the Kilo video. Love Kilo. But I might have to go back into this stuff and just start like I get so angry when I hear these people talk about politics. I feel like way more. Listen, the thing is I've been aware of like Nicholas Diorio being a lying rat for a while now. And I was waiting on this Kilo video coming out and for people to be talking about it. And so I felt like
Apparently they're all mad that that Kilo video didn't get anywhere near as much traction as they thought it would, especially with Hassan tweeting it out.
I couldn't not cover it. I really wanted to cover it because it's like a bunch of my friends who like think this is very important. And I don't not think it's important. But man, this stuff actually makes me angry in a way that the Nicholas Diorio stuff doesn't. This stuff actually like pisses me off. Listen to these people talk about politics and other people, and it's all just a game to like destroy reputations or denigrate reputations as much as you can for.
Like, it's so annoying. Like, this is why it's so boring today on politics, because it's all so much projection. It's so horrible that all these people want to do is destroy reputation. That's all these other motherfuckers do. Dude, Hassan is like the number one, like, Israel. Oh, this guy disagrees with my policy on this. Israel. Oh, this guy disagrees. Mossad. Oh, this guy disagrees. Oh, Israel supporter, $7,000 check. Like, that's all you guys do all day. It's not even, there's no more politics now, like anywhere in the United States. It's all just these slop personal attacks and the weird trying to say that everybody's some fucking insane shit and then,
For reasons that are just purely spite-based. They're not based on what's best for the country. They're not...
Oh, purely spite-based.
Spite-based. They're not based on what's best for the country. They're not based on what's best for anybody. It's just like, I really don't like this guy, or this woman, in Taylor's case, and I'm going to go after them. And I'm just going to keep going after them forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Well, the only reason he's probably talking about Taylor Lorenz now is because Taylor Lorenz was just on Live and Learn, so she's kind of in our sphere, right? It's not like we talk about her all the time otherwise, no, right? It's generally only when we're engaging with her. It was the chorus stuff and then the Live and Learn stuff.
It's like, okay, well, all right.
Someone that will...
Very gross to me.
Okay. If you had to guess which community is most behind the swatting, which community would you guess? I honestly have no idea. I feel like that's more of a right-wing thing, but I don't feel like I deal much. I don't even know what like the big online right-wing communities are that would be doing it. But I don't feel like the left-wing people do it as much. But they might. I don't know really about like the whole weirdo snarker people. Because I guess they were doing it to, Ethan got the skull at his house and everything, right? I don't know if Ethan's been swatted before. I have no idea. Wicked Supreme, I think, one time in Justical Server suggested that I was either lying about it or I was swatting myself in order to drum up attention for me. So And child protective services too, yeah. Okay. Was Wicked Supreme the guy who died while mining with an 8x and then lied about it? No, that's esports Batman. I think Wicked, was he a Mr. Girl fan? I feel like he was. That was probably like a secret litmus test we should have figured out earlier. Was if you were like standing Mr. Girl a little bit too hard. Probably not. Probably something going on there. Oh, I didn't see this. Jessica was even trying to tweet it. Or no, I did see this a while ago, I think, right? Oh, he's trying to help him. TheQuartering has deleted his Twitter account. Oh no, what happened? The Cameron F305 guy did a big expose on him a couple days ago. Taking a social media break. We'll still have regular daily videos and live streams, but in case you notice my X account is gone, it's because it has been really an insane battlefield that I am 100% making worse by interacting with and egging some of these folks on. In fact, I can think of one good thing X has done for me in a long time, and the constant negativity is having a real world effect on me. It's making me do and say things I just would never have before, and I can see it's become a problem for me. Going to take that time I was wasting there and focus on improving myself and being a better person. Join some stuff at church. I don't know really, just focusing on positive stuff. See you all tomorrow. Jesus. Okay.
Hello, hello.
Hi, what's up?
Hey. Real quick, just wanted to talk about a couple things. New edition of the Pragmatic Papers is out, if you want to take a look at that.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Fun stuff. How you been, by the way? It's been a minute.
Just chilling.
Just chilling? Nice, nice. Is it pulled up? I'm not watching your stream, sorry.
Well, maybe you should be. Yeah, it's pulled up.
Well, I was before, but I don't want the echo or anything. Okay, cool. So we have a new edition of the Pragmatic Papers coming out, or it came out already. There's a couple different ones. The one at the top is the fundraising guide that I threw together. It's a pretty casual just look at like what it takes to fundraise and the things that you should be thinking about before doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Then outside of that, if we scroll down, we have Venezuela and Maduro. So we actually had a dude, Mr. Sam from the Digital Ground Game team, go in person to the first Maduro trial hearing, and he's going to try and go to the rest of them. So you get like some on the ground reporting there, met a crazy person, and then updates on Maduro's case and kind of the weird legal stuff that's going on around that, and the fact that we're trying a president of another country in a U.S. court. That's very weird. And then there's another piece as well by Mr. Case Newmark, just updates on what's been happening in Venezuela after Maduro. Surprise, they're pumping out a bunch of oil and things are not going great. It's really what everybody predicted. So fantastic stuff there. We've got the midterm report that was thrown together by a team at Digital Ground Game, just looking at Ohio, which is more than likely going to be one of the states that we're canvassing in. That'll be happening in the middle of June as far as like canvassing houses. Then we'll figure out events and stuff like that. But Ohio's going to be big. Sherrod Brown just released a pedophile ad calling the other guy a pedophile. So really cool stuff there. And then Vivek's opponent, Dr. Acton, is catching up in the polls, but still behind. So fun stuff there. And final thing is the third founding project. Third founding project, basically, Mr. Foliage, I think, came on stream like last week and talked about it, but we're building an agenda for how liberals should govern. We want to hear your guys' input. If you guys have ideas for what we need to do in the future, how we're going to govern, make sure you submit those articles, those pitches for articles to pragmaticpapers@digitalgroundgame.com. Send an email there, and those are due by the 25th. So that's pretty much that on that front.
Cool.
Yeah, fun stuff. Oh, and then also, I need people to check their registrations. All right. So if you go to digitalgroundgame.com/register, if you want to do that super quick, sorry.
Hold on one second. What is the site?
Digitalgroundgame.org/register.
Okay.
And then as soon as that pulls up, it should take you to like the rally. We're working with the Relentless team to figure out if people are registered to vote. A lot of voter rolls are being purged. Obviously, Republicans are going to do everything fucky they can to make sure that we don't win the House. So if everybody in chat just goes and checks their voter registration and check your friends, all right, anybody you know in real life, especially if you're in Michigan, that's a big one. Relentless really wants us to check Michigan voter registration. So check your voter registration, check your friends' voter registration. If they're not registered to vote, get them registered to vote. Because a lot of these primaries are coming up, voter rolls being purged, all that fun stuff. Democracy is crumbling. We're trying to stop it any way we can.
Gotcha.
All right, cool. Anything else? You got anything for me, buddy?
Nope, I don't think so. Just read more of just the gerrymandering shit.
Yeah, tons of fun. I mean, basically, like for us, it's just 2026 and 2028 are super huge, and then past that point, things get fucky. So we just got to win.
Yeah,
it's the only solution.
I agree. Yeah.
But all right, cool. Well, I'll leave you to it, buddy. If you need anything, let me know. Okay.
Yeah. Have fun. Be careful.
Later.
Iran has been playing games with the United States and the rest of the world for 47 years. Delay. And they finally hit pay dirt when Barack Hussein Obama became president. He was not only good to them, he was great, actually going to their side, jettisoning Israel and all other allies, and giving Iran a major and very powerful new lease on life. Hundreds of billions of dollars and $1.7 billion in green cash flown into Tehran was handed to them on a silver platter. Every bank in DC, Virginia, and Maryland was emptied out. It was so much money that when it arrived, the Iranian thugs had no idea what to do with it. They'd never seen money like this and never will again. It was taken off the plane in suitcases and satchels, and the Iranians couldn't believe their luck. They finally found the greatest sucker of them all in the form of a weak and stupid American president. He was a disaster as our leader, but not as bad as sleepy Joe Biden. For 47 years, the Iranians have been tapping us along, keeping us waiting, killing our people with their roadside bombs and destroying protests, and recently wiping out 42,000 innocent, unarmed protesters and laughing at our now great again country. They will be laughing no longer. President Donald J. Trump. Wow. Now that's what I call a cool story, bro. What is the is this Dr. K thing any good, or is it going to be pain? What is this? Opening up about my mental health. UberDanger.
Yo, what's up, YouTube? This video's been a long time coming. 10 years-ish. And it's not easy for me to make this video, but I feel that it's necessary. I want to start by saying I love all my viewers. I love you guys so much, and I wish I could have been there more over the years. I really do. And I know you've probably wondered many times, what's going on behind the scenes?
I do wonder, bro.
Are you okay?
Talk to me.
What are you doing with your life and what's happening? And I know I haven't really put myself out there much. In fact, less and less so. And today I'd like to open up about exactly why. For almost 10 years, about...
I feel like I remember the name of this YouTuber. Maybe? UberDanger. He's got 1.36 million subs. He hasn't posted in about a year. He's a league... Oh, maybe that's why I remember, because he's a league YouTuber?
The Red Sea like Moses, better watch out when the man approaches. Cocaine, noses, blade in hand you notice. Worcestershire Sochi, man's allergic.
When did he supposedly become crazy?
9.5 years now, I have not been allowed to produce political content on YouTube.
Wait, what? Hold on, sorry. Wait, hold on.
About exactly why. For almost 10 years, about 9.5 years now, I have not been allowed to produce political content on YouTube. This followed the upload specifically of a video called Should You Play Zoe that I uploaded onto my channel in November. It will have been 10 years since I uploaded that video. In the video, I said something very heinous, something hateful. I said something extremely derogatory and hurtful towards Palestinians, and I said it in Hebrew. I basically said the word.
Hold on, wait. When this was linked to me in chat, I thought that he hadn't posted in a while because he was like crazy, and this is going to be a video about him coming back saying that he had to take a break because he was like having issues. But is this just, is he crazy now and this is a crazy video? Or is he crazy now?
Towards Palestinians, and I said it in Hebrew. I basically said the worst thing you can possibly say in the worst possible context it can be said. Ever since I uploaded the video Should You Play Zoe, I got a restriction that I was not allowed to produce political content. It's a restriction that has been on my channel for almost 10 years now, on and off. Some label would appear on my channel saying you're not allowed to produce political content.
I don't even think this exists. I've never heard of this before my entire life. That YouTube can restrict you from doing certain types of content. I've never heard of this before, especially not 10 years ago.
Sometimes the label's not there anymore. I don't care if you show it as a label on my channel. If you're my community, my viewers, or anyone who's been following my content for years, you know damn well I've not been allowed to express myself. I'm allowed to be radical, abrasive, and offensive, but I'm not allowed to be political. Okay? When I was 16 years old, I was getting around 20 million views a month on my YouTube gaming channel on the internet.
I think this is the clip he is referencing. 4 years ago. Oh, maybe he said it 9 years ago and it was uploaded 4 years ago?
Israel's GDP. Zoe's Q, Mavet la Palestinim hamelochlachim, is my new favorite skill shot in League, and honestly her only really high damage ability. She shoots a Star of David that collides with the first enemy hit, dealing damage in a small area. It can also hit the Palestinians, or minions, as Riot calls them. The further it travels, the more damage it does up to a cap, and that's
okay.
Internet. So it's safe to say that I grew up with hundreds of millions of attention at a young age when I wasn't really ready for it. A lot of people have speculated over the years on whether UberDanger was a character. Growing up, playing a character about half the time that I took that seriously, with hundreds of millions of attention a year, and it broke me, man. I lived with a trauma-induced personality split for 12 years. I'm not joking. John and Uber took turns piloting my body, and at its worst, I had maybe a couple of weeks of permeance at a time. And it took me 12 years to overcome the mental illness of having that personality split. And for the majority of those years, I wasn't aware of what was happening to me or that there was anything wrong with me. I never questioned the fact that I couldn't think back more than 3 weeks. Whenever people called me schizo or crazy, I just thought it was the funniest shit ever because I always felt like myself. I knew I was a normal guy. But since then, I was able to resolve it, to absolve the trauma states, merge both my personalities in perfect symbiosis and become a whole person again, regaining
Fuck, he's crazy. He's Holy shit. Oh no. This was like a, I think I mentioned this on stream before. I was hanging out with somebody and like, I feel like this was like 6 months ago or something, but we were watching a Vice thing about gang stalking. And then halfway through this little Vice thing, they go to like a support group for gang stalking. And I thought that it was like a support group where you go and everybody talks about like, I feel like I'm being gang stalked. Like, how do I deal with these feelings and everything? But that wasn't what it was for. It was a support group for people to share how they were all being gang stalked so that they could like come up with strategies and just talk about like the gang stalking that they actually endure. I was like, oh no, this is not where I thought this was going. I think it was a Vice thing or whatever.
Since then, I was able to resolve it, to absolve the trauma states, merge both my personalities in perfect symbiosis and become a whole person again. Regaining permeance for me was regaining my mind and my soul. It felt like becoming a whole human again, man. To be able to think and calculate and plan things across time. You're not just existing for a couple of weeks. You're a whole person. You get to remain the person you are. So that's the first thing I want to start off, is to let you guys know that it wasn't a joke. I for real had a trauma-induced personality split. And I don't anymore. You can consider this my super personality. Neither John nor Uber. Both combined in perfect symbiosis, without the specific trauma that caused me to split. He's back, right?
Oh, we're back, baby.
And with me coming back, I just have to be honest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, I've been controlled opposition to a coalition of world powers that systemically oppress all of humanity for around 10 years now. This is my opinion. I can't prove this in any way, shape, or form other than the fact that there was a linear correlation with me being restricted on YouTube and me having to follow a world narrative with everything I produce. I wasn't allowed to go against this world narrative, and I consider it to be one of the most harmful, most damaging things to all people. Back when I got restricted, back in, dude, I'm just gonna check the PC. Let me do this one take, because I gotta go to work. Dude, I'm just gonna check the PC. Let me do this one take, because I gotta go to work. Come with me. I wish I could record this on my camera, but it just doesn't work after all these years, but I wrote it down. Let's see. Yeah, November 19th, 2017. That's when I released Should You Play Zoe. And ever since then was when I wasn't allowed to produce political content on YouTube or otherwise. And I know I sound crazy for saying that there's a shadow government that controls the entire world and systemically oppress all of humanity. I sound like a conspiracy
Nah, bro.
lunatic. Right?
Nah.
But if you stick with me and you hear what I have to say, I don't know. Maybe I won't sound so crazy by the end of it.
Okay.
That was how it started. And one thing I think is important to keep note is that up until somewhat recently, for all those years, I was financially and just at large dependent on my YouTube career to live a functional, worthy life. I've been owned by these companies for so many years. And for each year that I had to slug through it, I just became more and more. It felt so soulless to me, man. So soulless to me. Like, I loved it. When I was a teenager, I loved expressing myself and putting myself out there on social media. It's my favorite thing, was making people laugh and putting my soul and my personality into what I make. Original UberDanger, what my idea for content was that it's extreme, it's abrasive, it's psycho. It's fucking radical, you know? That's one thing you're not allowed to be these days, is radical. But I decided that I needed to find a different job than YouTube and a different path in life so I could sustain myself to be able to speak my truth. And I've already done this. I now work with bartending and in social service, and that worked great for me. I love being a bartender. It's pretty fucking sick. I love it a lot. And I love working with people. Turns out after being alone in front of a computer.
You think they like listen to him at work and the customers are like, oh man, there's that UberDanger being wacky, right? That guy's he's a goofball.
For all those years, it's kind of nice to work with people. Furthermore, I'm also doing an education, studying basically the danger equivalent to my GCSEs. And I went back to school. I felt like it was important for me to get my head straight. And so I decided to get a job and do education. And it was actually through the process of doing education that I realized how fucked the world is and how I need to speak up about this. It's a funny story, really. Actually, it is pretty funny. Look, for all these years, I thought it was just me being limited on social media because of what I had said and what I had done. But ever since I regained my mind, ever since I regained permeance, ever since my personality split stopped and I became a functional person again, ever since my schizotypal symptoms were reduced so that they were negligible, that entire time I thought it was just me being limited. But now I see that the oppression is systemic. It's fucking everyone. No one has freedom of expression across mainstream social media. Okay? A public narrative is owned by corporations. Social media, in my humble opinion, should be a utility, like your electricity or your water. Everyone should have free access to it. That exchange of information is the free world. And if you're not allowed to express yourself freely on mainstream social media, then we don't live in the free world. We live in a world that's repressed by tyrannical fascism. It's systematic oppression in broad daylight, if I'm being honest, right? And I've seen it from the inside too. When I regained my mind, I started playing a character as myself. I wanted to get enough information so that I could reliably give the free world a chance. So I could reliably pass on information that's actually worthwhile. And I'm not going to be a conspiracy nut about this, because I know how dangerous misinformation can be. And so I'm not going to tell you anything that I haven't been able to confirm beyond any measurement of doubt myself. What I know for sure is that I've not been allowed to produce political content for the last 10 years. Ever since I said one sentence in Hebrew in Galio top lane. What I also know to be true.
Wait. Galio top lane? He was playing Zoe. Uh-oh. We gotta lie.
I said one sentence in Hebrew in Galio top lane. What I also know to be true is that this didn't happen to my channel when I uploaded, for example, the Jaeger Bomber, where I used real Syria drone strikes to a trap remix of a nuclear nasheed, a Holy Nasheed song as a trap remix, dressing up as a terrorist suicide bomber for Comic-Con, yelling Allahu Akbar and this type of stuff. That just got demonetized and astroturfed. No restriction, no community guideline strike. It's just Islam. Lots make fun of those guys. When I dressed up as a priest and promoted the concept of pedophilia and coming in a little boy's mouth for Comic-Con. It's funny, that video didn't even get demonetized. That was monetized. That was fine, that was funny. That's great. Yeah, make fun of Christianity, Islam. It's pretty jokes. When I was 20 years old, I said one sentence in Hebrew on my YouTube gaming channel. And I had to shut the fuck up for 10 years, okay? 10 fucking years I've had to shut the fuck up about this. And every fucking time I've gone against the companies that own me over the last 10 years, every single time, it's had proportional, linear, destructive elements coming towards my life. Whether it be in form of restrictions or otherwise. And so, for the majority of this time, I mobilized myself to dismantle the shadow government and did everything in my power to give the free world a chance at being reestablished. And to me, the free world is algorithmic freedom of expression for humanity. That's not owned by anybody. No one should own what you're allowed to say.
Sure, bro.
Which brings me back to my trauma-induced personality split.
Okay.
So, like I said, John and Uber took turns being me for a long time. And I found a way to cure my mind. For 12 years, I experimented on myself with everything under the sun I could get access to. I didn't know there was anything wrong with me mentally, but I have scoliosis, I have bone deformity, and I didn't want to live my whole life with bone deformity. So, with access to the deep web, I had access to pretty much a lot of compounds of different varieties, and I experimented on myself with everything under the sun that's not painkillers or hormonal, right? And although I never did find a cure for scoliosis, other than like a healthy lifestyle to somewhat manage the condition, I did really fix my mental health. After walking around feeling the same type of mentally ill for 10 fucking years, 12 years, sorry, I lapped my mind together. I have coherence now. I have silence in my head where there used to be noise. I can think. I have an inner monologue. I can picture things. My mind works again, right? And according to psychotherapy and modern science, something like a trauma-induced personality split is something that takes 12 years to cure, if it's even curable, if you can even resolve the different personality states and resolve the trauma. In a lot of cases, it's not fixable. And I'm gonna be honest, living with a personality split is something I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. I really mean that. I would not want my worst enemy to have a personality split. It's simply the difference between—
Guaranteed he went off his meds and feels less sedated now.
between a worthy life and suffering, in my humble opinion. For 12 years, I experimented on myself with Hawaiian baby woodrose seeds, specifically. I did cold water extractions on Hawaiian baby woodrose seeds bi-yearly. I did so under the assumption or thought, I thought I was fixing my spine, right? Because I noticed a linear correlation with me taking the LSA extract and my spine improving. In retrospect, I believe that doing this helped my mind, which in turn allowed me to live in a pattern that helped my body and my spine and my bones. I don't know whether LSA could cure someone else's trauma-induced personality split or whether psychedelically assisted psychotherapy is a very specific thing. It's, to be honest, the reason why I left YouTube was to study psychology and put myself in a position where I could try to apply my method, because I wanted to help other people cure their trauma-induced personality split. After all, 12 years of experimenting on myself in a specific way. It's a long time to be doing something without at least trying to share that knowledge with other people, especially considering that you were in the end successful in regaining your mind, becoming a whole person again. God damn if that's not a beautiful thing. And so...
Who are you? Are you the Schizo Whisperer? What is this guy? I think he is on anxiolytic, and I don't know how to pronounce that word. ANXIO, anxiolytic meds, which probably calms him, but does not treat the psychotic symptoms themselves. Okay.
Like I said, I'm also kind of crazy.
Anti-anxiety. Oh, anti-anxiety. I see.
Opposition of a shadow government for 10 years.
Okay. Thank you for getting to this part. This is the important
Another thing I believe quite sternly is that trauma-induced personality splits are a load-bearing structure of how they're able to oppress humanity. I simply do not actually think that social media algorithms would have the grasp on humanity that they do if we were able to cure trauma-induced personality splits and similar dissociative disorders on a worldwide scale, right?
Okay.
And I see the science coming out all the time. Oh, we've learned how to cure AIDS. Oh, we fixed cancer. Oh, we fixed this. Oh, if we just change 2 little molecules in LSD, now we can cure depression. Yeah, we're reading all these scientific articles about all these breakthroughs and how they're curing every illness on the planet. But if you go to the doctor, they can't help you with shit. And that's something to think about. So because I cured my trauma-induced personality split, I believe it's my right to tell my story to the world about how I did it. And so for the last period of my life, I've been trying to whistleblow the cure to trauma-induced personality splits. And for some reason, I haven't been able to. It's really weird. You know, I started by whistleblowing it to Erowid, a team of scientists and freedom fighters that believe in the free dissemination of information to humanity. And my articles got pulled down, saying, okay, well, maybe I'm just crazy, you know? But in case I'm not crazy, and there really is a shadow government that controls the entire world, I have already distributed this information to so many people that if you fucking killed me, you wouldn't be able to undo what I've done, right? And if I'm wrong, and you can cure trauma-induced personality splits, great, then I'm schizo. Another person's crazy and it's funny and the world keeps turning. But I'm making this video on the margin of a percentile chance that I'm right, and that I can cure trauma-induced personality splits, and it could change the world. That's my angle, right? So, after 12 years of experimenting on myself, I decided to write down how I do it. For the sake of science, one single time, as best as I could, write it down. I made sure to study psychology and clinical diagnosis and how to write down...
This is a good lead-in for our Dr. K video.
...clinical data, and I did my very best at articulating myself as well as I could, as accurately as I could, with the experiments I do, and showing the result that the treatment I do has on the human mind. And since no website is willing to publish my personal experience, I've decided to just publish it myself, because I can, right? So it's in the description. There's a Google Drive link to my personal, either the thesis for my life's work or a manifesto, depending on whether I'm right or wrong. And so if you've ever been wondering, what is this guy really doing when he's not making YouTube videos or streaming? Well, if I'm being honest with you, I had a trauma-induced personality split for 12 years that I feel blessed by God to have even been able to cure.
Okay, we're running through this again. Hold on, wait, real quick. Somebody found the Vice thing I've been talking about.
The same thing as you. Is it a delusion? Is it bizarre? Quite possibly not.
Wait, my brother started exhibiting schizo symptoms a few years ago, and it's really made me sympathize with people like this. Whenever I see these videos, they make me sad. Lots don't realize how disconnected these people are and the kind of help they need. This is one of the things that I said when it came to doing like psychedelics and shit is prior to me doing way too many mushrooms, I don't know if I would have ever said this out loud, but my feeling was that if I ever had like schizophrenia or whatever, I could probably figure out like, okay, like this guy's clearly not real. This guy's clearly real. Like, you know, like you can tell like who's interacting with who, right? That would have been like my assumption, because it's like, if you're not retarded, I mean, you should be able to piece it together, right? One thing that I never gave credit to, that I just never really thought about, because you don't really think about it, is there's a thing for you to see a thing, like your sense data to, you know, convey. There's a sound there, there's a person there, but there is a deeper feeling of like, this feels real. And I don't know how to put that feeling into words, but you can't really fight against that. It's a strong feeling that you have. And those things power so much of your navigation through the world. And when that shit starts to get fucked with, it really doesn't, there's no way to like think yourself out of that thing. But it's hard to even have that perspective, I guess, unless you have some kind of psychosis or, you know, psychotic disorder or you've done a lot of psychedelics, I guess. Yeah. Ugh, not good. I feel really bad for these people. It's weird too, because like when people think you're crazy, they think that it's like random shit. Like you're just like, oh, he's a fucking wacky person. But they're not. Oftentimes, I don't know if I'm over-selecting for this just because I'm on the internet or whatever, but like when you listen to people like this, or schizophrenics who email me, they always sound like well above average IQ. Like these are decently complex sentences that he's putting together. He clearly has a grasp on some like higher educational terms or whatever. He's not just saying like random words and random shit. Like he has like an understanding of like relatively complex thoughts, but he's fucking crazy, right? And it's hard. And a lot of people would imagine like a schizophrenic is a guy who's just walking around mumbling random words, but they're not. Like they appear to be coherent. They appear to be lucid. And I mean, they kind of are, but there's something like fundamental that's like deeply wrong. And yeah, it's a very, very, very scary. It's a very scary world. Yeah. I've mentioned on stream a few times, one of the annoying things I feel about certain movies or TV shows, House does this a lot, is people are always like, you know, yeah, this guy is schizophrenic, but you just don't get him. Let me talk to him and I'll figure out what's really going on. And it's like, if only it were that easy, bro. Like you can't, this is never happening. You can't do that. It doesn't work that way. Like, it's not like they are... you know, it's not like when most people go up, you go up, and when some people go down, you know, you go down. But this guy, when he thinks up, he thinks down, and you just got to put the puzzle pieces together. You can figure it out. It's like the person has an unshakable feeling, a delusional feeling that can never be changed with any amount of external world pushing on him, and you can't change and it's just a horrible, 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 horrible thing. Whew! It is a horrible, terrible thing. Your place in this world is completely wholesale fabricated by your brain. That's it. Nothing outside of you matters. Literally nothing outside of you matters. It's whatever your brain is able to piece together. And when you start fucking with your brain's ability to piece stuff together, you completely lose your connection to the external world. You just can't do it. It's like cutting your Ethernet cable and trying to pretend like if you just push the right types of buttons or whatever, you can figure out, you know, what's on Google. You can't. It's gone. It's completely severed. It's incapable of doing it. It's not good. Bad feelings.
If everybody believes this stuff, how is it in any way insane?
Gang stalking support group. I remember watching this. Real quick, sorry.
People just would not believe the suffering that people in this community endure every single day.
I've lost just about all of my friends. They're afraid to talk to me. They think it's very effective. They think I'm crazy.
My family doesn't know anything about it. I don't say a word to them. I don't know if my son knows, and I don't want anything to happen to him.
Really, the most important thing that we can do for victims is to connect them with others who understand what they're experiencing. Because
all through this, I'm like, yeah, okay, this is good. This is a good thing. I understand. This is good. You should, right?
No one else will. And isolation is really a key weapon that these perpetrators use to bring a person down to the ground, basically.
Wait a second.
If you go to see a psychiatrist,
wait, what?
Let's say it's the first time you're meeting a psychiatrist, and you say, I'm under police surveillance, then the psychiatrist will write you off as suffering paranoid schizophrenia, and then he will give you medication. So we must assume that this is what American society believes, that all these government agencies, which normally watch over people, don't actually watch people at all. If anybody think that they are being watched by this government agency, then they must be crazy. It cannot possibly be true.
There really is no help at the moment officially to assist targeted individuals. They can't go to the police, they can't go to the FBI, they can't go to Congress. There is nowhere that they can go.
Hold on.
We are having to create the issue and also the solution.
Why isn't our nation listening? This could be them. I wouldn't be surprised if most of the nation is under mass mind control.
Given that the world is filled with groups of people operating...
This was crazy to me. I was like, hold on. I feel like this is not what I expected it to be. But but it's a gang stalking support group where they just support each other through their delusions by encouraging them. Not good.
And after I regain...
True. Somebody said psychosis can have many causes. Schizophrenia is just one disorder that can lead to the symptom of psychosis. Yeah, there are multiple things that can cause psychosis. That is true. I say schizophrenia, but there could be other. I don't know if the average gang stalker has schizophrenia or some other thing that's operating. Sure. Also, fuck. Somebody mentioned that LUS guy would debate me. What's the name of the guy on Discord that I would have to contact? You knew it. Somebody said it earlier, but I didn't type the name.
In my mind, I found myself in this situation. The world seems to be technocratically oppressed, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. I don't at all, and I really am agnostic. That is to say, I have a realistic approach to calculating realistic contenders for baseline reality. I am not out there. I take everything I can measure and confirm beyond any measurement of doubt, and then I try to do a sincere calculation of what is actually baseline reality. And I don't believe that we live in the free world. I don't believe that the world is becoming more free. I believe it's going the other way. I believe that some of the sickest people in the world just spread child torture material to billions and try to make everyone focus on that. Whilst there are millions of people who are completely insane, who have lost their minds, who don't have permians. And I don't see that as some, oh, that was kind of shitty. I see that as a direct attack on humanity's soul. And I don't believe that holding these people accountable is nearly enough. I believe that a counterattack is utterly appropriate. And like I said, from my perspective, I believe that I functioned as controlled opposition to a shadow government for 10 years. Okay? If I'm wrong about that, great. I'm crazy. Dope. If I'm right, then I have to be honest here. I have to tell you the truth. I have to just fucking unload this shit on you guys, man. I remember what it was like when it started. I remember. It was like, I make content that's like as if I'm not being repressed by people and I'm free to speak my mind. Great, 1 million views, great. I make content that's offensive about, for example, China. Great, no problem, don't worry about it, that's fine. I'm not allowed to mention wars. I'm not allowed to mention the Middle East. I'm not allowed to be critical. I'm not allowed to be political.
What's your best understanding of how you bring someone like this down to the ground? Jiu-jitsu. I'm just kidding. Do you just have to hope to God they take medication/therapy seriously, and if not, it's cooked? Yeah, they have to get on medication, but obviously it's hard because when they're adults, I feel like we need, in the United States, it's just really, really, really difficult to do, but I feel like we need to have some way to commit adults that it's more than just like Brady acting or fuck, what was the other one? 89, 81, 69, there's another term for it, 5150. I don't remember. But right now, basically, the only way you can have somebody forcibly committed to or to some kind of psychiatric ward is if they're either threatening to kill somebody or threatening to kill themselves. And if they're not doing either of those two things, then they're free to roam the streets. I think we need something a little bit stronger than that. But obviously, it's very, very, very difficult because you're basically, Baker Act. What did I say? Brady Act? Baker Act is what I'm thinking. I'm sorry. It's difficult because you're basically saying, what are we going to do in the United States to take away rights from adults? That's a really scary thing. You know, we take away rights from children, and sometimes women and black people. Yeah, just kidding. But to take away rights from adults and say, sorry, like you don't have any more freedom. You have to go be in some psychiatric institution is a really scary thing. But like for a lot of homeless people, I say a lot, but for a much higher percentage of homeless people than normal people who are housed, you know, you have people who are just fucking crazy. If you've ever walked around where there are a lot of homeless people before, some of these people are just, they're fucking out of their mind. They shouldn't be on the streets. They should be in some kind of psychiatric ward. Yeah.
Right. And whilst it's a private corporation's right to do whatever they want, they don't need a reason to tell me I'm not allowed to be political on their website. They can just say that's their rule. I would like, as someone who has spent half my life on this website, to ask YouTube how they apply this policy. Because I've read through many, many pages. I've studied all of the terms of service to the fullest extent. And oddly enough, nowhere in your terms of service is this policy elaborated on. So I'm not here to say that I've been zealously stripped of my basic human rights. I'm here to ask, how do you apply this policy? Because there's only 3 possible constellations. It's either applied to the channel, to the person, or both. If it's applied to the channel, that is to say, My friend wouldn't be allowed to put a video on my channel where they were political, based on what I said 10 years ago. If it's applied to the person, that is to say, I couldn't make another YouTube channel and be political on your website, based on what I said. Or the most tyrannical constellation. It's both applied to the person and the channel. That's all I want to know. In relation to the restriction on me, where I have not been allowed to produce political content, I want to know how the policy is applied. The terms of service on a website are the rules by which we, the users, play the game that you put out. I think it's fair to ask for elaboration on a rule that has been applied to me for 10 years, since I don't understand how it is applied, even in the first place. Whew, that's a lot, man. That's a lot. I have some other videos in the works. I decided to break up with the concept of not being allowed to be political because I do think it's a violation of my human right to express myself. I think everyone should be allowed to be political, even if they've said something stupid or hurtful, okay? But it's been over 15 minutes since I said it's actually a funny story. And this is a pretty loaded video, so let's get to the funny story.
Okay.
A funny story of how I ended up where I am right now. What happened is I went to school, and the first classes I had Danish, English, social studies, and psychology. And one day, I was so bored in Danish class that I decided to write something in English as a protest against my dry, boring teacher in Danish. And I wrote...
What was that vacuum you really liked? You talked a lot about it. Fuck, I don't remember what it's called, but I use it. It's my baby vacuum. Some German brand, I think. It's God tier.
I wrote a rap called Head of State, and it was all the things I would do if I was head of state.
I don't think it's Miel. There was that one, and then there was one other brand that are considered like the two fucking Godstiny brands. Fuck, I don't think it was. I'd have to go check. I'll check.
Then I had a realization. I realized that I could never upload this on social media. And then I thought to myself, why am I allowed to make something in school that I'm not allowed to post to social media? What's that all about? The more I looked into it and the more I thought about it, I thought, okay, so I don't have freedom of expression.
Oh, Sebo. S-E-B-O, I think is what it was.
Maybe someone else could get to say it. And the more I looked into it, the more I saw we really don't have freedom of expression on mainstream social media. It's not just me. There's algorithmic restrictions on all mainstream social media platforms. And they're owned by private entities who have their private interests. I don't know. I don't think that's right at all. That feels like a repression of the free world to the greatest extent. So that's why I decided to mobilize myself to dismantle the shadow government. I mean, after all, most people don't have my perspective. Most people haven't seen that world from the inside, and most people don't actually have a voice to speak out against these things. And most people don't have the knowledge required to know how you would even combat a shadow government.
True.
Right?
I wouldn't.
And please understand, I know I'm probably wrong. But I'm making this video on the margin of a percentile chance that I'm right. Because from my perspective, I believe that trauma-induced personality splits are a load-bearing structure of how the shadow government, that is to say a coalition of corporations, billionaires, private entities, and intelligence agencies and so on, are able to repress the free world. And that without trauma-induced personality splits and similar dissociative disorders...
Who the fuck is this guy? Well, he used to just be a league streamer / successful YouTuber. He's got 1.4 million subs. And I think he's developed some disease that he has that gives him psychosis. I should learn. Fuck. At some point, we should put this on the thing to learn all the psychotic illnesses. Bipolar 1, I think, when you're in manic phases, can induce psychosis. There are other illnesses too that can have where you can have thoughts that just aren't real. I don't know them all though. It's not just schizophrenia. I say schizophrenia a lot, but it's not just schizophrenia.
Being as present in society as they are, they would lose their grasp. And potentially it would lead to not just the dismantling of the shadow government, but also a dismantling...
Why are schizos always anti-establishment and government? I've never seen a schizo who does not talk ill of the government. That's a really, actually super fascinating question, in my opinion. I just haven't read into the research, and I just don't trust stuff that I've seen that like everybody says. But like I've seen it said on Reddit a lot. The thing that like psychologists studied people with schizophrenia, and they found that in the West, the voices that talk to you in your head are all negative, but in Eastern societies, they tend to be more positive. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it was true, that'd be really interesting. In my personal opinion, in my personal experience, it seems like people in the West that have schizophrenia always have like, there's always like a global conspiracy thing of everything that's coming together using biology or alien technology or shadow governments or whatever that are trying to suppress or do something to all of mankind. Maybe there's like some kind of logical reason for that, in that like, if you have certain delusions, these are the things that would logically follow because it's how it would explain how fucked your world is. So it kind of makes sense. Maybe not. I have no idea. I'm not sure.
Of the world narrative that's been applied upon all of humanity. Dismantling.
Keep in mind, though, that when you're thinking about trying to explain, when you're trying to think about like why does everybody have this thing, you got to be really careful about the survivorship bias, though, too, right? Because it might be that there are a ton of different ways that schizophrenics, you know, kind of like break from reality, but in a lot of the ways that they break from reality, they just are on the streets because they're crazy, right? If they think that like walls are evil, I don't know if they ever think that, but like something like that, right? So you only ever see these ones, so it leads you to believe that all of them are like this when this might be like a minority of it. You have no idea, you know?
The shadow government, but also a dismantling of the world narrative that's been applied upon all of humanity. Back in 2013, woke cancel culture successfully redistributed primary politics from the state levels to the hearts and minds of every person in the free world with access to the internet. And I believe that the narrative that's been applied upon all of humanity is a very, very desperate attempt to remain in power for the people that would otherwise be eaten by their slaves.
I've never heard a schizo admit so much that they could be wrong. Really? In emails I've gotten before, there was that one guy that I used to post who got arrested, the bald, the crazy looking dude. A lot of, not a lot, but some of his emails started like that, where it's like, I feel like, I understand a lot of what I'm saying seems crazy, or a lot like he would say these, and then right after that he would just go into like some angelic crop circle shit. Like, so I don't know if it's normal for them to say that, but like I've had people who have contacted me who seem like they're understanding that what they're saying is like really crazy. Like they're not like I don't know how to explain this. They're not like completely incoherent, and they're not completely like not lucid. Like at least for some of the ones that I've spoken to, it seems like they understand that like I know what I'm saying is crazy. I know this sounds insane, and yeah, you know, I worry, you know, maybe I am losing my mind. But anyway, I think that you're the second coming of Christ, and I think that the UFOs are actually communicating this message just to me, and the government is trying to suppress it, and that's why I keep getting. And it's like, okay.
Should all of your attention really be going to whatever the new thing is? Or would you like to see people express themselves freely? That's my question. I think people should be able to express themselves freely, and I think I would enjoy the culture that emerges from freedom of expression infinitely more than whatever the latest attention grab is. That's how I feel, okay? And that's why I decided to share the research I've done on Hawaiian.
Didn't Rackful and Yellow Spoon Girl also become schizo? Rackful? I don't think so ever. For Bella, I'm not, I don't know. It's a whole other thing.
Baby Woodrow seeds and curing my trauma-induced personality split with the world in the description, and you can read my notes. And it feels like the right thing for me to do. Now, if I'm wrong, and the shadow government don't need trauma-induced personality splits to control the world, but I'm still right about the fact that I can cure.
Destiny, I think a really big issue for normal people is the fact that they can't wrap their heads around the idea that they are fighting their brain. You mentioned it earlier with the analogy of the Ethernet cable. The smarter you are, the more you fight your own brain with your logical side against the chemical imbalanced side. I don't have schizophrenia, but I notice it a lot with some aspects of autism, but mostly major depression. They will never understand what it means to genuinely truly be fighting against an uphill battle. I understand what you're saying, but like fighting against your own brain is like the difference between like a person who is not self-aware might be able to fight that battle at like 6 or 7%, and a person who is very self-aware might be able to fight that battle at like 10%. But when your brain is fucked, you are fucked. Like you can't. There is no. I just don't know how to. I don't know how to put it into words. You can't. You just can't. Like everything starts off like the beginning of your thoughts are poisoned, and there is no thinking your way out or thinking your way through like insanity. It's just impossible. But
trauma-induced personality splits in this way
without some kind of like medication or surgery or whatever.
That's perfectly fine. That would be amazing. That means that I haven't stepped on anyone's toes, and I can still help to cure people's trauma. If I'm wrong about me being able to cure trauma-induced personality splits, but they do need this mental illness to control the world, then we're fucked. And we're fucked anyway.
And then Raynad, not Wreckful. Oh, I think Raynad maybe. That's really sad too, though. I don't know where Raynad's at these days.
If I'm wrong about both, if there's no shadow government and I don't know how to cure trauma-induced personality splits, great. This is a way for me to find out. But I found it highly unethical to ever experiment on someone else in this state, because I've lived that way. I've felt what it's like to be in a trauma-induced personality split. And when you don't have permeans, you cannot consent to someone else rearranging your mind. I don't believe you can give consent to that. There's no way you could truly give informed consent to that. And furthermore, it did take me many years to become financially independent of YouTube and streaming to a point where I knew I would have a worthy life in an ordinary world if they were to delete my channel for something I've said online. I needed independence of outcome before I could come out with all of this, right? But that's the thing. That's the thing I've been dealing with all these years. That's the thing that's truly been tearing away at my soul and making me more and more sad, is that I've had to keep up a facade of funny, happy, lucky gaming videos and good times and fun happiness, when really I've not been allowed to express myself. I've not been allowed to be political on the internet. And frankly speaking, I feel like by maintaining that world narrative that everything is fine and you're not speaking out against it, you're complicit. You're complicit in that repression of the free world. You're complicit in that repression of people. I believe everyone should be allowed to speak their truth, okay? Every single person on earth should be allowed to speak their truth. No one should get to decide what the truth is. That's what I'm saying, basically. But yeah.
Imagine if YouTube banned his account for this video. Jesus.
I think that was it. I just wanted to be honest about how I've been owned by corporations all these years, how I've broken up with them, and that's why I'm never doing a sponsorship again in my life. Why every video I post online, whether it be on my YouTube channel or on UberDanger.com or on Twitter, but I don't care if they delete my social media, I'll figure it out. Every video you get from me from here on out is going to be authentically myself and exactly what I want to say. No one gets to put words in my mouth. No one gets to own my viewers' attention. I want to sincerely be myself.
Do you think suicidal people are experiencing delusion, or is it something else? I don't know, bro. I have like personal theories on suicidality, but I'm not like study there. You're better off like reading stuff. Like, it feels to me like you have, some people can be suicidal because some exceptional event has happened that's like driving them to feel anguish. So like a huge event like parents or significant other died or something crazy like that. Or somebody could have some kind of long-term either mental or physical suffering, and they feel like their baseline is below survivable, so they just want to end their life. I'm sure there are other drivers to it, but
as I've wanted to be this entire time, and this is the reason I have not put myself out there the way I wanted to and the way I love doing. It's because I have not been allowed to produce political content, and a half truth is no truth at all. If I have to put myself out there halfway, as you guys can tell in every vlog I've ever made, there's been something that I haven't been able to say, and it's this. Is that when I said one sentence in Hebrew when I was 20 years old, and should you play Zoe, a sentence I should not have said, a hateful sentence, I had to shut the fuck up for 10 years. But you know what? It's a really bad thing to say, but people do it today. People think that's a real ideology that's being executed today. Fascistic tyranny exists in our world. So I wasn't allowed to say it back then. Okay. But people still do it today. Maybe it was the type of thing that was worth saying. Don't you think? In my next League of Legends video, I also was actually going to whistleblow the shadow government and basically break up with this me not being allowed to make political content. My next League video was probably going to be my last video I ever upload. But I decided to make this video instead because I don't think that people would take a song and a gaming video as seriously as a sincere message from the person making it. Because I'm not joking, and it's not a joke. It's not a joke at all. I had a personality split for 12 years. I was complicit in the systematic oppression of every single fucking one of you by not speaking up this entire time. And now I would like to help to contribute, even marginally, to reestablishing the free world and freedom of expression. And I think we should all be allowed to have algorithmic freedom of expression across mainstream social media, regardless of whether we seem crazy, regardless of whether we fit the narrative. I think that's every human's basic fucking right. And from being honest with you, not speaking up about this is the precise environment that has re-traumatized me over the years. Many times I've split into my two personalities and combined them again using the method that I've been using that worked for me. And I've basically split into multiple personalities and combined myself, 15, 20 times if that could do it. So I'm fairly certain that my method works. We knew already that psychedelically existed, psychotherapy works, but not to the degree that I've been able to heal my mind and my schizotypal symptoms as well.
Do you still not believe in DID? No, I don't believe in any of that.
I find it unethical, like I said, to experiment on someone else, but I believe in the freedom of information. I believe that every person should be allowed to have access to the information that might be helpful to them. And I believe in the free dissemination of information to humanity. So in the off chance that other people could also cure their trauma-induced personality splits with my method that I
9 minutes left.
used for 12 years before I applied myself to writing it down. I mean, I applied LSA to my own psyche for 12 years before I felt like I could articulate exactly how I felt like I could responsibly deliver this information to humanity. On the off chance that any of you guys could be helped by this information, I decided to share it with you. And I just want to say I'm 100% serious. I'm not joking or grifting. I really do believe myself to function as controlled opposition for 10 years. So a narrative that's just baseline hurting all of humanity. Everyone needs to reset back to baseline reality. That's what the world needs. And to my viewers, look, if they delete my YouTube channel, I'll put my shit on Twitter. If they delete my Twitter, I'll put my shit on UberDanger.com. If they take my website down, I'll put it on Discord. If they delete my Discord, I'll go to all my artist friends and tell them to upload my shit when I make it. I will not be stopped, okay? My next leak.
Listen, you promised us you would watch part 2 of Abba's X. Here it is. What? I watched some of it yesterday. I watched like 5 minutes. It seemed boring and stupid. Fuck that.
Video is my first real video in 10 years. And I'm gonna speak my fucking mind. I'm gonna be making my goddamn video. I'm gonna make it. It's gonna be a good video. And I just wanted to share with my viewers as well that I regained my mind. Because I have not opened up about my mental health to very many people in my life, and certainly not online. I've only opened up about this to basically my mother and my girlfriend. And close people in my life who have been near me have known, or at least been able to assume. And a lot of my viewers who have really studied my videos, my mannerisms, and my streams could also make a calculated guess about my mental health. But as a person who's been able to fix my psyche and my mental health, I feel like it's important to make this video where I show you all the person I am now. Without the psychosis.
Sorry.
Without the mania. You can tell by the dark circles under my eyes that I struggle with just a slight little bit of depression. But I do believe that being able to speak myself freely and have freedom of expression might help a little bit with that, you know? Yeah. Did I forget anything? Thanks for watching. And I hope they leave my YouTube channel long enough for me to be able to finish my League of Legends video. This is one hell of a fucking banger. It's the wildest video I've ever made. It's coming out with a song as well. The ending to the trilogy that is my discography. They're putting out a third song on Boss Man Music worldwide. The absolute elevation of the label. It's gonna go crazy. It's gonna go fucking wild, guys, okay? Oh, man. I don't know where things are gonna go from here. Oh yeah, this is the thing I was gonna say. Shit, I forget everything. My bad, guys. My bad, G-Lo, to be honest with you. Come here. I know I've said a lot. I know it's been a pretty hefty video already, but over the years, it has substantial consequences for me whenever I've decided to go against the companies that own me, and whenever I've decided to try to speak up publicly. It's never really worked out for me, to be honest. And around 2 years ago, I decided to just stop working with companies, stop working with sponsorships. I told my guy from Mythic, I was like, I can't do it anymore, man. I cannot do it. And I knew that the situation I'm in now, financially, would come after me eventually. On Monday, they're gonna come and take my car because I couldn't pay the depth of the money I owe. And so they're gonna come and get my car on Monday. And I should have just put the car in my girlfriend's name to avoid that, but I thought I could do an honest case because I have scoliosis that's quite debilitating, and I work in 3 different towns. I teach self-defense in a 4th town. I drive my mom, who's gotten like surgery, and I drive my grandma, who has dementia. And I need my education and the benefits from education and the money from my jobs to be able to pay my rent. But I won't have access to my jobs or my education without the car. And so now that's being taken from me. And I tried to do a whole case where I tried to explain to them how necessary this car is for me to be able to live my life. And I just see the end destination of just being riddled in debt. It just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And to me, there's one thing so much more important than keeping my car having money. It's the fact that this is happening to everybody. It's not specific to me at all. All of you guys suffer under exactly the same conditions as me. And it doesn't matter how much it's true that I have scoliosis that's quite debilitating, or that I need the car to be able to attend my jobs, or the fact that they wouldn't be able to get more than $3,000 for it on auction, and we just spent $2,000 that I had to loan to be able to get to the mechanic so it could even drive still. It doesn't matter that me and my mom spent 7 years paying that car off so we could have a humble, worthy, ordinary world. It doesn't matter at all. Under this capitalistic system, it's just, oh, you can't pay the money. You know how much they want? They want $15,000 before Monday. You know what she said to me on the phone? She said, oh, well, your back hurts? Yeah, that's really unfortunate, but since your car isn't registered as a special needs person car, we can't take that into our evaluation. I said, what about me working as a social care worker in this town that's a 30-minute drive away? She said, oh, well, that job is recent enough that it's not in our system, so we're not going to count that one. I said, well, what about the fact that I'm the primary caretaker of my mom and my grandma? She said, oh, well, they're not under 18, so that doesn't really count. I said, well, what about the fact that I need my education and it's in that town? She said, oh, you can just do an education in your own town. Yeah, you try going to education in Elbaslund. See what happens. And I was quite upset over them coming and taking my car, and I already have a solution, obviously. Fuck it. Don't donate to me a single dollar. They take the car, I just get my girlfriend to buy a cheap-ass car in her name, and I'll have a new car, okay? This isn't a fucking grift. Don't donate me a single dollar, I'm serious. I don't want your donations. I want your attention. I want you to think about the words I've said. I want you to think about the possibility that it's dead true, every single word. That there's not freedom of expression across mainstream social media, and that the world is becoming less and less free. And that humanity should stand up for their fucking rights. If I should put it into a couple words, I would say it's that. That's precisely the thing for me. The fact that in the main place, the primary arena where we interact with each other, that is to say mainstream social media, people are not allowed to freely express themselves. There's algorithmic limitations on how people express themselves. Human expression is now owned and monetized.
Not good,
Pisses
guys.
me off. I'm actually fucking enraged over this. Because, you know, you gotta think, I did something, I grew up and I was really offensive and I was really abrasive and I was hurtful for attention on social media when I grew up. So for me personally, I actually don't think it was wrong for me to be limited for all these years necessarily. But seeing how this is applied to everyone, seeing how if you didn't do what I did, you're still put under the same limitations, and it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you would have to do something heinous on social media for you to not have freedom of expression. And I just think that's wrong. I think that's dead wrong. And I think people should speak up against it. We should fucking demand that these companies do better. It can't be legal. There's no way it's legal. And if it is legal, then they should change the laws. Those are terrible laws if that's legal. What a shitty world. What a rotten, disgusting world we live in. Thanks for watching.
My grandfather passed away.
Jesus, what a lead-in video. Do you think he actually has scoliosis, or is it probably self-diagnosed? No clue. Quick Hassan slopper.
Why are you always in a suit? I'm a suit guy now. This is it. I'm in my suit era. I think we already...
Oh no, do you think somebody bullied him too much about all of his wacky outfits?
I think we already established that. Part of the reason why is because... Part of the reason why I'm in a suit all the time is because, you know, moms and dads are watching. 2 reasons. 1, it makes my head look bigger. Number 2, a lot of conservatives come in here to watch lately to see what's going on. And as a chatter correctly pointed to, wearing a suit, basically like lingerie for old conservative ladies. Yeah, they love that shit. Gets them horny. And in their horny moment, they just are a lot more receptive to what I have to say. This is how we spark the revolution, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we do it.
Okay. Oh, do you think it's because Nick is always in a suit? Or he saw me wearing a suit after my court case? Who's his inspiration for this? That's the real question. What do you think of the Brunig debate about IP rents? Jesus Christ. Let's put aside whether you think riding Chewbacca is more impressive than a 2-hour marathon. Surely you think a 2-hour marathon is impressive and can see that since people train for running. So what would be your objection to making them billionaires through that law? Wait, what? Obama was so real for this. There are a lot of wealthy, successful Americans who agree with me because they want to give something back. They know they didn't. Look, if you've been successful, you didn't get there on your own. You didn't get there on your own. I'm always struck by people who think, well, it must be because I was just so smart. There are a lot of smart people out there. It must be because I work so hard or harder than everyone else. Let me tell you something. There are a whole bunch of hardworking people out there. If you were successful, somebody along the line gave you some help. There was a great teacher, someone in your life. Somebody helped create this unbelievable American system that allowed you to thrive. Okay, all right. I, like many billionaires, earn their income, and we should tax their earned income at a level higher than the median American because the biggest winners in American society should participate in the preservation of societal well-being better than all billionaires are thieves. Sure, I agree with this. This is Derek Thompson, co-author of Abundance. What does the distinction between earned and unearned income mean to you? You're using it like self-made versus inherited wealth. I don't know why I'm reading this guy in the strawman voice. I might agree. Rather than returns on labor versus capital. Part of the point of the rhetoric is that it's not really plausible that billionaires work 1,000,000 times harder than regular people. There's no way that such an uneven outcome can be a product of relative desert or merit. They can't have earned it in that sense. Remember, at the end of the day, the amount of money that you get paid, it just has to do with who wants the shit that you're selling. That's it. That's all it is in society. Now, it sucks because there are people that place some kind of like moral or normative worth on a person based on the amount of money they make. And some of that might be good, some of that might be bad. Like it's shitty though. Like largely, like I can understand that, but you don't get paid for how hard you work, and you don't get paid for how noble your profession is. If this was the case, teachers would get paid 10 times more than they do now, right? You get paid based on supply and demand of how many people are offering the labor you have and how many people are demanding the labor you're offering. That's it. Okay. Yes, if entitlement is based on productivity, then billionaires have things they aren't entitled to. Whether you want to call it theft or not is a rhetorical choice, but the idea that what they have really is theirs and they should just give back is actually indefensible. Wait, I don't understand this. Yes, if entitlement is based on productivity, then billionaires have things they aren't entitled to. What does he mean by productivity here? Just doing things, like how hard you work, I guess? Or I don't know. Then billionaires have things they aren't entitled to. Whether you want to call it theft or not is a rhetorical choice. That's a meaningful distinction between calling something theft versus saying you own a business or whatever. I don't think that's simply rhetoric, but okay. But the idea that what they have really is theirs and they should just give back is actually indefensible. Okay. Derek should throw out a billionaire that he thinks earned, or whatever word he prefers to connote entitlement, that amount of money, and we can see if we can figure out how plausible that really is. Is there, this is such a naive... Fuck me, dude. I feel like this is labor value theory. This shit. I'm wasting my time on this. If I tweet, I'm just gonna get hate for it because people think I'm hating businesses or hating laborers. But if you want to say that a business owner doesn't own any of the output of his business because a laborer is working, then how can you say that a laborer is entitled to any of his wages when he wouldn't be able to work without the capital or resources provided by the owner? Let's say that you go to work in some huge machine place or whatever, and you're operating some machine and you make money. I feel like the socialist will say the owner is entitled to none of those profits because it's just the worker who's generating it on his own. And it's well, if the worker didn't have access to the capital, then the worker wouldn't be able to do anything either, right? Not to say one thing is good or bad or one thing is right or wrong, but it's such a naively stupid analysis to only perform on one side. It's just so dumb. What the fuck is the point of this? And you're not furthering any actual argument. Oh, okay, fine. You know what? It is true. Owners of firms make money off of profit of labor. What do we do with that, right? Are you going to say that's wrong, so we eliminate all capital? What's the point of that? Is there a level at which money is inherently not earned? If you suspect that somebody who makes $50,000 earned their money, but you know that everybody who has 1 billion in wealth didn't earn their money, what is the threshold above which one ought to be certain that money cannot be earned? The point is not that there is some level where it is inherently not earned. The word billionaire is a simpler way of saying the extreme right tail of the distribution. In our society, the amounts of that tail are so relatively high that it's hard to believe they are earned. And again, I think we can go about this much more qualitatively. Pick whichever billionaire you think is the best case and let's look at it. You should pick, I'm not trying to be evasive, not being a Marxist, I think every working person who receives income and equity for their labor and who hasn't committed a crime under the current laws earn their money. Under that definition, I think most billionaires earn their money. For entertainment's sake, though, if you're going to do it, you should scrutinize a celebrity whose wealth mostly came from selling things directly to the public and then created a portfolio or IP, or a portfolio of IP, that was externally valued at billions of dollars, maybe George Lucas or Taylor Swift. The way IP rents work in entertainment is a great example of a legal quirk generating crazy right tail outcomes. George Lucas made hundreds of millions of dollars by allowing others to produce toys, lunchboxes, etc. with Star Wars branding on it. This argument isn't remotely compelling to me. The quirk that made him a billionaire was that he happened to create an iconic character and thousands of other scene fiction writers didn't. If it were the IP law itself, everyone else who created IP would also be billionaires. Our system rewards creating an iconic character in this way because it created certain IP rules in the US Code. But this does mean that creating an iconic character actually produces or earns or deserves that level of compensation. What? Our system rewards creating an iconic character in this way because it created certain IP rules in the US Code. But this does mean that creating an iconic character actually produces or earns or deserves that level of compensation. Why couldn't you say the same thing about business owners if that's how the code is created? No? As CLR James said, finding a truly new character is the greatest possible accomplishment of any author. He was referring to Melville's discovery of Ahab. Doesn't seem crazy to me to reward those who are able to do it. It is a greater accomplishment than is it a greater accomplishment than a 2-hour marathon? Only 2 of those in the history of the world. This is the heart of your confusion. How much an accomplishment is rewarded is a function of law, in this case IP law, but surely that reward can be too high. Oh wait, I think he fucked this sentence up. I'm sorry. But this does not mean, I think he meant to say this does not mean that creating an iconic character actually produces. That's what he meant. Fuck, he fucked this up. Sorry. I understand now. Well, let's put aside whether you think writing Chewbacca is more impressive than a 2-hour marathon. Surely you think a 2-hour marathon is impressive and can see that tons of people train for running. So what would be your objection to making them billionaires through that law? I think I'm skeptical that deciding who to make people billionaires via the law is going to work out very well in markets. I don't know. It's dumb. Whatever, dude. Well, I guess the conversation's always been like this, right? I don't like it when people attach this moral value to how businesses are run and money is earned, because then people just fight on the moral value of this. If you can create a Facebook, if you can create an Amazon, if you can create an Apple and make fucking tons of money doing it, that's a wonderful thing because we all have an amazing fucking product and because everybody that works at these companies is extremely well compensated. These are good things. If you think that we have social programs in the United States that we need to fund better, or if you think that there are ways that people who are on the bottom rungs of earning in society but are still doing things that we would consider societally important work, especially things like teaching, if you think those people need to be compensated higher, then find a way to skim off the people that are ultra successful at their billionaire businesses. So jack up the higher tax rates, boost your capital gains tax. If you wanted your fucking stupid corporate taxes, do that. But just find a way to tax them more. The demonization of some earners is just so cringe. Celebrate it, find a way to tax it, and make it so we all can feel invested in their winnings. The biggest issue in the United States is the fact that if you're a normal citizen, you don't really feel like you're winning when Zuckerberg or Bezos or Elon are posting these record-gaining wins. We don't feel any investment in that. That's a problem. We need to find a way to align those incentives, I think.
There's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned, right? You can't earn $1 billion.
That's right.
You just can't earn that.
That's exactly correct.
You can get market power. You can break rules. You can do all sorts of things. You can abuse labor laws.
Yep.
I just don't it's so dumb considering the different types of work there is too. This existence of a wealthy class of people that aren't actually owners and somehow they manage to slip by all of the stupid Marxist criticisms is so annoying. Hassan does it. Technically, I'm in that class. Okay, well, I earned so much money and I'm not doing anything unethical because I'm not an owner. I just work and then people pay for my shit. But like, is that really fair that somebody who, you know, sits in front of a stream can earn 10 or 100 times as much as a teacher or as a, you know, sanitation worker or as a mailman? Like, it's just, there's just so much moral value moral value that's tied to all of these statements, and it makes it impossible to actually navigate the conversation. I think it's cringe.
You can abuse labor laws. You can pay people less than what they're worth, but you can't earn that, right? So you have to create a myth that since you didn't earn that, you have to create a myth of earning it. There's a certain level.
Yeah. Whatever. The slopulism. We're never breaking out. AOC is dumb. What?
Personal situations and with ourselves too. Abolition, so often I think people try to fast forward to the end of the movie and they're like, but what do you do if there are no, you know, jails in the United States? What do you do, you know, without police? And they try to paint that story. But it's important, I think, for all of us to acknowledge that abolition is not about the destination. I mean, the destination is to have a society that doesn't need prisons, that doesn't need but really is that it's about a journey. And abolition is about the journey there. And when we look at a situation, first of all, a lot of times people say, oh, well, you know, if we don't have the system the way that it is, what are you going to do with all of the rapists? Very often, that's like the first thing that people grab for, and it's not a coincidence. Secondly, we should acknowledge that this system fails women and victims of sexual assault, period. Already. The U.S. carceral system is violent to survivors of sexual assault because our system does not care, center, designed for justice in these situations. 80% of people who are assaulted by someone that they know, and over 80% of all assaults are never reported to our system. That is not a coincidence, and the overlap of those two things are not a coincidence. Because so often, an assault survivor has to not just deal with what just happened to them, but then they feel like they have the responsibility, it's their responsibility to decide if they're gonna tear their family apart, if they're going to turn really deal with the compounded trauma of turning in their father, uncle, boyfriend, whatever it is, in a short period of time or a long period of time. And at the end of the day, what we have to ask ourselves, what it solves. Because if what we seek is a society that doesn't do that, then what it means is that we need to have a society that changes men, a society that changes people in power, a society that changes how we view gender. And, you know, if you read Angela Davis, Our Prisons Obsolete, our prisons are used as just dumpsters for the failures of our systems. Because prisons are how systems of power hide our mental health crisis.
I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Stop. We love AOC here, okay? Or we try to.
My grandfather passed away, and I felt like I lost a part of myself I can't get back. I can't fix it. I can't mend it because they're not here anymore.
So, I'm doing the thing that I love, yet I still felt, God, I feel like I've never felt more alone.
This protects you from being disappointed.
It is.
But it traps you.
Every day I feel like
Jesus, this is
might be my last.
Are you watching this feeling hopeless or broken? Are you doing all the right things but still feel deeply depressed? I'm John Regalado, and from Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded, featuring 20 people who are struggling with depression. Now, if you've seen the show before, you know it's built around debate. But today we're doing something different. This won't be a debate, and this time the flags won't be used to vote someone out of the circle.
I was gonna say, and then my dad died, and then my child died, and then my dog died. You've been voted out. Stop. You've been voted out. No more deaths. Sit the fuck down.
They'll signal your desire to speak with our featured guest, psychiatrist Dr. K. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you all for being here. We're very appreciative of you guys sharing your stories. Let's get into it.
Dan is seething right now, guys. Just kidding. Whoa. This
My
is not
first
therapy.
surrounded claim is you're not broken, you're overwhelmed.
Levels, you ready to go? Let's have you in the center.
What's your name, man?
I'm Levels.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Levels.
With your claim, I'll say for me personally, I feel like I was broken. Yeah. I went through my uncle passing away, and then the next year my grandfather passed away, and I felt like a part of me broke. When he went, a part of me died with him. So when I went through my throes of depression, which I'm still in it, I have my days, my good days, my bad days, I kind of went down that
Can you imagine if Mr. Girl snuck onto this show?
path of like, I lost a part of myself I can't get back. I can't fill that void. I can't fix it. I can't mend it because they're not here anymore.
What did you lose?
I feel like I lost my comfort.
Your comfort?
I would talk to him about kind of like, hey, Grandpa, I'm sad. Hey, Grandpa, I'm having a hard time at school. Hey, what do you think? And, he's old. He'll go off and have his little conversation about conspiracy theories. I'm like, oh, haha, that's cool. But it's like, it's nice to have somebody in your corner.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of those claims that I sort of agree with you already.
Yeah.
When we lose someone, that person's gone forever.
Yeah.
And we're never getting them back.
Yeah.
And it also sounds like he was a really important part of being a safe space for you, someone that you could talk to.
Yeah.
Right? Can you tell me a little bit?
One thing that Dr. K does when he talks to people that I think is actually so fucking important, and I feel like a lot of people casually get this wrong. Maybe medically we used to get this wrong and we changed it or whatever. But there's a very fine line between trying to comfort somebody and doing a thing that just feels like you're downplaying everything that they have. So like somebody's like, oh, my cat died. I had a cat that was 18 years old and they just died. And then the person's like, well, your cat's in a better place now. You'll probably see them when you cross the Rainbow Road. And, and it's like, okay, I guess. But you're just like, okay, yeah, fuck me, I guess. Fuck me. You know what? You're right. I'm going to go kill myself right now to go find my cat. Fuck me, I guess. My bad, But there's something that feels wrong about, telling somebody that oh, yeah, your cat died. That does fucking suck. That's really sad. That must be terrible, right? But sometimes hearing that, having somebody reflect that back at you, I think it feels good. Dr. K's really good at that usually, I think, yeah. Let me use the restroom 1 second. Hold on.
More about him?
Well, he was a veteran, so, there's stuff he didn't really talk to us about, but, he would take us camping and, bowling. I was his first grandchild, so all my memories were kind of tied to him, going to his house, having pie, even though pie's not the best thing to have for breakfast, but it was nice,
I think it's a great breakfast.
He would take me places. He would tell me oh, this is my favorite food. Let's try it. Let's go do this. Let's do that. It was just nice. Not to say my parents didn't do that. It's just like having somebody outside of, your parents. It was nice to have him.
So, and when you lost him, what did you lose with him?
I guess my everything. I didn't know how to function. I have support, but he was kind of like the main, the first person I would go to. And then he died of leukemia. And for me, my family was upset, and I was kind of trying to be stronger for them. So I didn't realize how bad it had got. I mostly wish I had more time with him. I was there for him physically.
Well, it sounds like you were also present for your family when he passed.
Yeah. I didn't let myself mourn. I didn't let myself cry. I was more so it's okay, I'll be there for you. And then when they were done mourning, it kind of got to a point where I was like, maybe I can't be upset about this. And it kind of triggered everyone around me. Hey, let's not do this right now. I'm trying to relax. I'm like, hey, I'm hurting.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. But it's also they
So first
dealt with it.
you chose not to mourn.
Yeah.
And then when you tried to mourn,
they were already done mourning.
Yeah. Well, no wonder you feel broken, because I think you haven't had a chance to heal yet.
No. Not really, but I put it off to the side, kind of he's there, and when I get older and my time comes, I'll get to see him again. That's kind of what keeps me going. that, you know, I'm being watched over.
So I think this is also really interesting because you're kind of saying that what you will never get back, right? Because that's what you're kind of thinking is this person who is safe.
Yeah.
And here we are. And when you start mourning, what do the people around you do?
They're kind of off. They're like, hey, let's not talk about it right now.
And I think it sort of makes sense. Like, I know this sounds crazy, but it kind of makes sense, right? Because if you weren't given a chance to mourn, if people didn't make you feel safe, if they didn't take good care of you, and then you, like, literally, like, that's what happened. Well, no wonder you would think that this is the only person that'll do it because, like, he was the only one that literally did it.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I don't know that that's true forever. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, but it's like, I feel like for me it is because I don't address it. You know, I kind of am like, okay, let's put it in a little box.
Well, that's because that's what the people around you told you to do.
Yeah.
If you can find that safety, maybe if you can advocate for yourself a little bit more. And I know this is tricky, right? Because the whole problem here is that people have not been taking care of you. I think getting some degree of like anger and sort of like letting people know around you like how not okay it is.
Yeah.
That you're hurting and you took care of them and like now it's their turn.
Yeah.
Does that resonate with you at all, or does it send you running for the hills?
Well, it does. I mean, like current issues, my grandma's health, I've been more vocal about being upset versus before where I was like, oh, it's okay. He got to make a choice. You know, we should be happy for him. He can advocate.
And now that you're more vocal, what's happening?
I'm more aggressively vocal. And they're like, okay, like we can't do anything about what she's doing. I'm like, why? I guess I'm being more open about this feeling because it's in the now and not in the past.
Yeah, so I'm actually like somewhat optimistic for you. I know it sounds crazy, but
how could you? No, I'm messing with you.
Because I think now you're doing something really scary, but very different, which is you are opening yourself up for other people to help you. And the real tragedy of life is when we open ourselves up to be helped by other people. Sometimes they meet us halfway and sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
But I think give people a chance. Yeah, great.
We're going to pause here. Thank you.
Do I shake your hand?
Sure, yeah. Wait, so what did they say? How do they decide when they're pausing?
Okay.
Sorry.
C, you had your flag up. You ready to go to the center?
Hey, what's your name?
My name's C.
C?
Yeah, C.
It's just
Nice to
time,
meet you,
baby.
C.
Nice to meet you. So I'm a former foster kid, and for all my life, I've lived differently from everyone else. Essentially, from surviving, I wasn't taught normal societal like behaviors or emotions.
This is like a crazy like concept for an episode. Jesus.
Because I had to take care of myself while being in a dangerous environment. And what's interesting is that even though physically and mentally I'm fine and I feel great and I can do my daily tasks, interact with people, it's still stuck in my body. I feel the depression, like right now, I don't want to cry, but for some reason, my body just wants to let it out. And before, I wouldn't let it because growing up in a Hispanic culture, they'd be like, oh, ¿por qué te lloras? Like, why are you crying? Like, you want to cry? Okay, I'll make you cry. To where it was like, okay, like I can't. But the more that I would hold it in and push it down, the worse it became until eventually I just let it out. It's like my nervous system and my mind are completely separate.
Yeah.
And they're going into different things to where my body doesn't recognize that I'm safe. Like now I'm safe. No one's going to hurt me. No one's coming after me. No one's going to physically or emotionally hurt me. But my body is still in that hypervigilant state. It's where it's always aware. It's always like, okay. And there are times where it just becomes overwhelming. There are times where it looks like disassociation, night terrors, to where it feels like it's hard to trust or connect with people. It's feels like I'm still in that like physical state, whereas like mentally I'm great. I just don't know how to. I've gone through the work. I go through depression. I'm taking antidepressants. I'm taking like multiple classes and courses and therapies, but I just want to understand why this happens so much. Why is it that my body reacts so differently from my brain?
So the first thing we're going to talk about is dissociation. You have two parts of your brain, two hemispheres. Your right hemisphere is where we experience emotions. Your left hemisphere is where we're basically logical. I mean, that's not necessarily true, but it broadly is true. Now, here's the really interesting thing. In the middle, there's this part of our brain called the corpus callosum. And the corpus callosum is what lets the right part of our brain talk to the left part of our brain. And when people grow up in a very traumatic environment, that thing stops communicating. You may experience that everything is fine. Mm-hmm. The left side of your brain, which is active right now, is saying, okay, we're at work, we're maybe like gonna go get some ice cream after work, and you're like living a normal life, but the other half of your brain is screaming. And the problem is the volume has been turned down so we can't hear it, or the headphones are unplugged. So even though the signal is there, this part of your brain is screaming, the left side of your brain doesn't really feel it, except there are times where it switches over. And then we feel all of these weird emotions. Like we feel all these emotions that we had no idea like where this is coming from. Feels really inappropriate because I'm like sitting here having my ice cream and my body is telling me like, oh my God, we're gonna die or something like that, right? So this is a really, really classic situation. I think a big part of this, and the good news is that we can heal from this. What's really hard about this is how confusing it is, because you see like other people react appropriately to the things that happen around them. But literally what's happened is you have all of these pent up reactions that you've been carrying with you. And I can see that this is bringing up, what are you feeling?
I don't know what it is. It's just kind of just what I do is like normally just let it out. It's as if my body wants to cry, but I'm listening to you and I'm not crying, but my body is.
Yeah. See, it's happening right now. And so when you feel this way, what do you do?
Before it used to be really bad where I would like hit my forearm or hit myself and be like, no, you can't
Also
feel this way. To where now I've learned that I let it be, let it process. You know, if I'm gonna cry, it's like I even close my eyes and I go, it's okay, you're safe, no one's gonna hurt you. You just breathe and I just let it out, because the more I let it out, the more I let it be, then it kind of goes through this like stress cycle and I'm able to like be myself again. And then after that, I go hang out with friends, I go outside, touch grass. It's the touch, sight, smell, and feel that I do to kind of be present.
You figured all this stuff out on your own?
Yes.
This is amazing. Yeah, I think what's so sad about this is just how much of this should have been done for you. I think people don't realize this. The way that we manage our emotions is through other people.
Mm-hmm.
Even now, you're sort of like a foster kid surviving on your own, right? And this is a situation where I think like the healthiest thing is that someone else should actually handle that emotion for you. That you shouldn't have to deal with this all on your own and cope with it. And that you should be able to cry and get angry and things like that, right?
Yeah.
So like what a parent does when a kid is like 3 years old and they're learning how to cry, which you haven't been able to do because of what seems like some amount of Hispanic upbringing, foster care, things like that.
Yeah, my parents didn't like me because I was gay, so they kept me away from society, kept me away from people.
Yeah.
Like they had me essentially say, you were essentially a demon, so you need to stay in this area, and this is how you should act and be. You are quiet, you are...
So messed up.
So that's what I've learned, and now I'm trying to readapt to it. And the biggest thing is feeling my emotions. Like this I can control. This like it's so hard.
Yeah, so there's a modality called EFT, which is called the emotional freedom technique. There's a lot of studies now that show that trauma is stored in the body. And I think that these reactions that you're having where you feel like your body wants to cry and your mind doesn't, like that's where like literally stuff is stored, is pent up. And I think it's got to come out. And I think the most important thing, I know this sounds crazy, but I think the most important thing is trying to find someone who will deal with it for you, because you've dealt with it on your own for like far too long.
So what does that look like then?
It's a great question. Sometimes this can be a therapist. Sometimes it can be a friend. I think it can look a lot of different ways. Tragically, you were not given that growing up. And I think this is one of the saddest things in psychiatry, how insufficient treatment is a substitute for love. And I think like love really goes a long way.
Yeah, that and for me, it looks like actions too.
Yeah.
Thank you, C. We're going to pause here and switch participants. Snap.
One of the, I'm not saying anything about her in particular because I don't know her story or what her life is like or anything, but something that's really scary is I notice this sometimes when I'm doing like my manifestos or when I'm trying to like investigate something is if you get the story of a thing stuck in your mind, it can be very easy to see a whole bunch of confirming evidence, and it can be very easy to discredit a bunch of stuff that you feel is disconfirming. But the reality is you're not actually building a good story. You just have this like skeletal structure in your mind, and it's very easy to build on that if that's all you're looking for. One of the things is a little bit scary when people start to learn the psych language is I worry sometimes that the person is losing the ability to accurately understand what's going on or figure out how to make improvements on it because they're like lost in they found like the pattern online, and then they can speak and interpret everything through like whatever psych paradigm they've learned. I feel like that could be really bad sometimes. But
before I call the next person, can we fly in maybe some tissues if people need them? Raise your hand if you need to grab a couple.
I brought one. I came prepared. That's okay. May need more than one.
All right. Maybe everybody just take like one cleansing breath. I know.
Sorry if this is hard hitting, but what symptoms did you see in Reckful in his life? Reckful to me came off as just completely like major depressive disorder and like bipolar, I guess, or whatever. I don't know what the diagnosis would be, but like Reckful's baseline day-to-day experience was not survivable. His mental state was too devoid of any happiness. His default mental state, which is why he's using a ton of drugs and going after crazy experiences to try to bring that baseline up, or not bring the baseline up, to try to like fight to get above that bad baseline. And then the second issue was I think he had some kind of bipolar, I say depression. I guess maybe it's just bipolar. He would be extremely manic. I remember somebody linked earlier too where he proposed to Becca on Twitter. His manic phases were pretty crazy. His depressive phases were very crazy, or not good. So I mean, yeah, he was, not good. Not good.
It's energy to listen. It takes energy to share. But thanks everybody for the generosity. All right. We Gonna choose the next participant. Leah, I saw your flag up. You ready to go? Let's do it.
Hi.
I'm Leah.
Leah Alok, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Well, I just wanted to, for one, say that I've related to things that both of these people have been saying before me. First, in the grief, my dad passed away 6 years ago. That has been a significant source of my depression, and I have treatment-resistant depression, but it's not for the lack of wanting to be treated. I would do anything for something that works, but like nothing has. Like it's like my mind is, I feel like, is searching for more reasons to be depressed sometimes. And also I relate to the dissociation. Like half of me is like somewhere and the other half is like super depressed. So for example, I'm a musician, and how I cope is actually writing about this really deep, dark stuff like suicidality and stuff. I write about that. I was at a show and the show was going objectively really well. Sorry. Yeah, I just looked out at the, sorry, I don't even know why I'm crying right now. Objectively, everything was good. I just looked out at the crowd, and I felt so empty. So, I'm doing the thing that I love, yet I still felt, God, I feel like I've never felt more alone. Sorry, I did not expect to cry.
Yeah, can I respond?
Yes, please.
So, thank you so much for sharing. What was your name again?
I'm Leah.
Leah. Here's what I'm hearing. So here you are.
Jesus. Is that Lab's name?
Or you make music. You use it to cope.
Yeah.
But
Do you feel like all of these people are genuinely ill? I don't like, it's hard to say who is or who isn't. It's hard to, without knowing more of their story, and then even without knowing what it even means to be. So it's like really difficult. I don't know. Like there's some people where I'm like, this motherfucker's faking or whatever, but I don't think anybody I've heard up here speak sounds like they're just like, I don't know what you would call it, attention seeking or whatever. I don't know. None of these so far.
I imagine you like it too.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And you're on stage. You're actually like kind of at the height of joy and fulfillment in your life. Like this is what you came here to do.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not exactly where I want to be yet.
I'm sure that there's, stuff that can be better, but
Yeah.
if we think about, just the moments of joy
Yeah.
and you're denied that.
Yeah, it's like things are starting for me, and
then
why am I still not?
Yeah, right. So I'm almost like thinking about how hard it must be for the things in life that are supposed to feel really good
Yeah.
to feel so alone.
Yeah.
Right. And I really hear that you've got treatment resistant depression. And I hear that if anything could take this feeling away, right? If anything would just allow you to experience life the way that regular human beings do, which is like when I'm on stage and having a good time and everyone's singing lyrics, I should be having a good time too.
Yeah.
And that feels really, really terrible.
Yeah, it
like you're
does.
being denied the chance to live an ordinary life.
Yeah, that's sort of like why it's so bad.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. How do you understand that your mind is searching for reasons to be unhappy?
Well, I'm super judgmental of myself. So my self-talk is like very negative. I'm sort of like at a constant like argument with myself. So it's like, but I'm also like, I know that I have to like accept these thoughts and not argue with them to get better. Like I know the solution on paper. It's just harder to apply in practice. For example, again, the stage thing, like I'm doing what I love, right? Why is my brain, it feels like it's like looking for reasons to be upset.
So here's one of the tricky things I've learned as a psychiatrist, and I've worked a fair amount with people with treatment-resistant depression. Speaking of humility, I think there's 3 patients that I've worked with that I really have not been able to help that I can think of, and I remember them very well, and we tried really hard, and I think I hate that. But
what do you do about something like that?
Tried all kinds of things. But I think the good news is that, for the 3 patients that I've worked with who have treatment-resistant depression, I've worked with 50 to 75, that things have worked. And the one thing that I would really tunnel down into, just because we have a little bit of time here, is to really pay attention to that part that is searching for a reason to be unhappy. So don't argue against yourself, but try shifting your attention away from that towards other things.
Yeah, definitely tried.
And I think that's a skill.
And sometimes it works.
Right. So if it works sometimes, then that's where I think learning to be better at it can offer some relief.
It's just the fact that it always goes back.
That's where we get to part number 2.
Okay.
Which is to understand why your mind, there's a part of your mind that is really, really unhappy with being happy.
Yeah.
Right? The most alone that you felt is when you are actually should be the happiest.
Yeah.
And so to really understand what is it within you that is looking for unhappiness.
We're gonna pause here. Leah, thank you. We're gonna switch participants.
Good luck, Leo.
Thank you.
Time moves fast, but your credit score doesn't have to stay stuck. I remember how
Thank
overwhelmed I
God,
felt trying
this is
to
what
fix
I
my credit.
need.
It felt like a catch-22.
A credit card.
To
Hell
build credit.
yes.
Then I found Kickoff. Signing.
Hold on, real quick. Somebody link this. What is this? Freaked out on my ex publicly. Oh, can I do a meme? I'm gonna get hate for this, and I don't give a fuck. I have the same feeling about fucking cheeseburgers. Okay. You don't get points for this. You don't get points for making the fucking largest, most massive, huge fuck burrito. You ever get a burrito chode? Do you ever get a burrito chode where it's like, oh, my burrito is 4 inches long? And like, what are you supposed to do with that? Every time I go to a place and I want to just sit at the table and just smash it into my face and then just sit there until they tell me to leave. What? It's just so obnoxious. It's just so obnoxious. What? Like, oh, let me take a bite from the corner. I sure do like my rice burrito. Let me take a bite from up here. I sure do like my carne asada burrito. Let me take a bite from over here. Just a whole fucking bite of guacamole. So good. What the fuck? What am I supposed to fucking do with this? Anyway. Farmer's Market burrito and latte. Saw a guy who was in a weird, intense situationship, off and on again, sometimes relationship with, for a year and a half at a bar with someone new and freaked out on him the other night. Just can't get over all the horrible nights he put me through, lying, being stood up. The time he went to another woman's house in the middle of the night, he invited me too, and generally being treated as convenience for him. I should have left, but instead I chose to scold him in front of this woman in the middle of the bar and then send him a bunch of angry text messages afterwards. Now I've spent all weekend burning with humiliation and shame for saying the things I said out of anger, mostly regarding how he treated me, but some of it was about his habits and him as a person. But what can you do when you always look crazy other than just disappear? I just wanted someone to love me, and I got someone who sort of hated me for a year and a half, and the anger feels unending, but now I look insane to him and his friends and the woman he was with. The reason why these situations, not to be mean, okay? Remember, we hate men here, okay? I hope that guy posts my subreddit again about it. But if a woman is in a situationship where she's using sex to get the guy to pay attention to her, and the guy's in a situationship where he's dangling a relationship to get the woman to fuck him, you are both mutually manipulating each other. The reason why it feels weird as the woman here for shouting at him or scolding him is because you're doing about the same as he's doing. You just incur a bit more social damage for it. But like, that's really all that's happening, okay? Stop doing this. Stop. Stop it on both sides, all right?
Up took minutes on my phone,
back to our
no
credit
credit
cards.
check and no hidden fees. For users with credit under 600, they see an average growth of 86 points. Kickoff helps you score big when it comes to credit. Plans start at just $5 a month with 0 interest. Start building credit with Kickoff today and get your first month for as little as $1. That's 80% off the normal price when you go to getkickoff.com/surrounded today. That's Kickoff without the C.
Based.
Get KIKOFF.com/surrounded.
Yes.
Sign up at kickoff.com/surrounded to activate offer. Offer applies to new Kickoff customers first month only. Subject to approval. Offer.
Okay, what year is it? We can speed up audio without increasing the pitch. There's no reason for it to sound like this. Stop.
OFF.com/surrounded. Must sign up via kickoff.com/surrounded to activate offer. Offer applies to new Kickoff customers first month only. Subject to approval. Offer subject to change. Average first year credit score impact plus 86 points between August 2024 and August 2025. For Kickoff credit account users who started with score below 600, who paid on time and who had no delinquencies or collections added to their credit profile during the period. Late payments may negatively impact credit score. Individual results may vary. Thank you to Kickoff for sponsoring this episode. Now let's get back to the show.
My next surrounded claim is that hopelessness feels like a conclusion, but it's actually a symptom.
Joseph, would you like to be our first participant? All right, head to the center.
Hey, Joseph.
Hi, Dr. K. How you doing today?
Good.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. Well, does hopelessness feel like a conclusion to you?
That's part of my issues is that when I am super depressed and I'm at the depths of everything, that's where...
Whoa! Older white guy.
It feels like there's no way out. And so is this a symptom of something that's bigger or is this my final state? And so that's where...
I hate, and I will always hate this. None of the psychiatric disorders, none of them should have words that are common parlance. I think it has destroyed our ability to talk about a lot of stuff. Sometimes people are incredibly sad and they need actual serious help to get through this sadness. Sometimes people have whatever the fucking conditions are that, you know, would lead to major depressive disorder. The fact that we just say depression or sadness or anxiety and we use these words both in common parlance and in like disorder diagnoses, I think is incredibly harmful and damaging. I don't know. Like, imagine if every time somebody was anxious, they were like, I'm hypertensive right now. I think my blood pressure is high right now. Like, imagine they said this. It would just be, it's just such a clusterfuck. It's so, ugh.
I get stuck because I know that it's a symptom, but the overwhelming thoughts is like, this is my conclusion, this is where I'm stuck, and there's no escaping this. That's where I feel like I can't gain the traction, even though I know I'm supposed to, and I have the skills, and I've met doctors and worked on this. I don't know how to get past that. So I get bogged down that I'm stuck here.
Yes, so this seems really hard because it sounds like you actually know on some level that this is a symptom.
Yes.
You've worked with doctors, you've learned the skills in your head. You're telling yourself, oh, this is just a...
Would you be okay with it if people didn't misuse the terms? Well, I don't even necessarily think it's intentional. I just think it's very hard sometimes. If you haven't experienced a mental disorder, it's hard to know if you actually have it. And I don't fault people for thinking one way or the other. It's just really hard to know. How do you know if you're crazy, or how do you know if you're depressive? If you like, it's just because we can't really communicate the experiences to other people. And sometimes I feel like using words in common parlance, I think, confuses that a bit. You know.
Symptom. This is not a conclusion. You try to disbelieve yourself.
Yeah, like dissociation is a term I hear used a lot, but also like I don't want to fucking gatekeep anything, but like I don't know. I had after my mushroom trip for about a year, I had a bunch of weird shit going on. I had periods of like dissociation, and in my mind, dissociation is just totally different from like spacing out or not wanting to be in a place. These two things are not even remotely related. But I could see how like if somebody's shouting at me, or even if I'm like nervous or anxious and I kind of don't want to be in an area and I'm just kind of like, I'm just, whatever. Like that in my mind, that has nothing to do with dissociation. It's a totally different thing. But like maybe some people's experiences are closer together. I don't know. Or maybe when other people are describing it, they are actually describing the one feeling, what I would map onto dissociation, but they're just the way they describe it is just not how I would describe it. Like it's hard to, I don't know. But then I also, because when I was trying to read about these things, like I see sometimes dissociation and depersonalization and derealization sometimes get all jumbled together, even though people have like different words for them sometimes, or I'm sorry, even though people have different definitions for each word. I don't know. How would you describe it? Well, my feelings also might be related just because it was a horrible fucking mushroom trip. So maybe that was why. Maybe my personal experience with it was different. For me, it would usually just be me sitting in a place, and it's all of my mental shit revolved around this, but just like kind of like feeling everything was just like a bit not real. Or that I shouldn't be in a particular area, or that things just didn't quite make sense. So I would have to go outside. I would have to like look at stuff to feel like this was like a real thing and that I kind of like belonged here and this was all like kind of real. These feelings would always come after a panic attack for me. They would hit like very, very, very strong. Like this feeling of like, ooh, shit, like something this is just not like, I don't know. But maybe there are different ways. I don't know. Yeah, it sucks. It's annoying. We should be able to, what I'm saying is we need Neuralink from Elon Musk to translate the brain for us, okay? Did Reckful make your shroom trip worse? I mean, probably, but I don't like, a lot of people shit on him on the comments on that video, or in general. Like, I was asking for it. I told him, like, I just want the fucking worst mushroom trip possible. Let's go. Because I didn't think that it would actually do anything. I just didn't believe that. I thought it was like, elbow drugs, like, are retarded. Nothing's going to happen. So, I mean, like, yeah, it was horrible. But, I mean, like, I kind of asked for it. So, I mean, like, it's not like his fault.
Telling yourself, oh, this is just a symptom. This is not a conclusion. You try to disbelieve yourself.
Right.
And then what happens?
Well, then that's where I've made more progress. I'm not as stuck as I was, and thankfully. But I still have to work on this all the time. It never goes away. And I wax and I wane. So when I'm feeling like I can't gain traction to get out of here and I don't know what my next steps are, it gets so scary that it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I can feel it dragging me backwards. And that led ultimately to some very, very deep depressions, suicide attempt, the loss of my employment.
That is the problem. People equate acute sadness with an exogenous cause like depression, and they are explicitly different phenomenon. Yeah, maybe they are, but also like maybe they're not. I'm not sure. Like anxiety for me was like really weird because sitting in some place and then just starting to have anxiety was like really not cool for me, because generally any stressor in my life is exogenous. Like I know why somebody's, tweeting about me or something is happening, or it's like, okay, but having nothing happening and then feeling bad is like, wait, what the fuck? But then also like, and this is hard. This is why it's so important to have a friend if you have like mental health related stuff, even though it seems like nothing outside is affecting you. If you have a friend or somebody, or if you can do it yourself, like pushes you like, hey, let's go on a walk, let's go outside, or let's do something else. in my personal experience, and from other people I've heard, maybe not universally, but like this will boost your mood. You will start to feel a little bit better, assuming this isn't going to like fucking cure your depression, is to walk outside. But at the very least, it'll change like what's going on, or at least in my experience, it does. I know it does when you're on trips, but
and so that didn't help, you know.
Yeah, so what I'm kind of getting the sense of is that you'll struggle for a while, but then it feels like inevitably you're going to get dragged down.
Right. When I feel like I'm dragging myself backwards and I'm never going to get out of this, and it's like, oh no, here we go again.
Can I ask you, when you say I'm dragging myself backwards?
Yes.
What is that? Help me understand why you think it's you who's doing the dragging.
Well, that's my inner struggle, your inner voice talking with you. Is like, well, you know better. You know that this is going to hurt, you know, and that this is something that is bad for you to bed rot, to doom scroll, to just feel hopeless. I feel disappointed in myself because I feel like I know better.
Would you say that disappointed is almost like self-loathing?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
How do you relate to that loathing feeling that you have towards yourself?
So what happens when that starts to happen is I perseverate on all the issues. I lost my job. I disappointed my family. I lost my identity. Being a fireman, I mean, firemen are very wrapped up in their profession. That becomes part of their identity. Fortunately, I tried to avoid that, but it still grabbed me. So that just really weighs heavy on my mind because I look at all the things that I destroyed or gave up.
So this is what's so tricky, right? Because what I'm noticing is that not only do you have the symptoms of depression, you actually have something else on top of that, which is a lot of blame for being depressed.
Yes.
After all, you put in the work. You tried everything, right? And it's a skill. And every day is, oh my God, it's like every day is a struggle. Every day is a struggle. Do you ever kind of tell yourself if you were different or if I did things better, then like all of this stuff would be working better?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you this, Joe. And I don't know if this makes sense. There's the depression that you feel, and then there's the way that you argue with yourself about the depression.
Yeah.
The way that you judge yourself for having the depression. What I think is really interesting is that's what's keeping it alive. Do you kind of get that?
Yes, absolutely.
Isn't it inappropriate to do public therapy like this? He is not doing therapy. These are just conversations. Okay.
Absolutely, and I've worked on that with my doctors. You know, one of the things that my doctor and I used to talk about is I feel like what worked for me to get traction going was I was going to fake it till I make it. I'm going to act like I'm happy until I'm acting happy, you know?
Okay.
So I find myself feeling like if I don't do that, I'm just going to continue to beat myself up, and it's just going to keep going and going and going, and I'm never going to make any progress.
There's a lot of studies on something called behavioral activation, which we think that we have to feel better in order to do more, right? I want to feel better so I can get out of bed.
Right.
Whereas there's a lot of evidence that shows that sort of faking it till you make it actually works pretty well. That when we step out of bed, when we force ourselves out of bed, the feedback that we get can actually be helpful. So I can totally see why that has been.
It's so hard to do like fake it till you make it is either the best thing ever, because when you put yourself in these situations, you get the external feedback you need in order to stimulate yourself to make good choices. But other times, fake it until you make it can mean you are pushing everything down. You're not engaging in a healthy manner with issues that you have. And then you just end up accumulating and accruing more and more baggage and issues until you self-destruct. You have to be able to figure out which one you're doing.
Helpful for you.
Yeah.
I think the thing that scares me the most and feels so oppressive, Joe, sitting with you, is that just how much you have to work to have a normal day.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
You know?
absolutely.
And I think that's where it's not so much about dealing with the depression and getting out of bed. It's really changing the way that you relate to your depression. That
one of the worst things that you will never be able to understand, and it's good that you can't understand it because it's the worst feeling ever. I explained this before, is that like our normal day-to-day experience, assuming nothing is happening, is good. It's not normal, it's not neutral, and it's not definitely not bad, but it's generally good. You're happy to wake up and be alive. You've got some things that you look forward to. Even if it's annoying shit like going to work, there's employees, like your day-to-day experience is like, because you want to live. You don't want to die. You want to like live. That's the thing that you want. When your day-to-day experience starts dropping below that neutral line, where imagine like every single day you wake up and there's like a test that you weren't ready for. Every single day you wake up and you have like a new pain in your body that you know is never going to go away. And then you have the knowledge of knowing that every single day you wake up, it is always going to be like that. And there might be things that you can do to fight to bring it back to neutral or good, but you have to put in the work to do that. Most people don't have to work to just like feel like goodish like every day. Like that's just a normal thing. And then you kind of like start from there. Starting from below neutral is not good. That's a horrifying experience.
this is something that sometimes happens.
Humans adapt to their circumstances really well though, no? I think normal human healthy brains do, yes, because of that. Our general baseline is like you want to live and survive and be happy. Like you have that drive in you. But when that goes away, then shit gets fucky. Not good.
It's really changing the way that you relate to your depression. That this is something that sometimes happens to me for whatever reason. I'm cursed in this way, which I know sounds crazy, but sometimes it can be useful to even think about it like that.
Right.
But ultimately changing that self-loathing is going to be a huge step forward. Yeah.
Pause here. Joe, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's time to face participants.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you for sharing your story.
Lamar.
Also, it is funny that like seeing like an older white guy here is like, why is this guy here? This is not like the normal psycho, or not psychotherapist. This isn't the normal like psychology person at all. Like you expect to see younger people. I think he is in the demographic of people that like by and large commit suicide more than any other demographic. I think it's usually middle-aged, like 40 to 60-year-old white men. I don't remember the reasons why, but it's because of like empty nest or divorced or whatever else, but they're like the overrepresented in suicidality or suicides.
I saw you with your flag up. You want to go to the center?
It's why it's important to have these conversations. Yeah, but I feel like people don't talk much about middle-aged white guy issues because it's just not, well, one, it's a demographic of people that just don't talk about their feelings much. And then, no, it's mainly that, and they're not like super online. And so you just don't really see it much. It's kind of an invisible problem.
Hey, how are you? What's your name, bro? Lamar? Oh, look. Thank you for coming up.
No problem.
Yes, like Jordan Peterson. My personal theory is that I think that this sounds so sad and mean just because of who Jordan Peterson is and what he came to represent. But like, I don't think there's anything wrong with being sensitive as a man. I don't even know actually if I would say Jordan Peterson is sensitive, but I don't think Jordan Peterson could handle the amount of hate online. When I look at what Jordan Peterson did as a teacher, and then when I think about what he did as a career, which I think was coaching, I think it was mainly women for like career advice and like furthering their life. My guess is going to be that Jordan Peterson probably was almost universally loved in his life. I seriously doubt there were a lot of people that were shitting on him. His classroom lectures seemed genuinely interesting and riveting. It seemed like he engaged well with the material. His speeches were cool. His coaching service must have been really fulfilling for women. And to go from that to just having so much online, I bet that to some extent that mentally destroyed him. Like if you trace that path, and then you see that he got like addicted to benzos. That's like not surprising at all in my mind, which is sad because a person like him could never really talk about experiencing that anxiety because it makes you a pussy or whatever else. And yeah, my guess is that's kind of what tore him apart, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't like that I started this off by saying he would be sensitive. I think a lot of people would have issues with the things that people have to deal with online.
I would say that
basically what I'm trying to say is trans people are the problem and they kill Jordan Peterson. Just kidding.
For me, I can't speak as to everybody's journey or where they've been in life. But as far as for me, I feel like this is like the conclusion. A little bit of background on me, I'm a Marine. So I've been in...
Hold on. Does he not sound a little bit like Kendrick?
For me, I can't speak as to everybody's journey or where they've been in life. But as far as for me, I feel like this...
Rich or somebody that
No, his voice is higher. Voice is
really
better.
a poem. I just felt like
Kendrick's voice is way
probably
higher.
could relate to. Other than that, now that I finally got a chance to holler at you,
This is like the conclusion.
Never mind. Kendrick's voice is way higher. Just kidding. Forget that.
A little bit of background on me, I'm a Marine.
Well, no, you know what? I'd give it the 50-50.
So I've been in major conflicts. I've trained people for conflicts and everything.
He has the same cadence? Maybe.
Being in those conflicts, I only had a week on how to adjust to being a civilian again. After that week, I started sleeping in the closet for 6 months. Had all my meals given to me in the closet because I couldn't deal with anything out there. Thinking that after serving my country for 8 years, that I would come back to opportunities, jobs. I came back to a park bench that I slept on.
You say it's because they don't talk about it. I think it's more apt to say most people don't care about it. There are plenty of social issues that are out-groups champion. No, I think if they talked about it, I think people would care about it. Do you have any experience or understanding with meditation or the ideas around it, like detachment? You seem very centered, like you naturally have it. I don't know if anybody would naturally have anything related to meditation stuff. I should try or do some of that. Everything I see written about and talked about for meditation seems like really good. I don't have the time in my life I should. I would recommend exploring it because I feel like I see so much positive stuff about it. But
So I felt like I was kind of like left behind.
Well,
what I mean?
you were.
I was left behind. I've accepted everything that I've done as far as like my career over there. And it haunts me a lot of things, you know? It's taking over my life. When I got out, it feels like it's a starter package. I would talk to a mental health specialist. They would hear the problem, and then it's like they put you in a category and be like, all right, here's your trazodone, here's your olanzapine, go out the door, here you go. If I tell you that doesn't work, then it was given to me like I was the problem. It almost seemed like I was getting penalized for the medication not working.
Absolutely, right? So I'm getting the sense that you sort of got judged, that you were supposed to be a certain way. You were supposed to respond. You were supposed to get better. And you didn't get better.
No.
And then they label you, they bucket you, they put you on this track, it almost feels like.
Yes.
Yeah, so what's that like for you?
Well, that's why I say it feels like a conclusion, because after that doesn't work, my only question is, what's next? I've done the meditations, self-help, believe in yourself, you know, go to groups, do this, do that. I've done all that. And still I'm left with the same conclusion that it doesn't work.
So Lamar, I mean, I think what's really challenging about this is clearly something is left over from your time in the Marines, right? You're not the same person who went over, I don't know where you were, but does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
And then when you came back, they said, okay, for people who aren't able to integrate, take trazodone, take loxapine. Those are heavy hitting medicines, by the way. And then if you don't get better, then do this, then do this, then do this, then do this. And you're a guy who tried it all. It sounds like you've
You're talking about mental health prior to becoming a public figure? Fuck no. My mind is a fortress.
tried meditation. I'm sure you've tried therapy.
I've tried everything.
And if I were to tell you, Lamar, there is something that will help you. There's something that'll help you a lot. How would you receive that?
I think that at that point, after being through everything I've been through, I would have to put you in a category, because I would ask you, is it medication? It's going to be group therapy. It's going to be constantly checking in. Like, I haven't seen anything different across the board is what I'm trying to say.
Great. So good. Yeah. So now we have a different kind of problem,
okay,
which is that you have learned that something won't work.
I think I was taught that something won't work all this time.
Absolutely, right? Yeah. Lamar, I think the problem here is that the reason nothing is working is because I don't think anyone has really understood what you struggle with.
So where do we go from here?
We understand you, man. We understand what's it like. Why were you in the closet?
Because, just a little bit of history, just real quick.
Yeah.
I did everything in reversal. I graduated from high school in 2003. Going through a recession in Dallas, Texas, there was no jobs. I was working warehouses at the time. 3 years later, after the contract, I go into the Marine Corps. And then I take 3 tours. My job description changed from heavy mechanics and helicopters to now I'm 03 infantry, heavy machine gunner. Then I switch again to intel. Now I'm doing interrogations throughout the night. And these interrogations ain't
Fuck.
But I'm also telling my
Who the fuck's got an alarm going off? What? Hello?
And these interrogations ain't
Yeah.
But I'm also telling my command I'm tired. I'm tired. They're thinking physically. I'm talking mentally.
Yeah, so let me say this, Lamar. What you
hear about this Rand Paul and Ron Johnson shit about prosecuting Fauci? Yeah, it's a disgusting, horrible fucking crime, but what are you going to do? Were you affected by the recession? Kind of, yeah. The casino that I worked at, I have such a small engagement. I graduated high school in 2007. I was working at McDonald's, and then I was working at the casino through 2008 or 2008. Once the recession hit, they wrecked all of our fucking no 401k matches. Our annual bonuses went from I think it was 5 to 8%, and then they scaled those down to 1 to 3%. And then I remember our lunchroom. They used to have they would serve all hot food or whatever, became sandwiches for the year. We got fucked. They shafted the fuck out of us, okay? Fuck that. And the worst part is, okay, if I can impart one real life to my normie wage slaves out there, holy shit, okay? If you ever take any piece of real life advice from me, okay? When corporate starts taking shit away from you, you can't continue. You got to fuck the job up, even if you have to sabotage it. Get that CIA manual and sabotage it. Because when corporate sees that your environment can function with fewer resources than they thought possible, you're thinking in your mind, whew, I can't wait till we get through this. Man, I can't wait till they hire somebody else. Man, I can't. And they're thinking, well, these motherfuckers have had it good. Why the fuck did we even have this many employees on this ship? Why the fuck did we even give these guys? You guys are doing shit fine or whatever, you know? And they might even throw some small bullshit bonus at you or whatever. Meanwhile, you're collectively doing 1.5 employees worth of work. Be careful with that one. Be careful with that one, okay?
Shared with us. I cannot stress this enough.
That's when when the staffing stops, okay, the micro looting starts. That's what I'm saying, all right? You know what you got to do in a video game.
Profoundly affects every dimension of who you are.
Although I say that, but now if you would protest, they'd probably just AI replace you anyway. So fuck it.
Affects your heart, affects your lungs, affects your cortisol level, affects your mind, affects the way that you cope with things.
Could you clean your own carpet if you wanted to? No, you can't do anything from the job world in the real world because you have real ass machinery there, bro. I could cook you 400 fucking steak breakfasts with everything fucking flawless on my own on a shift, okay? If you put me in front of a huge ass fucking flat top, 4 pans on a massive grill, or the fucking, not a grill. What the fuck are the flames on the stove? Is it just a stove? And then the huge grill with the hamburgers and the chicken and the fucking steak. I can do all that shit. But then like a pan on a, your burners, whatever. But like pans on a fucking induction stovetop with the it's different, okay? You can still do it, but I'm just saying I feel like sometimes the job skills don't carry over all the time into real life shit. For carpet cleaning, I mean, if you give me a fucking truck with a massive truck mount motor and a 100-gallon tub of water and then like the wands and the cleaning supplies, everything, I could do it. But like, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do in my ordinary house. I just get a rag with some water on it. Fuck it.
Stress this enough. Profoundly affects every dimension of who you are. Affects your heart, affects your lungs, affects your cortisol level, affects your mind, affects the way that you...
Steak for breakfast? Yeah, sorry. Unset username in YouTube chat. I see that we have a European that stumbled into here. Yeah, I'm American. We do eat steak for breakfast sometimes, motherfucker.
Who you are. Affects your heart, affects your lungs, affects your cortisol level, affects your mind, affects the way that you cope with things, affects the way that you survive.
Sorry, fuck, hold on. Destiny, did you see the study from MIT showing that automation has been systematically used to reduce wages, not improve efficiency? I hate to break this to you, buddy, but that is improving efficiency. Even if the job is slightly done worse, if they massively save on labor, they're making more money based on the amount of money they're putting in. That's called profit, baby. You ever looking around at shit at work and you're like, damn, why does this shit suck? Or if you work on some product and you're like, man, why don't we ever fix this shit? Because somebody at some place in the management pipeline has looked at that and said, the amount of money that we would make by fixing this thing is not going to make up for the amount of money that that we would have to pay to fix it. So fuck it, let it be broke. Okay, that's basically how all those decisions are made.
Profoundly affects every dimension of who you are. Affects your heart, affects your lungs, affects your cortisol level, affects your mind, affects the way that you cope with things, affects the way that you survive. Because you have to survive this. I don't think anyone can help you unless we understand the ways in which you're broken. You get me, man? We can't, there's no way. People sort of labeling you and sort of saying, oh, like loxapine is going to fix this and trazodone is going to fix this. That doesn't even begin to touch the surface. I think if you want any chance, you have to have someone understand you.
Well, I'm glad that they got a variety of people for this. For however maybe you want to say this is, it's nice. It's not just all a bunch of like kids. Not to say that kids' problems aren't real. They are. But it's nice that they got a variety of people here. I do think it's important sometimes to have a therapist or to have a, to have like a therapist that is a little bit more like you, I guess, similar. Like I think women having women therapists or men having men therapists or people that are a little bit closer in age or have had similar life experiences, I think it really does help. I think it establishes a ton of credibility when somebody's been through a thing that you've already been through.
Right? And it doesn't even begin to touch the surface. I think if you want any chance, you have to have someone understand you, right? And what you struggle with on a day-to-day basis.
I think that you can have people that have empathy, but to understand on that surface level, I don't think I've came across that.
I believe you, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, even though you believe me and all this, what does it do for me? What does it do for me? You know what I mean? Like, what does that do for me? After we finish all this, guess what? I'm gonna go back to that house. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna contemplate my life. You feel me? I'm gonna contemplate it. I contemplate it every day. And it's been going on for so long that now at this point, like I said,
you've been alone with this, right?
Yeah, most definitely. I don't try to be a burden on nobody. I don't think anybody wants to be a burden on anybody. Is what it is. You know what I mean?
So Lamar, I know this is gonna sound empty. Here's my experience. I've done a lot of work with veterans. First thing that I learned is y'all don't come back the same. Each and every one of you comes back a little bit different. Second thing is, I don't know that there's anything that I can do or anyone else can do that will actually help you. I don't know that, man. Whatever happened over there was so bad. And there's a new diagnosis, by the way, called moral injury, which is a form of PTSD that is not when something happens to you. Moral injury is when a good person is made to do bad things or when a good person watches someone else do bad things. That breaks us in a different kind of way. I will say, though, that what I'm hearing is that people haven't really understood you and that you've been doing this alone. And I don't know that this is, I can't predict the future. I don't know you. Maybe I'm an arrogant guy who says this, but I would say that since you like analogies, if I take my car to the shop and no one understands what's wrong with it and people start fixing it, that's what people have been doing with you.
Yeah.
They've been saying, hey man, this is gonna work. Hey man, this is gonna work. Hey man, this is gonna work. Now, as I say this to you, what are you feeling, Lamar? I see you shaking.
I'm shaking because, like I said, after hearing the same thing, it feels repetitive. It feels like I'm in a loop. Like, it just feels like a loop.
What's it like to be stuck in this loop?
Every day I feel like might be my last. Like, you know what I mean? Might be my last.
Lamar, I'm grateful to you.
Grateful, yeah.
Wait, Jesus, what? Hold on.
It just feels like a loop.
What's it like to be stuck in this loop?
Every day I feel like might be my last. Like, you know what I mean? Might be my last.
Lamar,
this is a hard thing. Like, you can say this, and it's meaningless, unfortunately. But like, I genuinely feel like if there was a I don't know, some kind of like organization or something where I genuinely feel, with no research, if you take people whose lives are just fucked, so much of your life can be dictated by your surrounding environment. If you could just rip these people out and fucking throw them, it can be a fucking jungle somewhere, and like, hey, for 3 months we're just gonna live outside and do some shit, or it could even just be like you're gonna go live in a fucking shack in some other place, and you're just gonna do what you're gonna be I don't know, fast food worker, or whatever's like a complete change from your ordinary life. I feel like it would do a lot of good for people. If you're stuck in a certain environment and you have like a certain set of behaviors, like your environment like adapts to your behaviors, and your behaviors adapt to your environment, right? You're likely to buy the same things, place the same things around your house in a way that reinforce behaviors. Your behaviors will become reflected of those things. And then whenever you're trying to like change a behavior, like, I'm not going to do this thing anymore. And it's like every single thing in your life that you've established up to this point, this far, is going to fight against you and trying to change that behavior. And it's just so fucking hard to do that on your own, I think. I think it's so hard to do that.
I'm grateful to you.
Which is another thing. On the flip side of that is why growing up in a rich family, growing up in a well-adjusted family sets you up for success so much in early life. Because so many kids that might hate taking piano lessons or hate doing extracurriculars or hate that their parents are hounding them for whatever, that when they're on you for that shit for your whole life, by the time you're 14, 15, like, you've been set up for so much success, you don't even realize how helpful it is,
Might be my last.
Have you ever had to do that? Sometimes. What I'll try to do if I want to do some shit like that, I have something coming up soon, actually, because I'm going to move all my shit in here, is if I try to make a big rearrangement of stuff in my home, I'll try to associate that with like a big behavior change. I think I did that when I wanted to change my sleep, because I used to be, if you watch my stream a long time ago, bro, I would wake up at like 7 p.m. and then I would stream until like 8 or 9 a.m. My sleep was fucked for probably a decade. I also work night shift at the casino too. I just kind of assumed that my sleep would just always be like that. Like, basically this kind of non-24, like reverse circadian rhythm shit. But if I try to like change stuff up around my house a lot, I'll also try to like pair a behavior change with that so I can start to associate it. But if you move, it could be a good way to do it. Sometimes like New Year's resolutions can help. Maybe it's a new year, but it's very hard if your environment is the exact same thing, especially if there's other people that are reinforcing bad behaviors, to make a big behavior change. I think that's really, really, really difficult to do.
Might be my last. Like, you know what I mean? Might be my last.
Lamar, I'm grateful to you.
Grateful.
Your ADHD meds help your sleep behavior? For me, they did, yes, a little bit. But I mean, my sleep, actually, no, they did help quite a bit for some issues I was having, but my sleep was majorly fucked 10, 15 years ago. Like, again, if you watch my stream way back in the day, I would wake up at 5 or 6 p.m. and I would stream until like 8 or 9, and I'd sleep at around like 10 a.m. That was like a normal day for me. It was super fucked.
And I know it sounds kind of weird. I can see that you're really struggling. I can see that every day, on the one hand, it feels inevitable. And on the other hand, it feels like one day you're going to be off the loop and you're never going to come back, right?
Yeah, maybe.
It feels that way. And I think the beautiful thing about this, and I know it sounds weird to call it beautiful, is it blows my mind how many people feel the way that you do. There are a lot of people out there that have come back.
Like, if this guy is just going, I understand what this guy's saying, right? Like, this is great. You're telling me all this and it feels good right now. But like, I'm about to go home, do the same shit, run the same loop, and then like, what changes,
From war, have been cops, have been firefighters, and when they look at you, when they see you, I think what they see is someone who is like them, that they're not alone in this world.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we can fix you, man, but I certainly know that if you're alone, it's going to be way harder.
It's just my anxiety rises sometimes.
It's okay.
All right, we're going to pause here. Lamar, thank you. Snap some to Lamar.
My next surrounded claim is you can be productive and successful while still being deeply depressed.
All right, Ian, your flag was up. You ready to go to the center?
Sorry.
How you doing?
What's your name, bro?
Ian.
Ian? Oh, look, nice to meet you, man.
All right, so I think my first problem is I see a bunch of women with red flags and I'm immediately attracted to them.
Okay.
The red flags.
Oh, gotcha. I
want to say, like, everyone in this circle is a fucking hero. There are days where just...
Why would you say... Oh, wait, I thought that he was like... I thought he was just saying, like, in general. Why would you say... Okay, don't... Guys, stop. Jesus. Okay. Whatever. Never forget it.
Getting to live to the end of the day without doing something to yourself is the hardest thing to do, and we all did it. I would like to stay in touch with everybody because I think we can help each other better than your...
He's making a secondary joke. Or was it just a joke? I don't know. Never mind. Sorry. I'm biased against I hate man. My bad. Okay.
Your training, because we have lived it and we know what it's like. I would say, like, on the surface, people would consider me a successful person. I'm a musician as well. The difference is I don't like music. I'm just good at it. I used to love it. I don't want to do it anymore. I wanted to be a therapist like you because I want to help people. And I think, like, just from the experience is the real education. Being depressed is the education. I'm divorced.
Okay.
I woke up one day and noticed my ex-wife's phone was on Snapchat and found out she was cheating on me.
Okay.
I laid on the floor for 3 days and did not eat. I wanted to die. I've kind of wanted to die ever since that. 0 stars, would not recommend.
Okay.
I appreciate anyone that's trying to help us, but I think we could help each other better than maybe a professional can.
Okay. So it seems like that's what you want to talk about, that y'all can help each other better than a professional can. Sure. I mean, I think there's plenty of evidence that there are different kinds of help. So a really good example of this is, so I do a lot of addiction psychiatry. So
he's attracted to red flag girls. That's the joke. No, I understand. It's kind of, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Never mind.
There are certain ways that I can help people, but what we know from tons of studies is that peer support is huge for helping people. I remember my favorite moment of medical school was attending an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. And it was so incredibly powerful. It is a kind of help that human beings can get from each other called peer support, which is very...
Wants to be a therapist because he has issues and wants saving himself, LeMail, level 1 psychology. I mean, I think that a lot of people, I've said this before, I think that one of the most fundamental aspects of human existence is the desire to be understood by other humans. I think that's a very important fundamental thing. I mean, if I think something's wrong with you, if you have issues, I think that feeling is even higher because even fewer people understand you and you're not getting that mutual understanding. So, I mean, that response isn't that surprising to me.
It is a kind of help that human beings can get from each other called peer support, which is very different from psychiatry. And I think most of the studies show that both help in different ways. But if you were to say that you can help everyone here around you in a way that maybe I can't, which is an interesting conjecture because you're assuming that I haven't struggled with depression. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. I think that's...
I don't think I said you.
Yeah.
Because I did say that I wanted to be a therapist too because, and maybe that's why you ended up here. But I think it's more like the experience is the teacher.
Sure.
Right.
Do you want to talk about you a little bit or not so much? Yeah. So can you tell me a little bit? So you said, on the outside, people would see you as successful. What's on the inside?
Much like the last musician, a lot of self-criticism, a lot of discouragement, and just in general, not thinking I've done enough, thinking I've let everybody that believed in me down.
So I'm curious, when you were growing up, did you find that whether you were happy or not depends on the people around you?
It depends a lot on the women in my life, if I'm happy or not.
Yes. Can you say more about that?
Yeah. I mean, I know that I need external validation, especially from women, to be happy.
Okay.
Right. So perhaps growing up, my parents were very supportive, maybe.
Were they supportive or did you find that they were very conditional with their love or support?
I don't know if I would know the difference.
Okay, so I think that's telling.
Right.
So here's something that I've seen, and there's also research about this, which is that, a lot of times people who are very successful and very unhappy on the inside, a couple of things. One is when you beat yourself up, you work harder than everybody else.
I do.
Yeah.
For sure.
So that's number one. Second thing is that oftentimes people who are like this believe that there's a choice between happiness and success. It's interesting. There's a term called psychic amputation, where you lop off a part of yourself in order to become successful. You have to sacrifice.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
This guy's good. He's pretty good.
Right?
Yeah.
So I just saw your eyes light up. So
Yeah.
There are things that you want to do, but what do you say to yourself when you want to do something?
When I was trying to be good at guitar, when I was coming up, I sacrificed so much socialization just to sit in my room and twiddle my fingers on the instrument because I was like, I'm not where I need to be. It's not time to party yet. I was in a punk rock band. I didn't do any drugs. What the hell?
You deny yourself a lot of enjoyment.
Yeah.
Right? You make sacrifices to become successful.
Right.
Now, let me ask you this, okay? when you deny yourself a lot of enjoyment, does it kind of make sense that your happiness with yourself would go down?
Yeah.
Because a lot of like what makes us happy is when I'm like, I want a cupcake, and then I eat a cupcake, then I feel good on the inside.
I don't eat any cupcakes. You see my revenge body right here?
I see it, right? So when you don't get that happiness from yourself, where do you think it has to come from?
It has to come from outside sources. Therapy.
Right? So, and in your case, which outside sources?
From women.
There we go. Right?
Yeah.
And so now you're kind of stuck because now.
Yeah, the shame of being different and unable to stop a drug or behavior when it's ruining your life and those lives around you. It becomes essential to find others who have the thoughts you believe are unique to you in order to believe there's a solution for you if it's working for them. Yeah, there's that. And there's also that usually when you have one of these negative things like an addiction issue or something else, generally the most visible examples in life are going to be fucking terrible. And that just kind of like reinforces the dog shit feelings. I actually really like in The Pit that Langdon has had an addiction issue because he's a very talented doctor. He's very successful. He does this shit well, but like he has an addiction issue because generally speaking, I feel like the vast majority of people shown in media with addiction issues are just fucking losers. There's not very many high functioning people. It was a big criticism I had of House and a big criticism I had of the Queen's Gambit or whatever. Sometimes I feel like some of these shows glorify drug use way too much. And I don't know how I feel about it sometimes. I feel like House glorified the Vicodin use quite a bit. And so, yeah, same thing with that Queen's Gambit. It didn't really seem like she suffered any negative issues related to drug stuff. Like she just kind of like quit and it was fine. And she had like all the superpowers afterwards. Like, I don't know, whatever. There are more high functioning addicts than you'd think, Destiny. Sure. There could be a lot of high-functioning addicts, but generally it's only for a certain period of time, and then eventually you will crash. I think, generally speaking, I think addiction definitionally is hard to kind of keep in control, you know? I had a mad opiate addiction, been sober for 16 years now. Spent a lot of time working on how to rewire my fucking brain. Good job. The drug dependency ruined House's personal life. So... I don't know if I want to do this argument right now. You can think that.
Now you've sort of created this system where if I were to tell you, eat a cupcake.
No.
Right? Do you want a cupcake?
Yeah. I would. Like, I gotta worry about abs though. Like this.
Right? So, and you need abs. Why?
So that women will like me.
Right? And then if women like you, then how do you feel?
Great.
So you've got to make a decision, Ian. I mean, this is only for
friends of mine are going to go basically, no, fuck. Okay. This is the same reason I feel like Breaking Bad, I think, failed morally as a show. I think that if you, in order to show that a character has lost something or there's a bad effect, it has to affect the thing that the person cares about. For House, the idea that drugs ruined his life is a very hard sell when the thing that he cares about the most, seemingly throughout the entire show, is his intellect. And like he kind of wants a life with other people, but that always seems to be secondary to the intellect thing. And kind of like losing the life of other people and like having the friendship with Wilson at the end, I guess, is like kind of nice. But like to somebody like House, okay, or to somebody that identifies with the character of House, a thing that would have been 1,000,000,000 times more horrible or debilitating was to show the addiction to the Vicodin having a negative impact on his intellect or his diagnostic abilities. That would have been a much more horrendous wake-up call, rather than like, well, I can either choose to abuse this drug and be the most intelligent motherfucker on the planet and be so goddamn intelligent, and that's the thing I care about the fucking most, or I could give up the drugs and just not be as good as I am, and I guess have some friends. That's like, you're in that place, you're kind of like choosing between two valid paths. I don't know, maybe you want to be like the smartest motherfucker on the planet and give up, normal friendships and all that shit to do that. Or you could just be like kind of dumber and do like that's, I feel like that's not like the best, I don't know.
For you to do is, do you want to continue living life the way that you have? Or do you want to allow yourself to be happy with things that you want, giving yourself those things?
So I've been instilled with this mentality that if I work hard, like we're all told this as a kid, you're going to get what you want.
How's it working out?
Not well.
So you want to change it?
Has Destiny not watched a full season of House? The show absolutely does not glorify Vicodin use. I understand why you would say that. Listen, we're going to ban Media Talks in my chat because you guys are crazy. If you don't think House glorifies drug use, I just don't know what to say to you. You can say that, I don't know, whatever. If you think that, that's fine. Then good for you.
So stop working hard and get what I want?
That's not what I
like
asked.
that.
Do you
That's
want to
better.
change
Whoa!
that?
Fine, let me back up.
Or do you want to allow yourself to be happy with things that you want, giving yourself those things?
So I've been instilled with this mentality that if I work hard, like we're all told this as a kid, you're gonna get what you want.
Can you explain the Breaking Bad failing morally thing? We already talked about this on stream. I think that Walt's character made all the right choices and fulfilled its destiny in exactly the way that it wanted it to and accomplished everything he wanted to. And I don't think that there was ever an alternative path that would have shown if he had made a more moral choice, a more morally acceptable choice or good choice, that his life would have turned out better. The morally good path for Walt was to lay in bed dying while what he felt like were previous business owners that fucked him over donated money to him, and everybody sat around and watched him die like a decrepit fucking loser. But instead, the way that he died was as the kingpin best meth producer in the entire fucking world, who managed to kill every single person that had wronged him and getting vengeance for the death of his brother while freeing his old partner and then dying in the middle of his glorious lab where he was reminded of his like accomplishing the ultimate dream of masculinity, his Heisenberg dream fantasy that he always wanted. There's a very shallow analysis of like, well, he died and he didn't get to be with his family, but his family sucked and they didn't like him and he didn't like them. And that wasn't like the fulfilling thing for him. He wanted to be a fucking man who went out and built a fucking drug empire and do something that was worthy of his masculinity. And there was absolutely nothing in the good version of his life that would have allowed for him to feel like he'd fulfilled that masculine desire in the same way. And dying there like a loser in bed of cancer while other people give you money, that doesn't fulfill that masculine aspect in any kind of way, healthy or unhealthy. But listen, if you want to disagree, that's fine, okay.
Yourself to be happy with things that you want, giving yourself those things.
So I've been instilled with this mentality that if I work hard, like we're all told this as a kid, you're gonna get what you want.
How's it working out?
Not well.
So you want to change it?
So stop working hard and get what I want?
That's not what I asked. Do you want to change that?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Of course. It's just a hard society, you know. I got divorced and found out I was 5'7", and nobody likes that. So it's a hard one for you to fix.
And Dr. K, could we also, I think there's like a specific thing that you're alluding to here, the need for validation from women.
Excuse me. They were in a conversation, motherfucker.
You know, I think there's going to be a lot of guys who might be watching this video who feel that specific need. Could you kind of hit that on more specifically?
I think, so we live in a society where validation from women.
What about the Amber hallucination arc? Was that not directly addressing House's ability to diagnose relative to his drug abuse? Didn't he literally abuse even more drugs to diagnose Amber? Like, when they show drug abuse in shows, it's always like kind of sexy and cool. And I'm like using more drugs to explore my mind and like all this like awesome, cool fucking shit. But like people that abuse drugs like end up, their lives are messy. They steal from people. Everybody around them in their life starts to not trust them. Like when you're past the high functioning part and you start to slide into like disorder and disarray and disaster, like nothing about that experience is sexy or cool or awesome. It just gets like really, really fucking horrible in so many different ways. And House, I feel like he's always got enough people around him that he probably doesn't deserve that keep him from sliding into that. And he always maintains the sharpness of his mind and his intellectual ability to be on top of everything in the world. Yeah.
Women, and this is what's really interesting, is amongst dudes is the way that we get respect. It's not even about the women, it's actually amongst dudes. So, you know, if you're someone who really struggles with being very, very susceptible to needing validation, I think a lot of that is because you've been programmed to let parts of yourself go. As long as you are not happy with yourself, you will be dependent.
Stop. Fuck! Why do you call that a failing of Breaking Bad? It sounds like a well-written depiction of life to me. What society wants from us kind of sucks compared to successful immorality. Well, because that, in my opinion, if you're performing art, you shouldn't be trying to convey negative moral messages to people. It should be a positive moral message, right? The idea shouldn't be that like, well, if you really want to be masculine and manly like Walt, then you need to abandon everything in ordinary life, you know, fuck your family, well, not really, literally, but like, you know, just leave your family, leave your job, leave ordinary society, become a criminal, become a kingpin, kill your brother-in-law, do these horrible things, and that's like the ultimate fulfillment of masculinity. I feel like to convey a better moral message, I feel like Breaking Bad needed to be some way for Walt to fulfill his masculinity in his ordinary life. And I just don't feel like that was ever presented as an option in Breaking Bad. That just didn't seem to be possible to me. So I think that I feel like that's like a bit of a moral failing of the show. Like, I think you can come away from Breaking Bad identifying. I think this was part of the problem too, actually, because I thought about this a lot. I hate talking about me on stream. I thought about this a lot too, because I always wondered, I was one of the people who hated Skylar. And then as you kind of like grow up a little bit, and you're like, oh, actually Skylar's in a pretty shit position. It kind of sucks for her the whole time. But then when I go back and I think about it, I feel like the reason why you hate Skylar, one of the reasons why, is because Walter is a character that you can identify with. And I think you empathize, especially as a man, for his fulfillment of like ego and masculinity. And there really is absolutely no alternative path for him to feel like he's achieved his masculinity. There's nothing given in that show aside from him doing the crazy drug empire shit. Like, it seemed like he'd already closed all the doors in his life that could have gotten him to that point by the time he's dying of fucking cancer in the show. So, I don't know. I feel like I think that's bad.
It's not even about the women. It's actually amongst dudes. So, if you're someone who really struggles with being very, very susceptible to needing validation, I think a lot of this is because
not really. He's given an out by his previous partners, and he says no because he's a spurg. I don't know how to convey this to you. You're not... The out that he was given was that he could just shut the fuck up and die of cancer while other people pay his bills. You understand that's not fulfilling. That's not fulfilling his masculine desire to make a name for himself in the world or to be recognized for his intelligence or his accomplishments, right? That's not the same thing. Like, you're using, I don't know what the name for this is. You motherfuckers do this shit all the time. You're using like external things in the world that you value. Like, oh, well, everybody values their family. And then you're projecting that like onto the media. But like, he had his family. He could have valued his family. But clearly that wasn't enough for him. There was some like urge to create something that his ego would feel fulfilled by. And nothing in his life was doing that. And sitting there and dying of cancer while other people pay for it, it wouldn't have fulfilled the character. What stopped him from taking the money for his treatment and doing something legal to fulfill his urges? I don't know. If there was another pathway in the show that had been explored more, I think you could have made that argument. But I feel like that just wasn't explored more. Like, if he had the opportunity to, I don't even know how he would present it. He was working at some other business, or there was some like reasonable path forward or whatever, and he decides to forego it because the drug path is easier. Then I think the show would have succeeded more on those grounds. But I feel like Walt is a character that you could easily identify with and feel fully justified for every decision he made along the way until the very end of the show. And you're like, yeah, fuck it, I get it. Yeah, good for him. I think that's not. I don't think that's good. In my opinion. But Walt's idea of masculinity was toxic. That's the point? No. I think wanting to be recognized, wanting to feel like you've accomplished something noteworthy, wanting to, I don't know, I don't think that that's necessarily toxic. It can come out in toxic ways, like being a drug dealer and having people die and murdering people. That's bad for sure. But like the fundamental drive of Walt to want to be a man and to be recognized for like things that you think are, extreme talents you have related to your intelligence or anything else. Like, I don't think that's toxic. And there's no normal path for him in life by the time Breaking Bad starts that would allow him to fulfill any of that. He would just die in bed and whatever. Okay.
Need for validation from women. I think there's going to be a lot of guys who might be watching this video who feel that specific need. Could you hit that on more specifically?
I think, so we live in a society where validation from women, and this is what's really interesting, is amongst dudes, is the way that we get respect. It's not even about the women, it's actually amongst dudes. So, if you're someone who really struggles with being very, very susceptible to needing validation, I think a lot of this is because you've been programmed to let parts of yourself go. As long as you are not happy with yourself, you will be dependent on the people around you to get that sense of happiness. And just to give you just a tiny little example. So I struggled to date. I was just terrible at it for many years. And then I decided to become a monk, and I decided to be celibate. And then I was like, I'm done with women. I'm done. I'm going to just be celibate for the rest of my life. And it turns out that once I found peace with that, that's when I met my wife. It's really bizarre.
I'm not going to do that, but thank you.
We got to pause here. We got to pause here. Thank you, Ian. Thanks, Dr.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah.
All right, Megan, I saw your flag up. Do you want to go to the center?
Hey, Alok. Nice to meet you.
I think for me, my depression kind of stems from this sort of perfectionist mindset that I have for myself. And I feel like I can't get to a sense of success or...
Did House fail to provide a moral benefit to House? What happens if he stopped the Vicodin? Well, it seemed like the choice was always like, you can either be the best doctor in the world or you can have like friends and family. And again, I feel like that feels to me like glorifying drug use, but I don't know.
And I feel like I can't get to a sense of success or self-acceptance because I feel like nothing I do is ever good enough for myself. And every time I reach those goals, I set higher ones for myself. And it's just kind of a never-ending, like, I'll never be good enough, so why try kind of mentality.
And do you find that being perfectionistic helps you?
It kind of keeps me going in a sense that, like, I feel like, you know, kind of what Ian said, I feel like if I just work hard and keep going, that'll kind of get what I want. But it almost feels like that gets farther and farther away the harder that I try.
Yeah, but it does keep you moving,
It
right?
does, yeah.
And so if you didn't have that to keep you moving, what would happen?
Yeah, we just kind of stop trying, I think.
You'd stop trying.
Yeah.
And so what are you trying for? What are you trying to achieve?
I think just happiness, self-acceptance, success.
And what would you have to be in order to be comfortable to accept yourself, right? You want to accept a certain version of yourself, right?
Right. The
Yeah.
version I have in my head that I feel like is just like the perfect, like I don't make any mistakes. I'm good at everything. I have everything that I need or desire, and I don't have any flaws, I suppose.
How did that become the standard? Why did you need to be so good?
Comparing myself to others is a big one.
Okay.
So I'll see others and what they're doing and think that I need to match that or be better than that.
Okay. And if you aren't perfect, how do you feel about yourself?
I don't like myself.
Do you remember a time that you did like yourself?
When I was a kid, just as I got older into high school and everything, I just kind of stopped feeling good about myself.
So I think it's a really, really, really common problem. I think sometimes we forget that human beings didn't evolve to be happy. We evolved to function. And so you may wonder, like, you know, why is depression a part of how we experience things? And I think sometimes people who are very perfectionistic, you know, there are a couple things. The first is that it helps you actually, it's a huge motivational component, right? Because if I want to be better, then I motivate myself and I keep pushing myself. I beat myself up until I achieve this thing. And then once I achieve that thing, then I will be happy. So I think the first thing is that this doesn't get better. Because if I were to tell you, okay, Megan, you should learn to love and accept yourself, would you actually do that?
It's easier said than done.
Easier said than done. What would stop you from doing it?
The like negative thoughts in my head of just not feeling good enough.
Not feeling good enough, right?
Right.
And so I think there's an element there that you can look for, which is that if you were to accept yourself, what would happen in your life? Let me ask you that. What would your life look like if you had self-acceptance?
I think I'd be happier. I'd be less hard on myself.
Would you do stuff?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. So that's actually really good. So sometimes people get stuck in this perfectionism and they get dependent on it for motivation. It doesn't sound like that's the case with you. So I'm going to share another concept, which is, you know, I think comparison is a huge part of perfectionism. One really interesting thing about perfectionism is that it's not like a diagnosis, but it is actually a way that our brain thinks, predisposes you to things like depression and anxiety. And so the other thing that I would strongly encourage you to do is to focus less on comparisons, but notice how much your mind compares. This is where this gets a little bit more Eastern, but basically we have this sense of ego or identity, and I like, this is who I am, and I want to be this thing. But that's like an idea in your head. It's not really who you are. And another really common thing that happens when we're perfectionistic is we compare our insides to other people's outsides. So let me ask you this. This is going to be really kind of focused. When you do a good job, what are the reasons that your mind comes up with? Like, why did you do a good job? What does it say?
Like if I worked hard at something, it'll say like, you worked hard at that, you deserve that.
Really? It'll say that?
Sometimes.
What else does it say? Does it say you got lucky?
Sometimes.
When somebody else does a good job, what does your mind say about why they did a good job?
That they're just good at it, or they're talented, they're
Easy for
lucky,
them?
they just got it.
They just got it.
Yeah.
And when you do a good job, are you talented or lucky?
I don't often consider myself that, no.
Yeah, so this is really important, where it's so interesting because there's research that shows that when people attribute other people's successes to talent or hard work, but their own successes to things like luck or circumstances or stuff like that, literally you're judging yourself on a different standard from the way that you're judging other people. And as long as you do that, then this will continue. And what some people find is helpful is when somebody else does a good job to ask yourself, how did that other person get lucky? And when you did a good job, what did you do to deserve it? And it sounds like you're actually sort of halfway there because you do that sometimes.
Yeah, I do catch myself, thinking those things, but then it just goes right back to like the thoughts of like, well, if you were good enough, you would be able to be as successful as them, but you're not, so.
Yeah, so I would really tunnel down into how.
I feel like the comparison thing he's talking about is really, really exacerbated by internet consumption. Yeah, probably. I think that, yeah, it's probably not good for a lot of us, yeah.
How you learned that you're fundamentally not good, right? Because a lot of that is like you are striving. So you're down here and you want to be perfect because you're up here. The question is, where did you get the idea that you're down here to begin with?
Yeah, that makes sense.
We're going to pause here. Thanks, Megan.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Kashish, you ready to go?
Hello.
Hi, I'm Kashish.
Kashish, oh look, nice to meet you.
So I'm someone who also feels like no matter how much I accomplish, the bar is always raising. As if like if I get into the law school I want, the next thing is like I have to pass the bar, get a job, and it just keeps going and snowballing. So it's hard for me to feel satisfied with my success, and I think I've correlated my happiness with it from like the beginning.
How long is left in this video? 44 minutes.
But I'm also very self-aware of it, so I'm not sure what
You
should be
seem
done.
super self-aware.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what should be done for people like me who know the problem but are just unsure of how to go about it.
Yeah, so is your happiness correlated with your success?
It has been from when I was a kid, and I still struggle with that sometimes.
What were you taught as a kid?
The better you are, the more people like you, in the sense of like I was always in the honors programs, getting first place in sports and everything, and it just kept getting reinforced because I think society rewards productivity and success more than just mental well-being or soft skills.
Yeah, what would your parents say about mental well-being versus getting an A?
I mean, they would ideally want me to score well, but my parents have never had as high expectations of me as I do of myself. So usually it's me where I would be like upset in second grade because I got a 9.5 out of 10. And they'd be like, oh, that's a great score. You're doing amazing. I just like couldn't believe that because it wasn't perfect.
Do you want that to change?
Yes.
Are you sure?
That's a good one.
I just like couldn't believe that.
Sometimes when you have issues like this, when you say that you want a thing to change, you don't actually, but like you think you should say that, but you don't really want it to change. This is like a difficult depending on where you're at.
Because it wasn't perfect.
Do you want that to change?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's honestly miserable always wanting to meet the next goal, and the goal is always going to keep raising. I don't think there's like a solution out of it. I see it as kind of like a circular problem where once I meet the goal, I just go to the next one and it just keeps going and going and going. And it seems like the only way out of it is getting rid of that attachment from success and happiness.
So this is going to be a bit hard. So I'm going to ask you a question.
Mhm.
Do you want this to change?
I'm not sure, actually.
There we go. Right. So I asked you, do you want it to change? And then you said
Well, I don't know why you should change your answer now. I feel like he's farming a bit, but maybe, I don't know.
yes. And now
Yeah.
I asked it again and you're saying, I'm not sure. So walk us through. Where's the conflict?
The conflict is the reinforcement you get from being successful and like gaining all of it. It just makes me feel more loved and desired or seen as well. And since I've attached my worth to my happiness to my achievements, it just feels like that's the only way for me to be happy. But I'm also very well aware that that's not true.
Very good. Okay. So now we come to a really interesting problem, which is that intellectually this is not good.
Yes.
Right? But there is a part of you that still wants it.
Yes.
Right? And as someone who had aspirations to go to Harvard myself, this is something that I struggled with a lot as well. But it comes down to the nature of happiness. So this is going to be a little bit...
Okay. Well, he also did his residency at Harvard, so okay. You did do it. Chill.
Different. But what is happiness?
I feel like my answer would be like happiness is success, but not anymore. I'm trying to change that.
No, don't change it.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you feel happy when you're successful?
Yes.
Okay. So
For undergrad? No, he did his residency there, I think.
So then, but what does success do in you that makes you happy?
It makes me feel as if I'm valuable, as if my skills are being put to good use, as if I'm useful maybe. Otherwise, if I'm just like in bed or not doing anything, I just feel like awful, like I should be doing something or like I should be maximizing my time.
Okay, when you say you should be maximizing your time, you feel tortured, right?
Yes.
So there's a lot going on in your head.
Mhm.
And when you are maximizing your time, what's going on in your head?
The busier I am, the less I have to think about my feelings and my thoughts.
Great. Okay, good. So the busier you are, the less you think.
Yes.
The more tortured you are, the more you think.
Yes.
Right? When we become content, I want everybody to think about this. I want something. Oh my God. I want this person to say yes when I ask them out on a date. I want to go to Harvard. I want to do this. I want to do this. Wanting. A lot of mental activity. Sitting at the beach, looking at the sun can still be torture if I'm thinking about all the stuff that I should be doing. If you look at the nature of contentment, I want a cookie. There's activity in the mind. Once I get my cookie, there's nothing in the mind. There's a certain kind of thing that brings your mind to a calm state. And if you can duplicate that calm state without being dependent on success, then you will be happy.
Sorry, we got to pause and move on to the next participant.
No
But
worries.
thank you, Kashishi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mylene, your flag was up. You ready to go to the center?
Hey.
Dr. Carey, you're Dr. Carey.
Yeah, I'll look. Mylene?
Mylene.
Nice to meet you, Mylene.
Nice to meet you. Yes, I do believe that you can be productive and successful. And the reason that I say that is because I've dealt with suicidal ideation for the majority of my life, for as long as I could remember. Last year, I had a pretty bad episode. I could not get up out of my bed. I refused to do anything for myself. I lost a ton of muscle. I lost the ability to be confident in myself. But the one thing that I was able to do was take my dog out for a walk. Even if I'm going through what I'm going through, I'm not going to abandon my dog. I'm not going to abandon my partner. And I think that's a success, and I would like to bring this up because today, ironically, is my dad's birthday, and he did pass. And I wanted to share my story because I want to be productive. And by being here and talking about it, sharing and listening to people's stories, that's a goal that I have succeeded in by sitting here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think sounds quite exhausting, actually, because I can see how hard you try.
Yeah.
I get the sense that you're always trying to move forward, and that you're not letting the people or animals down around you, right? That there are lots of things that your depression may win on, but you're going to take your dog for a walk every single day because it deserves that.
Yeah.
I'm so curious, what's it like? I mean, you said you've been suicidal since...
Every single answer she gives, how could you feel this way when there's a genocide happening?
Sounds like you were quite young.
Yeah. Growing up, I was never really encouraged to express my emotions. I grew up in a religious household where they believed that depression wasn't a thing. They tell me to pray. And, I have nothing against religion, but I also wanted to feel seen. The lack of that took a toll on me, and I bottled it all in. And since it's never been addressed, it's so heavy on your heart. And you mentioned it earlier that, it reflects on your body, and I feel it so much in like my chest and my heart, and it weighs heavy. And you have to put on this mask and just continue on as if you're okay.
Yeah, so listening to your story, Mylene, I'm struck by something, I've seen, which is just so unfortunate as a psychiatrist, which is there's the burden of depression. And then there's the burden of not dealing with depression in the right way. So you actually carry two burdens, right? There's all of the negativity that maybe was there at baseline. And then there is the rejection from your family. There's the forcing yourself to put on a mask. There's pushing all those emotions down. Half of what I really struggle with as a psychiatrist is helping people unlearn the things that helped them survive.
Like unlearning the habits or unlearning the experiences?
Both, but I was talking more about the habits. So when you grow up with depression, you have to adapt to survive.
Right.
And then those adaptations sometimes become maladaptive later on.
Yeah.
But then the problem is you can't just take those away.
Right.
Right? Because if you take that away, you're left with nothing or too much emotion, or you're in bed all day, or all these kinds of things.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so tricky that you have to unlearn something while learning something else. And it's really hard.
Yeah. And that's why I focus on alignment. You have to align your habits with your goals. Even if I'm unhappy at that moment, if I change that habit, it'll change the outcome and the result of how I feel about what comes out of it all.
Does that work?
It's worked so far.
We have to pause here.
Pretty mentally healthy, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mylene.
Thank you.
Don't get me wrong, he's great at identifying problems, but solutions, he seems to just ask a question. Well, I mean, one of the issues is he's only getting to talk to people for 3 or 4 minutes. We're speed diagnosing and, well, not diagnosing because it's not actual therapy, but it's the time span is very short here.
My final surrounded claim is that if therapy didn't work for you before, it doesn't mean that nothing will.
Alexandra, are you ready to go to the center?
Hi, nice
to meet you. Thank you for coming.
Oh, shit. Did you hear what he just said, guys?
Alexandra, are you ready to go to the center?
Pisco's about to quote tweet this video. Oh, so the center does exist. I'm just kidding.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Thank you for coming. Nice to meet you, Alex.
So I'm curious to know what made you choose this particular claim to bring to this.
So I think that somewhere along the way, we started saying that there's a right way to deal with depression. We said, go to a psychiatrist, take a medication, go see a therapist. And there are a lot of people who are struggling, and we said, this is the answer, this will help, this will fix you. And my experience has been that that isn't always the case. And there's a ton of new research, the wildest of which, weirdest trial I've seen to date is for a stool transplant, which is what it sounds like. We take stool from one human being, and then we transplant that stool into another human being. And it turns out, that this has been shown to improve depression because the bacteria in your gut produce tryptophan, and tryptophan is a serotonin precursor. And when we boost serotonin transmission in the brain, it sometimes helps people with depression. For far too long, I think we've assumed that depression is a mental illness, whereas I think there's a lot of physiology to it. And so I think there's still a lot of options out there.
That's a weird statement that he just made. I feel like we've talked about this in the past, and he's had a totally different stance on that. It's that separating out to say, well, I thought it was a mental thing, but it's actually physiological. Well, I mean, your brain is an organ in the body. I think that's an interesting... that's a weird statement to make, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's only so much that psychiatrists or psychologists can do when you're in therapy. They only have an hour to diagnose, quickly treat, or figure out something, a quick solution for them in and out, especially like in America for healthcare and stuff like that. But what kind of protocols do you think would help other people who are struggling that maybe aren't seen, or like instead of just, oh, here's a medication, try this and see what happens? And what are the like traits that you would say, oh, this person would need something else?
So one thing that's really interesting is there's evidence of inflammation in the brain with depression. So
I think you guys probably agree that was trouble wording. I didn't understand that way until he said it, but he said, maybe I think, maybe we'd probably agree, I guess. Yeah.
As your inflammation
just meant that like there are other things in the body that can affect your mind. That's not just like thought patterns or something. Maybe
level goes down, there is a good chance that depression improves. There are studies that, one study from 2003 found that exercise was just as effective as therapy in treating depression. It certainly helps some. I think there's a new wave of evidence-based psychotherapies, what we call the third wave. These are basically like the Eastern things. So mindfulness, a big thing that I think people can learn how to do, this is a skill, is to be cognitively flexible. So oftentimes in depression, our mind thinks one way, and then we think to ourselves, that's the way that it thinks. Learning to think. Therapy. Not necessarily CBT, but CBT is a portion of this. Literally holding contrary views at the same time. So even though if I break up with someone, I may think to myself, I'll be alone for the rest of my life, and this was a terrible waste of my time. At the same time, it can also be true that one relationship gives you more experience to be successful at the other one. So holding contrary claims is another really big thing. Dietary changes, we know that certain kinds of gut bacteria will actually improve depression. I think there's a lot out there that can be really helpful.
I understand that, because a lot of the therapies that people go through are the talk therapy and the medication therapy. I've been on SSRIs for a very long time. I recently stopped taking them for the past maybe 5 years, and I found that it really didn't help. But the other forms of therapy I've tried, they help, but I always get back into the loop of where then I go through 2 weeks of, oh man, I don't enjoy this anymore. I get the anhedonia, or the lack of motivation to do the things that I used to like, or I'm not getting the same oomph from what I was doing. What are the treatments after that? What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, so I think, what I'm hearing is, and this is unfortunate, sometimes...
Are there conservative psychologists today? There must be, right? It just seems like they all think this is fake. No, I'm sure there are. They're just not, keep in mind, most psychologists that you see aren't going to be very visible, right? Most psychologists aren't like talking on TV or YouTube or whatever about what they do, so...
You can do everything right. And you can still feel like shit. And there, somewhere along the way, we got this idea that if I do more right stuff, it'll fix it. It'll fix it. And I think the thing that scares me the most as a psychiatrist is that it doesn't always work. It hurts that people have to try so hard to just not drown. And I wish I had an answer that there was some way to make everything better. I think that's the real struggle.
I saw the Parker v. shit. 10 minute. I don't know. It looks retarded. I don't care. I don't know what it is. Okay, they let him fight.
There's something really weird that I've seen happen, and I wish I knew how to make it happen, which is sort of accepting that, this is something I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life. That once you sort of accept that, there's sort of a burden that can be eased up on. And then once there's a little bit of that easing of the burden, things feel a little bit easier. The weight becomes easier to carry. And I don't think it fixes everything. But I've seen some people really do get way better. And then everything else starts to work a little bit more. But I think there is that fundamental grappling with the unfairness of being born with the curse of depression.
Okay, we got to pause there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alex.
Taylor?
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, Taylor, how are you? Yeah, absolutely.
People coughing up in here.
Yeah,
Lord,
yeah,
sorry.
I'm one of them. So.
Okay. I have reached a place. I'm not a big fan of psychiatry, no shade, and have been in therapy for a number of years. I've done group, I've done individual, I've done cognitive behavioral therapy.
Okay.
That was my favorite.
Okay.
Hence the, and then I do a lot of grounding exercises. As far as my depression goes, it's changed over time. The one that I suffer from now, unfortunately, is PMDD.
Okay.
Which is the premenstrual depression.
Uh-huh.
And it is horrific in a sense that I'm very confident, I'm funny, I'm cute, my body is tea, I get money, but every 2 weeks, my world is about to get rocked and there's nothing I can do about it. I just strap in, buckle up, and just wait for the freight train to come. And it is so unfortunate. As far as that goes, it's just like, where are you left with that, And then I'm also in a place where I have been on the front lines politically, and I also benefit from certain privileges in my life. Like, we're not in a war-torn country, and that is kind of where I find joy, which is actually awful to say. Nonetheless, is like, I don't take those smaller things for granted, right? What happens when you can't do anything about it at all? It's just like, what does one do at that point? I heard you talk about Buddhism, and that was really exciting because that's what saved me.
Okay.
I was raised Catholic, which is rough. And then when I got sober, I was introduced to spirituality.
Okay.
Would you say that the spiritual realm and the spiritual practice and even a metaphysic practice can be a solution in this sense where there's nothing else working?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Would you like to hear more?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start with some data.
Okay.
So it's something really interesting. You're talking about how, there's a lot of terrible stuff going on in the world today. One of the things that I found really confusing is why all survivors of genocidal conflicts don't have PTSD.
Wow.
It's kind of...
Oh, man, this is he's going into some real... Careful.
Weird, right? When we think about it, there's like terrible stuff happening. And like the bad stuff is happening to everybody. Like that's the whole point of a genocidal conflict. But actually the majority of people don't end up psychologically traumatized in a way that impairs their function or debilitates them. One of the key things that we discovered when we tried to figure out why everyone who survived a genocidal conflict doesn't have PTSD is something called meaning making. So it turns out that our human brain has something called adaptive misbelief. So human brains are designed to believe in all kinds of things that may not be true. Mm-hmm. And the reason is because it's like the height of psychological copium. We have to make sense of the world around us. And this is what's really interesting. I've worked with a lot of people with chronic pain, and I think this is a really hard situation because we can't really figure out what's wrong with you physically. There isn't a diagnosable thing that's going on. It's probably something in the brain, but there's nothing we can intervene on. So if you've got a stomach ache, but there's like nothing wrong with your stomach, then you just have to deal with the ache. So I think this is where making meaning, making sense of your suffering is a huge part to finding relief.
Right.
And if you look at some of these Eastern spiritual perspectives, they'll say that you can't control pain in life, but you do have some degree of control over whether you suffer or not.
Yes.
And this is where there are certain evidence-based, techniques. I practice a lot of stuff that is not evidence-based because I spent years studying in India. Mm. But I think that unfortunately as a doctor, you're talking about PMDD and how there's nothing you can do about it. Mm. Yeah, you may not be able to fix that, but the way that you handle it, you can handle it in ways that seem to be better in the sense that you can achieve some degree of peace, or you can handle it in ways that can enhance your suffering. There seems to be a lot of data to support that as well. I happen to think that that's true.
And we got to pause there because we're out of time. Thank you, Taylor.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Blair.
Yeah.
Daniela, you ready to go in the center?
Hey. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Daniela.
My depression was, it started in 2024 when I was diagnosed with stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Why are we so worried about what Dr. K was about to say? Or just bringing up the genocide topic, which is super spooky right now. He is right, though.
Okay.
Which is blood cancer. And honestly, I can say that in those situations, there's really nothing that could have helped me other than being healthy.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I'm curious, what are you thinking? How am I going to respond to that? Do you have an idea?
I feel like there's nothing you can possibly do in that situation because you can't solve the root of the problem, which is the cancer.
Yeah, so if we can't, and I agree with you, there's tons of research that shows that people who are diagnosed with cancer experience depression. Interesting thing is that's not just a psychological thing, it's also a physiologic thing, because in stage 4 cancer, your immune system is going whack, there's inflammation in the brain, and I think that this is like, you're right, that if you are diagnosed with something that could be a terminal illness, that the most natural reaction is to be depressed. I think that we also have, a subspecialty of psychiatry of trying to help patients with cancer. Sometimes we help people cope with the prospect of death. We help them grieve the life that they could have lived, which they no longer get to because of cancer. And I'd like to think that we're able to alleviate their suffering in some way. But I would not, when you're someone who's been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer at quite a young age, I can't imagine that anything is going to fix that except for exactly what you said.
So would you say in those situations, therapy
Okay. High survivor rate. Okay. Let's not be too dramatic here. Okay.
and psychiatry is kind of pointless?
Well, so that I would say no. And I think there are plenty of patients I've worked with who would agree. I think it depends on define pointless.
So my thing with psychiatry is they kind of just help the person cope, but they don't solve the root of the problem. Even not just in like cancer, but in other situations.
Yeah, so I think when psychiatry, in some cases where it's practiced poorly, that's what we do. So I think psychiatry is a field, I think we made kind of I don't know if this is a mistake. It feels like a mistake to me, that we stopped accepting responsibility for patients' happiness. We started saying that we can teach you coping skills, that's the best that we can do. We can't actually improve your life. We can just improve the way that you cope with your life. I don't think that we do that all the time, but I think it happens way too much. I think psychiatry as a field will throw in the towel very easily. And that too is not necessarily our fault, because I think there's a lot of stuff that we can't control, like we can't cure people's cancer necessarily. But I do think that psychiatry, when it's practiced in the best way, is not about coping. Coping is just what we do to help people put the fires out. Then you get to the real work. I think coping is not the last step, it's the first step.
I'm sorry, we have to pause there and switch participants, but thank you.
Thank you.
Damn. He said cancer,
Sterling,
boring.
you ready to go? All right.
He said
Hello.
see.
Hello.
Just kidding. Sorry.
Hi, my name's Sterling. I use they, them pronouns.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Sterling.
Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
for sharing
you.
your pronouns.
Yeah, happily.
Are you gonna use pronouns in a second person, first person conversation? Hey, how are you doing today? Blah blah. I guess if you would talk about a third person referencing them, I can understand why your family might think, wow, she's crazy. Or you say they're crazy, maybe. I guess, maybe. Whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I think for me is I think therapy is like a good avenue, and psychiatry is a good door to open it up. But I feel like there's outside components that need to be done, at least in my personal experience, to like continue like growing positive mental health.
Can you share more about that?
Yeah, like I do think like mental health and physical health is tied. So like sometimes it is internal as well as like outternal, like your mental health versus your body, trying to heal like old scars or old traumas, and just finding the balance between like what can really make you happy and bring you the peace and joy that you're like looking for long term.
Yeah, I completely agree. So I think that, when you say psychiatry as a start, I think there is a portion of things that we can do. And I think what we're discovering is that a lot of your mental functioning, my mental functioning, our brain exists within a body.
Yeah.
And the nature of the body can profoundly affect the mind. I learned this when I went to India and I started studying yoga. I was in a really bad mental space.
Sure.
And there's a lot of evidence that shows that when we do some of these mind-body practices like yoga or Tai Chi, it rewires our nervous system, which will then affect our mind. So I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Having moments or classes where I was able to put myself into my body, realize, oh, I carry shame here. Like physically, I was like embarrassed to dance or to try something new. And it's working the muscles to like be open to like healing and like loving yourself, which is something like I know I've struggled, is just allowing myself to be okay or sit in my emotions.
Yeah. And what has been your experience of working with your body?
Something I found like that I really enjoy is like stage combat. So it's just something that it forces me to think how I react, how to keep my partner safe, and just being beyond myself.
So there are two I agree with you, but there are two things that I'd love to share. One is, so there are some interesting studies that show that when people are depressed, their physiology is constricted.
Yeah.
So their heart rate stays in a very narrow range. And when we're healthy, our heart rate will kind of go up or down because we get excited and then we get sad, we get tired, we get happy. And so there's literally evidence that shows that if you change your physiologic level of activity, that it'll improve your depression. And there's a really interesting version of this, which is sometimes when I would have patients who were having a panic attack, we tried one thing, which is we would step outside of my office and then we would run as fast as we can for 60 seconds in a park. And something really cool happens when you have a panic attack is, your heart rate is elevating, but if you actually push your body even more and you run really fast, then you feel exhausted at the end of that.
Yeah.
And when you feel physically exhausted, it actually slows down your heart rate, brings your respiratory rate under control, and in some cases can really help with the panic attack. And I completely agree that I think the body is the most underutilized tool in the treatment of depression today.
All right, we're going to pause there. Thank you, Sterling.
Thank you.
We've got
Thank you.
time
Nice to
for
meet
one
you.
more. Lucia, you ready to go?
Lucia, nice to meet you all over.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. I did want to like mention like earlier, she what was your name again? Yeah, Alex, was talking about how like some people do like workouts or like anything to like take their mind off of it. And I feel like I'm the poster child for that, like working out and like reading and all these other hobbies, but it still doesn't feel like enough for me. And same with therapy. And it's different for me because like I did group therapy and then I also did like DBT group therapy. Like I still feel this like emptiness and this like shadow like following me, because also my depression is different because I don't know if anybody else has like another mental health like that they deal with that kind of like coincides with their depression, because for me I just got diagnosed last year with BPD, so my depression is like a whole. I also have a problem with seeking validation, not necessarily from women but like other people, and I like sort of kind of immerse myself in other people's to find like me in a way, and I don't know. Yeah.
Lucia, thank you so much for sharing that, because I'm glad that you shared the sense of emptiness that comes with BPD. So I think sometimes when we talk about depression, we talk about it like one thing, but depression is a way that you feel, and there are lots of different contributions to that. So I personally have learned so much from my patients with BPD. It's been some of the most rewarding and difficult clinical work I've ever had to do. So I'd like to just talk about BPD for a second, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So for people who don't know, there's a certain kind of depression where, see, we go through the world and I have a sense of who I am, and I carry that with me wherever I go, right? So if someone calls me an idiot, I have some sense that I'm not an idiot. When someone has BPD, that can be absent or very, very quiet. And so the way that they feel is literally determined like a vacuum. It's a void that gets filled up by the way that people treat them. Yeah. So if someone treats you really well, you feel great. And if someone treats you really poorly, you internalize that. Yeah. And so a couple of things about BPD is that it's actually one of the things that improves really well. So I think like at 16 years out from diagnosis, 95+% of people actually won't qualify for the diagnosis anymore. So it is something that can get healed. But I think that it's really, really hard before it happens. And I think that a lot of the work that I do around BPD is about really getting in touch with who you are. It feels empty. It feels like a void. And then the reason that people get diagnosed with this is because they're missing. Oftentimes there's trauma early in life. So
I wanted to touch on that, is that like I am like also religious. I'm Jewish. I converted after I graduated in 2024 from high school.
Can't pick a struggle. This girl's, she's stacking up disabilities.
And
God,
like once
damn.
again, like I've done all of these things. And I think also what makes it hard for me with my BPD is also like the amount of trauma that I've been through, because I also went through a loss. Like I lost my father from COVID 6 years ago.
Okay.
And he was never in my life, like never knew him. And I also do seek my validation from relationships because I've never had that father figure before.
Of course.
And it's like the abandonment and of everything. And that's why also like I sought conversion also to like help me move through it. But like yet again, like it still feels like there isn't that like light for me because of how much like other trauma that I've experienced too.
And I think that that's what's really hard. So the thing is, since there's that kind of void inside, I don't know if this makes sense.
Yeah.
The hopelessness can fill up that void, and then you will feel full of hopelessness. You know, and that's what I've seen with people with BPD, is that when you're feeling down, it fills up every cell of your body, and then it's so big. Mm-hmm. The good news, there is a way to find that stability within yourself, to find a sense of self that kind of like is a life raft. And once it's kind of there, then people can really start to stabilize around it. And like I said, the outcomes from BPD are actually quite good. Just because it is one of the most painful things, that has nothing to do with how long it will last. That has nothing to do with its permanence.
Yeah.
All right, we have to pause. We're out of time. Thank you, Lucia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, we've come to the last part of the show. Dr. Kate.
Did you watch the latest Sam Harris episode yet? They had a whole section on Hassan. Surprised me a bit. Didn't expect him to know who that was. I might watch it. Sam Harris is just fucking brain broken on Islam, dude. I don't know how else to... It's like... Because Israel-Palestine dominates so much of the conversation, I don't know if it's like even salvageable. I heard that people were saying that he says that like Mamdani is like a bigger threat in terms of ideology versus Hassan. I think it just comes down to like the Islam shit. Like that's it. It's... Jesus.
Great job so far. We want you to look around the circle, and you can select somebody you haven't spoken to yet, or somebody who you want to keep exploring what they're going through. So you can choose anyone in the circle, but just take a moment, select them, and then let us know why.
Okay, so I have
listen to it. I mean, you can link it.
Someone in mind, Lamar.
Okay, Lamar, let's go with you. Lamar, do you have a claim? Because we'll actually start with you sharing your claim.
I would have a claim, I guess, in my opinion, that most therapists or psychiatrists don't truly believe in the ways in which to help. It's almost like you go to school long enough for something that you feel like you can't turn around now, like you've been in it, so let me just go forward and let me just play the game almost. I hate to put stuff the way I think it, but it's like a game. It's just how I feel. But I've heard what you've told others, and it's some things that I find to be quite out there.
Like what?
Like the swapping of the shite.
Oh, yeah, yes.
I feel like I think like this is the point that we've got to now. Like,
we checked out Peter Boghossian recently, completely brain broken on trans, education be left wing, Trump direction and more. Hasn't he always been like that though?
Someone gets my shit, they gonna be messed up for a little bit because,
right?
But you see what I'm saying? Like now we're just throwing spaghetti against the wall, hoping that it sticks. I don't know.
Yeah. So I mean, so we can talk about that specifically if you want. I agree. I mean, the reason I brought it up is because I thought it was like absolutely insane, right?
Me too.
And then the even crazier thing, these people were insane to begin with, is that it worked.
Well, I guess my question would be for you then, out of everyone that you've spoken to today, do you truly feel as if you've helped anybody at all?
Do I feel as if I've helped?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So one of the key things I've learned in my life, Lamar, is to not trust what I feel, to act independently of what I feel.
What do you do with those who just seem like they can't find a way out, can't get any better?
I mean, in my case, I keep trying. And I love this question, by the way, Lamar. So one of the challenges that I have is I don't know when to give up on a patient. Because let's say let's say that we start working together and I work with you for 2 years and you don't get better at all.
Mm-hmm.
Do I give up at that point? Or is 3 years, maybe 3 years could do it? There's a conversation we'll have, which is like, okay, therapy does not work. Psychiatry does not help you. What now? What are we going to do? Are you willing to not give up with me?
I guess up to a certain point, but like I said, we just keep on hitting our head against the wall. Then it's like, at what point is it, like I said, I don't know what words to use, but at what point is it stupid? Like,
yeah, so like I said, I've had 3 patients in my career, okay? And I've seen somewhere between probably 500 and 1,000 people that I really don't believe I've been able to help. Those are the 3 that I tried everything that I knew and learned a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
The other thing that I've learned, which is really, really hard, I know that this is gonna have a lot of skepticism. See, the nature of depression is that even if you're getting better, you won't notice it.
How does that help? If you don't notice that you're not getting better, how does that help?
Because you are getting better. So I'll give you this is weird, right? I know this is weird. So
Twilight Zone.
I had a patient who came into my office once, a couple years in, and he said, Dr. K, I'm just as bad as when I showed up. Like I've been coming here for 2 years, I'm no better. And then I asked him, I said, well, how's your work going? Because they had trouble with work. And they said, work's fine now. I'm not getting in trouble anymore. I said, how's your relationship going? And he's like, relationship is going okay. Like they had troubles with their relationship, but they were doing better. They started taking their cholesterol medication. There were many things in their life that had improved, but they didn't feel like it had improved. And then I told him that day, I said, I think you're not depressed. I think you're unhappy. And there's a big difference between those two things.
Doesn't one lead to the other?
I mean, we would hope so, right? Yeah. And I think the two are connected. And one of the interesting things is that if you weren't in therapy, would you potentially be worse?
It's hard to say because I've taken therapy and so it's like, you know what I mean? Like
Lamar, like
it's like a hydra, almost like one head, chop one off and 2 more grow back. Like,
and so that I think you're dealing with a profound sense of skepticism. I wouldn't even call it hopeless, but I think you've learned that nothing seems to help. Like I said before, I think the biggest problem that people have had dealing with you is that they label you really fast and they think they know what will help.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I've seen too many people in your situation who have gotten better. And so I stupidly, foolishly, I know it's dumb, I choose to keep trying because when I'm hopeless, I could be wrong. And when I'm hopeful, I could be wrong too. So then we're left with one basic question, which is when we don't know what's going to work. We don't know. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? How are you going to respond to that uncertainty?
I don't think there's no direct answer to any of that. Like, I think at this point, I just roll with punches. Like, I just rock with punches at this point. I'm really running off of fumes in this last little bit of my life. Like, I truly believe that. So,
yeah, I mean, you've been running on fumes for a long time.
Destiny, if you have vets in your audience, what I've heard from vets in the VA or is that the VA and VFW is huge. It really helps a lot of guys relate. Also, weirdly, some of them swear by psychedelics helping with their PTSD. Probably Joe Rogan stuff, but I know a guy that swears it works. I mean, there's a lot of evidence for psychedelics like having permanent changes in people's openness to experiences or something like that. Not overwhelmingly, I shouldn't say that overwhelmingly, but I think the overall rating for the VA it's over 50%. Like, people generally like it more than not. But it's hard, of course, when everybody says that everything in the country is failing and terrible, and every part of our healthcare is failing and terrible, and so people get like very ideologically motivated in one way. But yeah, sometimes I worry that people get discouraged from looking for certain types of help just because of what the talking points are online about things sometimes.
They can carry you way farther than you may have ever realized, which is what's insane, dude.
I think, but see, that's the point. It used to be I'll persevere through it, like no matter what happens.
Yeah.
As long as I'm breathing, I'll keep on going. But at this point now, I done hype myself up.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work no more. It ain't always rainbows and gumdrops. Like, I mean, the world is really shitty. Like,
when was the last time it was rainbows? Can you even remember?
Nah, actually, like, I've been in survival mode so long that when I see something that may potentially be a happy moment, I shun away from that shit because I feel like it's a fleeting moment. Like, it's not for me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
So even if there's a fleeting moment of happiness, you turn away from it?
I turn away from it because I've been dealt shitty hands. You know what I mean? Like, when the sky starts to open up, the sun comes out, I'm looking at like, nah, where's the rain cloud at? Like, damn, how this? Because why everybody's like this?
When someone turns away from the sun, how dark do you think their life is going to be?
I'm pretty sure it gets darker, but when the sun is out and it's still dark though, you know what I mean? Like,
you're the one who's turning away.
Yeah, because I've already been, I guess, conditioned.
I want you to think about that for a second, Lamar. I don't doubt that you believe this for a good reason, because you've learned, right, that even though there's sun, it ends up being rain clouds anyway.
Yeah.
This protects you
from
being disappointed.
It does.
But it traps you.
Yeah, there's pros and cons in it. Most definitely, there's pros and cons. So because I don't know how to really cope with this, the only thing I can do is just to lock it away and lock myself away. You know, no matter how it sounds, no matter how crazy it may look like to anybody else, I know the reason why I do it. You know what I mean? So,
let me ask you this, Lamar. When people try to help you like a therapist, do you still keep it locked away? Yes, you do.
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. Now we have another problem, which is that there are people around who want to carry it with you, but you won't give us a chance.
No, because I've tried that before.
You have.
I've tried, but I always got rejected. I always caught the bad hand of it all. So after a while, getting your hand hit too many times, you don't want to put your hand out there no more.
Yeah. What was it like for you to come here today?
Hard. Like real hard, like crowds and groups and shit. Like, I don't do that.
What do you think that some of these people who are sitting around us, what do you think they think about you?
I guess some would say it's brave. I guess some would say whatever, but I honestly don't know. I don't.
And
really
if they
think
did, they did think that you were brave,
I guess at this point it wouldn't matter because I've been called brave for other things.
Do you run away from it?
Do I run away from it?
Respect from other people, appreciation.
Yes, I do actually, because like I say, it's not
Turning
not
away
a
from the
slew of
sun.
it. Yes, it's not an everyday occurrence. So to me, it's a fluke. It feels like a fluke. You know what I mean? I don't know how to put it, but I just don't feel like it's real, like it's based in reality for me.
Yeah, I get it.
Let me tell you, I felt better being in a war zone than when I left the war zone, only because it's not fake. If you don't like me, you don't like me. If I don't like you, I don't like you. But there's no fakeness in between it. I get more scared being out of war because of all the masks that are being worn by people.
Where is that? Not to do the media thing again, you fucking losers or whatever. This is maps onto that. When we were arguing about the end of the fucking season 2 of The Pit, and people were like, oh no, Dr. Robbie has to stay at the hospital because that's where he feels good. And I was like, well, no. It's because there's some level of competency that he can exhibit there, and the rules are very clear. So as long as he's doing good there, he doesn't have to think about any other emotional issue or anything else going on in his life, is what this guy is saying basically for his job.
Scared being out of war because of all the masks that are being worn by people. You know what I'm saying? So that's another reason why I just...
It's simpler over there.
It's way simpler over there, and I think it's not so much...
I feel like one of the issues that might be going on here too, I don't know, I can't speak for this guy, but... And I don't know if he could say this if it actually was the case, because it would be really mean. But when he's saying that he doesn't, like if the other people around him were thinking he was brave or whatever for being here, I don't know if these are the types of people that he technically respects their opinion. That sounds mean, and I don't think he would even mean it meanly if he said that. But hearing it from somebody that's in a more similar position than as he is in life, in terms of like, I imagine like being in combat or being in the military or whatever, it would mean more coming from somebody like that because they have a better understanding of who you are, what you've done, and then they can actually have that respect for you, you know?
The war that has people messed up, I think it's just being in that situation so much that it becomes like home to you. It becomes like something that you need. I had a sense of worth, but when I got out, I don't know what changed. I try to be that Marine that comes back. It's just shitty, man. It's just shit. It's not what was told to me. Like, you do this, get the honorable discharge, and America take care of you, like all this type of stuff. So I've been fed all this. I believed it wholeheartedly. There we go. Like, I held on to that hope. Just to be shattered, man. Just to be shattered in a way that touched with my Achilles heel. Like, I've never been touched like that before. Like, hurt, all that type of stuff. After serving and doing all this, just to be tossed away. Ain't nothing you can really tell me at this point, because now I'm pissed. I'm in piss mode, really. I'm pissed. You feel me? I'm beyond pissed. So when you try to come in with the niceness, okay, that's cool. But in my mind, that shit temporary. We ain't got no connection like that. You're a good person. You're a good dude. I'm sure everybody's good in here. But at the end of the day, just me personally, just the way my life has gone. Nah, man, it just ain't for me right now.
I'm glad you're sharing your anger with me. You've been told 1,000.
I think you're digging too deep into it, Dr. K, just referencing the general public, but yeah, it probably would mean more coming from a fellow vet. I disagree. I actually think with mental health, I think it's actually one of the largest issues when you're dealing with it, is that if somebody hasn't experienced the things you're experiencing, like, you get a lot of like, oh, like, I'm sure that's hard, or, you know, good for you for dealing with this, or like, oh man, you know, like, that must be tough or whatever. And like, you hear that and it feels good. But when somebody's actually like been there and they can relate to your experience, or they can call out particular things about your experience, there is a form of like, I don't know if you call it camaraderie, but like, it's just an immediately identifiable thing that like links you to another person and makes everything they say so much more important. This doesn't only come up in like bad things. This could come up with just any experience too. Like, oh my God, you lived in this city? Oh shit, dude, do you remember the fucking this thing or whatever? Or you went to this school? Did you know this teacher? Did you like having like some relation on those things just makes you, the connection to that person just so much closer, I think.
1,000 times do this and it'll work, and it's never worked.
It's never worked.
Never worked. And then there's this whole business about turning away from the sun. I think what's going to be really interesting is I don't know how to help you. I believe you can be helped. And I think there's something that I'm going to kind of leave you with, which is this is going to be a video that's going to be watched by millions of people. And all those people are going to watch you, and they're going to think something about you, and they're going to say something about you. I think what they say about you and what they think about you is going to be profound. I wish there was a way that I could flip a switch in your head and have you receive that the way that normal human beings get to.
Yeah.
Lamar, thank you for coming all the way out here, man,
Thanks a lot, man.
and sharing. We're out of time.
I think I see a lot of strength and resilience, which really gives me hope. It reminded me why I fell in love with psychiatry.
Oh, I think it was really healthy, very respectful. He had a lot of interesting points, kind of opened my eyes a couple times to some stuff, which a good therapist should do.
Generally speaking, it was very interesting to see where everybody was at emotionally and mentally with their part of their journey.
It took me a while to even open up about being depressed. And for years, I was ignoring it. And I thought, if I just pretend I don't have it, it's fine. It's so important to me that people talk more about it.
Jesus Christ, sorry. Destiny, first time I went to therapy, I was super suicidal, and my therapist was a really young guy right out of school. I was talking about all the stresses in my life, and when I said I had to get my roof reshingled, he said, yay, adulting, and I almost killed myself just to spite him.
Thanks everybody in the circle for sharing. It was tremendously generous of you. If you're watching this video and you're going through similar experiences, we hope that this video offered you some insight. Know that it's okay to not be okay, and we see you. So thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
All right. We watched it. God damn. No. Hold on. My best friend is talking about me, and it's always funny listening to the theories that they spin up. Something I never consider, but should, is that so many of those orbiters were actually people who respected him and held him in confidence. I'm guessing he has rather personal information on a ton of people. Like, not sexual shit, just personal, I'm wrestling with this demon type conversations that people wouldn't want public. So there's almost certainly a pervasive muting effect when people don't want their personal shit dragged out. So there are people that I very, very, very publicly fight with and fucking hate that I know personal shit about that would be pretty damaging to them if I were to leak it. I never do this shit unless the other person wants to start leaking personal info or doing whatever crazy shit first. Like, there are people that the idea that I would just leak random shit because, oh, I hate this guy, whatever, this never happens. I'm never the first one to do this. I will say, though, it's very funny that Justical and his whole fucking crowd exactly operate like this. Remember, the only time we found out the extent of the insane shit that he had with his abusive relationship with Cherry was when Kelly defected from their group. And then she started leaking a whole bunch of shit. And then when Justical and them started shitting on Kelly when she defected. Every single time somebody defects from their little weirdo obsessive cult, they all start obsessively attacking and shitting on and then leaking all the personal shit that apparently was always problematic, but they never brought it up. They always do shit like this. It's funny that, yeah, he projects this onto me. The simple answer, oh, good friend, Wicked Supreme. The simple answer is he just argues whatever he can to get people to like and trust him, no matter how stupid it is. Then why not attack my arguments if they're so stupid? You probably looked at Asmongold and went, I'm sure it's better to be rich and relevant with a fan base of idiots than it is to simply acknowledge and atone for your mistakes. By the way, his suggestion was that I needed to be removed from society for a long time and put in some kind of like sex offender jail or something. I don't remember the exact message, but his shit was, he was on some fucking wild shit. King.
Hello?
Give me a second before you start saying the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah, no problem.
And there's no real underlying principle or argument he's always staying consistent to, other than maintaining his DGG following. But like, what about, can't you point to huge things in the past where I've had no problem shedding tons of my following? Where the communist split or whatever with, I almost said Vance, with Vosh and Hassan, like, couldn't I have just been friendly with them the whole time? Or playing League and destroying my viewership, or Mugenics. Like, it doesn't even, like, there are so many huge examples you can point to where it, like, doesn't seem like this worked at all, or it just doesn't fit with the broader pattern, but they're trying so hard to force it because it's the only way their view of the world can make sense. Although, who knows, maybe there's something more pathological to how he's somehow always a victim in every scenario where he smells like shit. But the comment about breaking Pixie's trust in the worst way imaginable makes me believe against that. Clearly, he understands. He still understood is the point. He clearly didn't believe in his heart that he was a victim of Pixie when he said that. Pixie wasn't extorting me and blackmailing me and telling the entire internet she was going to destroy my career and life. What? He tried to make it right in private when doing so meant he would lose the least. Like, what does that even mean? Anything in private is going to be better than anything in public. Like, this is just like always going to be true. So is trying to make any situation right in private, is that always bad? Retarded. Fuck, I hate these messages are so retarded. Holy shit. But the moment it became public, he went on defense. Yeah, when another person attacks you and like outwardly states that they're going to try to destroy your life and destroy your career, and then when they privately try to extort you and blackmail you, yeah, you're going to be a lot more defensive at that point. No shit, what should I do? Like, oh, she's right. I'm going to give all my money to the Queen Pixie, even though her family is apparently fucking loaded. She doesn't need it anyway. It's the question, though. Did he admit as much fault as he did because he felt that way, or because he thought he could stop it going public? Yes, that's what I think. The latter. That explains, quote, hiring a detective, end quote, to find Solo and get justice for Pixie until it became public. Solo does not even seem to be a concern for him at all now. Like, this is like the picture that I drew earlier of like the two kids in the completely fucked up bedroom after the mom screams at them, and they're like, why is mom so mad? If we ignore every single fact of the matter that exists and just like completely invent our own reality. Also, I didn't hire the detective to find Solo. I hired a private investigator to find Rose because I didn't know who the fuck that person was. But I think they have to change it to because they think I always knew who it was and we were like scheming the whole time or something. I don't know what fucking retarded shit he's on. Okay, is that it? These guys. Jesus. Okay. All right. What do you want?
I think your Breaking Bad take is retarded.
Okay.
So like, I don't know how over the entire show, like, Walt is literally just like getting like destroyed by his own pride over and over and over, that you think that like at the end where it's just like perceived as like a good thing, that he, I guess, like did his whole like meth empire thing and destroyed the family of everyone he loves and like, well, I guess you died for it, I guess, if that counts. But yeah, like all that stuff happening, I don't see how like any things that he did was like a good thing for him. I feel like the whole thing, the ending was just like a bittersweet thing. I don't think it was more like oh, Walt won. I think it's just, you know, to me it seems like he like lost and like what he did was a consolation prize, or at least everything that happened.
Okay. First, Darius, what do you want?
Hey, what's up?
What's happening?
Hey, what's up? So, Steven, do you want to debate Quertos in like an hour and a half, 2 hours? Or like not debate, just want to have a conversation with him. He recently has been trying to
Debate
kindle
who?
up with you.
Quertos?
Quiznos, dude, I don't remember the
Oh,
the fucking
Carantos?
Muslim
No,
guy.
fuck no. I'm probably never talking to him again.
But okay, listen, he wants to just like maybe like.
I don't
maybe
care.
just hear
No,
him
he
out.
had
You
his whole
don't-
disavow
you don't-
arc. He thought I was a rapist. He can go study in fucking Malaysia or whatever the fuck he was doing. No, I'm probably never talking to him again.
Yo,
I'm
by the way,
I'm
Quantum versus
I'm
the
almost
world.
certainly never talking to him again. There's nothing. Yeah.
Quantum versus the world in 1 hour, guys. Discord.gg/melted.
Okay, and then also, so you're coming to Dallas in a little bit. Do you want to like get food and hang out, or you got like ladies? What are you doing over here?
When am I going to Dallas?
Penguin. What the fuck do you mean? Like,
Oh, I don't know.
like,
Maybe we'll see. Yeah, I'll message you on there. Sure.
You'll message. All right, well, I'm gonna message you when it gets closer to there, so we can kindle up. All right, I'll see you on the flippy.
Be careful, babe.
My dog.
Okay. Let's say that like give me the optimal outcome of Walt's life. Okay, first of all, hold on. Let me ask this. You said you don't see
okay.
wait, no, stop. You said you don't see anything good that he got from his whole drug empire arc?
The one thing he got was that he's able to give his son like a free ride to college, and I guess like take care of whatever bills that his wife might have. But at the end of the day, he lost his house. His entire family hates him.
Wait, say that again. What do you mean by that? The only thing he got? Just talk in more words about that.
Because he's able to he got the money to the billionaire friends that are gonna set up a fund, a trust fund or something for his son.
Why was the money important?
Because he was gonna be financially ruined if because of the cancer and like the surprise pregnancy that his wife had.
Why does the financial ruin matter?
Because he needs money. I mean, I think you're trying to refer to like him losing the whole like billionaire company that he used to be a part of, that he sold his share out of, again out of pride, by the way, because he was embarrassed about his like former girlfriend's family. But I don't see how that like relates. I feel like that's his mistake. Like his whole life, I feel like is kind of like as a result of his pride. Like he could have exited out of like the meth thing pretty early too, with like $1 million payout, and then they gave him a second chance when he was with Jesse and Mike, and he could have exited with like a $5 million payment, but he decided to keep going because he was very prideful about it. He wanted something to his name, which I think most people would think is retarded. He could have just like left with the money and chilled out.
Okay.
Oh, same thing with the book. Actually, I just thought about this.
Sure,
the
okay.
book, like when he got discovered by Hank, the book he kept that because he felt prideful about, or he wanted to like show off that like this guy was like simping for him or whatever. Like he wanted that for his own ego.
Sure. Do you feel like in your life at all, do you ever want to be known for something or recognized for something, or do you have any sense of like, I don't know, another word for like, I guess like ego or masculinity or anything like that you feel, or?
I mean, yes, in a way, but I feel like money can like buy anything. So I feel like it's kind of one and the same for me. So I don't know. Like I don't really care too much about like.
If you had the
being known
opportunity
for something
to earn $1 million or be given $10 million, and everybody knows that you either earn it or you're given it, Which option would you choose?
That's a hard question. I'm leaning towards given just because that's more money.
Okay. I mean, I understand your
Like,
take
I feel
on.
like I can kind of like make my own thing.
Sure.
I don't know. I feel like I can
understand
make my
your
own,
take on
like,
Breaking Bad, but I think okay, I get it. I understand it.
I just doesn't matter. I don't get it. Like it's not.
You
It's
don't
like
get
an ego
it.
thing. Who cares?
Yeah, I think there's. Maybe that's a larger thing than I realized, or whatever. Or maybe because I grew up in a conservative household, maybe I just have a different, maybe a toxic view on that. I guess it's possible. But I understand your. I understand you. I get you. Okay, I got you.
I don't know. I feel like most people would consider the Breaking Bad ending as like a bittersweet type ending that he ruined his life for pride or whatever, and like, you know, like he admits it at the end. In the end, he says like, "Oh yeah, it was all for me. Like I messed up." And like when Hank was killed, I feel like at that moment was the kind of like the breaking point when he was like, "Oh no, what did I do? Like this is too much, right?"
I mean,
like,
yeah, you could read the conversation that way, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I won.
Okay.
All right, but yeah. Anyway, one more thing. Just make sure, guys. An hour from now, we're gonna have Chronos versus the world. Make sure you show up in the melting pot. You get to argue with Chronos on anything you want. All right. But yeah. Anyways, W Radiant.
Be careful, buddy.
DGL.
What is this? Wait, what the fuck?
But that dog back there, the one that's sleeping, she lives a better life than you. Okay?
He loves saying that. How many times? I feel like I've heard him say this like 5 different times and just clips.
I don't know if it's because you're like, oh, you're an ideological opponent of mine, and it's a much easier way to fucking say to falsely claim that you're a dog abuser.
Chat, as long as you're in the box, yeah, it's a luxury life, chat. I mean, he's not wrong. There's a way better life, but don't you fucking dare, yo, don't you fucking dare get out of that fucking box. Yo, if you step 1 foot off that fucking box, oh man.
Or if you...
You know, in a way, Kaya's kind of living in like an open air prison.
Genuinely think that I am a dog abuser? I don't know.
68 months.
But let me
I
tell
am
you
such
something,
a
okay?
fucking loser.
I don't think I've ever seen an attack ad that comes off as an endorsement like this one. The LA County Federation of Labor has a new committee lined up to go after Spencer Pratt, and they're dropping an initial $221,000 on this video and an additional digital ad.
Republican Spencer Pratt is the last thing Los Angeles needs for mayor. Pratt opposes using taxpayer money to build brand new houses for our unhoused neighbors, saying it's time for the homeless to get help or get out. Pratt thinks LA needs thousands more police officers rather than more social workers, and Republican Spencer Pratt thinks public employee unions should have less power, not more. LA is on the right track and needs to stay the course. Vote no on Republican Spencer Pratt. Republicans...
Yeah, that's kind of... They phrased his sides way too generously there, but okay. Jesus. You know what? I don't give a fuck, actually. I will get triggered today. Okay, now I understand why people say the Destiny's media takes are bad. As someone who watched House probably 10 times, listening to Steven was pretty painful. Spoilers ahead. 1. House doesn't value his career or opportunity to be the coolest doctor in the world above anything else. He himself can say something akin to that, because in his mind, this is his greatest gift, and without it, he has nothing. But the series shows time and time again that he's willing to sacrifice that career to save lives or to help his friends. At some point, he goes to a fucking jail due to his reckless and selfish behavior, and in the end, he fakes his death just to be with Wilson in his last days. Wow, what a career guy. First of all, this is one of the most low IQ things I've ever said in my entire, or I've ever seen in my entire life. Values his career? No, he values what the career represents. The fact that he's insanely intelligent, and the fact that he is, and the fact that he excels so much at his career, right? It's funny. He mentions going to the whole psychotherapy treatment stuff. What was the one thing they found at the end of the psychotherapy arc that he needed? It was to be a doctor and diagnose people. That was like the solution. It's like, oh shit, you got to go back to doing your job of diagnosing people because it's literally the only fucking thing that matters in your entire fucking life. There was literally a neither it's the puzzle he loves. They say that sometimes, but they actually go back and forth on this. I actually think that the show runners are a little bit inconsistent because sometimes they make it seem like House like genuinely cares, and then other times they make it seem like House is a cold bastard and he just wants to solve the puzzle. And I actually think they're a little inconsistent on that. But there is a story that he tells. Fuck. What is the episode I'm thinking of? Gee, what the fuck was that? Jesus.
38-year-old former can be
Possible. I'm not going to be able to find the scene. There's a scene where the older guy here that they wake up, literally asks House, like, why did you want to be a doctor? And House is like, one time when me and my dad were stationed in Africa, I don't know, some bullshit. He's like, there was a guy who was an untouchable and nobody in the village wanted to ever look at this guy. And he was a horrible person. He was a janitor and it was terrible and blah, blah, blah. But then one day somebody got really, really, really sick and none of the doctors could figure it out. So they all went and they called this guy and then he diagnosed him perfectly, immediately. And that's when I realized that no matter what he looked like in life or what was going on, as long as he had the right answer, that was the only thing that mattered. And it was like, Jesus. 2, drugs don't help him be a medical genius. They just remove the pain. At the start of season 3, he's pain-free and drug-free, and his intelligence is fine. What ultimately becomes the perceived issue is that pain made him a critical asshole, everybody lies, etc., and being a critical asshole helps him solve cases. He comes to that conclusion after he failed a case due to being too friendly with a patient. You can obviously disagree with that, but it goes to show that drugs have nothing to do with it. He's also drug-free for most of season 6, and he's still solving cases just fine. Then we get back to the status quo because we need to have more seasons, but that's a separate problem. You can argue that, and I mean, I think that's actually true. There's actually a better example this guy could have given if he actually did watch House 10 times. And I think the better example would have been when I don't know what the people, I think some of the shows are just inconsistent. There's a patient who House solves his like fucking long-term chronic paralysis with some steroid injection idea, and then Cuddy tries it, and then it saves the patient, and he can walk again. And Wilson's like, dude, wouldn't it be a mind fuck if we just never told House about this? Wouldn't this be fucking epic? And I was like, why? I don't know why the fuck they did it. That was crazy. But the reality is for a long time, he says he needs his drugs to be a good doctor. It seems like it's kind of shown in the show sometimes that he doesn't need the drugs to be a good doctor, but like the drugs never seem to actually have that negative of an impact on him, except for when he has to go to the psychiatric ward, but then he does the drugs again later. It's just not, the messaging on it is just, it's shallow at best. If the drugs would have actually had a negative impact on his like intelligence or his ability to function intelligently, I think that would have been a much more damning condemnation of the drugs, not just like, ooh, sometimes these make you crazy. Also, in season 7, his medical skills take another hit due to his relationships with Cuddy, distracting him. The most ironic thing in the context of the discussion is he ultimately accepts that. But you know what made Cuddy break up with him? Him taking drugs. I'm trying to think if that was true or not. Was this also, I lose track of some of these later seasons. Was this in the season where House wanted to go to Cuddy's, like, it was some kind of party with her family or something, or Christmas dinner, and Cuddy gives him the wrong address and lies to him? Was he on drugs at that point? I feel like Wilson and Cuddy fuck House over a few times. They kind of fuck him over a little bit. No, he drove a car into her house. He took drugs during her kidney transplant. Damn, I don't remember that episode. That must have been in the later seasons. I don't watch those ones that much. I guess. Kidney transplant. I don't even remember that. Sleepy Joe Biden, they give the 5 tier 1 subs. It was a tumor, not a transplant. Oh, that would make more sense. Okay. If we assume that drugs help him solve cases, how is that glorifying? Yes, imagine that. Drugs give you an advantage, but he pays for it with addiction, reckless behavior to save that addiction, risks of liver failure, risks of losing his or so valuable job, actual hallucinations, painful withdrawal, almost dying several times, and above everything, by alienating his friends and living a mostly lonely life. Again, I just don't like when people like do this external projection of things onto the actual show. Like, did he have risks of liver failure? I don't know. It seems like he did a fuck ton of Vicodin for many, many years, and that never actually really came up in the show. Did it? I don't think it did. He was never going to lose his job. Everybody protected him. The hallucinations, I guess, were kind of bad, but they were also like kind of cool and romantic and like based and awesome. And he's like crazy, but like not really, because he was still super lucid and having like crazy, awesome hallucinations the whole time. I don't know. I don't think so. Painful withdrawal. Wow. Almost dying several times. Oh boy. He brings up the liver failure risk a few times. Yeah, but it's not actually a thing. It doesn't actually happen. I don't think it manifests in any real way. Holy shit. Wait, who is Callum? Do we know this person? Is it the consensus that post-Cuddy, House is dog shit? I feel like the last few seasons are a little bit wacky. On May 7th, the Storer team was made aware that Callum Powell had pleaded guilty to offenses related to making and possessing and the possession of indecent images of children. Making? What does that mean? Like, was this like AI child porn? Which wouldn't be good. That'd be bad. But that would be significantly. In the UK, making is like downloading. Oh. Store is the biggest YouTube parkour group. God damn. Well.
About the...
Oh, my king.
In part because...
You've gotten a lot...
Oh, God.
lot of pushback. You've gotten a lot of pushback on your comments about Mamdani. Many claiming you haven't brought in.
Are you doing Collins today? Fuck no! I don't want to argue about your externalizing shit onto media and like, oh, but Destiny, isn't it really bad that you can suffer a liver failure? I would rather kill myself than have these debates. Listen, we can disagree to disagree. That's fine, okay? I'm okay agreeing to disagree, all right? We're good.
You've gotten a lot of pushback on your comments about Mamdani. Many claiming you haven't brought any receipts for your Islamist claims. Can you clarify that for us?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mamdani, in my view, is really just a more polished and more self-censoring version.
Do you think Breaking Bad would have been better if it ended with the penultimate episode, the one where it ends with him crying and begging his son to take money and he calls the cops on himself? That way he dies a pathetic old man and actually pays for his crimes. Kind of, yeah. That would have been a morally better. Yeah, I think so. In the bar and the police just show up and arrest him and then he dies in jail or something, sure.
Of Hassan Piker, right? It's the same problem, right? You've got somebody who thinks that there's been a genocide in Gaza. In fact, Mamdani claimed that there was a genocide in Gaza on October 13th of 2023. 6 days after the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. He's talking about Israel being culpable for genocide in Gaza. Okay, it's a blood libel now. It was especially a blood libel.
This is retarded, but it's a dumb take, I agree. But is it blood libel?
Libel then, right? And gives you X-ray vision into his moral priorities, right? I don't think he's an Islamist. I don't think I've ever said he's an Islamist. I think he's at worst an apologist for Islamists. I mean, he might be an Islamist. I don't know, but I'm not claiming to know he's an Islamist. I know he's an apologist for Islamists, and I think he's more than a useful idiot, right? He knows he's too deep in the weeds of Islamist activism not to know what the Muslim Brotherhood has been up to for the last century, right? He knows what the phrase "globalize the Intifada" really means, not what it can seem to mean.
Don't tell him to watch Better Call Saul. He will rage bait argue it's a bad show because Saul chooses to not get away with it. I just can't, dude. I don't want to do anything. I think I'll give you a hint to trigger the fuck out of me. If people were like, I disagree with Destiny on this take or whatever, and then they give their own take, then fine, whatever. But it's when you say I have a dog shit take, and then you give like the most artistically illiterate take in the world. That's the thing that drives me the craziest. Like, I'm going to be honest. I've never seen a single episode of Better Call Saul, but I've seen like a ton of clips, okay? I've seen the clips. I'm going to go ahead and guess just from what I've seen, and maybe I'm wrong, okay? People listening to the show can correct me if I'm wrong. But when you say, he would say that Better Call Saul is bad because he chooses not to get away with it in the end, him choosing not to get away with it in the end is the moral development of the character, right? He has the ability. This is why I said this was the principal failing of Breaking Bad. In Breaking Bad, the alternative life for Walt was horrible. That's why I said maybe if you would have said his cancer came back because he continued working on drugs, if you could allude to that, then maybe sure. But the alternative life for Walt was you are in bed dying of cancer like a fucking loser and everybody's giving you money and watching you die. It seemed like, from what I've seen of Better Call Saul, the alternative life for Saul was he got the most insane fucking deal ever from the prosecution in the history of all of crazy shit because of the people he told him, whatever, that he had the ability to walk away almost completely scot-free, aside from a few friends that have died or whatever, and he would have been totally fucking fine, but he made the choice at the end to say, no, I'm going to own it. And then he owned it. That was the development of the character. It was like, oh, he's accepting more responsibility for the crimes that he's been involved in and everything else. To try to say that that's the same as Breaking Bad, like, you have to be missing so much of everything. I can't even imagine how you could be so fucking retarded to have that take, okay? In a video game.
What has been up to for the last century, right? He knows what the phrase "globalize the Intifada" really means, not what it can seem to mean when it's on the lips of confused freshmen on the campus of Columbia University. He knows it's a call for suicidal terrorism against Jews worldwide. That's what "globalize the Intifada" means, right? And he knows what the second Intifada was, right? He knows that the suicide bombings only stopped in Israel when Israel put up a wall, and I'm sure he objects to that wall and objects to the checkpoints that Palestinians have to go through to pass through that wall. And he'll call that apartheid, right? But the truth is there was, an endless number of suicide bombings until that wall was built, right? So
endless.
He knows what
Really?
the culture is over, in the West Bank and Gaza. He knows that Hamas is still popular.
Do you think that what Sam is saying is kind of true? I mean, Sam presents kind of the pro-Zio argument decently well. And I do think I hate all of this fucking cringe fucking the worshiping of the Palestinians like they're the best and most holy people ever and they've done nothing wrong. I think all that is cringe. I think that's true. But I just feel like just Sam Harris just totally overstates the issues with Mamdani. Like, again, he's the mayor. Even as somebody who hates the slopulous positions on all this Israel-Palestine shit, I feel like Mamdani's positions have been fairly reasonable the entire time. He even backtracked on the whole globalized Intifada claim, which I honestly, if you would have told me to bet money and make a prediction, I was like, he's not going to change his mind on that shit. But he did. I think Mamdani's position, if he wants to be a person in politics that exists as far left as he does, to survive in that environment, he probably needs to have made the statements.
In both places. He knows that Hamas would win an election today if it ran in both places. He knows that Hamas is a genocidal organization, a genocidal organization. He knows all that, and yet when asked to disavow and condemn the use of the phrase "globalize the Intifada," the best he can muster after months of arm twisting, and where it becomes a real campaign, obstacle, all he can say is, "It's not my language," right? that is a, it's worse than a dog whistle. I mean, that's analogous in my view. I think I wrote this over in Community when we just started.
Have you figured out why Sam is so crazy on Muslims? I don't know. I think wasn't it like around the whole 9/11 time? He got like really, really, really fixated on a lot of that stuff. But yeah, I don't know.
It's analogous. I mean, everyone can remember when Donald Trump, when asked about the Proud Boys, said, stand back, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by, right? And so what was wrong with that? Right? What was wrong with that is when given an opportunity to disavow a white supremacist goon squad on our political landscape, all he could think to say was stand back and stand by. And one got the sense that he wasn't just confused, he wasn't just rambling. He was choosing his words. He was doing a kind of high wire act.
Like, I agree with the analysis on Trump here, but the issue is that Mamdani is just the mayor of New York City. This is why I just don't care that much about this. And I think that he did moderate his language a bit, being sensitive as being the mayor of New York City, which, I don't know, I guess I was happy with it, but I guess I'm not Jewish, so who knows. But to hold Mamdani to the same standard about the language that he uses and how Hamas might interpret that language compared to white nationalists in the United States that had just held a fucking march. Like if Mamdani came out and defended the concept of like globalize the Intifada after like an Islamist terrorist attack in New York City, I'd be like, okay, this motherfucker's got to go. That's crazy. That's fucking wild. But like we're worlds apart here, I think.
In front of what he considers to be his base, which has to include white supremacists and neo-Nazis and racists and moral lunatics, he thinks they all need to be in the tent with him, right? So when asked about David Duke's support, he says, David Duke, I don't even know who David Duke is. And he knows who David Duke is, right? So rather than given a chance to clearly disavow white supremacy in America.
Oh, Mamdani also took a lot of heat recently on Twitter because he came out and he like avowedly condemned anti-Semitic attacks in like openly and like very clearly condemned anti-Semitic attacks in New York City, I think. And lefties hate that. They hated that one. They got so mad at that. They love their anti-Semitism on the left now. Yikes. Crazy that like 3 or 4 years ago we were talking about like, is the far left ever anti-Semitic? And then the whole stuff with Corbyn comes up and you're like, well, were they really, or were people exaggerating it, or blah, blah, blah. And now we've got fucking Hassan and everything else. God damn, dude. Wild times.
He declines every time you give it to him, right? Now, it's, with one exception, with the good people on both sides case, which was endlessly spun against him, and it was in fact...
Sam Harris buys into this whole... Oh, dude, I can't believe the left... The center left are just so cucked that they got mind-fucked into thinking like, oh, actually, that... we did fake news there. Trump was just talking about the good people at the Nazi rally.
Was endlessly spun against him, and it was in fact a malicious edit of a press conference wherein...
Oh! It's all good. I don't give a fuck.
He actually did say, I reject the white supremacists in Charlottesville, very clearly. But Mamdani is playing the same game, and I think it's even more sinister than what Trump was up to there, because Mamdani could clearly disavow the phrase globalize the Intifada and make contact with what's wrong with it, but he doesn't want to. And to be, so it's a little bit analogous to...
Sam is centrist slop. No, he's not. He has his own mind, at least. He's brain broken a little bit, but at least he's brain broken in his own special ways. He's not like a super centrist fucking loser. Which I'll always appreciate about him, at least.
It would be analogous to, in the aftermath of Charlottesville, if Trump had said what everyone said he said at that press conference, right? If all he said was there were good people on both sides, right? And I'm not going to, my business isn't to police, like Mamdani is saying, my business isn't to police language, right? So my business isn't to police, demonstrations and There's good people on both sides. If Trump had left it at that, which many Democrats think he did, he didn't. But if he had, okay, that's the kind of sinister bullshit that I'm reacting to in Mamdani.
I just want to break up again and just talk about what I think.
Just again for a reminder, because literally the left, I guess they just gave this up because they just assumed that they all lied or something. The issue is that when Donald Trump was asked about the Charlottesville march, right, whatever, he opened with, I heard there were good people on both sides of that. The problem is that march, that was an explicitly advertised neo-Nazi march. I'm not even exaggerating. It was just a neo-Nazi march. It was organized by neo-Nazis. People showed up there with tiki torches. It was a neo-Nazi march. That's it. And the idea that there were good people on both sides, but I disavow the Nazis or the violence, you're just giving cover for them. This would be the equivalent to me saying on October 7th, there were, I disavow terrorist attacks, but there were valid concerns on both sides of the October 7th event. If I were to say that in front of Sam Harris, his brain would explode. He'd be like, what do you mean they're good? What do you mean they're good? It was a terrorist attack. It was all horrible. What do you mean? And it's like, well, come on, Sam. Was every single person that came over the fence, are you saying every single person killed a Jew or raped a Jew? Every single one. Some normal Palestinians came over, some Palestinian Islamic Jihad, some Hamas, but not all of them, right? You'd be like, it doesn't matter. That's besides the point. But I said I disavow the bad stuff that happened on both sides. There were good people on both sides of that, right? There were some. That's not the point. It was a terrorist attack, right? The Charlottesville march was a neo-Nazi rally march. That's what it was. Full stop. That's it. And to come out after somebody gets killed and to say, there were good people on both sides of that, that's crazy. That's crazy. And everybody at the time understood that to mean that Trump was basically giving, cover to the neo-Nazis. That's what it was like, There were crazy Antifa thugs there that were beating people up. And, I disavow the Nazis, but, Antifa, that's exactly what the point of that was. And everybody understood that at the time. But now we've all mind-fucked ourselves into thinking that that's not what was going on. And fuck me, dude.
It was the best piece of television this week. The CNBC.
One question. Did that end?
Yes. That march was such a Nazi fuck march that I think it came from Gavin McInnes himself. Gavin said, listen, to the Proud Boys, if you want to go to that march, fine, but don't fucking wear any Proud Boys merch there. Don't wear your Proud Boys shit there. I don't want to see any, was it yellow shirts or whatever? I don't want to see you guys in your uniforms there, because he knew it was a neo-Nazi march.
I think.
But if he had, okay, that's the kind of sinister bullshit that I'm reacting to in Mamdani.
I just want to break up again and just talk about what I think was the best piece of television this week.
Sam's entire geopolitical worldview is warped by his paranoia regarding jihadism. He never addresses why we don't reflexively associate global jihadism with Indonesia, despite it having the largest Muslim population on the planet, or that non-Muslim states like Russia and North Korea utilize asymmetrical. Sure, yeah. And I think he should just fucking move to Paris or London or some shit and go fight it over there, because at least there it's a little bit more of a salient problem. But bro, in the fucking United States of America, I get so irritated. All these people, Sam Harris included, that were saying that fucking Mamdani is a fucking Islamist jihadist. Give me a fucking break. Holy shit, we're trying to manufacture some outrage so pathetically here. Can we talk about real shit, please? And listen, dude, I'm an atheist and I fucking hate Islamists, and I hate any radical jihadist bullshit, obviously, whatever. I've even complained. I don't know if in London or in Europe broadly, if I would make the same comments I do about Muslims. I don't know. It seems like some of the shit over there can be a little bit sketchy sometimes. But in the United States of America, we're going to pretend like this is some huge, massive problem when our country is being fucking eviscerated by evangelical Christians? Because that is the group that is destroying my country right now, from top to bottom, at every fucking level, are evangelical Christians. White evangelical Christians. Why the fuck are we talking about the mayor of fucking New York City? Please.
I just want to break up again and just talk about what I think was the best piece of television this week. The CNBC.
One question. Did that answer the concerns of the audience on the Mamdani front? Are we getting pushback to what I just said?
Fellas.
Because
do they live stream these convos? Is that?
I mean, Mamdani is not. Mamdani is the mayor of New York. He's not my primary concern, nor is Hassan Piker. But my primary concern is the fact that we have a New York Times and a Democratic Party who think these two guys are the future of Democratic politics, and that is suicide. Right? That in 2028, that is going to be suicide.
So you're getting pushback saying,
punks and pyros, thank you for tier 5 subbing, and Costa Rich, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Right? That in 2028, that is going to be suicide.
So you're getting pushback saying, issue with you saying a none too closeted Islamist. So apparently you've said that in the past.
Right.
So
well, I mean, so again, I mean, this is a semantic argument. I don't know how much of an Islamist is. So let me just define what Islamist means or should mean, right? And it's not the same thing as jihadist, right? I mean, there are gradations here which are a little hard to parse, but generally speaking, when we use the term Islamist, we're talking about someone who is trying to spread political Islam in a
maybe he does. Does Mamdani talk about this ever? Has he? Where he wants like fucking Sharia law, or I've never seen, and I'm so sensitive to this shit. Islamism is what he's saying. It's the idea that you basically need to incorporate more Islamic doctrine into your political system. That's what, when somebody says you're an Islamist, that's what they're referring to. Has he ever? I feel like I've never heard him give a speech like this before. I know he said some retarded shit like 5 years ago when he was on the city council or whatever bullshit, which maybe he is more radical, you know, privately or whatever, but I've never heard him say this in the capacity of running for mayor or as mayor.
Theocratic sense, right? So like they're in favor of Sharia law, you know, like they might be very patient, they might be willing to wait a long time, but you know, eventually they want to get to a place where it's Sharia law all day long, all the time for everyone, right? and so
King.
The distinction between Islamists and jihadists is not so much the end state of the world they hope to see realized, but in how they're willing to get there. So the Islamists, for the most part, are not in favor of blowing yourself up on a bus. They want to work within institutions. They want to practice entryism. They want to subvert, political discourse and democratic politics in their direction, and they're very patient. And this is very much the Muslim Brotherhood's been the Muslim Brotherhood's approach in the West. I mean, it has seeded the West with charities and political organizations. And
if this is true, I've just never heard much of it before. Is this true? Is in the West, is the Muslim Brotherhood more influential than like Qatari investment and infiltration in our education, or Chinese or Russian infiltration in our media? Is it really? What are they? What are all the Muslim Brotherhood established things that are being supported in the United States right now? I feel like not to be mean to anybody, but I feel like Mamdani's the first kind of guy that would get fucking murdered by a radical Islamist jihadist. I don't know, bro.
And activist groups and misinformation and very facile liars, and it's been a very long-standing project, and it is truly sinister, right? And Mamdani knows all this. No way he's in the dark. He knows exactly he knows more than I do about the Muslim Brotherhood and about the Council of American Islamic Relations ties to it, etc.
The Council of Islam. What is this thing called?
The Council of American Islamic Relations ties.
Is that like it's like APAC and then the Council of Islamic American Relations? Maybe I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe I mean, I'm honestly I haven't studied it. Maybe they're more influential than I think, but I don't know.
As to it, etc. So I don't know how in favor of all of that he is. I just know that the way he talks about Israel and the way he plays hide the ball with the role that religious fanaticism is playing in the conflict, and the fact that his first priority as mayor is to dumb down the definition of anti-Semitism because it was too capacious. It's all upside down morally and politically. And yes, he's if you want to, I can say with great conviction that he's an apologist for Islamists, right? And he knows much more than he's letting on. And there's something very
like anymore. Like I kind of sort of agree with that, but like only in the sense that like the left is right now, which I think is a huge problem. But I don't know. I've never gotten the feeling that Mamdani is like uniquely an Islamist apologist. More just that, like the far left right now is just in a very fucking cringy way obsessed with all this shit.
Minister happening there right now I don't know how deep his religious convictions run, but I mean all of this is knit together. The Muslim Brotherhood is an Islamist organization. Hamas is a spawn of the Muslim Brotherhood, and Hamas is a jihadist organization.
Well, no, this is New York City. I mean, it's still one of the most important cities in the world, and he's a huge figure. Would you be open to sitting down and talking with him, having this conversation?
Sure. I don't think it would go anywhere. I think it would be a disaster. But yeah,
Mamdani should do it. He could do it. I believe in him.
Why
do you think it'd be a
consider this your
disaster?
invitation to come on the podcast?
Yeah,
because
but
I
why
think
would it
he
be-
would. Because I don't think he will. Well, it's never going to happen, right? So that's the first thing. But by all means, invite him on the podcast, and I will talk to him about all of this and tell him exactly what I think about what he's been up to. Yes, that'll be a great conversation. It'll be a disaster because it'd be like talking to anyone else who plays this game, whether like Mehdi Hassan is another person who where in the conversation is going to get derailed every single sentence, right? Because this person is going to lie about the doctrine, it's going to lie about the history, it's going to be whataboutism as far as the eye can see, and false moral equivalences. I mean, there are people with whom I can have this polite disagreement, and it still runs off the rails. I mean, the last time this happened on the podcast, I guess it was Rory Stewart, I guess was the last one. Someone who pretended to be confused about jihadism and Islamism. He's still, I think, pretending to be confused. I don't see that there's just 0% chance of that we're going to converge in our understanding of what's really happening in the world. But
there's a way. This is like listening to Asmongold talk about why he won't talk to Destiny. Well, no, at least Harris is willing to have the conversation. Mamdani is the same person as Bassem Youssef. He's just more clever. Show me something about that, okay? I would be... That guy is fucking crazy. You either underplaying how insane that motherfucker is, or there's just a lot of stuff about Mamdani that I've missed.
The real problem will be one of us will be lying, right? I mean, Mehdi Hassan, when he talks about Islam, is lying about Islam. I mean, Mehdi Hassan, you can see video of Mehdi Hassan comparing unbelievers to cattle, the living subhuman lives, and you can see him raving as an Islamist lunatic. He's since, I think, disavowed that former.
Okay, hold on. Now, this was bad, I think, by Mehdi, but wasn't this like years and years and years ago? Like 20 years ago? Or am I think it was a long time ago.
Self of his, but he's still that guy on some level. He's still a
2010.
A religious ideologue, and for some reason, the left in America and in the West understands the problem of this when it comes in Christian form, right? They know that every Democrat.
Just so you know, we absolutely do not. It is a joke to say that we apply the same lens to toxic Christianity. I hate that he says this as an atheist too. Sometimes there's some of the atheists that I wonder, and I don't know. I don't know, because I was younger. Maybe I just never, where it felt like, I hate this. I hate to even say this because I hated it, because I used to get labeled this sometimes, where people are like, you're not atheist, you're just Islamophobic. And sometimes that does feel accurate. It's like, oh, you're an atheist. Like, what kind of atheist are you? Well, I'm an atheist, and I believe that all gods are fake, but I do think that there is a lot of value in Judeo-Christian values, and I even accept that Christianity could be a net positive to society, so I wouldn't mind living in a predominantly Christian society, but as an atheist, also, Islam is the worst fucking thing in the world, and Islam and every fucking Islamic jihadist, they all engage in taqiyya, so you can't even trust them, they lie for their religion. And it's like, bruh, like, nobody in the United States, even Democrats, if he brings up, is even, you're not even capable of calling out the deranged Christian obsession in the United States right now. All the weird signaling they do to the religious talk and the whole fucking Charlie Kirk funeral bullshit and the evangelical fucking worship of Trump and the weird golden cow shit that he just made of himself. It's okay. I don't care.
When it comes in Christian form, right? They know that every Democrat knows that the religious beliefs of Christians, of fundamentalist Christians, matter, right, and have political consequences. That they form their political priorities. They inform what they will do in the world. So, Christian opposition to abortion or same-sex marriage or teaching evolution in schools, right? Every Democrat, every person left of center in our politics understands Those are religious convictions that are affecting the lives of everyone, not just Christians, right? And yet, for some reason, Islam never affects anything, right? These heartfelt religious beliefs of 2 billion Muslims never make contact with terrestrial reality. It doesn't matter if embassies burn over cartoon controversies. It doesn't matter if Jews are getting stabbed on the streets of London as recently as last week. Religion is never to blame for any of this, right? The people like Mamdani and burn over cartoon controversies. It doesn't matter if Jews are getting stabbed on the streets of London.
Move to Europe, bro. What? 2 billion? Are there 2 billion? Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I haven't checked them out. Are there 2 billion Muslims in America? Go to Europe and talk about these problems, bro.
As recently as last week, religion is never to blame for any of this, right? The people like Mamdani and Mehdi Hassan and Reza Aslan, and then all the useful idiots who don't happen to be Muslim, Glenn Greenwald and Chris Hedges and Rory Stewart, and I mean, just all these people who I've collided with over the years there's just a massive double standard preventing an honest discussion of psychological and social and political reality.
I don't even necessarily disagree with him. Like, it is true that people on the left, for some reason, not for some reason, it's because Muslims are like a fucking minority or they're brown or whatever, so they have this like cringy inability to criticize them. And I would say in the past this was significantly more a problem, and it was definitely cringe, but I feel like he just overstates this problem so fucking much.
And if you're going to recognize it in our own religious maniacs, right? If I have a devout Christian on who happens to be Pete Hegseth's pastor, who is open-minded about chattel slavery because it's in the Bible, and you see the problem with all of that, you have to see the problem with people who chant globalize the Intifada, knowing what the Intifada was, right? And
Destiny, that's a weak argument. Talk in Europe because Islam is not a problem in the U.S. because the Muslim population is very small. No, I'm saying that thinking that Mamdani represents some serious problem related to Islamism because of terrorist attacks in Europe 15 years ago is that's just a stupid tie-in. I think there are good criticisms to be made of this weird simping for Islam. But again, I don't even think the problem is simping for Islam. It's that lefties just have an insanely one-dimensional view of the world where if you're the bigger guy, then you can never do anything wrong. Or I'm sorry, then everything you do is wrong. And if you're the smaller guy, then you can do no wrong. I think these are bigger problems. But his analysis of everything when it comes to religion, it like collapses immediately down into like find the Muslim and blame them for everything.
77% of Democrats, but based on that single poll on that question about genocide, I guarantee you are confused about all that, and that's going to be a disaster in 2 years.
All right. Well, everybody can look forward to a conversation with you and Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah,
at some
let's
point.
go.
First, let's talk about the red flags in his financial filings. Trump Media, the parent company of Truth Social, reporting that for the first quarter of 2026, they only had sales of $871,000. And when you look at what their net loss was, for the first quarter of 2026, $405 million. That's the net loss. I don't know how else you could describe Trump Media, the parent company of Truth Social, as anything but an utter failure. Now, I'm just expressing my opinion. You can disagree with my opinion, but let's take a look at the stock price. Donald Trump loves to say, the Dow this, the S&P this. Okay, well, let's take a look at your stock. How are you handling your business? Your company? Are you thriving? I mean,
yeah, what are they even spending the money on? Just servers? $400 million in a year?
You have unlimited resources given that you use the Oval Office to do essentially anything you want, not following the Constitution. So how's your business doing? Well, you take a look right here. Right now, it's trading at $8.93. You'll recall that when Trump Media announced that it was going to be going public with this SPAC, it was trading at around...
Do you think it might be fraud? Well, no, I think he just likes to have the platform and he's making so much money on other fraudulent activities that it doesn't fucking matter.
Announced that it was going to be going public with this SPAC. It was trading at around $100 or more. When SPACs are initially announced, special purpose acquisition companies, they're usually announced at $10 per share to start. So now it's trading under that at $8.93.
Wait, what is this? After harsh backlash, Christopher Nolan has replaced Lupita Nyong'o as Helen of Troy in The Odyssey with a more setting-accurate actress. Wait, I thought this movie was like almost about released. Are they like still filming? Am I crazy on that? Is that fake news? Isn't it? Oh, maybe that's like a rage bait, retarded, racist shit. Okay, okay.
Familiar with the matter tells MS Now's Carol Lennick that Trump's former U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, the district where this investigation is likely based, believed bringing a case against Louise Lucas would be good for the White House. That bringing a bribery case against a prominent Democrat before the midterms would be good for the White House. Even though other prosecutors at the office were not sure about the strength of the case. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? A source familiar with the matter tells MS Now's Carol Lennick that Trump's former U.S. attorney...
Okay. What is this? Train ended his stream after the head dev of Riot Games leaked his IP address hours after banning him on Valorant for 30 days. Wait, what?
Hold on, wait, what the fuck is going on? Look, I'll show you right now. Yeah, that's it. That's it, right? What? Wait, hold on. What the fuck do I do? What the
Jared?
Hold on. What? Oh, is this guy retarded? Is he retarded?
No, he's genuinely retarded.
Wait a sec here. Oh my god.
Oh
Yo,
my
guys, I have
god.
to go. I'll be back. I'll talk to you guys later. I'm so sorry for the abrupt. Yeah. I'm gonna end real quick. Yo, guys, I have to go. I'll be back when I get everything situated. I'll be back.
This is the tweet with censored IP addresses that was later deleted. Trainwrecks, how does that work? How do we prove you know someone is smurfing? This person even switched accounts halfway through to keep the rating low and was re-invited to the party. I understand that this is your guy, but this is not allowed. It's that simple. Oh, there were IPs down here. I mean, it's bad. Or, I mean, like, you probably shouldn't leak an IP, but it's a fucking IP address. Who the fuck cares? Do we care that much? I don't know. Maybe we still care about it. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe because I've been doxxed and swatted so many times, I don't give a fuck. I don't know. What is this stupid fucking... Quote, any money paid to the United States of America does not have to be paid back, end quote. That sentence, if added by the Supreme Court to its highly disputed tariff decision, would have saved America $159 billion. President Donald J. Trump.
suggesting that Obama's leadership on Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to a... Hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, you know, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.
Okay, just a random meme, okay? Just random. This means nothing, okay? Whatever happened to the pilot that we rescued in that crazy heroic mission from Iran? Like, why didn't they give that guy like a medal, or the people who saved him? Or I feel like Trump likes to show off shit like that pretty frequently. No, why? I feel like no. What? Maybe he's back working again.
At 30 cents to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire European allies on board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
And
fuck. I feel like he's walking the line, but I feel like he was on the other side of the line on that. Like, fuck, whatever, dude. Israel and Jews are fucked, man. What do you want me to say? Like, you have to be careful and not, like, you should be able to criticize Israel. I think we're largely in Iran right now because of Israel, but you have to be careful that it's not like Israel's secretly mind controlling the president or anything crazy shit like that, right? It's that Trump is a fucking child who can be manipulated by literally fucking anybody. But to say that, like, this should be the U.S.'s decision, not Israel. I mean, it was our decision. It's just that Trump is a fucking retard. But whatever, I don't know.
American president should call the shots in this country, but you and your colleagues are trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree. The president
trying to clip his wings by, you know, exercising the powers that are allotted to Congress in the Constitution. Okay.
Is in charge. But look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of
That's not true.
Enrichment.
That's not true.
Yeah,
Not true.
What's not true? What's not true? What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets. Wasn't our money. That was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to. And then you had Netanyahu come in and try to torpedo it, and APEC tried to torpedo that deal. We were on a path to having a denuclear Iran, but what happened is it wasn't in Netanyahu's interest and APEC's interest, and they've dragged us into another war in the Middle East.
Okay, Netanyahu and APEC? Rokan, no. Rokan, in my opinion, my audience is like this, but Rokan, I think, is like brain broken on the weird lefty shit, the sloppy list shit. He's one of like the lead sloppy lists, but
They've hurt American people, and the American people are tired of it. They want people who are going to be Team America. They want people who are going to bring gas prices down here and care about our nation and get us out of these wars. And that's why Obama won. He was against the Iraq War. That's why he was on a path to normalization in terms of getting Iran to be denuclear and had the whole world on our side. And APEC, Netanyahu tore that up.
Relax. Congressman, it doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump
I'm having
all
trouble
said the
hearing
same
you.
thing.
I think there's some connection issue.
Congressman,
now I can hear you.
Congressman, it doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump all said the same thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are the leading state sponsor of terrorism.
Iran's uranium stockpile surpasses pre-JCPOA levels. Iran's stockpile and enriched uranium by quarter in kilogram. Damn. Wait, what happened around here? Bomber. I don't know how accurate this graph is, to be fair. I see source, International Atomic Energy Agency, but I haven't checked this myself. But.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
One president delivered, and that was Barack Obama.
No, that's not true. Not one
Barack
of them did
Obama
anything
is the only
about
one who delivered.
Congressman, you're talking fantasy.
97%
Obama
out.
did nothing about it. You're talking fantasy. Obama did nothing about
Not true.
it. Other than send money to the
Obama
Iranians.
got the whole world. He didn't send money to them. That's just factually false. He unfroze Iranian assets, but he had the whole world behind us. How many countries do we have behind us now? Obama had Russia, China, Canada, UK, France, the whole world on board, and they lost 97%.
Now, Congressman, now you lost me. Saying Obama had Russia and China in their corner. I think you know better than most that Russia and China are not in our corner. Congressman, we will continue this discussion,
this issue.
And we appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ro Khanna.
Thank you, Maria.
You got it.
Oh, reflects all projectiles. Fuck. Oh God, don't give me the shit. Hassan explains Pearl Harbor. Please, God, no. Oh God, no.
Nepal.
Wait, but he doesn't even like Japan. These should just be two countries he hates, so he shouldn't even simp for one or the other.
We're doing a poll. We have to fucking see. I have to see. Go vote in the poll. They teach Pearl Harbor like it was an unprovoked attack in America, bro. Wait, what?
It's kind of true, right? That I think even in World War I and II, when we got attacked, we were kind of like doing embargoes or selectively trading with countries or whatever, right? So I mean, you could argue it was kind of provoked, but I mean, I don't think we attacked them first. But then we had reasons for why we were embargoing people. For Japan, I think it was because of the was the Sino-Japanese War. Was that a different thing, or was that when World War II? Was that the same thing? They were doing some kind of fuck shit.
Oh my God. 88%. By the way, I'm talking about being illiterate, but I wrote didn't.
I don't even know which side he's going to take here. Hassan loves Japan because they were the victim of the U.S. because of nukes. Yeah, but usually people hate, like Hassan hate U.S. stooges or representatives of what they consider to be like U.S. imperialist power. That's why they hate like Saudi Arabia, even though they're Muslims. They hate, and all the Gulf states that are friendly with the United States, they hate them because of that.
Wait till you find out whether or not. Wait till you find out there is some suspicions that FDR might have known.
Oh, but God. The Pearl Harbor was coming, but they didn't want to say anything so that the U.S. could be... Okay.
He needed something to push the American public into action, into engagement. We're doing a poll.
To what? To fight Japan and the Nazis? Is that even bad? What is...
Seeing the Pearl Harbor discourse? Yes, I did. He talked about at length, and the clip is on the same account, you fucking donkey. He talked about that as well. Stop getting duped by small clips. Yeah, no, this person is not getting duped by small clips.
Oh, God. This girl is I don't even know if this is a real person or not. It could just be AI. But this is like one of the biggest San simps on all of Twitter. I see her simp and write so many fucking retarded tweets defending the retarded shit that he says. Holy fuck. 1 second.
Shortage was
Let me use the restroom.
an absolute disaster for Japan, who relied on imports for 90% of its supply. Not only would this destroy the Japanese economy, but it would put its military at a literal standstill, which meant no more expansion. Japan resented the US for meddling in its quest to dominate Asia. The only solution left for the Japanese was total war. Crush the US fleet in the Pacific and then occupy Southeast Asia and claim its resources. And so, on December 7th, 1941, Japan launched its surprise attack at Pearl Harbor. At first, it seemed like a win for the Japanese, destroying or damaging 21 US ships and more than 300 aircraft, and killing around 2,400 soldiers, sailors, airmen, and...
Damn, this kind of makes Japan look like they were backed into a corner and had no option. I mean, they did have an option, which was not be Nazi Germany in China and Korea. And definitely they were not backed into a corner. They were not the good guys in any way, shape, or form, okay? I mean, they did the Holocaust to China. If you noticed, at first, until they started threatening Western territories, Western colonial conquest, until they started threatening Western territories that were also taken over through colonial conquest, America...
What, is he talking about, were we going to take over China? Or what? Go back 30 seconds.
100 aircraft, and killing around 2,400 soldiers, sailors, airmen, and...
He's talking about French Indochina.
This kind of makes Japan look like they were backed into a corner and had no option. I mean, they did have an option, which was not be Nazi Germany in China and Korea. Definitely they were not backed into a corner. They were not the good guys in any way, shape, or form, okay? I mean, they did the Holocaust to China. If you noticed, at first, until they started threatening Western territories, Western colonial conquest, until they started threatening Western territories that were also taken over through colonial conquest, America and the Western world was like, oh, stop it. We really don't like what you're doing to China, but like, who cares? Okay? It was until, it was only after they started frustrating Western territories did they decide to do something about it.
King.
The Japanese were actually so bad in China that envoys from the Nazi government in Nanjing actually took in Chinese refugees to keep them away from the Japanese. They were horribly monstrous. Yeah. Japanese were specifically the cause of 14 to 20 million Chinese casualties in World War II.
Ooh, are we gonna blame Japan for the Great Leap Forward? Are we getting there?
That's not including the other countries they conquered too, by the way. Yeah, the Japanese were really, really fucking ruthless.
Civilians. But the success was short-lived.
The only ones who weren't ruthless, by the way, were the Soviets, because they were good, moral, holy, loving people. But all of the ones that were part of the West and the Nazi team, they were all horrible, terrible people. The Soviets, though, the most moral army, actually. They were roof knocking and dropping leaflets on Nazi approaching soldiers, letting them know that they were going to be shooting at them, hoping that they would not invade.
The United States declared war on Japan on December 8, 1941. Not long after, the Japanese would realize the mistake it made at Pearl Harbor. Their bombers had failed to deliver a mortal blow to the Pacific Fleet, missing oil tanks, ammunition sites, repair facilities, and aircraft carriers. Just 6 months later, remnants of the U.S. fleet...
No, the whole like kawaii shit is... That's what happens when you become servile to American interests. Okay, post-World War II, if you were like, oh, okay, we're now doing whatever you want us to do, sir. America just let you do any kind of whitewashing you want to. This is actually important.
Wasn't it at the behest of... Oh, fuck. I don't remember if Carter did this, and Biden might have. Hasn't the U.S. kind of pushed Japan to say, like, hey, you guys need to apologize for some fuck shit or whatever? I feel like there were U.S. presidents that kind of pushed this, but maybe not. Maybe I could be misremembering. I don't remember.
Important to understand the Chinese perspective on a little bit, because, like, imagine being fucking China, okay? Century of humiliation. Japan comes and does the Holocaust to you, okay? And then America drops atom bombs on Japan. You're like, oh, hell yeah, that's awesome, right? That was their perspective at the time. And I think still to this day, that's kind of their perspective. The Chinese perspective is like, hell yeah, atom bombs. They should have done worse, right? I can't fault them for having that framework, regardless of my own personal opinion on the utilization of atom bombs. But like,
we have understanding for the Chinese for us nuking Japan, but we can't imagine why Israelis might feel a little bit miffed after the Second Intifada. Really? Okay.
You come into that situation, you're able to develop your country under unbearable conditions, civil war, okay? You gain autonomy, you gain sovereignty in the aftermath of that. And then there is a tremendous growing pains in the process, right? Cultural revolution is
growing pains,
devastating in many respects,
but just growing pains.
Right? The collectivization efforts obviously end up with
some
the last
pains.
time there's tremendous amounts of famine in the country.
Mm-hmm. It happens.
It's the last time, but it's still, you know,
kind of bad.
Like
it sucks.
It's still horrifying when you're experiencing this process,
okay,
right?
Okay.
When you're going through it.
Strong words.
And you have these like unacknowledged atrocities. Many Americans don't even know that the Chinese were involved in World War II, or even far before World War II, or were devastated by Japanese imperialism.
I feel like that's true. I feel like we didn't learn anything about what happened in Asia or Africa for any of the wars. I don't think. Everybody can spam question marks because you hate Hassan, but I didn't learn fucking anything. I didn't even know China existed until like 1960 or whatever, for at least for my education.
And then this country that this island nation that did this to you, okay, becomes an economic powerhouse. Has America write its constitution, becomes an economic powerhouse. America then takes some of the war criminal research and then uses it in Korea, and that conflict is inevitably going to spill over into your country while you're still licking your wounds from World War II.
Yes, thank you. Everybody is saying Nanking. That's great that you learned about that one fucking event. That's nothing. If you typed in chat, actually, I learned about the rape of Nanking, you're reinforcing what I said. You learned nothing about China or the whole fucking Southeast Asian fucking war in Japan and wanting to conquer the whole fucking continent, the whole history. You have no idea. You don't learn anything about it, okay? That's fine to admit that. But when you say, I learned about the rape of Nanking, you're saying you learned fuck all about China, Japan, World War II, which is fine. I didn't either.
You're going through.
You don't know anything about what Rurouni Kenshin had to live through.
Your own version, your own civil war, okay, against these nationalist forces. And then you have to muster up enough of your ascetic and unbelievably poor forces to go and defend Korea. And in certain and you do actually end up achieving a bunch of military successes in that endeavor. You can't even fully defeat the KMT because they steal all.
Damn, man, he can give so much charity when it's his team.
All the gold, and they moved to Taiwan, the island of Formosa. Okay, and before you can go and take over Taiwan, you have to now deal with the Korean flank. And yes, Mao's son died in Korea, defending Korea.
I cry every time.
Anyway, all that shit happens, and the Western world, after you've gone through these tremendous hardships, tremendous pain, okay, for decades and decades, you just dial in and you're like, nope, we're just going to focus on development. We're going to focus on building our country, okay? And there are still instances where, regardless of your allegiance with America at times, and regardless of playing a role in American imperialism in the region, which they did, okay? They were very calculated, very strategic, and America thought that they could exploit the Sino-Soviet split, which China absolutely leaned into as well, right? You do all this stuff. The rest of the world doesn't know any of the hardships. They only talk about how you killed hundreds of millions of people. Mao killed hundreds of millions of fucking people. This guy who's like the founding father of your country.
Wait, did anybody hear that? Wait. Did anybody hear that? Hold on. What was he going to say there?
They only talk about how you killed hundreds of millions of people. Mao killed hundreds of millions of fucking people. This guy who's like the founding father of your country.
He was going to say the GOAT.
Modern China, the People's Republic of China, that you have tremendous respect for.
Fam. Yikes.
Okay. And everyone's like, oh, dude, you're basically like Adolf Hitler. Your country was founded basically by Adolf Hitler. They killed so many of your own people directly at gunpoint. Like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, the real country that did the Holocaust to you, that was the Adolf Hitler to you, is Japan. And they're the most kawaii country on the planet. Everyone's like, oh, I love Japan. I love Japan. Japan is awesome. They've never done anything wrong. Yeah, it would probably piss me off too, you know?
Okay, sorry.
It'd probably be very, very frustrating to see the Western world look at this country and look at this country that has done unbelievable amounts of pain that you have a direct connection to, that you experienced only a couple generations ago, only 1 to 2 generations ago, and you've gone through this like tremendous fucking hardship.
Tremendous.
And the Western world that refused to acknowledge any of that shit is still saying you're the bad guys over and over again. Meanwhile, Japan developed, sure, as a vassal state, okay, became this competitive economy, maybe grew a little bit too much for America's liking. Then America came in and was like, enough, right?
Uh-huh.
Brother, say you love Japan. I mean, it's been a long time since and has great. Yeah, I mean, I think Japan is dope as well. I'm agnostic. I'm a centrist. I love China. I love Japan. I think they both have wonderful qualities, and there are definitely things that we can learn from each country. Okay, but if we're talking about it within the framework of World War II, I mean, they were Adolf Hitler. They were Japanese Adolf Hitler. Okay. The very fact that I have to explain it as they were Japanese Adolf Hitler is an.
Has he ever talked about the Molotov-Ribbentrop or whatever? Or I know they always have an excuse for why it wasn't actually an alliance and it was just a neutrality thing, and it's not. But I wonder, has he ever talked about it before? I'm just curious.
Indication that people don't learn about the horrifying war crimes of Japan in general.
My king. This shit has to stop. Somebody needs to help him, okay? This is not okay. I love Justice Neil Gorsuch. He's a really smart and good man, but he voted against me and our country on terrorists. A devastating move. How do I reconcile this? So bad and hurtful to our country. I have likewise always liked and respected Amy Coney Barrett. It's too much, bro. This has to stop, bro. Not healthy. We'll watch a little bit of this. I don't know how boring this is.
She does turn to the research. She turns, in part because she does turn to the research. She turns to the practitioners to inform the priority she takes on. So bottom line, to set her up for her remarks, I will just say she knows intimately the challenges that any next governor will face on housing.
Wait, hold on. He does?
In 39. Once again,
April 21st, 2026.
Liberals will always bring up Molotov-Ribbentrop as though it's like some sort of secret sauce here. Ooh, an unspeakable truth has been revealed, without talking about Western appeasement and the attempts.
That is true. We never really learn about appeasement over and 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 over. I feel like appeasement is like the only word that you fucking learn when you're doing World War II in fucking high school. That's like the number one thing that you learn is appeasement. What are we talking about? What?
Without talking about Western appeasement and the attempts of Stalin to warn the West about the dangers of Nazi Germany's expansionist agenda. They always bring this up, and I think the greatest comparison to this is when, current modern-day conservatives say, oh, did you know it was the Republican Party that ended slavery? Abraham Lincoln? Have you heard of it? Okay, that person that you banned is awesome. That person that you banned said, did you brothelize a child? That's what brothelize. What the fuck is brothelizing a child, dude? Schmeckel TV account created in December 5th, 2017. What the fuck does that even mean, you absolute freak? He started off with, you're starting to get Jenks double chin, bud.
Oh, no.
Hold on. You're starting to get Jenks double chin, bud, which is, again, funny. You wish. Did you really bang an underage girl at a brothel? Did you brothelize a child until they got banned? The answer to that question is obviously not, you fucking animal.
Okay.
And also, perhaps, a few good ideas on where real change just might be found. Assemblymember Wicks.
I am so excited to be here today. Welcome to the California Gubernatorial Candidate Housing Forum. Woo! My name is Buffy Wicks, and it's my real name, and I'm very happy to be here. I want to thank the Housing Action Coalition, some woos, UC Berkeley's Turner Center, the San Francisco Foundation, and the Ezra Klein Show. So when I got elected in 2018, I knew I wanted to work on housing. I was in my early 40s. My husband and I, with a toddler, had just purchased...
What are we watching? This is Ezra Klein grilling people involved in the gubernatorial race for California.
Our first home in the Bay Area. And it was a soul-crushing experience, as I'm sure many of you can attest to. And I don't come from a lot. I grew up in a mobile home in rural California. And I was embarrassed about this when I was a kid. I didn't want to invite people over for slumber parties. I dreamt of a house made of wood. But it wasn't until I was older I realized that mobile home that my parents purchased for $12,000 in 1978 provided for me the housing security that allowed me to focus on my studies, to go to community college, to graduate from university, to go work for President Barack Obama's White House, to run for office myself, to win, to get into the legislature, to become the housing chair, and now to be the appropriations chair in the California State Assembly. Woo! That mobile home allowed me to become me. It was the housing security I needed to become my best self. And for far too many families in our state, that opportunity is far too out of reach. And so when I got elected in 2018, I was the first time elected, had never been elected before, but I started asking a lot of questions. Why do we have tens of thousands of people on our streets experiencing homelessness in one of the richest places on earth? Why do we have some of the highest homelessness rates and lowest homeownership rates in the country? Why are we 2.5 million homes shy of where we need to be? And I quickly realized two things.
Sarah, Katie Porter, Matt Mahan, and Antonio Villaraigosa. Give them a hand.
Cut.
I should say we invited the top Republicans too. Unfortunately, they cannot make it tonight. There have been a lot of debates lately, a lot of debates this week.
They all skipped?
This is not one of them.
Okay.
What we're doing here tonight is a forum and on one topic, a topic that deserves 90 minutes of our attention, which is California's housing crisis. We're going to have 3 sections. Each section I'm going to spend about 6 minutes talking with each candidate in turn. I'll ask follow-ups if we have time. I want to give people the opportunity to hear all of you thinking through these issues aloud. At the end of that 6 minutes, a bell will sound like this. That bell slightly breaks my heart. I'm a podcast host. I want to give you all 90 minutes each, but you're going to get very mad at me if I don't keep this fair. So we're going to try to keep it very fair. We're asking candidates not to jump in or interrupt each other. You are free to criticize each other in your answers, but if you do it, that candidate you criticize is going to get a minute to respond, and you are not going to get more time, so strategize accordingly. And to the audience, please hold your very much merited applause here until the end. Candidates have not seen the questions here in advance, nor have any of the organizations that are co-hosting the event. With all of that out of the way, let's get to the reason we're actually here. Governor Gavin Newsom came into office in 2019 with a promise to build millions more homes. And in the years since, dozens of pro-housing laws have passed, some of them written by heroic legislators in this very room. And yet the number of new homes being built in California is basically the same as when Newsom took office.
What?
Housing is a slow and hard problem to solve. That some of these bills may just take time is true, but we've also seen that they will take leadership and courage, that even good laws that we need encounter resistance and headwinds along the way. So all of you want to build more homes. You all have detailed plans to do so. So the question of tonight is what has to happen to convert these good intentions into homes that people can live in? And how do we protect those in need or at risk in the meantime? We're going to begin by taking on something you all identify as a problem, the very high cost of construction in California. And Mr. Steyer, we're going to begin with you. A RAND study found that the cost per square foot of constructing an apartment in California is over twice that of constructing it in Texas.
What?
Why do you think that is, and what would you do about it?
So I know that, in fact, what's driving that up is the way that we construct, the cost of labor, the cost of materials, and the cost of financing. And for us to drive down the cost per square foot of housing to a place where we can afford to build these houses and people can afford to buy them, we're going to have to make some real changes in the way we're going about this. So let's talk about 2 of them, which is one about the construction on site. And we are building houses and we are building apartment buildings the way we have been doing it for 100 years. And there is new technology to do this where you basically manufacture the parts of the house off-site the way you'd construct or manufacture a car, and then you assemble it on-site. And the estimates that people have, both from the real world of having done it, but also projecting what they think they could do, start at 20%. And they go up from there. And these are real things, and these are companies that are like manufacturing companies, so therefore they need...
Holy shit, you should be able to order a house from fucking Amazon. Based.
Revenues and orders, and the state of California can do that, and it can change the building codes. The second thing, in order to drive down the cost of housing, is about finance. And the state of California has a number of finance programs. In fact, Buffy Wicks is proposing a $10 billion housing bond, which I think is incredibly important. And I should say...
Excuse me. Hold it till
and I should say that the nonprofit community bank that my wife, Kat Taylor, and I started in Oakland, California, has financed 17,000 low-income housing units. We need to use finance much more aggressively to drive down the cost of housing. And the third thing I'll say is this. The cities and counties in California do not want to have housing in general. As someone said to me one time, they'd rather have a used car lot than they would a new housing a new apartment building. The reason is used car lots.
Is this Steyer? Yeah.
Don't go to school. Used car lots don't take healthcare costs. And so a real reason that housing is so expensive, both in terms of the time that it takes to get permits, But also, cities and counties will charge very large fees, up to 20% of the cost of the house, so that they can sort of preload the cost of having new inhabitants in their community. I've said that I will, on day one, call a special election to close a corporate real estate tax loophole worth over $20 billion to the state of California, so that instead of, when we're talking about a new housing facility in a city or county, it's not an unfunded liability, an unfunded mandate, it's a funded mandate. And we can then work with the cities and counties and they can stop dragging their feet.
So we're going to come back to the city and county question, but I want to jump in on modular for a minute. Modular housing has been promised and hoped for a long time. A lot of politicians have hyped it up. Investors have invested in it and been disappointed. The big companies in the space have often failed. Katerra raised $2 billion in private capital, went bankrupt. Vive failed. Integra failed. Factory OS, which is the biggest one in California, was recently rebranded and recapitalized. So this is pretty central to the way you think about housing. Why do you think it will be different? Why do you think they failed, actually? And what have you learned that would make it different now?
Well, let me say this. There is a reason they failed, and there's a reason that most startups fail, which is they don't have revenues, and they don't have orders. And so the question is, A, does the technology work? B, does it drive down costs? And C, do they have enough orders so that they are making money and able to sustain themselves and then to finance themselves into much bigger enterprises? And the answer is the state of California can change the building codes. The state of California can give those orders, and we can actually drive this business so that, in fact, not only do they do what they say they can do, but they can get economies of scale going forward to get the kind of size that it needs so that we can really get what they say they can do. Because the estimates right now are we can drive down the cost per square foot by 20%, but I can tell you, because I've talked to them, that the people who run these companies see that as a first step, and they can think they can go much further than that. And let me say this. There are 40,000 units in San Francisco, California that are permitted, that are zoned, that are not being built because they can't afford to build them to a price that people can afford to buy them. So this is actually, the ability to drive down this cost is an absolutely critical part of building, multiples of what we've been building for the last 4 years, and in fact solving the housing crisis and putting it in a place where working people, working families can afford to buy. So it's really getting this right is a critical part of the mix.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. Mr. Becerra, yesterday you released a comprehensive housing plan. You say in it that it costs too much to build a home in California. You also say in it that you want more union labor in home building and higher wage standards. For Democrats, there's a pretty wrenching trade-off here. An analysis from the Turner Center found that those kinds of standards, notably paying prevailing wage, increase a cost per unit of housing by about $94,000.
These are actually good questions. Good job, Ezra.
How do you both cut the cost of housing and increase the wages behind it at the same time?
Can he answer? Oh, he should have one rule for this debate. You have to answer every question without saying tax billionaires more.
Well, I think the legislature and Assemblymember Wicks.
Can you give your takes on each general approach the participants say? No, fuck you.
Took the first measure.
I think the problem is the kind of debates that I would want are impossible to have, because I think most people just find them boring, like wonky debates. Anytime somebody's proposing anything having to do with like waste, fraud, and abuse is a waste of time. I think it's stupid. And then anytime just proposes a blanket like, oh, we're going to give a subsidy to this, it's like, is it really that simple? And then the third one, Steyer kind of hinted at it. It's not always bad, but when people talk about like new technologies or new ways to do things, my question is always like, if this is such an obvious answer, why are we not already exploring it? That's what I was thinking when he was answering. But then Ezra kind of answered his answer and said, well, people have promised this for a long time and it seems like it hasn't happened yet. I don't know what Steyer said in response to that, if he had a way around that.
Wages behind it at the same time.
Well, I think the legislature and Assemblymember Wicks took the first measures that we need to get us to that point where we can do is make sure that we're building with men and women who are skilled, and we're doing it at a price that we can afford. And so, as we've seen, if you do infill housing and you make sure that if you have housing units that will be up to a certain height, up to usually about 8 stories, if you're going to do that, then you have the right to be able, as a developer, to try to get the labor that you need and try to negotiate a good price. If you go beyond that, you're talking about major construction, prevailing wage will be the standard. I think then you have the right to be able, as a developer, to try to get the labor that you need and try to negotiate a good price. If you go beyond that, you're talking about major construction, prevailing wage will be the standard. I think that's a good approach. And then what we do is Wicks took the first measures that we need to get us to that point where we can do is make sure that we're building with men and women who are skilled, and we're doing it at a price that we can afford. And so, as we've seen, if you do infill housing and you make sure that if you have housing units that will be up to a certain height, up to usually about 8 stories. If you're going to do that, then you have the right to be able, as a developer, to try to get the labor that you need and try to negotiate a good price.
So up to 8 stories would be non-union labor, but past 8 stories would be union labor? Is that?
Go beyond that, you're talking about major construction, prevailing wage will be the standard. I think that's a good approach. And
okay. I don't know. It's crunch.
And what we do is provide to those that are in the lower height housing the opportunity to go out and do private actions if you find that there are violations of labor laws. But I will tell you this, we should not believe that we have to build homes by making it so it's impossible for the carpenter who builds a home to never be able to afford to buy it. I'm going to make sure that those workers who are building those homes can actually think about buying those homes themselves. And all it takes is for us to work together. So it's impossible for the carpenter who builds a home to never be able to afford to buy it. I'm going to make sure that those workers who are building those homes can actually think about buying those homes themselves. And all it takes is for us to work together to make sure we are dropping costs.
I know this sounds, it feels good, but it's so stupid to think that like if you work on a thing, you should be able to buy the thing. Like would we go into like a mega yacht factory and be like, I think it's crazy that these people are building mega yachts, but they can't even afford a mega yacht. Or if you're building a thing, this is just, these things should have no connection whatsoever. Like if you build mansions, should you be able to afford a mansion? So like if you can only build a cabin, should you be able to afford a cabin? I hate this. It's just so normatively loaded and so just detached from reality. Ugh.
Can actually think about buying those homes themselves. And all it takes is for us to work together to make sure we are dropping costs. It's far more than just labor. There are a lot of things that are involved here, and we would tackle those.
So tackle what, though? Did he say anything past that? That's also the thing, too, where they're like, we'll bring down costs by bringing down costs.
I like that point, but tell me then about how you balance the cost, because what you are
oh, fuck. Ezra should just be the moderator on every single one of these fucking debates.
Describing here, if you begin paying prevailing wage, you begin paying higher wages, you do increase the cost structure. We all want to see higher wages. I take your point very much. The people who build a home should be able to buy a home. There's nothing to disagree with in that. But you have to cut the cost of construction somewhere. You've got financing,
How?
You've got labor, you've got materials. If you are increasing a cost driver, what are you decreasing, and by how much?
Well, if we could get rid of the Trump taxes, the tariffs that are now being found
that's not going to cover it all, little homie. That's not going to cover everything. Come on, Trump tariffs haven't been here for a decade or whatever.
Legal. That would help us reduce the cost of building materials. If we could stop
that would help a little bit, but
going to war in foreign
But cost
countries.
of construction in California was high before Donald.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. Oh, damn. Ezra being brutal here. Okay.
Building materials. If we could stop going to war in foreign
But cost of construction in California was high before Donald Trump.
It was high, but not as high as it is now. And
but meaningfully, like
we can lower those costs. Transportation of building materials is very expensive. And so let's not disregard that we need Washington, D.C. to be helping us. But to your point, and remember, again, labor costs for most homes that are going to be built will not be based on simply the highest rates that you have in the large mega projects. The legislation that was passed by Assemblymember Wicks provided different ways to do this, which would make the labor cost affordable for developers. We also have to deal with financing. We have to have a stable source of financing. We can't just do it one time. I think the measure that Assemblymember Wicks is going to try to put on the ballot is good. I think the measure that former Assembly
Can you describe what that measure is, just for people not following?
$10 billion, of bonding financing so that you could start building affordable housing. The 40,000 units that Tom mentioned.
You're just dumping more. I want somebody to come up and be brave. I want somebody to come up and say, we need to recognize the other great states in this union, okay? We need to have a partnership with the red states in this union, and we need to start doing something. We are going to take inspiration from Abbott and Paxton down in Texas, okay? The same way that they ship illegal immigrants all over the country. We're going to recognize the great retirement state of Florida, and we're going to ship our boomers over to that fucking state. No more old motherfuckers that own 3, 4, 5 homes, okay, that can barely live in their single home, that need to be in fucking hospice. Ship them to Florida. Get them out of here, okay? Get them out of here.
That are ready to go, except the financing, that $10 billion would be readily available to get those shovel-ready projects up and running, which helps.
Oh, so we just have to print. Well, they can't, actually, because it's a state. So we just need to borrow our own bond money.
Give confidence to the California families that are looking to get into a place.
But what is bringing the cost of construction down here? I'm hearing.
Damn, I'm just pushing again. That won't bring the cost down. That would actually probably increase the pricing and everything because there'll be more money flowing around for it.
New bond programs, but the cost of construction is too high. That's what your plan says. What brings it down?
So one, you go after the red tape. So we try to streamline.
Oh, waste, fraud, abuse. The red tape. Get rid of the bureaucracy. We need. Oh, God, if he says line by line through the code, he wouldn't say it here because usually people say this with regards to taxes. I will come all over my table.
And again, the legislation that the legislature passed over this last year helps reduce some of the red tape that you have at the state level. We have to tack it at the local level because of the high fees that are imposed. You have to also make sure that they aren't trying to use their ordinances to try to prevent us from being able to build. Remember that most housing that's built today is reserved for single-family homes. Very little construction is done with apartments and condominiums. Very little to buy other than single-family homes. We're never going to reach the number we need if we continue to only build single-family homes. And that's why the legislation that allows us to really build out, do the infill, where we know we have transportation, will give us an opportunity to increase greater amounts of housing at affordable rates for people who need to either buy or rent. And I think that if we do that and come up with a stable source of funding into the future, so it's not just a one-time housing bond that people can count on, developers will begin to have confidence that we are looking to give...
Is the single-family home thing true or slop? It is true. Not only does California suffer from way too much single-family zoning, they also suffer from cannot build apartment complexes more than 5 stories tall. I don't know why.
A predictable means of being able to finance these projects and have them pencil out.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Ms. Porter, you've often said on the trail here that time is money, something I hear from developers too. The RAND study I mentioned found that it takes about 27 months to...
Retards are saying earthquakes in chat. Shut the fuck up. Earthquake? Oh, in San Francisco's earthquakes. Oh! Fuck, I'm trying to remember. I think that's right. Every single time I've been to San Francisco, every single skyscraper, they actually call them fog scrapers because they're all 5 stories tall. If you look at a picture of downtown San Francisco, they're all 5 stories tall. All of them are 5. How could I forget? The 5-story tall buildings everywhere. You're so right.
Complete a multifamily housing project in Texas, 37 months to complete it in Colorado, and 49 months in California. Why does it take so long here? And found that it takes about 27 months to complete a multifamily housing project in Texas, 37 months to complete it in Colorado, and 49 months in California. Why does it take so long here, and what would you do about it?
So first, I love that you're talking about this RAND study, because this is the second time that we've had a housing event where we were asked essentially what makes construction costs higher. And I think some people still haven't read the study, because what the study, I have read the study, what the study point, and we got asked about it before and nobody read it and doesn't seem like they have since.
Ooh.
The study is very, very clear that the speed is the driver. Now that's not to say there aren't a lot of things that were mentioned that contribute to the speed, but if we could be 22 months faster, which is what Colorado does, which does care about the environment and does have good worker standards, then the estimates are we could take 10 or even 20% off the price, and that was market rate. So yes, we need more housing, but we also need that more housing is a tool to less expensive housing. And so I think it's really important to think about all the different tools in your toolkit. I strongly support the pending legislation that would create one uniform statewide permit, making it easier for everyone to have the same permit, easier for the state to monitor those denials. I also think it's a really good idea to limit how many sort of last-second add-ons can come. So I think right now you ought to have to, if you're a city and you get a permit, you should have 30 days. That's the proposal in the legislature. You could argue it could be 45 or 60 to say this is what the fees are going to be. This is your contribution for sewer. This is
I feel like every time she's in Congress and she does her little owns, it's always like some fucking slopulous whatever, but that's just what the kids like to see. I like this answer. He's giving good answers here, okay? These are good answers.
Contribution for school, and then you cannot do what we see now, which is just a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, which is a little bit more delay and then a little bit more cost until pretty soon the project is unaffordable. So those are just a couple of ideas. I also do think there are innovations in architectural design, particularly for multifamily, that could be really helpful, especially smaller multifamily, where we're seeing things that are 4 units have to apply the same standards essentially as something that's 400 units. So that also adds to the time unnecessarily without providing much benefit of those smaller unit projects, which we need a lot of. Yes, we need all of the big units too, but we've got a lot of different geographies in California. They're going to solve this problem different ways, but they all need to do it much faster because time is money.
There's a difficult irony you see, not only in that study, but it comes up again and again in my own housing reporting. There is no form of housing that Democrats feel more strongly about, support more unanimously than affordable housing.
Oh, affordable housing and public housing. It doesn't have to be that. It can be any housing, but...
Affordable housing costs more to construct per square foot than market rate housing does. When you look at that same study that we are hyping up here on the stage, what you see is that it costs about twice as much to construct a square foot of market rate housing in California as in Texas, 4 times as much to do a square foot of affordable housing as market rate housing in Texas. Now that affordable housing is being built partly on the public dime. Why is it so much more expensive here to do affordable housing than market rate?
Yep.
What do you do about it?
This is not a surprise because look, affordable housing projects face more delays. They face more obstacles. They face more community resistance. They face more restrictions on zoning. People don't necessarily want them in a lot of our communities. And so the other piece of this is that land becomes more expensive. Every time you have uncertainty about whether something is going to happen, the costs go up. The other issue is that affordable housing developers are piecing together financing from 7 different pools of money that are all designed to make a contribution. And you just as soon get the 7th thing and you're ready to go, and then the 7th one expires, or you lose that funding, or someone changes the term of a program. So one consolidated, bigger pot of money, which is more similar to what market rate's using, right? They're going to Wall Street, they're getting the money, and they're using it. One consolidated pot of money would help. The other thing is the state should be putting land up for affordable housing. That is one of the major factors. It's one of the hardest ones to solve. You can actually solve labor by not going backwards on housing in labor policy, which the other candidates both have. I think we ought to be trying to drive down the cost of construction, but the land is a tricky piece. The state should contribute land for affordable housing.
When you say the other candidates are going backwards on labor, what do you mean?
So I have said that I do not think today or now is the time to do prevailing wage in residential. And when we were in front of the labor Fed, I was the only...
I'm sorry, what does prevailing wage mean? When I hear prevailing wage, I think just like market wages as opposed to like union wages. What does prevailing wage mean? Best wage possible, union. What does that mean? When you say best wage possible, wouldn't people just up the wage? It means non-organized workers get paid union wages in the area for their work. Okay.
Going backwards on labor, what do you mean?
So I have said that I do not think today or now is the time to do prevailing wage in residential. And when we were in front of the labor Fed, I was the only candidate. I don't believe you were in front of the labor Fed, so I just want to make it clear. But those of us who were in front of the labor Fed, I was the only one who said, I'm not doing skilled and trained in full today for residential housing because it's going to drive up the cost. And I took the heat from labor. I stood up to labor. And Lorena...
Sheesh. Okay. She's a killer. Okay.
Gonzalez got, it was right there. And I am not scared of anybody because I've got 3 teenagers that I do not want living on my couch. And you all seem very lovely, but I don't want you living on my couch or a street corner or in someone's attic. I want you to all have housing where you can flourish. And so you cannot, there is a pathway to keep building that workforce. There is a big need, a huge need to enforce labor violations and abusive labor practices, which unions have often been very helpful at doing. You could also do that through actually having government oversight of wage violations and workforce violations, and that would be my approach.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Mayor Mahan, San Jose has been able to approve over 20,000 new homes for construction, most of which did not get built because the economics didn't work out. What could Sacramento do to get those 20,000 homes built?
Well, thanks for doing this, Ezra. There's no more important issue. Just want to say good evening to everyone. It's great to be in Oakland. Thank you all for coming out and being pro-housing.
No one cares.
This issue is very personal for me. I grew up in a house remembering my parents argue about how we were going to pay the mortgage.
You grew up in a house where your parents had to pay the mortgage?
We're lucky to have a mortgage. My sisters have since moved out of state because they couldn't afford the cost of living here. So you asked about the state, and first let me, as I come around to what we can do across the board, let me just share what we've done in San Jose, because I came into this problem of we've approved 22,000 homes, and they're not getting built. So we're saying yes, and we're celebrating the beautiful rendering, and it's in the paper, and everybody's excited except the neighbors who say we don't want it, and it doesn't matter because we don't break ground. And if you look at the RAND study, its time and its fees are the 2 big levers we have control over, and the state can impose upon cities some standards and requirements and caps that can hold us accountable. Now, we didn't wait for that in San Jose. In the last 2 years, we have moved our multifamily housing approvals in our downtown, all of our planned growth areas, along all of our transit corridors, to what's called a ministerial approval. I mean, it's essentially by right. Doesn't go to the planning commission, doesn't come to the city council. It's just a
by rights? So like straight people can't get homes anymore? Or?
A weekly hearing in the planning department, and you get told to go. It actually exempts CEQA. So you're building by right if you conform with what we've zoned. And we've zoned for dense multifamily housing in these areas. We have dramatically reduced the timeline for building. So I am deep in this right now as a mayor of a big city. We just had a 560 unit project get approved in no time. Came in, got the approval, they're ready to go. So that's speed. Now the state can impose those standards and set deadlines and use its ability to basically impose effectively a builder's remedy by right and say, if you don't meet these turnaround times, city or county, the developer is going to, by law, have the right to build a conforming project. On fees, we have accumulated, I can tell you in my city, over 10 pages worth of fees that look good on paper. It's to mitigate every...
Do you actually care about the housing problem? You usually say it's not worth it for you to approach because it's simple and you know the key parts and no one is going to fix it, nor does anyone have any interest in fixing it, really. It's just populist bullshit. I'm just curious what part of this you're interested in. Wait, have I said that? I mean, the solution might be quote-unquote simple in that you just need to build more housing, but I mean, like, that's not easy, right? Or you could say it's easy but not simple. Like, there's a whole host of how you get to that building more stuff, right? Usually I just don't like the conversation because it's always like focused on just like spam public housing at the highest wages possible with infinite public money, and it's like none of this is ever going to happen. It's retarded. But these answers have all been good so far.
Imaginable. It's traffic and park fees and affordable housing fees, and they all sound good. On their own, they're all justifiable and they're well-intended, but you stack them up and they're adding 10 to 20% to the cost of housing. We had a really tough conversation on our city council. I came to our council and said, we've got to cut the one-time fees in order to get the housing in the ground. And the good news is, if we build the housing, we make up the revenue over time. We have more property taxes, more sales taxes, more workers, more jobs, more dynamism. We eventually, in the long run, are better off. But it's a tough trade-off to make because you get yelled at by the park advocates, by the affordable housing advocates, by every other advocate you can imagine. We had a council member literally lose his
Gecko 098, thank you for the 5 gifted subs in Kick Chat.
Seat not long ago in San Jose, and our last mayor lose his council majority over a fee reduction because it was framed as a giveaway to developers.
But there's still a number of big projects that have not been able to go forward because economics aren't working for you.
So
what could you do as governor to make it work for cities like San Jose?
So to finish the point, Ezra, we cut the fees by over 2/3, and 2,000 homes got under construction last year. Another 2,000 are securing financing as we speak and will break ground. And what the state can do is cap local fees. A lot of these fees are not really fees. We allow these bogus nexus studies that employ a cottage industry of consultants, no offense to any of the consultants in the room, that the nexus is pretty loose. Nobody's getting $65,000 worth of value out of the neighborhood park. I'm sorry, I love our parks, but I think what we ought to do is cap fees at a much lower level, a top-down policy, and require that a city that wants to impose a higher fee actually produce to the state a feasibility study that shows that the project can still pencil. Because this is the problem. We don't control interest rates, we don't control the cost of timber, but timelines at the local level and all these fees are completely levers within our control, and we've made excuses for far too long, and it's blocked tens of thousands of units in our cities.
Thank you, Mr. Mahan. Mr. Villaraigosa, your campaign site defends Prop 13, California's cap on property taxes. You talk about holding the line on property taxes. Prop 13 pushes cities to raise fees on new housing because they aren't collecting enough in property taxes to pay the bills. It pushes them to prefer retail and commercial building over residential building. It pushes against homeowner selling because it sells to lose what is effectively a tax break. I know Prop 13 is popular. It's easy for me to sit here and talk about it. But you say you're willing to do the unpopular things to fix the housing crisis. Why isn't Prop 13 reform one of them?
First of all, I didn't vote for Prop 13. I'm on record opposing Prop 13 since 1978.
Damn.
Look it up.
Am I misreading your campaign site?
Well, I do believe that we need to hold property taxes down, but let me explain. First of all, Tom Steyer is right. What he was talking about is called the fiscalization of land use. And because of Prop 13, we have a situation where we reward a small mall, strip mall, more than we would housing. So many cities push back against it. So with respect I'm saying with the laws we have today, hold the line on property taxes, but I think we need to fix the whole broken tax system along the lines of Think Long. Think Long has said that what we have today, when we passed Prop 13, commercial properties were paying 60% of the freight. Homeowners were paying 40%. Now it's the other way around. Property can't move. People can. It's why I've opposed the billionaire tax, because I said they're just going to leave. But I do believe we need to fix Prop 13, but fix the whole broken tax system. But within the laws that we have today, Ezra, yes, hold the line on property taxes.
So walk me through how you would fix that tax system.
Well, beg pardon?
Walk me through how you would fix that tax system.
How do we fix it?
Yeah, you're saying you want to do it more comprehensively than Prop 13 reform.
We need to fix Prop 13. I just told you we went from 60% commercial to now 40%. Sorry. We said back then homeowners were paying 40%. Commercial was paying 60%, now it's the other way around. We got to change that. That's one. Two, I do believe that we have to address the fact that people that bought a home before 1978 don't have to pay the same taxes that people who buy a house today do. And that's not fair either. We want to keep those costs down, but we have to address the fact that my generation was benefited by the greatest generation that made sacrifices so we could buy a home. And by the way, I bought a home at 25 years old. I was working at a nonprofit. Today, young families can't buy that because the average down payment is $140,000 to $160,000. But fixing the broken tax system, we got to address the fact that we don't have a service tax. Most states do. We got to fix the upper income tax. Those people are leaving, and we've got to address the fact that we over-rely. I'm the only person on this stage that's actually been the Speaker of the California State Assembly. I had to balance 2 budgets with a surplus, and I did, both times. The fact is, we can do that in times of, good times. In bad times, we can't, because the people at the top are paying the vast majority of the taxes. So Think Long has put a proposal to spread them across the economy so that we're not over-reliant on the upper income tax, so that we can tax more and incentivize cities to build housing, not strip malls.
Great. So it sounds like you want to move the line on property tax.
Okay, based.
You think the system is not working as it currently
The
stands?
system's not working, yes.
And how then does that give you some movement on fees, right? We've heard a couple of the candidates on stage talk about the various fees that are layered on in part because of the way property taxes work. How do you approach those?
When Matt and I are on the stage, we tend to agree a lot because he's right. Impact fees are killing us. About 150.
Can you describe what impact fees are for people who are?
There are all kinds of fees. He mentioned it. Parking fees, all the fees that every group says, all good things, by the way. In your book, the essence of your book is that Democrats don't build anymore because we're looking for perfect. And perfect doesn't exist. That's what happened.
I'm definitely retarded, but isn't balancing the budget with a surplus trivially easy? Well, I think, doesn't he mean that he balanced the budget and created a surplus? The surplus came from his balancing of the budget, right?
Happens when you have the kind of experience the two of us do. At the end of the day, I built more market rate, workforce, affordable, and homeless housing in 8 years in the middle of a recession than they did in the 12 years before me. The downtown skyline went from 20,000 people to 60,000. I'm the first person in the United States of America, mayor, to do transit-oriented development districts, so that we're building housing along transit districts. So what Buffy Wicks and Bob Hertzberger here are doing, these are the things that we need to do to drive down costs, to build housing, and to make sure that young people can buy a home again.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. I want to talk a bit about one of the difficult fights that a lot of housing projects have run into, which is the conflict with cities and counties. And Mr. Becerra, you were State Attorney General when California began suing cities over housing. You sued Huntington Beach. You led the San Mateo case that expanded the Housing Accountability Act's zone of authority. Governor Newsom has now threatened lawsuits against 15 more cities and counties for dragging their feet or opposing state housing law. Do these lawsuits work to build more housing? I mean, Huntington Beach, it's been just years of legal wrangling, not new build. And if they don't, what enforcement tools would you want to use or create as governor to align cities with the state?
Ooh, bring in the military.
Ezra, you have to use every tool you have, and certainly litigation is one. You hate to have to go there. You would hope that you would have cooperation between state and local government.
How? What? On what basis? You can just sue a city and tell them to build more houses? Can you?
Local governments have, for any number of reasons, decided they want to be able to control what happens when it comes to housing in their jurisdiction. And they do have tools, zoning laws. We talk about these fees that they try to collect to help them with infrastructure. But what I would say is we have to have an agreement, a state, local government agreement, that there has to be a clear path on what the state of California will do when it comes to housing. Every local government must then fall in place to make sure they're doing their fair share. The lawsuit against Huntington Beach was because Huntington Beach had its own housing element plan. It itself had made it clear that they needed to build several hundred units of new housing, and then they reneged. And so when we sued them, we said,
reneged.
It's in your own plan. You're just not willing to do it. The reason we won is because they were violating the law. The case against San Mateo County was simply to make it clear that the state has a role when it comes to housing, because while we all are Californians and we're Angelinos or Oaklanders or whatever else, we all have to be able to live and work and survive in California. So the state of California has a role to play. I defended the law that said that every jurisdiction is accountable to meet its housing responsibility, and we prevailed in court and found that that law was constitutional, which set the foundation for us to now be able to push and see the legislation that has now become law that's going to let us build more.
But has that law given access to the kinds of penalties?
Okay. These guys seem cute. Real quick, I need to go over this. Or not real quick, but... What the fuck is this about? From Grace. Favorite video.
He appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I really...
Why did you... Oh, these are meme clips. Okay. Oh, God. Bruh. Curb Your Enthusiasm type situation where you notice he has a bit of food on the corner of his lips at the Emmys after party, and you have to figure out a way to tell him to wipe his mouth without coming off as anti-woke. Okay. This is in the 2024 Emmy Awards, not a current event.
Are you British?
Mongoloid woman insults Britain, so I pushed her.
Wait, are you British, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you smile? Yeah, I can tell from your teeth.
Sheesh. Sheesh.
I'll fucking knock your teeth out, you silly cunt.
Sorry?
Hey, can I
That's a hashtag ad. These are strategic, or these are staged to shill their gambling site.
lay hands on her?
No, you can't. You can't.
Hey guys, can I lay hands on her? Occasionally? It's all good. I'm sorry, though. I'm sorry.
Wow.
She can do.
Well, I want
Where
to
are
play
you?
now. Hell yeah. Rage bait is such effective marketing. Really? Next, you're going to tell me those games where the guy's running back and forth but always choosing the suboptimal path and shooting the oncoming things aren't real mobile games. Part of the discourse, trademark right now, has been every motherfucker on the far left is like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually amazing. We need to welcome her into the coalition, and she's so cool, and blah, blah, blah. And AOC has been like the only person, actually, and Sam Harris, I think, have been like the only people
Me too.
pushing back. Mutin?
I have said that Ro Khanna was a fucking cuck for going on CNN and trying to normalize that bitch.
Whoa!
Yeah, you heard me.
Oh, and Mehdi Hassan too, yeah. Has been like, Mehdi's like, wait, guys, what's going on here?
Vice leaders watching.
I don't know if we watched this clip yesterday or not, but this was the AOC statement.
You know? And I care about results. I care about results.
Okay.
Now, there are certain places certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go. But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
You'd have a better mic setup, huh?
No. Everybody said I'm retarded. I don't know anything about anything. So, all of their setups are perfect. Okay? Fuck you guys. AOC is right that there are important differences between her and Marjorie Taylor Greene. One, AOC emphatically condemns policies only when Trump and the GOP do them, gets muted and deferential when Dems do. By contrast, Marjorie Taylor Greene criticizes policies with equal fervor regardless of which party does them. So brave. Two, Marjorie Taylor Greene condemns GOP leaders when they betray their purported values, even risking her political career to do so. Not true, she retired, but Glenn Greenwald is fucking retarded, so that's what we expect. By contrast, AOC lies to protect Dems who betray their supposed values. Kamala, quote, is working tirelessly for a ceasefire, end quote, in Gaza, and has supreme devotion to partisan advancement and self-interest above all. MTG introduced a bill to cut all U.S. financing of Israel's military. AOC voted no, arguing Americans should pay for Israel's defensive weapons. Big substantive difference. 4. MTG scorns the AIPAC/ADL tactic of accusing Israel critics of being racist and anti-Semitic. AOC embraces and fortifies that accusatory smear campaign to justify why only liberal critics like her are compassionate and legitimate and everyone else is just racist. 5. MTG only cares about results and outcomes and will thus work with anyone, left or right, to stop a policy she considers evil and wrong. AOC only cares about posturing and her political branding, not outcomes, and will thus reject the opportunity to form majorities to stop some policy evil if it... Wait, what is the sentence? And will thus reject the opportunity to form majorities to stop some policy evil... Oh, even if it means admitting that not only Dems have good ideas and can be good people. AOC is the embodiment of privilege. This and more is why MTG was pushed out of her own party. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Didn't MTG break with Trump and then basically announce her retirement at like the same time, within like a 48-hour time span?
I think it was a few weeks, but...
Was it a few weeks?
I feel like it. Let me see if I can Google. She announced it in November 2025. Let me see. Trump publicly and repeatedly called MTG a traitor on November 17th.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she did it earlier than that.
When did MTG
no, you're right.
announce
She announced it on the 21st.
Damn!
So he called her a traitor on the 17th, and then she said, all right, I'm out of here on the 21st.
Peace! Yeah. Peace!
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Ooh, sheesh. Okay. Cringe, loser. Oh, another Glenny Glenn. Your heroine. She's a heroine. Heroine?
Heroine?
Heroine. A hero or heroine. It's pronounced like heroin, right? Heroine? Said she opposed MTG's amendment to cut all U.S. funding of Israel because it would cut off all American financing of Israel's military, which AOC opposes. AOC opposes it because she believes Americans should be forced to pay for Israel's defensive weapons. Oh. Uh-oh. A video from 2019.
Ocasio, you come to this little... You want to talk to crazy Ocasio, you come to this little thing and you open it up and you whisper into her. Session. This is confession. This is Ocasio confession right there.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I'm an American citizen. I pay your salary through the taxes that you collect from me through the IRS because I'm a tax-paying citizen of the United States. I'm a woman, I'm a female business owner, and I'm proud to be an American woman. And I do not support your socialist policies, and I do not support your murderous abortion policies. As a mother of 3 children, I'm appalled at New York's law for abortion, and it needs to end, and it needs to stop now. You're bringing God's judgment on our country, and I'm against it, as well as my friends. So you need to stop being a baby and stop locking your door and come out and face the American citizens that you serve. If you want to be a big girl, you need to get rid of your diaper and come out and be able to talk to the American citizens instead of us having to
This was in 2019 before she was in Congress.
use a flap, a little flap.
It's kind of like her. She's kind of
Sad.
flappy. She's like, she keeps flapping her gums. This
Oh,
is like,
flappy, flappy.
Okay, well, each
This,
one of
this
them-
is this is like child games.
This is child session.
Jesus Christ.
Hello there.
Hello. Hashtag, where's AOC? I hear you.
Why are these people allowed in there with fucking
I
GoPro cameras type shit?
No clue.
This is creepy.
It's hide and seek.
This is, huh?
Hide and seek.
It's hide and seek. Tag, you're it. Guess what? You can't stay in there forever. Can you come out and play? Let's go.
All right, so I guess she got the message before we came here. Guys, if you want to come out to visit the socialist, communist,
You're a very good artist.
I'm just trying to decorate, you know?
This is her book where we sign it.
This is her signing book, and I'm just signing it.
Immature child.
Yeah. Should we draw a wall? Should we draw a wall?
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
draw a wall. Where's it? Is there another?
Draw a wall! That's freaking epic, bro!
Our pen? We really want to draw a wall. So let's draw what a wall looks like, everybody. This is a wall.
Yeah.
Frickin' epic. This is what it sounds like living next to a data center. The video below was recorded at midnight, and the data center is situated next to hundreds of residential homes.
Problem?
Is this actually true? What would even make noise in these data centers?
The fans getting all the hot air out? I would assume that this isn't true, but...
No shot.
Hey, Huff Daddy. Chill it out, retard. You do not call dear leader a retard.
It's the AI screaming. True.
No, I don't want to put a bikini on her.
Jenk says, this is just terrible. She sounds just like the establishment. She's attacking an opponent of Israel as an anti-Semite. This is exactly what Israeli supporters want. Split the anti-war movement and the critics of Israel's genocide. Deeply counterproductive. And selfish.
I feel like these people are making me very pro-Israel.
These guys are just fucking... They are crazy. The way AOC rejected MTG's help yesterday on Israel in the war really bothered me. Anna Kasparian and I took a chance. We asked our independent and right-wing brothers to show up to the battle on these critical issues, and they did. Tucker Carlson, Thomas Massey, Megyn Kelly, Tom J. Dillon, Dave Smith, Theo Vaughn, Sean Ryan, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and so many others from all parts of the political spectrum showed up to stand up to Israel, to fight against the war and to reclaim American sovereignty, and they brought millions of our fellow Americans with them. They did this despite the fact that their side is in charge. That took courage. They would say that they were standing on principles they already had. Well, all these people have already ditched their side when they do this, though. I don't care. This jank is fucking crazy. Squirrel Girl.
Oh, God.
This pseudo-moralistic act of, oh my God, they're fascists, I can't work with them, only works. We don't happily ally with, endorse, and lie for literal genocidal Zionist war criminals like Genocide Joe and Holocaust Harris, and have a proud, self-proclaimed Christian Zionist J Street Israel lobbyist by the name of Matt Duss, while also working closely with the genocidal Zionist J Street Israel lobby directly. Okay, I'm exhausted. I'm good. Huge DGG fan. Ilhan Omar has been much more diplomatic about this, and she's received infinitely more interpersonal abuse from the likes of MTG. But then again, Ilhan genuinely cares about this issue, while AOC sees it as only ever having brought her grief.
Saying this action is a thing that has been very fascinating, especially about Marjorie and Candace, is that they are not just coming out like the other ones that you'd mentioned, where they're saying this action is wrong, right? They're saying, I am done with you. We should give them credit for that.
Nice 20-second slop clip. Good job. Gazans. Gazans is a tell. Gazans. I feel like they go back and forth on this, where like if you say Palestinians, they get mad because you didn't say like the people of Gaza or something. And then I've seen people get mad at Gazans before because you don't say Palestinian. It's so much virtue signaling. It's so fucking cringe.
I agreed with you.
I know. I agreed with me too. AOC will not team up with MTG to sanction Israel because of identity politics. Ooh, because she's brown? Guaranteed. Why are they offended with Gazans? I feel like years ago, if you called them Gazans, people would get offended because you were denying Palestinians their identity. I feel like I remember seeing this, but maybe I'm hallucinating. There are so many different things that people got mad about. But it's like, Gazans? You mean the people of Palestine, Palestinians. It's because ultra-Zionists say Gazans since they reject the term Palestinian or Palestine. Okay, maybe.
What'd you do today? Who won? The one, did Dr. K win or did the 20 depressed people win?
He won. All of them committed
Cured?
themselves to living healthier lives.
Okay, good.
You guys see reviews vote for my amendment to strip funding for Israel. She can run her mouth all she wants, but votes are the only thing that matters. Not a bunch of words and nasty name calling. Hey, how about doing something with your political career when you actually have political clout and not just virtue signaling on your way out the fucking door? How can anybody give this motherfucker credit for literally anything?
Why wouldn't she just stay in and do all of what she's doing now?
Who? Marjorie?
Yeah.
Because what do you mean? Because she's on her way out, because she thinks that the MAGA movement is failing. The people that pretend this is unprincipled commitment to anything are fucking losers. They love child rape. They love dead Gazans or Palestinians. They love everything horrible in the world so that they can sit there and tweet about it all fucking day. They have no principles or no values for any of these fucking things. They're all the worst types of obsessive propagandists for their side, no matter what. Like, if Marjorie Taylor Greene gave a fuck about the Epstein files or any of this shit, there's shit she could have been doing way earlier while she was still an effective member of Congress. Not like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and virtue signal some shit on my way out after I retire. Why are you retiring? Run again if you're so committed to your fucking principles.
Why retire? She could have literally been working with the fucking Dems inside the
No,
Congress.
because it's team sports and she doesn't give a fuck. She's on her way out anyway, so she just wants to separate herself.
Well, I think she wants to run.
Maybe in another race or something, maybe.
For president, is my guess, but it's not looking good for her. Seems like all the retard Republicans love MAGA.
Wait. This better be a good tweet that you just made. What? This is fucking retarded. Stop. Silence is not consent. But what happens when someone consents then changes their mind? Silence is still not consent. That's why I spent the last 3 years designing, engineering, prototyping, testing, and contacting dozens of suppliers in China to bring you the Consentinel, the world's first continuous consent confirmation device. Simply press and hold the consent button to activate a repeating tone, letting your partner know that consent is actively being given. The moment you let go, the tone stops. No more ambiguity. But what if me or my partners are deaf, mute, or they don't have use of their arms? The Consentinel has light flashing and vibrating functionality. It also has a soft rubber button so that the device can easily and comfortably be used in one's mouth. Not only that, it can be wirelessly connected to other Consentinels so that 2 or more partners can unanimously indicate consent. Letting go of any one button stops the consent indicator on all connected Consentinels. Consentinel, because consent should never be assumed. Wow.
That's awesome, man. You get one?
I'm going to get 2. And use them with your mom. MDG sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, against the Epstein class, and the survivors of Epstein's trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly. Loser.
What happens if this Consentinel stops working?
Then you stop fucking, Newton.
Cooked.
I mean, MTG essentially destroyed her political career going against Trump while AOC stood on a stage in the middle of a genocide and said, the people doing the genocide were working tirelessly on it. I was pilloried by progressive Democrats in 2021 for exposing AOC as a fraud by asking her to do what she campaigned on. Her grift was obvious to anyone who bothered to look then, but now it's obvious to even the most sycophantic of her followers. She's straight up repeating Zionist talking points and calling anyone who criticizes Israel an anti-Semite. She's implementing the establishment playbook of divide and conquer. What a garbage personage. Shame on anyone who still supports this charlatan. Jimmy Dore. Oh, peace goes best friends over at the Vanguard. The Friends of Live and Learn. AOC also refused to vote for your horseshit Zionist-backed bill condemning the only Palestinian American in Congress for calling out Israel's war crimes. Oh, no, wait. The Vanguard are attacking MTG here. Never mind. Good for them. I think. Right? Right. Good job. Clappa. Oh, we've already seen this. Hassan weighs in. Oh boy, this is going to be a hard one for him.
Twitter also.
Hassan is a remember, Hassan adopts the veneer of whatever he thinks is the most politically advantageous mask to wear. So sometimes he'll pretend to be a progressive, other times he'll pretend to be a slopulist, but internally he's a hardcore Marxist-Leninist. Okay, it sounds exaggerated, but not really. MTG is not an ML by any stretch of the imagination, or a socialist by any stretch of the imagination. I could see him wanting to support MTG, maybe like strategically, but I could also see him saying MTG doesn't align with us at all for some, I don't know what bullshit reason he'd give, but because she has nothing to do with like ML socialist shit. Hold on one second.
I'm holding.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm holding on. One second. Oh, time must stop for dear leader. That wasn't that bad. If you concern troll after somebody gets muted, I'm gonna mute you for the same amount of time. Fucking retard. I see you woke up this morning and drank Haterade. I'm just following the... Hey, ease. I'm just following orders, man. Hey. I'm just following orders. What do you want me to do? We lost Buddy Do the Do? I don't know, man. I'm probably gonna have to talk to Steve about Parsec's emote privileges.
What the fuck?
They might have to go.
Is my food? I bet they ran down the hallway.
I bet somebody took it.
No, it's not. They're not even there. He's eating it. I know he's eating it. They let him into the elevator lobby, and he's just fucking...
What'd you order?
My nuggies. And he's eating them.
Oh, yeah, he's eating
them. They're hating on AOC now because she said Gaza instead of Palestinians. I fucking can't, man. Yeah, I don't think that was deliberate. Gazans is awful. She just doesn't know. Yeah, I don't think that's deliberate. I don't think that's like
Gazans is awful. Oh, he's sweeping. Hassan the sweeper for AOC the Nazi? What?
A deliberate choice of wording there to like deny deny Palestinians like recognition as a people. But the Marjorie Taylor Greene situation is a unique one because, like, I love Ilhan Omar. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been unbelievably vile towards Ilhan Omar, and she is like, yeah, in spite of all of that, I do, respect. I guess I do.
Why does everybody keep asking if Persik got hacked? I feel like you guys are fucking haters. He's just trying to hook you up with some sick Mr. Beast cryptocurrency, okay? He literally shows you in the picture that he's making withdrawals for big bucks, and you guys just assume, yeah, I got it. I'm doing good.
think that there is like some gains to be made here. But also at the same time, I think AOC's warnings are correct. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene has not done enough to prove that she is like, you know, she's done a decent chunk to prove that she's more sympathetic than the average politician on this issue, on the issue of Israel. But she absolutely has not done enough to prove that she's like not a fucking demonic entity at this point. I mean, it's crazy.
Who has AOC?
What? No. He's talking about MTG. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, okay. She is a demonic entity.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
One sec.
Thing that has been very fascinating, especially about Marjorie and Candace.
All these retards on the left who are like, oh, you know,
like,
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's right.
The other ones that you'd mentioned,
Absolute fucking
where they're
retards.
saying this action is wrong, right? They're saying, I am done with you. We should give them credit for that.
You're never getting your nuggets, man.
I just don't understand. How long ago did I pick up that call? Recents.
Dude, you're not
6 minutes
getting
ago. What?
They're not coming, man.
No, they're...
Bro, they're gone.
I don't know what else she said on top of that, though. Why are you so critical of AOC? Why are you so critical of AOC, bro? Is genuinely embarrassed. What the fuck has AOC done? Has she criticized Dem leadership like Marjorie Taylor Greene did the Republicans? Bro, check my logs. AOC's working tirelessly for a ceasefire, chatters. I mean, if you make an honest assessment off of like every legislative action that AOC has done in her career, every legislative action that she's ever taken in her career, and then compare it to Marjorie Taylor Greene's track record, and you still think Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually better than AOC, you're genuinely a dumb person. Like, I don't know what to even explain to you. Like, I don't even know how we can have a conversation at that point.
Hassan? Ugh.
Like, I do give Marjorie Taylor Greene credit for being an unlikely ally in this issue.
It's like giving Mussolini credit for getting the trains on time, man.
Yeah, Josiah made a tweet earlier about this. This is the issue that I have with people, and it's I don't know how to. I need to find a way to concisely phrase this. Okay, is you'll have people who are there's no way I can draw this. You'll have people who are on your side like 10% of the time, and then against you like 90% of the time. And then people will say, well, listen, when they're with us, you know, we should give them credit for being with us. But the issue that I have with that is that the other side never, ever, ever, ever gives you credit when you guys are aligned on things. They will always attack you. So why waste any time ever giving credit? You don't need MTG to bolster your opinions about fuck, I don't even fucking know what we're talking about right now. What is the shit having to do with MG? Is it Israel shit right now, or is it Epstein shit right now?
She's mad about Israel shit. Yeah,
it's retarded fucking Israel shit. I don't even fucking know what it is. But like, you don't ever have to give these people credit ever. You just say fuck them, right? If they want to switch sides, like completely. If MTG wants to run as like a registered Democrat, it's like, oh fine, fuck it, we can talk. But when people
we can't talk.
Well,
this is the Jewish space laser lady, man.
If she wants to be if she wants to run in some crazy red place and win a seat, you know, that we wouldn't be able to get otherwise.
All right,
then,
all right. I agree with that.
Yeah,
sure.
fuck it, you know.
Okay. As long as she's not running in Dem area, sure.
Yeah, fuck it. Let her go. She can be our Kirsten or Cinema or Fetterman tier or whatever person. But the idea that like we have to constantly give these guys credit when they're aligned with us on things, why? They're never coming to our side, and they're always going to be used to attack us. And all that happens when you give them credit, you're just bolstering their presence and your movement.
Yeah.
There is the problem with AOC is that there's so much misinformation and people's brains shut off when they think about AOC on the left. We are far more ruthless to people who are ideologically closest to us. Not to say that she's like there.
He's only being nice to her because she plays Among Us with him, by the way.
True. Not to say that she's like 100% there. Not to say that she's infallible. Like working tirelessly for a ceasefire is a perfectly valid critique about what AOC has said and done. Aligning with Biden and telling
Where do you think they're taking the stairs?
No, man. They took your nuggets, dude. Give up. Order another set. Oh, look at him. Easy. Those nuggets are not coming, man. Nugless.
They called to come up the elevator. So where could they possibly be? This is real funny for you, huh?
Biden not to drop out. These are things that I have criticized. Other things that I've criticized were specifically to even allow Marjorie Taylor Greene to be...
Message him on the app? No, I'm not going to show fear or anger if he's fucking... He's probably just in... Wait, is he biking away from the apartment complex? I feel like he's just like smashing my nuggies in the corner or something to fuck with me. It looks like he's driving away, but he might just be in the building and it zips around.
No, man,
oh, wait,
he's
hold
gone.
on. I think I hear... Hold on.
Kid's coping more than a bad kid on Christmas right now. No, guys, Santa's gonna come visit me. I swear.
I bet they had multiple deliveries. That's what took him so long. Thank you.
Oh, did you get it?
I did.
The correct voice on defensive and offensive weapons distinctions in Congress, something that AOC is now on board with.
By the way, if you want to know what everybody's sewing the fuck out over for these bills, people were mad that anybody was approving defensive weapons to Israel because they said, well, if you approve defensive weapons to Israel, then that means that they can spend more money on their offensive weapons. So if you approve defensive weapons, it's the same thing as approving offensive weapons, and if you're approving offensive weapons, you're approving a genocide. So supporting any money whatsoever to Israel equals genocide. That's why they all hated AOC in the past on this shit.
Right?
I mean,
Like,
why are we giving money to Israel? They're a fucking rich nation. Can't they pay for their own fucking shit?
Because when you got money, you give it to people.
Sure, but we just got rid of U.S. aid.
Well,
it's not like if we stop giving Israel money for guns and shit that they're gonna be like, all right, well, hold on, let me find some new allies. That's not gonna fucking happen. Everybody hates these motherfuckers.
I'm just saying that we like to give money to people so that they're friendly to us and everybody chills. That was part of when we make that agreement to Egypt. And Israel had peace with Egypt. One of the things that was greasing their wheels was the U.S. like, what if we give you guys a fuck ton of money every year? Will you be chill with Israel then? And they did, and we still do. I'm pretty sure we give Egypt over $1 billion a year still. Wait.
Well, are they chill with it? Are they chill with Israel?
Yeah, they are. Even when the Muslim Brotherhood took over, they were chill with Israel still.
Sounds like the money's well spent.
Exactly. That's why we do it. The U.S. provides significant financial aid to Egypt, averaging over $1 billion in military and economic assistance annually since '79. Oh, so when the peace agreement was signed, go figure. Egypt has been a major recipient of U.S. aid, primarily intended to support regional security, stability, and the peace treaty with Israel. Since 1946, Egypt has received over $87 billion in aid. Damn. How much have we given Israel? How much money has U.S. given to Israel since 90? It's got to be more than Egypt. I'm going to guess 150 bill, because we gave them a ton over in 73 and after the October 7th stuff, right? How much money have we given?
I think it's 70 billion.
7? No way. Over the past like 50 years or some bullshit. Wait, do you think just for October 7th was it 70 billion? Wait, how much money has U.S. given to Israel historically? Ooh, more than that. 300 billion. 300 billion dollars.
I mean, that's not that bad. How much are we spending on our military right now each year? Is it $1 trillion?
Well, they're trying to ask for 1.5 trillion this year.
Jeez. What do they need it for? For what?
For what? What do you mean?
Why do they need $1.5 trillion?
For the military? Because they got to fucking fight everybody, bruh.
I say we don't give them money for a whole year and see how they do.
Whoa. U.S. military aid to Israel. Damn, we gave them a lot of money for that genocide.
Make them do some fucking some car washes.
Bruh.
These are problems, certainly, in the way that AOC communicates. But the way people treat it they don't have a consistent framework that they analyze politicians on. It turns into, I don't like this person, and here are a million reasons why. Many of those millions are just exaggerations off of like what she has done that is worthy of criticism. That turns into red lines that people design for themselves that they don't actually hold other people to the same standard.
Wow.
So I have a consistent framework on this where I say I grade politicians on a curve. I match them up with the rest of the political class. AOC is far above and far closer to our goals and our perspectives than virtually the rest of Congress. Even if at times she says,
you want me to watch 5 more minutes of this? What the fuck?
Things that I am unbelievably critical of. I mean, even if at times she does the wrong thing, says the wrong thing. Like many people probably don't know this, but like Jamal Bowman has, unlike AOC, I love Jamal Bowman. You know I love Jamal Bowman. Jamal Bowman is literally voted to send weapons to Israel, right?
What?
Jamal Bowman was punished for being a one of the few lone anti-Zionist voices in Congress, and I love Jamal Bowman. So how do you square that circle, right? If I can make that distinction in my mind and be more understanding of people's mistakes, even on the legislative side where they have the most amount of impact, right? Then you should be able to do this as well. Because if you were to ask the average person, for example, right now, between Ro Khanna and AOC, a lot of people love Ro Khanna. I do too, right? I think Ro Khanna is great. AOC's legislative track record is far more progressive than Ro Khanna's, though. But she gets all the fucking hate. This isn't to say go hate on Ro Khanna. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just trying to recenter the charitability that you afford certain candidates that you don't afford to AOC, so you develop a more consistent framework that you operate off of. Do you see what I mean?
No.
That's what this is.
Oh.
If you don't know Omar's saying this is right, what does AOC have to deny the Palestinian an ally? I mean, I think she's making a fair assessment here that it will take a lot for her to consider Marjorie Taylor Greene to be a true ally in this cause. And I don't think that's a wrong assessment. It's one that I also agree with. I don't trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't trust Tucker Carlson. I don't trust Nick Fuentes. I don't. And a lot of people get mad at me for saying that. A lot of people disagree with me on this issue. Marjorie Taylor Greene sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, against the Epstein class, and defend survivors of Epstein's trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could.
No.
She didn't sacrifice it. She could have stayed in there.
You need to keep these contacts so you treat them with kids' gloves. Yes, dude. I'm really desperate. I'm really desperate. As you know, I love hanging out with politicians. My favorite fucking...
I think there's an easy problem. You disavow in all other circumstances. There are some situations you're forced to give an opinion. Then just give your opinion with caveats to avoid legitimizing their political position. It doesn't sacrifice principles or political clout to give an honest, to give an opinion longer than yes or no when you're expected to give a take. I don't know what you mean. All you have to say is like if somebody's like, what do you think about Marjorie Taylor Greene criticizing whatever bullshit? You say, oh, good when they criticize MAGA. That's it. You don't have to say like, oh, I agree with them. They're part of our coalition. We want to, dude. People like Ryan Dipshit and Greenwald Dipshit, these fucking guys are talking about drafting MTG under our side way more than Kamala was ever talking about drafting the Cheneys into the fucking Democratic coalition. These guys are acting like MTG is about to fucking jump ship and become a full-fledged, I don't even know what they would say, lefty Democrat, whatever the fuck else, populist, like, Jesus.
Thing. I love doing it. That's why I keep doing it over and over.
Ryan Grimm.
You said Ryan.
He's a fake news fucking journalist loser who worked at the... He works at Drop Site now, right? And he used to be part of that other fucking slop site. Oh, fuck. He's just a fucking... He's a slopulist. Ugh.
We're again these past couple of months, and not because
The
I
Intercept.
have
The Intercept.
a well-rounded framework, a consistent framework that I'm operating off of. All these useless sock dems are like catnip to you. Oh, God. I hate the cynicism so much because I'm so unbearably transparent with you all the fucking time. I'm so open about my ambitions. One more year of entryism. Oh God, it's not even entryism. It's not like I'm saying we're going to fucking rebuild the Democratic Party. I choose my words very carefully on this. Okay. You have an electoral vehicle in front of you right now. It's the primary driver People just don't like AOC because she talks like a rad lib. I think that's part of it, yes. And also because she is a woman. I think that plays somewhat of a role in this too. But yeah, the rad lib part is correct. Don't you say you want to change the Democratic Party? I'm genuinely confused. Yes, in the interim. But if the Democratic Party, which I expect it to be unbelievably resistant as it is so far, if the Democratic Party is just a brand, okay? That's all it is. You can fill it up with whatever you want to fill it up with. But their goal is to ultimately protect corporate interests, okay? But right now, the Democratic Party is unbelievably weak. And their voters, self-identifying Democrats, self-identifying liberals, actually are not so ideologically invested in third-way neoliberalism as the party is invested. They're not invested in defending Israel as the National Democratic Party is invested in defending Israel. So we have a real opportunity to make significant gains here and to develop an ideological framework that and organize and basically draw up as many numbers as possible.
I'm sorry, you're fucking retarded. This extends to anybody that in my sphere, whatever. When you see people like this who just like openly talk about literally capturing your entire political party and flipping it into some weird fucking subversive thing, like, you're fucking retarded. I have no sympathy for whatever the fuck happens to Democrats or anybody else. When you invite, like, I don't even know if you could consider this subversive. He's so open about it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How stupid do you have to be? Jesus.
The only way that the American socialist movement has ever grown in the last decade or so is by way of these electoral vehicles that are basically free for the taking. Okay? Bernie Sanders in 2016, Bernie Sanders again in 2020. AOC was another major driver in DSA memberships. Even the most like rabid anti-Democratic Party people will openly admit that Bernie Sanders was an eye-opening moment for them in 2016. Okay? This is what it takes to build a real fucking... this is what it takes to build a movement. Build a movement beyond the Democratic Party. It's because your SJW is more important to you than anti-imperialism? What? Yeah, if you think Marjorie Taylor Greene is a fucking anti-imperialist, you're an absolute dullard, all right? I'm sorry. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who literally still says, why are we giving money to Ukraine? We should be spending that money bombing Mexico instead. That's your...
Where is the line where it's fine to try to change the party just regular progressives? No, you can change the party however you want. If Hassan thinks that the Democratic Party should be a Marxist party, then fine, make that argument. I think it's totally fine if you want to argue that way. Fine, you can even do, like, I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is the dishonesty about it, the mask on about it, and then how fucking retarded every center-left lib dipshit is when they're like, well, we agree with Hassan on a lot of things, so, you know, I don't want to be too argumentative. I just want to blah, 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 blah. It's like, you're so weak. You're not fighting for your political survival at all. You're handing everything over on a silver platter.
Fucking anti-imperialist hero? Are you a donkey? Are you a fucking baboon? Are you a moron? Are you okay? What do you mean SJW? You think I'm a fucking SJW? The hell are you talking about? Half of the fucking critics of mine are radlibs saying I use vulgar fucking language. Suck my dick, dumbass. A lot of people genuinely think Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene are better than AOC and others like that, but if you think that you're not on the left, you can put up with the white nationalism, hatred of gay and trans people, historic endless support for Israel until it became unpopular, anti-redistributive policies and hatred of immigrants just because they say fuck Israel. Some of you don't care about anything, I swear to God.
To be clear, I'm against his political position as well, but I don't think that it's like immoral to try to push for different politics. I think his politics are immoral, and I don't like his politics. I just don't like that people on my side just can't see what the fuck is happening ever. It just drives me crazy. Like,
this is how you literally end up getting caught off guard and supporting opportunists. I think Tucker Carlson and to a certain degree Marjorie Taylor Greene is an opportunist. Okay, you take their support and you say, "Great, thank you for your support," but you're joining our side on this. Okay.
Holy shit! And he understands. See, he understands the game perfectly. Why are we fucking retarded like this? Not to be mean, but like, I love all of you, okay? But like my Adam Mocklers and everything else, he gets it. He understands. Holy shit! He understands it perfectly. Why are libs so fucking retarded? Why are they so fucking stupid? That's what you do. Hey, thanks for the support, motherfucker. Boom, that's it.
An opportunity up getting caught off guard and supporting opportunists. I think Tucker Carlson and
he is an opportunist. That's what they've just described themselves as. And he said socialism of the past has only worked on the back of opportunism, like Bernie Sanders, like AOC.
To a certain degree, Marjorie Taylor Greene is an opportunist. Okay? You take their support and you say, "Great, thank you for your support."
Yeah, boom.
But you're joining our side on this. Okay?
Exactly. Do you see the demand? Do you see the concession?
Mm-hmm. But some of you genuinely think they are the fucking movement leaders. What the fuck are you talking about? It's totally ridiculous. Do you have a principled worldview? Or do you just like kind of hate Israel and you don't know why you hate Israel? Sometimes it feels like a lot of people hate Israel because it's the cool thing to do. If you have a principled worldview, if you have an underlying ideological distaste for what Israel is doing, if you're an anti-fascist, if you're an anti-imperialist, if you're anti-genocide, and that's the reason why you hate Israel, then what the fuck are we doing? What's next? You're going to tell me Dan Bilzerian is a great person? What are we doing here? Your chatter now doing the centrist. Wow, all you care about is Israel thing now. Great stuff. What horse shit? It's because of useless Democrats, you know, who come from the party you are supporting. You voted for a genocide era. Piss real. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. Okay? You have to understand at a certain point that I am actually putting my fucking entire family's life on the line when I say the things that I say about Israel, and not only the Israel, but also the Palestinian resistance. You have a username called Piss real in my fucking chat. Okay? How can you say that I'm not like, you know, putting my money where my fucking mouth is on this issue? God damn it. You are so fucking stupid. Have a little bit of grace. Have a little bit of humility. Have a little bit of...
Like... It's so weird because he has to walk this crazy line right now where it's not really about just Israel. Like the reason why his chat has so much trouble following him sometimes, and the reason why he shouts at his chat so much, I was like, oh, you guys don't fucking get about it. He gets so mad is because he lies even to his own audience about like what the goals are. And the goal, it's not really about Israel. It's not really about anti-genocide. It's about anti-fascism, which is actually an anti-imperialism, which is actually like a signal for the West. That's what he's actually opposed to. Genocide is fine when his side does it. He has nothing to say of any of the Arab-related genocides. No problem with China capturing Taiwan. No speak of what's going on with the Uyghurs. Nothing to say for Turkey and its history. Nothing to say for any, you know, Russia-Ukraine shit right now. The only thing he cares about is anti-Western stuff, right? That's it. But his audience has a hard time following because in his audience's mind, well, if MTG is against Israel and we're against Israel, shouldn't we like align with her? No, MTG doesn't hate the West like Hassan does. So even though she might seem like a good ally, she's not really. We don't want to bring those types of people in because we're looking for West haters. But he can't say that. I don't know if he can say that part as loudly, especially right now with more eyes on him because he's trying to be involved in these political campaigns. But
bit of fucking decency in your analysis. Bare minimum stuff. Okay, okay, dude. Well, thank you. Thank you for being the most moral force here, okay? Thank you. God damn, dude. Every fucking day, I'm being called a goddamn terrorist by unbelievably powerful forces in this fucking party. And there's still a moron in the fucking chat that goes, dude, what have you done? You're actually pro-Israel. You're actually a Zionist. Like, holy shit, dude. What do you want? Do you want me to be fucking assassinated until... And at which point you'll go, okay, maybe he actually was serious about this stuff. What the fuck are we doing? How have you not seen the metric ton of dick I'm eating on a fucking daily basis from openly Zionist groups? They understand the danger of someone like myself being able to communicate openly in mainstream media my positions that are in defense, not only against Israel from a ideologically consistent perspective, being anti-genocide, being anti-fascist, but also offering analysis on why resistance groups form. Reasserting the importance of international law.
Only against the
Not
West.
assassinated? Are you really not assassinated, but just something more impactful? Brother, we are literally one step short of stochastic terrorism, me being victim to stochastic terrorism, okay? That's it. We have arrived at, there's two things.
I think he means terrorism, but okay. His audience is just not following along. I just don't know. I don't watch his chat. I don't know how radical his audience is or how much they're figuring it out, but...
Full international law analysis on...
I understand now a little bit more, too. I guess in a way, Zionism kind of sort of embodies a lot of like the West or what the West is. So it's a convenient kind of focal point for attacks, and it lets you bring in a lot of people who want to kind of attack the West. In a way, it like works as a good whistle because you can also talk about like the genocide and imperialism and Western support and all this bullshit too.
On why resistance groups form. Reasserting the importance of international law. Not assassinated? Are you really not assassinated, but just something more impactful? Brother, we are literally one step short of stochastic terrorism, me being victim to stochastic terrorism, okay? That's it. We have arrived at, there's two things that can possibly happen to me. I get arrested by the administration, or I get fucking killed by a random lone gunman, or I get fucking killed directly by an intelligence asset. That's it. There's nothing else that can happen to me at this point, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? What more could happen? What more could happen? There's plenty that does happen behind the scenes that you're completely oblivious to. I'm never going to talk about it, and I'm not going to talk about it right now. It doesn't fucking matter.
Nothing.
Okay? But beyond being straight up fucking killed, okay, directly killed by either.
By the way, I'm worried about being murdered by an asset, and also I'm going to fly to Cuba for 1 day to stream and then come back. LOL.
Lone gunman, or
what?
Problem?
Going to fucking prison. There's not really much more that the pro-Israel crowd could do to me, right? At this point. The fuck.
The fuck.
The fuck.
Also, remember, who was the last person to threaten Hassan? Do you remember?
The last person to threaten Hassan.
He's threatened me as well, and Lonerbox. Who?
Oh, I do.
You do?
Bad Empanada.
True. Crazy, huh?
What is this? It's become a standard leftist view that Trumpism was a backlash to Obama not being socialist enough, and I don't think that's what happened, lol.
True.
Maybe you could argue it's good politics to pretend that that's what happened, but that's not what happened. If you ever did reporting instead of talking to a camera, you might know that Obama's coalition fell apart over the economy. Millions of homeowners lost homes and their lifetime wealth.
Okay. You have other links to click for me, but I think I need to...
Ooh, reading time.
Is this going to take a long time to read, or is this pretty short?
Which one is this?
Present. All the justices. Don Scott, in his official capacity at all, the record number 260127. From the Circuit Court of Tazewell County. On March 6, 2026, the General Assembly of Virginia submitted to Virginia voters a proposed constitutional amendment that authorizes partisan gerrymandering of congressional districts in the Commonwealth. We hold that the legislative process employed to advance this proposal violated Article 12, Section 1 of the Constitution of Virginia. This constitutional violation incurably taints the resulting referendum vote and nullifies its legal efficacy. Virginia Constitution. Article 12, that's a lot of articles. Section 1. Any amendment or amendments to this Constitution may be proposed in the Senate or House of Delegates, and if the same shall be agreed to by a majority of the members elected to each of the two houses, such proposed amendments shall be entered on their journals, the name of each member and how he voted to be recorded and referred to the General Assembly at its first regular session held after the next general election of members of the House of Delegates. If at such regular session or any subsequent special session of that General Assembly, the proposed amendment or amendments shall be agreed to by a majority of all the members elected to each house, then it shall be the duty of the General Assembly to submit such proposed amendment or amendments to the voters qualified to vote in elections by the people in such manner as it shall prescribe, and not sooner than 90 days after the final passage by the General Assembly. If a majority of those voting vote in favor of any amendment, it shall become part of the Constitution on the date prescribed by the General Assembly in submitting the amendment to the voters. Did they do the whole assembly and everything else, or? Oh, let's read. This case comes to us with a historical background. It does not determine the outcome of the legal disputes presently before the court, which are entirely procedural, but it does explain the context in which these disputes have arisen. From Madison's era to the present, political parties of every stripe have offered, if by whiskey, arguments supporting partisan gerrymandering. Since that time until today, these arguments have been criticized by thoughtful jurists and legal scholars. Partisan gerrymanders, Justice Kagan has observed, deprive citizens of the most fundamental of their constitutional rights, the right to participate equally in the political process, to join with others to advance political beliefs, and to choose their political representatives. You know she cummed citing Kagan here. Brucho v. Common Cause. Echoing Justice Kagan's warning, Professor A.E. Dick Howard advocated that Virginia should amend its constitution to discourage, if not outright prohibit, partisan gerrymandering by the legislature. He trenchantly argued that partisan gerrymandering undermines democracy itself. Many people inveigh against partisan gerrymandering, he observed, while advocating for the constitutional amendment to establish Virginia's redistricting commission, but we in Virginia are about to do something about it. A year after that optimistic prediction, Virginians voted by a wide margin to reform the redistricting process in the Commonwealth in an effort to end partisan gerrymandering. They adopted Article 2, Section 6A of the Constitution of Virginia to create the Virginia Redistricting Commission. Under the 2020 amendment, if this bipartisan commission could not reach a consensus, the responsibility to achieve the amendment's ultimate goal, ridding political partisanship as much as possible from the redistricting task, would become the constitutional responsibility of the Supreme Court of Virginia. In 2021, partisan disputes in the Virginia Redistricting Commission deadlocked the 16-member commission. When the task fell to us, pursuant to Article 2, Section 6A, we unanimously ordered that the prior district maps be replaced with wholly new maps that commentators across a wide spectrum of political views later deemed to be free of partisan bias. We understood then, as we do today, that no tenet of free government is more fundamental than fairness in voting and representation. This enduring principle served as the anchoring ideal of Article 2, Section 6A of the Constitution of Virginia, and the ultimate goal of our constitutionally assigned redistricting task. On October 31st, 2025, during a disputed 2024 special session, the General Assembly approved by a party line vote a proposed amendment to the Constitution of Virginia that would temporarily suspend Article 2, Section 6A. Let's see. Two procedural aspects of the special session are challenged in this case. First, the General Assembly in 2024 applied to the governor for a special legislative session. The application stated that the special session would consider only such matters as are provided for in the procedural resolution for such special session. The procedural resolution did not authorize the General Assembly to propose constitutional amendments and require unanimous consent to consider matters not listed in the procedural resolution. The General Assembly later, on a party line vote, expanded the scope of the special session to authorize legislative proposals to amend the Constitution of Virginia. Okay, it sounds like they followed the needed procedures, no? Well, okay. In its place, the proposed amendment authorizes the General Assembly to redraw congressional districts outside of the regular decennial census redistricting as a response to other states that also redistrict outside of decennial census redistricting or court-ordered redistricting. The proposed amendment will authorize such redistricting to take effect for the upcoming November 2026 congressional elections. During the 2026 regular session that began in January, the General Assembly again voted by a party line to approve the proposed amendment. In February of 2026, the General Assembly enacted and published a new map for Virginia's 11 congressional districts contingent upon approval of the proposed constitutional amendment by a majority of the voters and upon certification of each of such results. Wait, so they voted again during the regular session? Okay. These new districts replace the existing nonpartisan map, representing districts split 6-5 between the two major political parties, with a highly partisan gerrymandered map, representing expected districts divided 10-1 between the two major political parties. Under the proposed new map, approximately 47% of Virginians that voted for representatives of one of the major political parties in the last congressional election would now be represented by 9% of Virginia's delegation to the U.S. House of Representatives, while the approximately 51% of Virginians that voted for the other major political party would now be represented by 91% of Virginia's congressional delegation. The General Assembly first submitted the proposed constitutional amendment to Virginia voters on March 6, 2026, the first day of early voting. The submission was accompanied by a ballot asking voters to answer yes or no to the question whether they wanted to restore fairness in the upcoming congressional elections. Voting started on March 6th and ended on April 21st. The total number of all votes, approximately 45%, were cast during the early voting period, and approximately 55% were cast on the final day of the election. The Virginia Department of Elections reported on April 30th that 1.6 million Virginians had cast yes in response to the Restore Fairness ballot question, and 1.5 million Virginians had cast no votes. Approximately 3.38% of the total votes separated the number of yes votes and no votes, and thus the majority will of the people was secured by yes voters, representing 1.69% of the total votes cast. Man, they're real ass-pained about the numbers here. Sounds like you should change the entire process of doing an amendment if a simple majority isn't enough for you. They are super fucking ass-pained. The judges hate this. They hate this. So much ass-pained, but okay. In a constitutional republic, it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Marbury v. Madison, our judicial review case. Chief Justice Marshall learned this truth 2 decades earlier from his former law professor, another Virginian, oh, we love her, George Wythe. Sitting in our seat of judgment in 1782, Judge Wythe, I'm guessing that's how it's pronounced, laid down the 2 cornerstones of judicial review: the duty to declare the constitutional boundaries of political power, its width, okay, and the courage to fearlessly protect them. His admonition was timeless. If the whole legislature, an event to be deprecated, should attempt to overleap the bounds prescribed to them by the people, I, in administering the public justice of the country, will meet the united powers at my seat in this tribunal, and, pointing to the Constitution, will say to them, here is the limit of your authority, and hither shall you go, but no further. Signed, Judge Dredd. Consistent with this Virginia tradition, the Judiciary Department has the power, and it is its duty to pass upon the validity of a constitutional enactment when put in force by legally questionable means. The Constitution, by its very nature, declares under what circumstances and in what manner it shall be amended, and it is the supreme law of the land to which all persons, rulers, as well as citizens, must bow in obedience. Commentaries on the It follows that the judiciary has the ultimate authority to determine the validity of the proposal, submission, or ratification of constitutional amendments, where restrictions are imposed in the Constitution by express language or necessary implication upon the power of the General Assembly. The restrictions may not be ignored. It is fair to ask whether we could have or should have reviewed the constitutionality of the proposed amendment prior to it being presented to the voters. But it is not a question the Commonwealth should ask. Okay.
We'll tell you what to ask.
Throughout this litigation, the Commonwealth has insisted that we cannot lawfully decide this case prior to the referendum. In its motion for a stay in this case, the Commonwealth argued that long-standing Virginia precedent, Scott v. James, was virtually indistinguishable from this case, and that it clearly held that courts cannot interfere to stop any of the proceedings while this permanent law is in the process of being made, and only upon the completion of the proceedings. If the validity of the amendment is assailed on the ground that the several provisions of the Constitution have not been complied with, then the courts can pass upon the validity of the amendment. The Commonwealth concluded that the lesson is clear. Courts may not preemptively invalidate a proposed constitutional amendment before it has been passed by the voters. Scott makes clear that the process of amending the Constitution is not complete until the voters approve or reject the amendment. Emphasis in original, quoting. What year is this? I wonder if this was before the voters voted or whatever bullshit. I don't know. I'm curious. What is this? Scott v. what? Good one. Scott v. James. Damn, this is a 1912 case?
Jesus.
Get this document in AI-powered insights with a free trial of VLEX and Vincent AI. Okay. Judicial powers. Encroachment on legislature. Neither courts of equity nor any other tribunal of the judicial department will interfere with the process of legislation, so that the Secretary of the Commonwealth will not be enjoined at the suit of a taxpayer from resubmitting to a vote of the people proposed amendments pursuant to this on the ground that such an act was unconstitutional. Okay. Equity will not, as a rule, enjoin the holding of an election, and an injunction will not issue to restrain the Secretary of the Commonwealth from sending out 2 county clerks as required by Section 5. thereof, copies of the act approved, providing for the resubmission to a vote of the people of amendments. Instituted the suit to enjoin the resubmission to a vote of the people of the proposed amendments of Section 119 and 120 of the Constitution in relation, respectively, to the commissioners. The prayer of the bill was for an injunction restraining appellee B.O. James, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, from sending out copies of the said act to the clerks of each county and municipal corporation of the state, as he was required to do by the 5th section resolve on the ground of the General Assembly, in passing said act exceeded its constitutional authority, and that the steps prescribed for the amendment of the Constitution had not been complied with, and that the act, therefore, conferred no authority upon the appellee to perform the duties sought to be enjoined. The cause was heard in the lower court upon the bill, and the demurrer and answer of appellee thereto, and the learned judge of that court was of the opinion that the question of the constitutionality of the act the General Assembly complained of in the bill was prematurely raised, and that the court was without jurisdiction at that time to pass on the question for the reasons, 1, that the court had no power to arrest or interfere with the process of legislation, and 2, that it had no power to enjoin the holding of an election. This seems, okay, wait, this citation does seem good then. So it seems like this case was basically arguing, can somebody sue the Secretary of the State and then seek an injunction, enjoin them from putting up to a vote some constitutional amendment because a citizen or somebody has decided that that constitutional amendment is not fair or wasn't followed or arrived at in a constitutional way. And this court said, no, you can't sue somebody in the process of making, during the legislative process, you can't do that. So, okay, so this does seem like a fair, regardless, but... Okay. The validity of the amendment. Okay. The grounds that the separate provision of the Constitution have been complied with, and then the courts can pass upon the validity of the. Okay. The Commonwealth concluded that the lesson is clear. Courts may not. Okay. Having successfully insisted over the objection of the claimants that we postpone judicial review of the constitutional amendment until after the election process. It might be tempting for the Commonwealth to think that the final vote implicitly stacks the deck in its favor, perhaps enough so that the exercise of any judicial review could be viewed as an ultra vires effort to overturn the will of the people. If this supposition were true, that Scott forbids pre-election challenges and that the will of the people forbids post-election challenges, then judicial review of allegedly unconstitutional procedures used to adopt a constitutional amendment would not exist in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Okay. On the issues before us in this case, we hold that the ultimate vote margin plays no role in the analytics of our judicial review of the constitutionality of the pre-election constitutional amendment process. Neither a high margin of success nor a single-digit margin logically or legally matters, as we earlier explained. It cannot be overstated that Scott focused only on the timing of the exercise of judicial injunctive remedies, not on a court's constitutional power of judicial review. To be sure, Scott emphasized the Judiciary Department has the power, and it is the duty to pass upon the validity of a constitutional enactment when put in force, as well as upon the validity of an act of the legislature regularly passed and put in effect. If the electorate rejects the proposed amendment, any pending legal proceedings will be dismissed as moot. If the electorate approves the proposed amendment, we must then exercise our constitutional duty to review lower courts' declaratory judgments before us on appeal and address de novo what equitable remedies, if any, are appropriate. Okay. Article 12, Section 1 of the Constitution of Virginia mandates a detailed process governing the lawful adoption of constitutional amendments. These procedural requirements may seem laborious to some, perhaps even painstakingly so. The ambition of a constitution, James Madison said, is to create a government for perpetuity, grounded by permanent principles and not on those of a temporary nature. Debates of the Virginia Convention, June 12, 1788, reprinted in blah, 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 blah. For this reason, amending the Constitution necessitates compliance with the requirements of a deliberately lengthy, precise, and balanced procedure. Strict compliance with these mandatory provisions is required in order that all proposed constitutional amendments shall receive the deliberate consideration and careful scrutiny that they deserve. The opening sentence of Article 12, Section 1 states the first requirement for the non-convention method of amending the Constitution of Virginia. In pertinent part, it provides any amendment or amendments to this Constitution may be proposed in the Senate or House of Delegates, and if the same shall be agreed, blah, blah, we read this already. Under this provision, the General Assembly can propose amendments but cannot adopt them. The inverse is also true. Virginia voters can adopt or reject amendments but cannot propose them. This constitutional amendment process of dividing power between the people and their politicians has withstood the test of time for more than 100 years, and it has remained so for the half century since Coleman. To guard against hasty changes to the Commonwealth's organic law, Section 1 also slow walks the constitutional amendment process. The General Assembly must twice vote in favor of a proposed amendment at 2 separate legislative sessions with an intervening election of the House of Delegates. That gives voters 2 opportunities, one indirect, the other direct, to voice their views on the proposed amendment. The first is during the intervening election period between the 2 legislative sessions. Voters can support or defeat candidates for the House of Delegates who either endorse or oppose the proposed amendment. I have a really bad feeling. Where are my legal people? Am I going to agree with this ruling? I feel like I am. One thing I didn't know before reading this was I didn't know that they had the redistricting shit. I didn't know that was a fucking constitutional amendment that they had. I just assumed it was a law and that the General Assembly had voted to change the law or something. How many states put the gerrymandering shit or the anti-gerrymandering stuff? How many of those people put that in their fucking constitution? Destiny, literally everything is a constitutional amendment. In Virginia has no laws. There's no legal code in Virginia. It's all constitutional amendments. Every single state with a commission is in the Constitution. Okay. It sounds like the way I wrote code in college. Legal Code, Virginia. I mean, I know there must be laws in this state. Obviously, there's no way that it's just a constitution. That wouldn't make any sense. If the General Assembly votes against the the General Assembly, okay. Good one, Mooten. Nice.
Sorry.
Nice.
Sorry.
The reasoning behind this, Delegate Slaughter stated in 1969 during the General Assembly's debates over the later 1971 amendments to the Virginia Constitution is that Constitution should not be changed lightly. Sheesh. Not only would there be an intervening House of Delegates election, where you might be able to get the sentiment of the people on an amendment you had acted upon previously, but upon reflection, the General Assembly might decide not to submit the amendment. In this case, voting in the general election for the House of Delegates began on September 19th, 2025, and ended on election day, November 4th, 2025. The General Assembly voted for the first time to propose a constitutional amendment to the electorate on October 31st, 2025. By that date, over 1.3 million votes had been cast in the general election, which was approximately 40% of the total vote for the election cycle. The Commonwealth sees nothing wrong with this sequencing because, under its interpretation, the term general election in Article 12, Section 1 only means the last day of the election. Oh... Bruh, this is the true legal pedophilia. Reminds me of the Supreme Court history. Hold on, if I understand this. So it sounds like what they're saying is, check this out. In Virginia, okay, if you want to get an amendment passed, it has to make it, I think, through both houses of your assembly, your state body, right? Both of these houses, okay, have to agree.
Yeah.
And then after that, now, both of your new houses, because it has to make it through one term, both of your new houses have to agree, and the population has to vote on it. I'm putting 100% here for agree. That it doesn't have to be 100%, but right. And the population has to vote on it, okay?
Got it.
And the reason why this is so good is because the citizens get 2 different checks on the amendment. Firstly, they have, when this second election occurs, the second election is happening and the population is voting for the people in the state assembly. So maybe they really don't like the amendment, so they vote for different people in that assembly, right? And then also, once the assembly is convened, maybe the assembly doesn't put up the proposed amendment for vote to the people. And also, maybe when the population votes on the amendment, or sorry, down here, the population doesn't approve it. So in this way, the population gets two big checks. One, when they elect members of the second legislative session here, and then two, when they actually vote on the amendment itself.
So normally this is pretty good.
Well, it gives you a lot of checks. Yeah. However, it seems like when I say election, what I'm saying is election day. Election day. And that's what the law seems to say, or that was the understanding is election day. However, there is early voting. So what happened here was this proposition or this amendment to the Constitution was put up for early voting, which would have happened before they voted, I guess, or before the new members of the legislature were seated, meaning it's not counting election.
Just get it in then again?
Well, actually, yeah, I don't understand though. But that shouldn't matter because the population still gets to vote on the new legislative assembly. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Because this legislative assembly is the one that put it up to a vote, not the new legislative assembly, I guess. Yeah. And the new legislative assembly hadn't been elected yet by the population, so they're saying that they missed the second check or whatever, kind of.
So
because of early
you have to
voting.
wait for the next election.
Basically, yeah. They're saying because of early voting, yeah. Whew, Jesus. In this case, voting in the general election for the House of Delegates began on September 19th and ended on Election Day, November 4th. The General Assembly voted for the first time to propose the constitutional amendment to the electorate on October 31st, between September and November. By that date, over 1.3 million votes had been cast in the general election, which was approximately 40% of the total vote for that election cycle. The Commonwealth sees nothing wrong with the sequencing because, under its interpretation, the term general election in Article 12, Section 1 only means the last day of the election, November 4th, otherwise known as Election Day. Because Election Day was 4 days after the October 31st vote to propose the constitutional amendment to Virginia voters, the Commonwealth concludes that there was an intervening election between the 2024 special session, which included the first legislative vote for the constitutional amendment, and the later 2026 regular session, which included the second legislative vote. In other words, under the Commonwealth's view, the 4-day period, which included a weekend, was the intervening period during which Virginia voters could find out what the proposed amendment actually said, whether their preferred candidate supported or opposed it, and whether they wanted to use their vote to express a view on the subject. This view appears to be wholly unprecedented in Virginia's history. In the half-century since adoption of Virginia's 1971 Constitution, the General Assembly has approved 63 amendments for placement on the ballot, and voters have ratified 54 of them. Of these 63 proposals, the Commonwealth has identified none in which the General Assembly passed a proposed amendment after voting in the general election had already begun. Damn. It's like so, this is the type of shit I'm saying where it feels like if you really have like a fine-tooth comb, and you can like go through like the law and everything, you could find so many like little itty-bitty wacky loopholes like this. Because it kind of sounds like technically, like this would be the exact opposite of an Alito reading. Like it sounds like technically they actually followed the letter of the law, but it sounds like what the court is saying is like, well, but did we really give people enough time to look at it? Like that was a special legislative session and a lot of people early voted. So like, we don't really feel like this follows the spirit of the law, you know?
Yeah, so they got fucked because
basically, yes,
they followed the law, but not, you know,
but not like the spirit of the law.
The spirit of it, yeah. The spirit of it's you need 2 sessions to come in, right?
Yes, but they had 2 sessions, but they started voting on this before the next legislative session had been seated. The population did, basically, yeah.
But would that even matter?
Would what even matter?
I mean, the check is to give the population like 2 or 3 times to say like, we don't want X thing, right? They voted people in.
The argument is that you get 2 checks on it, basically. The argument is they're saying that, well, you can vote on a person in the assembly based on whether or not you think they would support the amendment. However, the voting for the General Assembly had opened on September 19th and ended on November 4th, but the proposed constitutional amendment was in October 31st. So it was between that. So what these people would argue is they would say, well, what if you would have changed your vote for a particular politician had they not supported that amendment? However, one question I would have is, can you not just vote after mail-in voting?
I think usually you can just go in and then you can like
For
change your
federal
vote.
elections, I'm pretty sure you can in any state. I wonder if in state elections, could you, if you really hated that, couldn't you just go in and vote in person and that would override your mail-in vote?
So when is the next time they can do this?
In Virginia?
Can they do a special election, or
Well, it
does
sounds like
have
they
to
could.
be-
It sounds like they could submit it now, but they're going to have to wait for the next legislative session to do it, which would be in, what is that, in 2 years?
So
Days, huh?
after
Problem troll
November,
face
huh?
in Virginia.
Yeah.
Can you vote in person after early voting? Oh, actually, wait. If you early vote in person, can you vote in person on the same day?
Again, I would assume not. How many retards are changing their vote from fucking early voting to actual voting day? I wonder how often this happens.
Probably not many, but
Enlightened mind changers, yeah. You know, I don't actually like this guy. I'm gonna swap.
Which we entered as its first regular session held after the next general election of members of the House of Delegates. If at such regular session or any subsequent special session of that General Assembly, the proposed amendment or amendments shall be agreed to by a majority of all the members elected to each House, then it shall be the duty of the General Assembly to submit such proposed... Okay, hold on. If the same shall be agreed by a majority of members elected to each of the houses, such proposed amendment or amendment shall be entered on their journals, the name of each member and how they voted, refer to the General Assembly at its first regular session held after the next general election of members of the House of Delegates. Oh man, bro, that's rough. Yeah.
2 years, I guess.
I mean, by letter of the law, I feel like that they were fine with their process, but the early voting thing just kind of like...
Cucked him.
A little bit, yeah. It's a felony to do that. Well, so this says any person who wrongfully deposits a ballot in the ballot container or casts a vote in any voting equipment is guilty of a class 1 misdemeanor. Any person who intentionally votes more than once in the same election, whether those votes are cast in Virginia or any other state, territory, procures, assists, or the way that this works is like, I don't know if it's like this for every state, but you don't actually vote multiple times when you vote multiple times. It's that the first ballot that you cast is like considered like a provisional ballot. And then if you show up and you vote again in person, it's like saying, ignore that provisional ballot, this is my actual vote. But
This is my actual shit,
yeah, you're not
yeah.
actually voting twice. It's a provisional ballot that's the first. But I don't know if it's like that in every state. I know that in some states you can do that. You can do a mail-in ballot, but then you can show up in person and vote, and the mail-in ballot will be just disregarded. But I don't know if it's like that in every state. I'm not sure. It looks like for state elections, it counts as an official ballot when you vote early. Oh, wait, the next ballot is provisional, not... Okay. Don't know, don't care, doesn't matter for this. All right. Because Election Day was 4 days after the October 31st vote to propose the constitutional amendment to Virginia voters, the Commonwealth concludes that there was an intervening election between the 2024 special session, which included the first legislative vote for the constitutional amendment, and the later 2026 regular session, which included the second legislative vote. In other words, under the Commonwealth's view, the 4-day period, which included a weekend, real ass pain, was the intervening period during which Virginia voters could find out what the proposed amendment actually said, whether their preferred candidate supported or opposed it, and whether they wanted to use their vote to express a view on the subject. This view appears to be wholly unprecedented in Virginia's history. Doesn't matter. Okay. As for the 1.3 million or so Virginians in this case who had voted before October 31st, the Commonwealth concedes that the clear purpose of the intervening election requirement was to provide them with a constitutionally protected opportunity to elect the House of Delegates that will participate in the second legislative vote on the proposed amendment. But early voters squandered that opportunity, the Commonwealth contends, by accepting the Commonwealth's invitation to cast their votes during the 42 days of voting prior to the 4-day period between October 31st and November 4th. Under this thesis, early Virginia voters unknowingly forfeited their constitutionally protected opportunity to vote for or against delegates who favor or disfavor amending the Constitution by not anticipating a legislative vote on a constitutional amendment 4 days before the last day of voting. I mean, like, I feel like I could kind of get this. I feel like I would be warmer to the court's rationale here if there wasn't also a popular vote for the amendment itself. I think that hurts the rationale here. I think we're being a little wacky here. Like, if there was no popular vote and they were proposing this amendment and then you voted for a legislator and you wouldn't have wanted this amendment, but now you support a guy and you didn't know it, like, I don't know. I don't know about that one. That was the Dems' theory and why the court didn't hear the legality of the initial vote before the referendum. Well, it sounds like they couldn't interrupt the initial vote because of precedent, that Scott v. James case, which just seems fair, but they shouldn't have. They weren't able to rule on this before the referendum. Or if they are, I don't know what they're citing to that would allow them to do that. That seems like why they shouldn't. To be sure, under the Commonwealth's logic, the legislative vote could just as well have been 1 day before. So anything that gets passed must be passed before Election Day. Emphasis added. Is the when did they vote on the amendment though? Was that on? No. When did the population vote? March 6th to April. Oh, because that vote wasn't even part of this as well either. Oh, fuck. Oh, bruh. That's nasty. Ooh, this was a nasty court. Because the vote for the amendment would have happened. Yeah. Damn.
See you in 2 years.
I don't even like the spirit of the law of this double check. Like, if the citizens don't like it, they could vote for a different representative. But like, also we have a direct vote on it too, and like both
if they don't
checks.
like it, they just would vote no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why this seems like kind of a goofy. This seems a little goofy, I think. The Commonwealth's position finds no support from the text of Article 12, Section 1, or the historical meaning of the term election. Fuck, hold on. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I disagree with this. Hold on. Such regular session or any subsequent special session of that proposed amendment shall be agreed to the majority of all members of the House. Then it shall be the duty of the General Assembly to submit such proposed amendment or amendments to the voters qualified to vote in elections by the people in such a manner as it shall prescribe, and not sooner than not. Actually, hold on. I'm trying to see if I can save this because now I'm getting really far in the other direction. Hold on, but I hadn't thought about this before because I thought like. I just didn't think about this because I was thinking like, well, like if you vote and then there's like an amendment proposed, but you've already voted, that's kind of shitty. But the vote for the amendment, this is like a whole year later. There's nothing in this law here that can be construed at, because what the judiciary is saying here is we don't think you should be able to propose amendments to the Constitution in the early voting period. That's the law that this judiciary has created, right? Am I incorrect in that? It sounds like the judiciary is saying, you're not, whoa. Excuse me. Did you just do early voting on a candidate? No more amendments. No more amendments. You cannot propose an amendment if you've already begun early voting, that sounds like a new law that's being written by this court, which finds absolutely zero basis in, at least what I can see, in Virginia Constitution and probably not Virginia law. That sounds bullshit. That sounds retarded. Destiny, that is the law? What do you mean? Where? Show me. Destiny. Wait, but shouldn't they have a duty to notify or something if they propose something after early voting already happened? No. I'm sorry. Let me draw this more clearly now. Fuck, hold on. This is feeling worse and worse. I'm so sorry. Okay. What you have is your first legislature that's elected. If you want to propose an amendment, okay, the legislature needs it needs to be two different assemblies. We'll say two different Congresses, basically, have to submit this and vote yes, okay? So we had a special session here. They said yes. Then we had a special session here, and they also said yes, okay? Then, 1 year later, basically, you have the population vote, and the population said yes, okay? So you have your first legislative session, they say yes. Your second legislative session, they say yes. And then your population votes and they say yes. This is what happened, okay? However, what this court is saying is, well, hold on. You submitted this amendment, okay, after early voting for this legislative session had begun. So in actuality, you bypassed this requirement because early voting was already open for this state assembly. So it's not fair that people already voted before the amendment was proposed to the legislative session. Not that you had to vote on the amendment yet. The vote on the amendment hadn't happened. We're not voting on this until like a year after this. Or not a year after, but hold on, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit long on the time. But on November 4th, 2025, okay? So this election, the final date was November 4th, 2025, and then the vote on the gerrymandering was, when did they vote on the gerrymandering? Virginia vote gerrymander. Fuck. Somebody said April 21st. $2026. So you have your so you have to have it. You have to have two different Congresses pass the amendment. This one did, and then this one did. Then you can put it up to a vote to the population. The population was over here, and then they passed it, right? So this legislative session began, or the final date to vote for them was November 4th, and then the population voted on this for voted on the amendment on April 21st, 2026. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
However, what the court is saying here is that voting for the members of this Congress had already begun before... Wait. The early voting for this Congress had already begun before this amendment here had been suggested and adopted by this Congress. That's the issue. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah. Makes
Jesus.
sense.
Okay. So early voting began on September 19th for this legislative session. And then on October, an amendment was proposed that this legislature approved. Okay. And then voting closed on November 4th for this legislature. They all got elected. They also approved it. And then they put it up to a general vote on April 21st, 2026. But the judiciary is saying, because the elections for this Congress, because the elections for this state assembly had opened early, okay, before this one had adopted the new amendment because the amendment wasn't proposed until midway through these elections, then that makes it not count, okay? Jesus fuck, okay.
Yeah, it seems pretty retarded.
Yeah,
but yeah.
this is the argument, okay? Okay. Somebody says, you need to explain why their understanding of election, starting from the point of early voting, is incorrect. Well, because I don't think early voting is not the election. I don't see any references to when you vote in the Constitution of Virginia. Any amendment, or we'll read this one more time, so now we have a more thorough understanding, okay? Any amendment or amendments to this Constitution may be proposed in the state or House of Delegates, and if the same shall be agreed to by a majority of the members elected to each of the two houses, such proposed amendment or amendments shall be entered on their journals, the name of each member and how he voted to be recorded, and referred to the General Assembly at its first regular session held after the next general election of members of the House of Delegates. So after the election is over. It doesn't say anything here about, like, you can't even propose it until, like, early. I don't see anything about early voting or when to vote or whatever else. Just after the next election is over, then the new people that come in, if at such regular session or any subsequent special session of that General Assembly, the proposed amendment or amendment shall be agreed to by a majority of all the members elected to each house, then it shall be the duty of the General Assembly to submit such proposed amendment or amendments to the voters qualified to vote in elections by the people. Where do you see anything here about, like, as the people vote or during the votes or anything else? I just see after the election. So by the letter of the law, seems to have been applied. That was the election, right?
So could people take this to the Supreme Court?
No, definitely not.
No, you're just cooked.
This is very much a states issue deciding how they
states' rights
do their thing, yeah. Are they not referring to the election? I mean, it doesn't matter what they refer to. This is just saying after the election. And refer to the General Assembly at its first regular session held after the next general election. After the next general election. Not after the start, or once a new election has started, or once new early voting has started, or once the new... I can understand the desire to read it that way, and it might even be kind of fair, maybe, I guess, to have a provision like that, but that's not in here. That's just not found in the text of this anywhere. That's not... You're putting something... You're legislating from the bench. You're kind of adding something because you don't really like the way that the law is written here. You don't like the way the Constitution is written here. The Dems are bringing this to the U.S. Supreme Court. On what possible grounds could the U.S. Supreme Court fight with the Supreme Court of a state in determining how they interpret their own Constitution? No? That just seems crazy to me. Well, actually, I guess it depends on what grounds they're appealing. If they appeal on some kind of federal ground, but... Okay. Under this thesis, early Virginia voters unknowingly forfeited their constitutionally protected opportunity to vote for or against delegates who favor or disfavor amending the Constitution by not anticipating a legislative vote on a constitutional amendment 4 days before the last day of voting. But they still got to vote on the amendment. This is goofy. I think this is goofy. To be sure, under the Commonwealth's logic, the legislative vote could just as well have been 1 day before, arguing that Election Day is the election. So anything that gets passed must be passed before Election Day. The Commonwealth's position finds no support from the text of Article 12, Section 1, or the historical meaning of the term election. The predecessor, okay, I'll be curious if they cite anything in support of that statement. The predecessor of Article 12, Section 1, first appeared in the 1870 Constitution of Virginia. That constitution set forth a 3-month publication requirement prior to the intervening election that also used the expression time of making such choice to describe the next general election required by the provision to occur between the first and second legislative votes proposing a constitutional amendment. See Virginia Constitution, Article 12, 1870. The 1902 and 1928 Constitutions replaced time of making such choice in the publication clause with the time of such election. The Constitution removed the pre-publication requirement, thus leaving only the phrase, the next general election to reference the intervening election requirement. Not one of these expressions since the constitutional amendment provision was first included in 1870 categorically limited the definition of election to a single day. Well, I feel like this hurts your argument, though. So you're saying that they had an explicit 90-day pre-publication requirement. The 1971 Constitution removed the pre-publication requirement. But you're saying that the phrase that they left, we should just assume that it includes basically kind of this thing. I don't know. Feels kind of goofy. Feels a little bit goofy, I think.
Feels goofy, man.
Also, I don't know why they keep saying categorically limited the definition of election to a single day. It sounds like this is just saying after the election. I don't know. Before evaluating the exegesis? Exegesis. Before evaluating the exegesis of the term election by legal scholars and courts, it is worth observing that the Commonwealth's view would be unrecognizable to the average citizen. That perspective should not be scorned, but praised. As we've repeatedly said, the words of a constitution are to be understood in the sense in which they are popularly employed, unless the context or the very nature of the subject indicates otherwise, and thus we are guided by the principle that the Constitution was written to be understood by the voters. Okay, but that's kind of a weird perspective to take when the voters voted in favor of the amendment, no? It's kind of weird that you began the intro to this. On the outset of this opinion, they were so quick to cast as, well, they only won by 3 points. Well, there's only blah, blah, blah. And now they're like, but we should understand how the average voter would understand it. We should understand how the average person would understand it, right? Also, I would argue this is fucking retarded. The Constitution is incredibly complicated, and to try to pretend that average citizens can understand that shit is fucking wild. If the average person could understand this shit in plain language, why the fuck would we even have judicial review? We wouldn't need God whisperers to tell us what the secret holy words of the relic of the Constitution says. We would just read it ourselves in plain English. You can argue that criminal law is simple and should be simply read because we're all, crimes and stuff are important, but the Constitution? I don't know. This all sounds fucking retarded to me. With that perspective, imagine one of the over 1 million Virginians who had voted in person before Election Day in 2025 walking into a polling place. The voter says to the officer of the election, I am here to vote in the election. The officer of election responds, we are not conducting an election here. But that's why I'm here, the voter replies. Maybe so, but let me explain, the officer of election insists. You can vote in the election, but we are not conducting an election today. Elections are only conducted on election day. Legal scholars and courts would have, but just because the election's not happening today. In fact, I feel like, I don't want to be biased and just say that I feel like I remember this, but I feel like I've heard the phrase, you can cast an early ballot, but all votes are counted on election day. I feel like I've heard that over and over and over and over again. The only time we open ballots and count the votes are on election day. I feel like I've heard that language so much, especially in regards to the 2020 election. I don't think anybody would be confused by this at all. Oh, you can cast a ballot now. Oh, is the election today? No, you can cast a ballot for the election, though. It'll be counted on election day. Okay, I don't know. This is all fucking retarded to me. I don't know about this one, Chief. Legal scholars and courts would have the same bewildered reaction as the hypothetical average citizen. Like, here's a question. Let's say Virginia passes a law and they say, we're giving you the election off. Everybody from now on, election day, state holiday, no work. And then let's say half the state starts skipping work starting in September, and then a whole bunch of places of employment sue or some bullshit like, yo, what's going on? And then the citizens argue, well, you said we get election day off. Election voting, early voting, starts 2 months earlier. So we think we should get every single day off because every day is the election day. Legal scholars and courts would have the same bewildered reaction as the hypothetical average citizen. The definition of election has always broadly denoted the act of choosing, quoting a dictionary from 1755, altering archaic spelling, okay, and Noah Webster, an American Dictionary of the English Language, 646, 1828. Most, if not all, law lexicons... Actually, I'm curious. When does Virginia count its ballots? Are they counted early or... The Virginia Department of Elections ensures your vote is cast and counted in an accurate and timely manner, whether you vote early in person, by mail, or on Election Day. Oh, look at that. It's right there. Oh, they do have Election Day. You can vote on a day that's not Election Day. Oh, crazy. Okay. This is good memes. This lexical sense of the noun election must be distinguished from the noun phrase election day. Ooh. The near universal definition of election day is a single day established by law for voters to cast ballots by presenting themselves in person at a voting precinct. Giving both terms their intended meanings, Black's Law Dictionary correctly observes, in jurisdictions that allow in-person voting, election day is normally the last day on which voters may cast a ballot in a given election. The semantic differences between these terms have a rich provenance. Oh boy. Beginning in colonial days, it was common in Virginia and other colonies for elections to last for days as election officials, usually sheriffs, canvassed the countryside to collect votes during elections. In the royal colonies alone was the English system of taking the poll adopted that called for an oral vote or a show of hands to decide the result. If any candidate or voter demanded it, a poll must be taken. Following the English tradition, voting in an early American election continued until all the electors had been heard from or until the closing of the polls had been thrice proclaimed from the court house door. In other American colonies, eligible voters sent their votes by proxy to prevent the danger and damage that might result from them leaving their land to vote in the election or to save them the inconvenience and trouble required by a journey to the capital town. These proxy votes, the precursor to today's absentee mail ballots, were in writing and sealed, and deputies selected by the local voters would take them to the court of election. Okay, but they got rid of, on page 18, why did they get rid of the, I wonder if there was anything written here. The replacement of the 90-day pre-publication period. Wait. Fuck. What was it? What were they citing to for that? Oh. Predecessor of Article 12, Section 1, first appeared in the 1870 Constitution of Virginia. That Constitution sets forth a 3-month publication requirement prior to time gives a choice to describe the next general election required by the provision. Okay, the publication clause with the time of such election. Remove the pre-publication requirement, thus leaving only the phrase. Okay, the 1971. See debates of the House of Delegates, Supra Note 16 at 496. Oh, God. Am I going to be able to find this? Commentaries on the Constitution of Virginia. Page. At 496. This, do I need more of this? There's no world where I can actually find. No.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
Be careful. Don't die.
Ciao.
I'm just curious what the conversation was about the, if there could have been any more, if they could have illuminated any more for why they removed that requirement from the Constitution, but. So about the historical practice of permitting defined time frames for casting and receiving votes in elections by the varying duration of the election process over time. One constant has persisted from time immemorial. An election to public office has been a point of substance no more, no less than the expression by qualified electors of their choice of candidates. When the law speaks of an election, it plainly refers to the combined actions of voters and officials meant to make a final selection of an office holder. The combined actions that define the term election include citizens casting votes from the beginning of the early voting period until election day, and the officers of election receiving these votes, closing the polls on election day, which in jurisdictions permitting early in-person voting, the American Law Institute correctly explains, is the last day on which voters may cast a ballot on that particular election. Early voting is one of the combined actions of the election. When it recognizes that early voting is casting a ballot to be counted on election day, when governing law authorizes citizens to cast ballots over a time period, the durational term election and the determinate term election day fit together perfectly. The metes and bounds of an election begin with the point of casting votes and end with the point of receiving votes and closing the polls on the last day. Election day is the boundary marker for the last act constituting an election. Okay. Is the rest of this just arguing over? The noun phrase general election in Article 12, Section 1 is not the same as the verb phrase shall be elected in Article 4, Section 3. The former textually denotes the cumulative actions of voters casting votes and election officials receiving those votes. The later textually denotes a single day. Or the latter textually denotes a single day. Election day at the conclusion of which all votes cast legally declare the ultimate winner. This material variation connotes a variation in meaning. Okay, cringe. Don't care. Well, is there a dissent? A dissenting opinion? How many judges was this? 3? Oh, it was 7 judges, 4-3. Chief Justice Powell, with whom Justice Mann and Justice Fulton join, dissenting. This court has long recognized that our Constitution is certain and fixed. It contains the permanent will of the people, and therefore its meaning can only be altered by the people. Notwithstanding this bedrock principle, today the majority has broadened the meaning of the word election, as used in the Virginia Constitution, to include the early voting period. This is in direct conflict with how both Virginia and federal law define an election. Under the facts of this case, I believe the Circuit Court erred, and I respectfully disagree with the majority's conclusion that the General Assembly did not strictly comply with Virginia's constitutional requirements. For this reason, I must respectfully dissent. According to the majority, the General Assembly violated the intervening election requirement in Article 12, Section 1 of the Virginia Constitution by passing a proposed constitutional amendment for the first time after early voters had begun casting their ballots during the 2025 general election. For the next legislative body, not for the amendment. Remember that. It's not like they casted an early vote, so now they couldn't vote for the amendment. That's what this kind of sounded like. That's what I kind of thought. That's not the case. It was just for the next set of legislators for the next elective session. That's what for the next legislative session, okay? Although Article 4, Section 3 mandates that delegates shall be elected on the Tuesday succeeding the first Monday in November, the majority takes the position that there is a material variation between shall be elected and the general election described in Article 12, Section 1. It reasons that, unlike the single day on which a delegate is elected, a general election is not a fixed day. Instead, they conclude that an election is a cumulative process encompassing the combined actions of voters casting ballots and officers receiving those votes that begins on the first day of early voting and ends on Election Day. By focusing on the legislative history, dictionary definitions, and how legal scholars might interpret the term election, the majority fails to apply the most basic tenet of interpretation of constitutional provisions, looking to the language of the Constitution itself. The general rule is that unless the Constitution, either expressly or by necessary implication, inhibits the General Assembly from providing how a voter shall exercise his right to vote, its power is absolute. If there be no restraint, the General Assembly unquestionably has the power to determine the manner of conducting and making returns of elections. The framers of the Virginia Constitution, however, were not content to leave this question to be controlled by this general rule, but have specifically, expressly recognized and emphasized this power and directed the General Assembly to exercise it. The express recognition of the General Assembly's power to determine the time and manner of conducting elections is found in Article 2, Section 4 of the Virginia Constitution. The General Assembly shall provide for the nomination of candidates, shall regulate the time, manner, place, conduct, and administration of primary, general, and special elections, and shall have power to make any other law regulating elections not inconsistent with this Constitution. The General Assembly, in turn, has exercised this power through Title 24.2 of the Code of Virginia. Under Code Section 24.2, 101, the General Assembly specifically defined a general election as an election held in the Commonwealth on the Tuesday after the first Monday in November. Emphasis added. The use of the simple preposition on to form the prepositional phrase on the Tuesday after the Monday in November definitively establishes that the General Assembly intended to exercise its constitutional power and limit general elections to a single day. Had the General Assembly intended for general elections to cover multiple days, it would have used a complex preposition such as ending on to indicate this is such a cancer fucking ruling, dude. Holy shit. It would have used a complex preposition such as ending on to indicate that an election started at some earlier point in time rather than occurring solely on the Tuesday after the first Monday in November. However, we regularly reject invitations to read into a statute language that is not there because of the long-established rule that courts cannot add language to a statute the General Assembly has not seen fit to include. True. The General Assembly did not define a general election as an election ending on a specific day. It said that a general election is an election held on a specific day. When the language of a statute is unambiguous, we are bound by the plain meaning of that language. This is like it says 27. I'm pretty sure this is a cornerstone of like reading constitutional law, right? When the text is clear and unambiguous, you follow the text. Moreover, it is highly informative that the General Assembly adopted a statutory definition of general election in 1970 when it was debating the 1971 amendments to the Virginia Constitution. Tellingly, the relevant portion of that definition is identical to the present-day definition of general election. Any election held in the Commonwealth on the Tuesday after the first Monday in November. As this court has long recognized, the legislative construction of a constitutional provision is entitled to consideration, and if the construction be contemporaneous with adoption of the constitutional provision, it is entitled to great weight. Taken as a whole, Code 24.2.101 clearly establishes that the General Assembly, in the exercise of its constitutional power to determine the time and manner of conducting elections, chose to limit elections to a single day. Just to break this phrase down, I believe when they say legislative construction, which means how does the legislature read the Constitution, I believe, legislative construction of a constitutional provision is entitled to consideration, and if the construction be contemporaneous with the adoption of the constitutional provision, it is entitled to great weight. So let's say that the Constitution were to say, on Friday, we party, okay? And let's say that that was adopted in 1950. Let's say that in 1951, the Congress were to pass a law saying on all days that are like when we party, we do cocaine or some shit or whatever, right? They would say, okay, well, the constitutional amendment was passed then, and then the legislature passed a law, the next year. And it seems like, they're speaking about what is a party. They're kind of saying, what a party is. It's right after, right? That legislative construction, so how the legislature interpreted a constitutional provision, it's entitled to consideration. How does the legislature read it? We would consider that a little bit. And if the construction, the legal interpretation of what's written in that Constitution is contemporaneous, so it happens around the same time as the adoption of that constitutional provision, then it would be entitled to great weight. You would say, oh, well, it seems like seemed to be their understanding at the time, right? I think for constitutional stuff, if the text is clear and unambiguous, then you follow the text. If there's some ambiguity, I think you can look to the time. There's a better way to phrase this, but you look at the time of what was the understood thing at the time, and then there's a third thing, but I forgot the third thing. It's been a long time. I don't remember this shit. Not that any of this matters anyways, because judges will interpret whatever they want to based on how they want it to rule anyway, so who cares? The majority dismisses this statutory definition on the basis that it is a self-limiting statutory definition that cannot supersede the literal text, drafting history, historical context, and the unambiguous purpose of a constitutional provision. In reaching this conclusion, however, the majority misapprehends my argument. I'm not stating that the General Assembly's definitions take precedence over the majority's interpretation of Article 12, Section 1. Rather, I am simply stating that the General Assembly's definition informs the court as to the intended construction of a relevant term in Article 2, Section 1. Oh, text, history, and tradition, I think. Okay. Similarly, this code makes it clear that early in-person voting is not part of an election. Under the plain language of the statute, early voting begins on the 45th day prior to any election and shall continue until 5 p.m. on the Saturday immediately preceding the election. Oof. Given that prior means preceding in time or order, Black's Law Dictionary, 1445, the most logical conclusion is that the General Assembly, page 1445, I think. The most logical conclusion is that the General Assembly meant for early voting to begin and end before the actual election took place, which is also consistent with what we read on the election page on the website. Okay. Sorry, hold on. Somebody just fucking nerd found this book page. I'm just curious if it says anything about this change. Mm-hmm. Okay, they don't really speak on that as much. Okay. By contrast, applying the majority's definition of election to the code creates a causality paradox. An election is a process that begins with early voting, but early voting must precede an election by 45 days. The majority's definition creates an infinite voting loop that appears to have no established beginning, only a definitive end, election day. Further, the majority also makes no mention of the 2-day gap that begins at 5 p.m. on the Saturday immediately preceding the election, or its effects on the election process. During this time, the combined actions that the majority claims define the term election cannot take place as citizens are unable to cast votes during this time. Therefore, it is unclear how this period of time would be classified. Is the election held in abeyance? Does the election end and then restart? By limiting the term election to refer to a single day, as the framers of our Constitution and the General Assembly clearly intended, the infinite voting loop is avoided entirely, the 2-day gap is of no consequence, and there's both a definitive beginning and end of an election day. My analysis is further guided by this court's admonishment that all actions of the General Assembly are presumed to be constitutional, and therefore a statute will be construed in such a manner as to avoid a constitutional question wherever this is possible. In my opinion, a narrow construction of Code 24 is both reasonable and in perfect harmony with the entire Virginia Constitution. We will narrowly construe a statute where such a construction is reasonable and avoids a constitutional infirmity. The majority, however, not only disregards the General Assembly's exercise of its express power to make laws that regulate the time, place, manner, conduct, and administration of elections under Article 2, Section 4 of the Virginia Constitution, but it adopts a definition that is discordant with several other constitutional provisions. The cornerstone of constitutional interpretation is the presumption that the same meaning attaches to a given word or phrase which is repeated in a constitution. This is one of the reasons why it's so important to look to maybe other parts of a document to see like the repeating of a phrase, because it can sometimes clue you in more on like how a particular phrase is used. The Constitution must be viewed and construed as a whole, and every section, phrase, and word given effect and harmonized if possible. Thus, the presumption that the same meaning attaches to a given word or phrase which is repeated in a constitution unless the contrary is made to appear, and hence the whole instrument should be examined to ascertain what that meaning is. Frequently, the meaning of one provision of the Constitution, standing by itself, may be obscured or uncertain, but is readily apparent when resort is had to other provisions of the same instrument. It is, therefore, an established canon of constitutional construction that no one provision of the Constitution is to be separated from all the others, and to be considered alone, but that all the provisions bearing upon a particular subject are to be brought into view and interpreted as to effectuate the great purpose of the instrument. When considering the majority's broad definition of election in light of other provisions of our Constitution, it is even more apparent that the term can only refer to an event occurring on a single day. For example, Article 7, Section 4, specifically provides that regular elections for county and city officers shall be held on Tuesday after the first Monday in November. Notably, this provision does not state that county and city officers shall be elected on a specific day, as in Article 4, Sections 2 and 3. Rather, it specifies that the election shall be held on a single day. It is unclear how a provision specifically limiting an election to a single day can be harmonized with the majority's multi-day election scheme without fundamentally changing the plain language of Article 7, Section 4. The disharmony does not stop there, as the majority's definition of election will result in at least 90 days every year during which courts will significantly be hampered in their ability to hold trials. Article 2, Section 9 states, "No voter, during the time of holding an election, any election at which he is entitled to vote, shall be compelled to perform military service, except in time of war or public danger, nor to attend any court as suitor, juror, or witness, nor shall any voter be subject to arrest under any civil process during his attendance at election or in going to or returning therefrom." Wait, so he brought up this 90 days. They brought this up in the majority. How did they address this? Fuck, I feel like they put something in there. I feel like I remember reading this in the majority. Ugh. They say quarter? Oh, they might have said 25% actually. Yes, okay. The dissent next claims that our interpretation of Article 12, Section 1 would cause our courts to sit relatively idle for more than 25% of each year. The Commonwealth has never made this rather extreme argument in any of its 20-plus briefs and motions filed during the course of this litigation by any of the 16 attorneys representing the Commonwealth because our colleagues in dissent, sua sponte, make it an issue. However, it is prudent for us to address it. Article 2, Section 9 of the Constitution provides, in part, that no voter during the time of holding any election in which he is entitled to vote shall be compelled to perform military... Okay, so they're recording this. This provision deals with compulsion that would cause a voter to lose the opportunity to vote. Some might argue... No, that's bullshit. Why are they adding their own language? It doesn't say that. That's not... This is a constitutional law. This is plain English. No voter, during the time of holding any election at which he is entitled to vote, shall be compelled to perform military service except in time of war or public danger, nor to attend any court as suitor, juror, or witness. Period. This provision deals with compulsion that would cause a voter to lose the opportunity to vote. That's bullshit. If you were going to take that interpretation, then you could just say that, well, actually, you can be held to do any of these things on election day, as long as, like, the cops drive you to the voting booth first? What a bullshit reading. How can you just... This provision deals with compulsion that would cause voters to lose the opportunity to vote. Some might argue that this provision only precludes compulsion that would interfere with the voters' one-day access to the polls during the lawful period of election. Under this view, the voter could vote during the election period and Article 2, Section 9 would not be implicated. Others might argue, as the dissent speculates, see post 36, that the compulsion is prohibited only as election day. To us, this clever argument is a story of the tail wagging the dog that has no tail. The textual and contextual meaning of Article 2, Section 9 was never addressed by the Circuit Court, never mentioned in any legal brief filed in this case, and not discussed during oral argument. Of the two arguable interpretations of the anti-compulsion, this is the second time they've brought up that the others, that the plaintiff or defense didn't bring this up. The parties, I don't know who sued who, but of the two arguable interpretations of the anti-compulsory compulsion policy embraced by Article 2, Section 9, neither one contradicts our belief that history confirms that election includes both ballot casting and ballot receipt. I think this is retarded, but okay. Another problem with the majority's approach is that it injects unnecessary confusion into the qualifications for state senators and delegates. Article 4, Section 4 provides any person may be elected to the Senate who, at the time of the election, is 21 years of age, is a resident of the senatorial district which he is seeking to represent, and is qualified to vote for members of the General Assembly. Any person may be elected to the House of Delegates who, at the time of the election, is 21 years of age, is a resident of the House district which he is seeking to represent. Oh, so does that mean... Can you early vote for somebody who's not 21 yet, but will be when the election is at its final day? Because that would also seem to indicate that it's a single day that's being pointed to by the Constitution, not a time span. By extending the meaning of election to encompass a 45-day period, it raises the question. Oh, and he said raises instead of begs the question. Good job. When must a candidate be 21 years of age under Article 4, Section 4? Obviously, if a candidate turns 21 on or before the day early voting begins, they qualify. But what if the candidate turns 21 on election day, or sometime between the start of early voting and election day? Must the candidate be 21 for a majority of the election period? The answer is unclear. In contrast, the term election is given what I believe to be the most commonly understood definition. The meaning of Article 4, Section 4 is easily harmonized with the remainder of our Constitution. A candidate must be 21 years old on election day, which is when the election is held. It's also worth noting that the majority's definition of election is derived in part from a line of cases explicitly holding that an election is limited to a single day. In Foster v. Love, the United States Supreme Court recognizes, as the majority points out, that an election refers to the combined actions of voters and officials meant to make a final selection of an office holder. Every federal circuit court that has applied the combination action approach has concluded that early voting is not considered part of the election. This is due to the fact that during early voting, there is no combined action to make the final selection of an office holder. Indeed, only the voters are taking any action. It is only on election day that election officials are able to act. Thus, there can be no combined action until election day. An election under the federal statutes requires more than just voting, and the early voting statutes do not create a regime of combined actions meant to make a final selection on any day other than the federal election day. Allowing some voters to cast votes for election day does not contravene the federal election statutes of the final election. Okay. Bro, I'm not reading all this shit, okay? Does it say anything relevant? Give me the page. Did you scan this? Or what the fuck? Or was this, did you just find the scan somewhere else? The book is so old, only scanned versions are available in PDF. Good one. Fuck! I didn't mean to push next. I don't care. Okay, we're good. By including early voting into its definition of election, the majority goes beyond the combined action theory of Foster. In doing so, it appears the majority's definition of election would run afoul of federal election law. The United States Supreme Court explicitly recognized that 2 U.S.C. sections 1, 7, and 3 U.S.C. law mandate holding all elections for Congress and the presidency on a single day throughout the Union. Although states are given a wide discretion in the formulation of a system for the choice of the people. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, I wonder if they could challenge it on federal grounds there. Are they challenging this in the Supreme Court? Or... I feel like I saw, didn't they make a statement where they're like, we accept the court cucking us hard? It's further telling that no other state has adopted a multi-day election scheme that the majority claims Virginia has apparently been operating under for decades. Destiny, I asked about this. Can't the Dems argue under Moore v. Harper that the Virginia Supreme Court redefined what general election meant against its settled meaning in the U.S. Constitution under federal statute and Virginia's own election code, which goes beyond the ordinary bounds of judicial review? Maybe, I don't know. That's the argument the dissenting judge is making here, right? But I thought I read that like the Virginia people were just going to say, fuck it. We got fucked, so fuck it all. Poggers. Okay. Well. Based. They intend to appeal the decision, but the question is if SCOTUS will hear it this term, if at all, because they're at the end of their current term. What the fuck does that mean? Do they only work like 5 months out of the year? What? Jesus. All right. A private call. I'm going to read this last thing. A private call reveals Democrats' desperation over tossing of map. A conversation involving House members from Virginia and the top House Democrat reflected the fury and desperation that has gripped the party after Friday's ruling in the state. Democrats are struggling to respond to a major redistricting setback in Virginia, with some party leaders discussing an audacious and possibly far-fetched idea for trying to restore a congressional map voided by the court, but showing little indication they have a clear plan. During a private discussion on Saturday that included Democratic House members from Virginia and Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York, the minority leader, the lawmakers vented anger at their defeat at the Virginia Supreme Court, spoke about a collective determination to flip 2 or 3 Republican-held seats under the existing map, and discussed a bank shot proposal to redraw the congressional lines anyway, according to 3 people who participated in the call and 2 others who were briefed on it. They did not land on a specific course forward, and Mr. Jeffries and the other members of Congress agreed to consult with their lawyers about the most prudent way to proceed, said the people who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe a private talk. What states have banned partisan gerrymandering? I'm just curious. Is it, can I just get like an easy map of the US? I don't know. Okay. Agree to consult with their lawyers about the most prudent way to proceed, said the people who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe a private talk. The conversation reflected the desperation and fury that have gripped the party after the state Supreme Court struck down a favorable map that had been ratified by voters. The most dramatic idea they discussed, which would involve an unusual gambit to replace the entire state Supreme Court, with the goal of reinstating their gerrymandered map, drew mixed reactions on the call, said the people, and it was not clear that it would even be viable or palatable to Governor Abigail Spanberger and Democrats in the Virginia General Assembly. Replace the whole Supreme Court? That's wild. Who the fuck do you think you are? Republicans? Who would do it if they could? What was the court they just packed? What state am I thinking of? There was a state Supreme Court, a few months ago, I think, where they added 3 justices to it. Was it Utah? The Utah legislature passed a bill in January of 2026 to expand the Utah Supreme Court from 5 to 7 justices. Convenient. The Republicans got to add 2 more judges onto that court, huh? And he plans to enact a new congressional map for this year's midterm elections, would require action in the next few days. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care about this. Fuck, this all sucks shit. Tomorrow I'm going to go over I'm just curious where we're at in terms of gerrymandering and special elections. I feel like we had the wind at our backs after California, and then after, it was one other state. And now I feel like we're pretty behind on it all now. But I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Jesus. Was it after Virginia? Did we feel good after Virginia before it was challenged on the courts? Pretty crazy, this race to the bottom. We are fine anyway. It's not about it being fine anyway. It's like, imagine you're gonna have a fight with somebody and you pay some people to like shoot them with like 10 AR-15 bullets first before you have the fight. You're expecting this guy to be dead, 10 shots. And then imagine you show up and the dude's got like a pretty bloodied nose. And you're like, bruhs, I paid for 10 shots. And you're like, I mean, he's kind of fucked up, right? And it's like, well, sure, but go, you got 20 seconds. I'm fucking tired.
Hello? Oh, yeah. I just want to add that they could have struck this down in February of this year, and they chose to let the referendum go.
Well, it sounded like the case law they were citing had legitimate reasons to allow the referendum to continue on.
It's definitely just activism. Like,
Did
every
you
state,
disagree with
the federal government, they all define what an election is. Like,
well, sure, I agree with that. I think the ruling was bad, but it seemed like there was pretty clear case law precedent that says that the court doesn't have the jurisdiction to intervene in the amendment process until the amendment is actually adopted by the voting base. That seemed to be, as cringe as that is, it seemed to be pretty fair. But I agree that the ruling is cringe. But
like, just Article 12, Section 1 is just crystal clear. And if the shoe were on the other foot, they would be like laughing it off, saying, "Oh, they intended for election day, not election month."
Sure, I agree. The ruling is cringe, 100%. I think all of it is, and it seems to flies in contrary to their own constitution, their own laws, and U.S. law. So I mean, yeah, it's definitely cringe.
Yeah, like just like I cover ballot measures frequently, and this is just flagrantly retarded.
Yeah, I agree. But that's okay.
But if you do more redistricting stuff tomorrow, I could hop in. I got a lot.
Okay.
All right.
I love you. Be careful, buddy.
Love you.
All right. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe. Be careful. Ripino, cappuccino, pappuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, do Catch you guys screamer. Good luck tomorrow, Mr. Commit, on your physics final.